So pure so flirtatious. Chapter 1237 to Chapter 1279. At the most critical moment, people often think of the person who can protect them the most. When they were young, they would think of their parents. When they became adults, they would think of their partners. When Xianxia was a young girl, she would naturally think of the person she admired in her heart. Moreover, Yang Ming did have enough strength to protect her. Yang Ming helped her resolve several times when she was in danger. Therefore, naturally, Xianxia called out Yang Ming's name. Yang Ming, save me. Yang Ming, who was chasing behind Xianxia, didn't know what trouble Xianxia was in. He didn't know why she suddenly ran away. At this time, he heard Xianxia shouting for help and calling out Yang Ming's name. Yang Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Yang Ming didn't know how Xianxia recognized him. As a matter of fact, Xianxia had never looked back. Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Could it be that Xianxia also has a special ability that allows her to see a 360-degree view like mine? Yang Ming didn't know what happened to Xianxia. He quickened his pace and caught up with Xianxia in a few steps. He grabbed her arm. He thought that this would give her enough sense of security, but he didn't expect Xianxia's reaction to be even more intense. Let me go, save me, Yang Ming, come quickly. Xianxia desperately wanted to shake off Yang Ming's grip on her arm and screamed loudly. Yang Ming was dumbfounded when he heard Xianxia scream. He thought, I'm already here, and you're still asking me to come quickly? I grabbed your arm, and you're still asking me to let go of you. Why is it contradictory? Could it be that Xianxia has a mental problem? Xianxia, what are you doing? You asked me to save you, and you asked me to let go of you. What's going on? Yang Ming couldn't help but ask. Eh? Xianxia's scream stopped abruptly after Yang Ming's voice fell. She turned around and looked at Yang Ming incredulously. Why is it you? What do you mean why is it me? Didn't you call me? Yang Ming was confused by Xianxia's words. Xianxia looked at Yang Ming and then looked at the car parked not far away. She suddenly realized that she made a mistake. I thought that Yang Ming was the robber who followed me, and I actually called for Yang Ming to save me. Was it you who was driving behind me just now? Xianxia asked awkwardly. Then why didn't you honk? Xianxia didn't expect to make such a big mistake. She blushed a little. It's so late at night. Wouldn't you wake up everyone in the school by honking? That's not very ethical, so I didn't honk. Yang Ming spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Did you misunderstand something? Yeah, it's so late. You were following me. I thought you were a bad guy. Of course, I was scared. Xianxia said with some grievance, it was so dark. I couldn't see clearly. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. No wonder Xianxia ran away after looking behind. Yang Ming thought that Xianxia had encountered other trouble. She turned around and recognized his car, so she called him for help. He didn't expect that Xianxia regarded him as a bad guy. Thinking that Xianxia actually called him for help, Yang Ming was really dumbfounded. Then why did you call me for help? Do you think I'm Superman? I can appear when you call. I did it subconsciously. Xianxia's face was slightly flushed. This feeling of blushing and heartbeat was something that she had never experienced before. She didn't know why, but when she saw Yang Ming, Xianxia's heart was nervous for no reason. When she couldn't see him, she would miss him. She had changed a lot of boyfriends in the past, but Xianxia only regarded them as a free worker or a free ATM that could be ordered around. She had never really liked anyone. Yang Ming was very clear about Xianxia's thoughts. Last time, Xianxia asked him to support her. Later, she dragged him to accompany her to go shopping. How could Yang Ming not know that Xianxia had such thoughts about him? However, Yang Ming only thought that Xianxia's thoughts were not love, but a kind of worship for the strong. Xianxia, a girl, had been in society for so many years. In order to protect herself from harm, Xianxia used all her strength and skills. She was already tired. When a person who could really protect her appeared in front of her, Xianxia would subconsciously want to treat this person as her support. She would even be supported regardless of her status. However, this was different from love. It was just the instinct of the weak to find support. Yang Ming didn't think about taking advantage of Jing Xiaolu. Although Jing Xiaolu without heavy makeup was very pleasing to the eye, and there was an indescribable charm between her eyebrows, which was very attractive, Yang Ming didn't want to be a stud horse. The current harem had already made him a little overwhelmed, so Yang Ming wouldn't think about doing anything with Jing Xiaolu. Today, after listening to Jing Xiaolu's words, Yang Ming was shocked to discover that Jing Xiaolu seemed to really have feelings for him. Only in this way, Jing Xiaolu would involuntarily call out Yang Ming's name in a dangerous situation. With this analysis, Yang Ming could also roughly understand Jing Xiaolu's thoughts, but so what if he understood? Yang Ming could only pretend that he didn't know. All the women who were with him had an unusual coincidence. They weren't together simply for lust, and Yang Ming wasn't the kind of man with pure lust. You really think of me as Superman and Ultraman? Yang Ming shrugged and changed the topic. Why did you come back so late? Something happened in the company. 2 vice presidents absconded with the money. All of our departments are urgently checking the accounts and calculating the deficit. Jing Xiaolu didn't hide this from Yang Ming. First, she entered the company through Yang Ming. Second, she was very clear that Yang Ming should be the actual behind-the-scenes controller of the company. You should already know, right? Yang Ming nodded. I went to the company in the morning. It turns out that you went to check the accounts. Yeah, I'm exhausted. Jing Xiaolu stretched lazily. How about it? Aren't you going to reward me? Me? Reward you? What does this have to do with? What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and was suddenly inexplicable. I work for your company. Of course, you should reward me. Jing Xiaolu said proudly. Yang Ming was speechless. This Jing Xiaolu really knows how to take advantage of the situation. She can even link this together. As he was about to say something, he heard a shout, followed by a few strong lights. Don't move. We are from the campus security department. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were stunned at the same time. Why did the campus security department come at this time? Yang Ming didn't feel anything, but Jing Xiaolu was a little annoyed. Do the people from the campus security department have nothing to do after eating? Why did they come to the school in the middle of the night? It wasn't easy to have a chance to be alone with Yang Ming on campus at night, but it was ruined. It was really disappointing. Although it was a chance encounter, girls were born to like fantasy and romance. Although the current season hadn't bloomed yet, it was still under the moon. What are you doing? Jing Xiaolu shouted angrily. We just heard someone calling for help. Was it you? Asked the people from the campus security department. It's me, but it's fine now. When Jing Xiaolu heard that these people were attracted by her cry for help, her anger dissipated. No matter what, they were here for her. I had a quarrel with my boyfriend. I'm sorry. Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's explanation, and he was both angry and amused. However, if he explained it this time, he was afraid that it would be more troublesome. He had to explain to these security guards, so Yang Ming didn't want to explain. He just glared at Jing Xiaolu. However, Jing Xiaolu was complacent and didn't care about Yang Ming's rolling eyes. Boyfriend? Quarreled? Are you all from this school? The people from the campus security department glanced at the BMW parked by Yang Ming not far away and asked suspiciously. Jing Xiaolu was dressed as a student. Yang Ming drove the BMW, but he didn't look like a student. Especially after Yang Ming went through the experience in Vietnam and Africa, he seemed more mature and stable. He really didn't have the previous bookishness. Yeah, I'm from the art department. I live in the dormitory building over there. After Jing Xiaolu explained, she pointed to Yang Ming and said, he's from the computer department. Take out your student ID and let me see. The people from the campus security department obviously still didn't believe it. After all, it was late at night, and the dormitory door was locked. Wasn't it crazy to come out and date at this time? If it was summer, it would be excusable. When the campus security department patrolled at night in summer, it wasn't that they hadn't seen students having sex in the wild. Although they felt that it was a little inappropriate, they turned a blind eye to it. It was just that the weather in early spring was still very cold. Wasn't it looking for trouble to have a relationship outside at this time? Moreover, Yang Ming still drove the BMW and came to the school. Could it be that he was a member of society who came to the school to find a female student for support? Although the school did not object to couples between students, the school did not allow members of society to come to the school to find female students for support. These were two concepts. One was free love, and the other was breaking the law. Jing Xiaolu took out her student ID from her bag and handed it to the people from the campus security department. The people from the campus security department opened it and looked at it. After confirming that Jing Xiaolu was indeed a student from the school's art department, they returned the student ID to Jing Xiaolu and said to Yang Ming, "Where's your student ID?" "Mine. I didn't bring it." Yang Ming broke into a sweat. "My student ID was in the villa in Huashang district. Because I just went to Africa, I couldn't carry my student ID with me, right? After coming back, I didn't go back to the villa, so I naturally didn't carry my student ID." "You're not a student of the school?" Seeing that Yang Ming didn't have a student ID, the people from the campus security department were even more suspicious of Yang Ming's identity. "Wait. My identity is written on the back of the pass on my car." Yang Ming suddenly remembered that the pass on his car had his class information. "Show it to us." The people from the campus security department nodded to Yang Ming. It was fine to have the information on the pass. The student's pass wasn't as easy as that of the faculty. The faculty's pass didn't require the car owner to be the same person as the faculty who applied for the pass. The spouse and relatives could also apply. However, the student's vehicle pass was very strict. It must be a vehicle registered under the student's name to apply for a vehicle pass. This was also to prevent students from using their own identity to apply for passes for members of society. Therefore, the campus security department also approved that Yang Ming could show the information on the pass. Yang Ming took the pass and handed it to the person from the campus security department to check. The person from the campus security department glanced at the registration information behind the pass and saw that it was registered under the name of a student. Then, he looked at the photo on Yang Ming's driver's license and verified Yang Ming's identity. He nodded and returned the pass to Yang Ming. However, when the pass was returned to Yang Ming's hand, the pass separated from the middle and became two passes. It turned out that the two passes were stacked together for a long time and stuck together. "Hey!" The person from the campus security department was stunned and found that the following pass was also a campus vehicle pass, and the car number on it was the same. He was suddenly stunned. He thought it was fake, but when he saw the anti-counterfeiting sign on it, he couldn't help but have some doubts. Where did this come from? Why do you have two passes? Yang Ming just remembered that one of the passes was helped by Lu Weishan because last year's pass was helped by Lu Weishan for Zhang Bin's car. The purpose was to allow him to go in and out of the family area with Lan Ling. This year, he also helped him get one for himself. However, when Lu Weishan helped Yang Ming with the pass, Yang Ming also used his student ID to apply for one. Yang Ming just casually stacked the two passes together and forgot about it later. Now, he suddenly remembered. This one was helped by my godfather. He is a professor in the school. Yang Ming quickly explained. The person from the campus security department looked at the information behind the other pass and found that the applicant was indeed a person from the school, and he was a celebrity. It turned out to be the vice principal, Lu Weishan. He was shocked and no longer doubted. He quickly returned the two passes to Yang Ming and said, "Sorry for wasting your time." "It's nothing." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "You are also serious and responsible. However, now the dormitory is locked. You definitely can't go in. You should think about how to rest in a while." The person from the campus security department knew Yang Ming's identity, so he naturally spoke more politely. He thought for Yang Ming and said, "Why don't we have a room in the campus security department? We can clean one up for you." He subconsciously identified Jing Xiaolu as Yang Ming's girlfriend. Since the two of them went out for a date and returned to the school, they obviously didn't book a room outside. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't return to the school so late at night. If they didn't book a room, it meant that Yang Ming hadn't succeeded yet. The security guards were also young people. Naturally, they knew the thoughts of young student couples, so they also thought of ways to create an opportunity for Yang Ming to push her down. In fact, the security guard also knew that with Yang Ming's identity, he could naturally knock on the dormitory door. He also said this to create an opportunity for Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't doubt it. His dormitory building was a graduate student apartment. The door was not locked at night, and the power was not cut off, but the dormitories of other undergraduate students were not like this. The dormitory where Jing Xiaolu was now living was probably already locked, so the security guard's reminder was not wrong. Ah? The door is already locked. Although Jing Xiaolu showed some disappointment on the surface, she was already happy in her heart. Wouldn't I be able to stay in the same room with Yang Ming in a while? Yeah, it must be locked now. The security guard nodded firmly. You can only stay in the security building or find a hotel. Yang Ming could go in by himself, but he couldn't leave Jing Xiaolu alone. How would Jing Xiaolu, a girl, dare to stay in the security building with a group of men? It seemed unreasonable to let Jing Xiaolu go out and find a hotel by herself. She came back late because she was working for his company. Thinking of this, Yang Ming sighed helplessly and looked at Jing Xiaolu. What do you think? The security guard was really speechless about Yang Ming's question. Is he still a man? He looks handsome driving a luxury car. Why doesn't he know how to pick up girls? At this time, you should be more proactive. You tricked your girlfriend into going to the hotel. Why do you ask the girl's opinion? How can she say it? Indeed, although Jing Xiaolu was eager to be with Yang Ming, she was really embarrassed in front of so many security guards. If she was alone with Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu was not afraid of anything. She would say whatever she thought. Wasn't it just chasing after him? What was there to be afraid of? You are not used to living in the security building. However, Jing Xiaolu was smart. She also expressed her own thoughts in a sentence. She still maintained a reserved manner so that others would not look down on her. Then, let's stay in a hotel. Yang Ming naturally felt that it was not right to leave Jing Xiaolu alone in the security building, so Yang Ming decided to help Jing Xiaolu find a hotel. After settling her down, he would return to the school's dormitory. Under the strange gaze of the security guard, Yang Ming drove Jing Xiaolu out of the school. Hey, what kind of big shot is that godfather of yours? Why did the security guard's attitude toward you turn 180 degrees when he saw you? Jing Xiaolu asked impatiently as soon as she got in the car. What do you mean turn around? There is no such thing. Don't always look at others with colored glasses. Yang Ming glared at her. My godfather is Lu Weishan. Jing Xiaolu blinked. How is it not? He also helped you pick me up. He wanted to help you create an opportunity to sleep with me. Don't think that I can't see it. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. After listening to Jing Xiaolu's words, he almost pulled the steering wheel off. He widened his eyes. When did he help me pick you up? Let alone sleep with me. Why not? Jing Xiaolu snorted proudly. In school, although the dormitory manager locks the door every night, it is not impossible to open it. Think about it. If there is an emergency, how can she not open the door? A few days ago, a sister in our dormitory forgot the time because she was in the self-study room. As a result, when she looked up, it was already 11:30. The dormitory building closed at 10:30. She was more than an hour late, but she still opened the door. In fact, our dormitory manager is still very good. Oh, I see. Yang Ming nodded and turned the car around. Hey, what are you doing? Jing Xiaolu saw Yang Ming turn the car around and wondered, why are we going back again? Yeah, we are going back. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu with an indescribable smile on his face. What are we going back for? He didn't know if Jing Xiaolu was stupid at this time or deliberately pretended not to hear Yang Ming's words. Sending you back to the dormitory. Since your sisters in the dormitory can go back, and your dormitory manager is very good, I believe she won't let you sleep on the street. Yang Ming said with a smile. Ugh. Ah? The original smile on Jing Xiaolu's face froze instantly. I was really too proud just now. In order to show my intelligence in front of Yang Ming, I said those words without thinking much. Now, I was too proud, and it was a tragedy. What's Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's current appearance and smiled. Didn't you come here to show off before? I'm not going back. As Jing Xiaolu said this, she brutally grabbed the steering wheel in Yang Ming's hand. Jing Xiaolu was not a fool. If this was during the day, she would not dare to do this. That was a joke with her life. But now, there were no cars on the road near the school. Jing Xiaolu only dared to do this after looking around. Okay, stop fooling around. Yang Ming stopped the car helplessly. I know you are very opinionated and smart, but you don't have to deliberately show off in front of me. I think it is too fake. Isn't there a reason for this? Why don't you see me showing off to others? Jing Xiaolu rolled her eyes and glanced at Yang Ming. Of course, I understand your thoughts. Yang Ming was a little helpless about Jing Xiaolu's approach. However, emotional matters need to be done step by step, right? If two people are not honest from the beginning and are always scheming to please each other, do you think such a relationship is reliable? Jing Xiaolu pouted, feeling a little wronged. Indeed, she was deliberately trying to please Yang Ming, but there was nothing wrong with that, right? Yes, what's wrong with that? The more Jing Xiaolu thought about it, the angrier she got. She snorted and said, then you think that when two people are in a relationship, they should be sincere to each other and show their true side to each other. They shouldn't deliberately try to guess each other's thoughts and cater to him, right? At least I think so. Yang Ming nodded, but he had a feeling of uneasiness. He always felt that Jing Xiaolu was a little too clever. She couldn't be convinced by his words all of a sudden. What did she mean by asking this now? Really? Jing Xiaolu suddenly showed a sly smile. Then, you still put in so much effort to figure out how to show your love to other women, and you even asked me to help you. Then, what is your behavior? Didn't you deliberately cater to her to please her? Don't deny it. If you don't think so, why don't you just give her a gift or tell her directly that you like her? Isn't it just a matter of a sentence? Why do you have to beat around the bush and be so dishonest? Jing Xiaolu's sudden questioning made Yang Ming a little speechless. He widened his eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was simply spinning a cocoon around himself. He unknowingly fell into the trap set by Jing Xiaolu. Besides sighing at Jing Xiaolu's cleverness, Yang Ming really couldn't do anything about it. Well, you said so much. Isn't it because you don't want to go back to school? I will find a hotel for you, okay? Yang Ming couldn't argue, so he had to compromise. After I find a hotel for you, I will go back to the dormitory. What? Jing Xiaolu was stunned after listening to the second half of Yang Ming's sentence. You still want to go back? If I don't go back, am I going to live with you? Yang Ming glared at Jing Xiaolu. He didn't know what was in her little head. Am I so easily seduced? Oh. Jing Xiaolu blushed because of Yang Ming's straightforward questioning. She wasn't the kind of person who was shameless. The reason why she could say so many shameless words to Yang Ming was because of her admiration for Yang Ming. If it were another person, Jing Xiaolu wouldn't say so. At least, Jing Xiaolu wasn't even willing to hold hands with her previous boyfriends, let alone go further. In fact, Jing Xiaolu didn't know what she wanted to do. If Yang Ming really went to a hotel with her, Jing Xiaolu would be more frightened than Yang Ming. Jing Xiaolu only thought of the result, not the process. The result was that she became Yang Ming's woman. This was what Jing Xiaolu was happy to accept and facilitate, but the process. Jing Xiaolu was a little nervous. After all, she hadn't experienced it before. She really didn't know what to do when the time came. No, I worked so late in the company, and I haven't had dinner yet. My colleagues invited me to a dinner party. I was afraid that the school would be closed, so I rushed back. In the end, the school was still closed. Jing Xiaolu argued, I was scared by you just now, and I ran away. I was even hungrier. I want to eat. Yang Ming naturally knew that Jing Xiaolu didn't want to live with him, so she settled for the next best thing. He didn't expose her. The Jing Xiaolu in front of him made Yang Ming feel more and more interested. Not only was she different from the previous delinquent girl, but her mind was also very meticulous. To be honest, Yang Ming really lacked such a person to give advice. Although Xianxia could do it, Yang Ming was unwilling to ask her a lot of things. In the final analysis, it was still male chauvinism. Xianxia kept saying that the boyfriend she wanted must be better than her. How could Yang Ming be at a disadvantage in front of her? Jing Xiaolu was a suitable candidate. In time, she could definitely become a powerful assistant, but Jing Xiaolu was too utilitarian. She always wanted to deliberately create something. It wasn't that Yang Ming rejected this kind of woman who chased after a man. Zhou Jiejia also chased after him, but Zhou Jiejia was very shy. She wouldn't deliberately create the fact that she was Yang Ming's girlfriend in front of many people. Jing Xiaolu was a bit too eager for quick success, which made Yang Ming instinctively uncomfortable. It wasn't that Yang Ming still had opinions about Jing Xiaolu's previous image, but it was just that Jing Xiaolu's approach made Yang Ming somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Ming was a firm supporter of the patriarchal society. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu's approach seemed to be very smart, but in fact, she was the victim of her own cleverness. It made Yang Ming feel a sense of being controlled and restrained. With Jing Xiaolu's cleverness, she seemed to realize the problem, so she no longer asked for anything. In fact, Xianxia was right. It was best to let nature take its course. Yang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. When he came back from Mount Jing, he didn't eat anything. However, since he was alone, Yang Ming was too lazy to eat. He planned to sleep until tomorrow morning. However, since Jing Xiaolu was also hungry, Yang Ming could eat with her. Besides, Jing Xiaolu's intention was to let Yang Ming treat. How could Yang Ming not know? "What do you want to eat?" asked Yang Ming. "KFC." Jing Xiaolu thought about it and said. "It's so late. Is KFC still open? I remember that it closed at 12 o'clock, right? There are still a few minutes until 12 o'clock. We can't make it." Yang Ming looked at the time and said. "I know a restaurant that is open all night." Jing Xiaolu said, "I will take you there." "Okay, you lead the way. I will drive." Yang Ming nodded. Many girls liked fast food like KFC. It seemed that Jing Xiaolu was no exception. "I will drive." "It's very hard to lead the way," said Jing Xiaolu. "You? Do you know how to drive?" Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu with some surprise. "Hee hee." Jing Xiaolu smiled proudly. She took out a driver's license from her bag and opened it in front of Yang Ming. "A while ago, President Ho sent me to the driving school to take the test. It was a kind of fast driving school. It was a full-time driving school. I could take the test in a week." Yang Ming was a little angry. Ho Zhenhan must have misunderstood something when he saw me and Jing Xiaolu eating together last time. After knowing that Jing Xiaolu didn't have a driver's license, he took the initiative to send her to learn in the name of the company. Presumably, it was also reimbursed by the company. "Then you drive." Yang Ming opened the door, got out of the car, and exchanged positions with Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu got in the car and started the car. Jing Xiaolu also drove the company's car in the company, but the public cars for her employees were all Jetta, Santana, and the like. The best was just a Honda CR-V. Jing Xiaolu had not driven a BMW yet. Holding the steering wheel, Jing Xiaolu's heart was suddenly happy. "When can I have my own BMW? But I have to rely on myself. I still have to wait a few years. I don't know if Yang Ming can give me one." Jing Xiaolu was having a beautiful dream, but she was interrupted by Yang Ming. "What are you doing? Why aren't you driving?" It turned out that after Jing Xiaolu started the car, she fell into a fantasy. The car was still parked on the side of the road. Seeing Jing Xiaolu giggling there, Yang Ming was naturally anxious. "Oh, okay." Jing Xiaolu quickly put the gear in place and started the car. In the middle of the night in Songjiang, there were not many cars on the road. The road was almost unimpeded. Jing Xiaolu drove very excitedly. Yang Ming watched Jing Xiaolu drive with interest. At this moment, Jing Xiaolu had a different kind of beauty. With a simple outfit and a luxury car in hand, she looked like a strong woman in the upper class. From the corner of her eyes, Jing Xiaolu had already noticed that Yang Ming was paying attention to her. She was very happy in her heart. She thought that Yang Ming finally knew how to appreciate her. However, the good times didn't last long. Yang Ming was distracted by the urgent ringtone of the mobile phone. Yang Ming picked up the phone, and Jing Xiaolu was slightly disappointed. Yan Yan? Yang Ming looked at the caller ID, and he was a bit baffled. I don't know what Wang Xiaoyan wants in the middle of the night. Yang Ming, Wang Kejin just called me and said that Sui Wujin is dead. Wang Xiaoyan lowered her voice and said. What? Dead? Yang Ming was suddenly shocked and almost dropped the phone. How did he die? I just reached an agreement with Sui Wujin. I still expect to use his hand to mess with Tian Long so that I can take advantage of it. But I didn't expect that Sui Wujin would die in just a few hours. He was killed with a gun. Wang Xiaoyan said. Wang Kejin went to find Sui Wujin because he wanted to kill him. He was afraid that he would say something unfavorable to our family's assassin group. However, after you left the immortal building, another black-shirt man entered the building. According to Wang Kejin's judgment, the people in the building were killed by him. Yang Ming listened to Wang Xiaoyan's words and suddenly frowned. If Wang Kejin killed him, Yang Ming wouldn't say anything. After all, Wang Kejin did it to protect the family's interests. But how did a third party appear? Black-shirt man? Which force does this black-shirt man belong to? Why did he kill Sui Wujin? You wait for me. I will come to you now. Yang Ming took a deep breath and said hurriedly. He must see Wang Kejin again. There were some things that he had to ask face to face. Inexplicably, another black-shirt man appeared. Yang Ming was a little depressed for no reason. Not now. Wang Xiaoyan flatly refused. Sister Zhaoying is at my house. I called you in the bathroom. Don't come over. Ah? Zhaoying is also there? Yang Ming was stunned. I met her at school today, and we came back together in the evening. Wang Xiaoyan said, I will tell you the details tomorrow. I have been in the bathroom for a long time. As Wang Xiaoyan's voice just fell, Zhao Ying's voice came. Yan Yan, are you in the bathroom? Why did it take so long? Is everything okay? Sister Ing, I am washing my face. There are a few acne on my face. Wang Xiaoyan quickly explained, then lowered her voice and said to Yang Ming, I won't talk to you anymore. I am hanging up. Yang Ming heard that Zhaoying was also at Wang Xiaoyan's house. It seemed that it was impossible to find Wang Xiaoyan tonight. He could only wait until tomorrow. Originally, Jing Xiaolu thought that Yang Ming was going to leave, so she was a little disappointed. However, when she heard Yang Ming's meaning, she was happy that he wouldn't go. The KFC that Jing Xiaolu mentioned was located near the seaside. There was a day and night greenhouse bathing area, so most of the nearby restaurants were open 24 hours. The KFC here, and the ones near the train station and the airport are all open 24 hours. However, there are more people near the train station, and the airport is too far away, so I came here. Jing Xiaolu parked the car in the parking lot in front of the KFC and said to Yang Ming. How do you remember so clearly? It seems that you often come here to eat. Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to know so much. That's right. Sister Xianxia used to invite me here to eat. Jing Xiaolu sighed. At that time I didn't have my own money, and my family was very poor. It was rare for me to eat meat dishes. When Sister Xianxia saw it, she often brought me here to eat. Yang Ming nodded. He naturally understood Jing Xiaolu's bitterness. His family was not very rich in the past, but it was better than Jing Xiaolu. Even so, his father often ordered good dishes from the restaurant, but he was often reluctant to eat them. He left them all for himself to eat. Let's go. Let's go in. Yang Ming locked the car and walked into the KFC with Jing Xiaolu. It was already past 12 o'clock, but there were still nearly half of the diners here. It could be seen that there was a reason why this place was open 24 hours a day. I have a student card. It's very cheap. Jing Xiaolu took out her student ID and a discount card from her bag and shook it in front of Yang Ming. Although Jing Xiaolu was now working to make money, she was also very calculating. Of course, she wouldn't let go of this kind of discount. It should be known that the student card was cheaper than the coupon. Yang Ming glanced at the discount card in Jing Xiaolu's hand. It was the kind that was printed from the computer. He secretly thought that Jing Xiaolu was quite thoughtful. Jing Xiaolu showed her student ID and the discount card in her hand to order. Yang Ming only ordered a hamburger and cola set, plus a piece of original chicken nugget. Jing Xiaolu didn't order a hamburger, but she ordered sweets such as sundaes, egg tarts, and fries. After the two of them finished ordering, Jing Xiaolu rushed to find a seat on the couple's swing and sat down. But after sitting down, she suddenly remembered that Yang Ming didn't seem to like her. She quickly stood up and said to Yang Ming, "Let's change seats. We don't want to sit here." Seeing Jing Xiaolu's pitiful look, Yang Ming couldn't bear to say anything. "Just sit here. I think it's good here." After getting Yang Ming's approval, Jing Xiaolu was very happy, but she also understood Yang Ming's temper. That was, before making a decision in the future, she would first consult Yang Ming's opinion. As long as she showed a pitiful look, Yang Ming would most likely obey her. Just as Jing Xiaolu picked up the plate and stood up, a bald young man sat on the swing behind Jing Xiaolu, and then waved proudly to a girl not far away. "Xiaohong, come here. I found a seat." For the bald young man's approach, Yang Ming frowned. Although this couple's swing was a public position, he and Jing Xiaolu were standing in front of this table. It was obvious that they were going to sit here. Anyone with eyes could see it. How could this bald young man not see it? Looking around, he found that there was only one couple's swing in the store. However, Yang Ming was too lazy to care about this kind of person who had no social ethics. He frowned and said to Jing Xiaolu, "Let's go to the side." If it were Jing Xiaolu's character in the past, she would have already exploded. When she first had a conflict with Yang Ming in the school cafeteria, it was because of the seating issue. But now, Jing Xiaolu had changed a lot. She was not as competitive as before. Although she hated the bald man to death in her heart, Yang Ming finally agreed to sit here, but they took it by force. But Jing Xiaolu didn't say much. She sat at the ordinary table next to Yang Ming. For Jing Xiaolu's forbearance, Yang Ming showed considerable appreciation. However, Yang Ming did not have much resistance to Jing Xiaolu's past behavior. After all, once upon a time, he was just like Jing Xiaolu. He was a little punk who mingled in the underworld. He wished that no one would come to pick a fight with him all day long. When he encountered such a situation, he naturally would not let it go. Now, Yang Ming had matured. For such a person, he would just laugh it off. The bald young man saw Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu sitting at the ordinary table on the side, and he was unspeakably proud. When his girlfriend, Little Red, came over, he couldn't help but say, "How is it? Am I good?" "Too good. This couple swing is not often available," Little Red said excitedly. "Hey, there were two idiots just now. They were going to sit here, but I beat them to it." The bald young man pointed to Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming over there. "That's them. These two cowards don't even dare to fart. I really don't know if that man has guts." Because of Yang Ming's forbearance, the bald young man was even more unscrupulous. In his opinion, Yang Ming did not say anything, and now he did not dare to say anything. "That woman is quite good-looking. It's a waste to follow this man," Little Red said after listening, and she also thought so. She cast an admiring look at the bald young man. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were not sitting far away. They naturally heard the conversation between the bald young man and Little Red clearly. His forbearance was said to be a coward. This made Yang Ming not know whether to cry or laugh. He frowned. Jing Xiaolu really couldn't help it. Yang Ming is a coward? What a joke. Yang Ming's indifference made her even angrier. Previously in the school cafeteria, Yang Ming splashed porridge on her face, but here he was pretending to be a good guy. Jing Xiaolu couldn't stand it. She slammed the table and stared at the bald young man and Little Red over there. "Hey, pay attention to what you say. I don't want to argue with you. Do you really think you are a dish? Oh? So it's a pretty boy, asking a woman to stand up for him. You really don't have guts." Not only did Jing Xiaolu's angry rebuke not frighten the bald youth, but it made him even more arrogant. In his opinion, Yang Ming was indeed a complete softie. He was so soft-hearted that he let a woman stand up for him. Jing Xiaolu was so angry that she trembled. She picked up a sundae on the table and threw it at the bald young man's head. However, the bald young man reacted quickly and dodged with a smile. How is it? Brother's skill is not bad, right? Yang Ming originally did not want to bother with this person, but seeing that this guy was really asking for a beating, he said indifferently, Xiaolu, this is not how you throw things. As he said, he picked up a piece of chicken bone that Jing Xiaolu had just eaten from the table and threw it at the bald young man casually. The bald young man did not care. Instead, he looked at Yang Ming contemptuously. What can this piece of chicken bone do? I thought that Yang Ming would burst into a fight. It turns out that he is still a coward who only knows how to play some small tricks. Seeing Yang Ming raise his hand, the bald young man subconsciously tilted his head to the side, just like when he dodged Jing Xiaolu's sundae. Unfortunately, he couldn't dodge this chicken bone. With a paw sound, it hit his left eyeball, causing him to see stars. The pain was so excruciating that he wanted to die. He covered his eye and cried out "Ao." Yang Ming naturally grasped his strength. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's usual strength, the bald young man's left eye would definitely be disabled. And Yang Ming did not have any deep hatred with him, so he only punished him slightly. Just when the bald young man dodged the sundae thrown by Jing Xiaolu, Yang Ming had already mastered the speed and direction of the bald young man's evasion. Generally speaking, people who were not professionally trained would instinctively dodge to the left or right when they were trying to avoid the attack of a foreign object. Moreover, the strength and speed of the dodge would be roughly the same. After all, this was an instinctive reaction. It was a subconscious habit, not deliberately cultivated. The bald young man's reaction was the same as most people's. He subconsciously dodged to the right. This was the same reaction of all right-handed people. Left-handed people were generally an exception. Of course, Yang Ming, an assassin who had undergone strict professional training, was also an exception. Yang Ming could randomly choose the direction to dodge and adjust the speed of the dodge according to the direction of the unknown object. Therefore, Yang Ming knew the direction and speed of the bald young man's evasion. He also knew the speed of the chicken bone. He also had the special ability to accurately estimate the distance between himself and the bald young man. As a result, Yang Ming only needed to predict the trajectory of the bald young man's movements in advance, then he could accurately hit the bald young man's left eyeball. Jing Xiaolu was very surprised. She clearly saw that the bald young man had already dodged, but he was still hit by Yang Ming. However, no matter what, she had vented her anger. Yang Ming was still the same Yang Ming. Although he was calmer than before, he would not let others bully his woman, right? Jing Xiaolu felt good about herself and upgraded herself to Yang Ming's woman. She smiled happily. Although the bald young man was not a big shot, he often went to entertainment venues such as disco bars. He must have fought a lot. Therefore, when Yang Ming made a move, the bald young man knew that he really met a master today. He was hit with such a small piece of chicken bone, and the strength was so strong. The bald young man was not a fool. He knew that he had made a mistake today. He quickly lowered his head and did not dare to say anything more. The woman named Xiaohong saw that her boyfriend was beaten, and she was a little angry. However, when she saw that her boyfriend did not dare to say anything, she also knew that they could not afford to provoke the other party. The bald young man was a guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Xiaohong was very clear. In fact, little punks like them also had this character. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. If they were stronger than them, they would nod and bow. If they were not as strong as them, they would trample on them. Hey! Accompany me with a cup of sundae. Jing Xiaolu used to be a member of the underworld. Naturally, she saw that the bald young man was timid. She was excited. After thinking about it, she felt that she should get back some face. Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, and he was a little dumbfounded. Sure enough, this little girl still held a grudge. In the school cafeteria, I asked Jing Xiaolu's boyfriend to compensate me with a tray of buns. Now, Jing Xiaolu actually used this trick to deal with others. However, because this was learned from Yang Ming really couldn't stop it, and he couldn't say anything to Jing Xiaolu. Xiaohong was obviously a little unhappy with Jing Xiaolu's request, but the bald young man stood up with a trace of resentment in his eyes. He walked to the bar and bought a cup of sundae for Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. He then put it on Jing Xiaolu's table. Although he was extremely unhappy in his heart, he had a characteristic of people like him. That was, he knew when to yield and when not to yield. No matter how unhappy he was, he had to pretend to be a dog and a cat and endure it. The bald young man could endure it, but Xiaohong couldn't help it. She secretly took out her mobile phone, typed a message, and sent it out. Xianxia was entangled with Bai Hai at the moment. Her mobile phone rang with a text message. Xianxia reluctantly took the mobile phone and read the message on it. "What's the matter?" asked Bai Hai. He was on the night shift in the community today. Logically, as the manager of the security department, he didn't have to be on the night shift. There were other security guards on duty outside. However, Xianxia came today, and Bai Hai had a separate duty room, so he stayed and spent some alone time with Xianxia. He could also get some overtime pay. "A friend who used to play with you often went to your previous place. She encountered some trouble and wanted me to help her settle it." Xianxia explained, "Don't bother about her." "Oh? Look for you? Why is she looking for you?" asked Bai Hai. "I promised her before to look after her, but now we don't work in that place anymore." "Why should I care about her?" explained Xianxia. "Brother Yang said that a person must be trustworthy. You promised her. Naturally, you have to help. At least help once is considered helping." Bai Hai said, "Let's do this." "I will. Take a few people and go with you to see what is going on. If I can help, I will help." "That's the best." Xianxia didn't go initially because she was afraid that Bai Hai would be unwilling. Since Bai Hai said so, Xianxia naturally wouldn't refuse. She held Bai Hai's face and kissed him. "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "The two of us will follow Yang Ming for the rest of our lives. Brother Yang is most annoyed by people who go back on their words. So, if you don't want to find trouble for yourself in the future, remember not to make promises easily." After Bai Hai became the manager of the security department, he also matured a lot and was no longer as impetuous as before. Xiaohong's heart was also drumming. She didn't know if Xianxia would still keep her promise after asking for help for such a long time. She heard that Xianxia's man was no longer working in that place, but he was a security manager in a high-end luxury residential area. He earned tens of thousands of yuan a month. Now, it was unknown whether Xianxia's man would still pay attention to her. Until Xianxia replied with a text message saying that she would come over immediately, Xiaohong was relieved. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. "It seems that I am still quite useful. I can call someone over just by sending a text message." She prayed in her heart that Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu ate slowly. Otherwise, if they left, it would be a waste of effort. Fortunately, Jing Xiaolu also hoped to get along with Yang Ming for a while, so Jing Xiaolu ate very slowly and chewed slowly. However, as a girl, she ate slowly. Yang Ming was not suspicious. It didn't take long for Bai Hai to drive his broken van and stop in front of the KFC seaside store. "Is that Brother Yang's car?" Xianxia's eyes were sharp. She saw the BMW X5 with the license plate number Song B88B88 parked in the parking space not far away. Bai Hai listened to Xianxia's words and quickly looked over. When he saw that it was indeed Yang Ming's car, he was shocked. "Brother Yang is also eating here? Could it be that Xiaohong and Brother Yang have a conflict?" Xianxia said subconsciously. "It can't be, right? That's troublesome. We can't manage this matter." Bai Hai was also shocked and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Xianxia could only take one step at a time. Xianxia and Bai Hai entered KFC. Xiaohong's eyes had been looking in the direction of KFC's entrance. When she saw that Xianxia and Bai Hai came together, she was overjoyed. She quickly reached out and greeted, "Sister Xianxia, Brother Hai, here." When Bai Hai and Xianxia saw Xiaohong, they also saw Yang Ming not far from Xiaohong's table, and it was actually Jing Xiaolu. This made Xianxia very surprised. It was so late. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were eating KFC together at the beach. This couldn't help but explain the problem. It was impossible to say that the two had nothing to do with each other. Xianxia secretly clicked her tongue. This Jing Xiaolu really dared to think and do it. But she really did it. Seeing that the two were still close, Xianxia was really happy for Jing Xiaolu. When he heard Xiao Hong calling sister Xianxia and brother Hai, Yang Ming didn't react. However, Jing Xiaolu was with Xianxia all day long. She also called Xianxia as sister Xianxia and Bai Hai as brother Hai, so Jing Xiaolu subconsciously raised her head and looked in the direction of the door. She really saw Xianxia and Bai Hai. However, when she saw Xianxia's ambiguous gaze, Jing Xiaolu's face subconsciously blushed. After all, she and Yang Ming were still outside so late at night. It was hard to guarantee that no one would association. Bai Hai also admired Jing Xiaolu very much. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu, who used to be a delinquent girl, to become a phoenix. However, when he saw Jing Xiaolu's current temperament, Bai Hai had to sigh. Jing Xiaolu had really changed. She had changed too much. She was a completely different person from the past. Fortunately, Jing Xiaolu was dressed like a ghost at that time. Bai Hai was not interested in her, so he didn't touch her. Otherwise, she would be in trouble now. Sister Xianxia, it's them. They bullied me. Xiao Hong didn't notice the gazes of Xianxia and Bai Hai. She pointed at Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu and said proudly. Huh? Jing Xiaolu was a little dumbfounded and stunned. However, it was more of nostalgia for the past. Xianxia and Bai Hai were actually people that Xiao Hong found? Seeing Xiao Hong's appearance, Jing Xiaolu suddenly thought of herself in the past. At that time, when she saw sister Xianxia and Bai Hai, wasn't she so arrogant in front of Yang Ming? Now, it was her turn to be in Chen Mingyan's perspective. Xiao Hong became her former self. Yang Ming also found Xianxia and Bai Hai standing at the door at this time. He looked at Xiao Hong, who was shouting loudly, and then looked at Jing Xiaolu. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Jing Xiaolu naturally knew that Yang Ming also remembered the past. She was a little embarrassed and lowered her head. Little Bai, Xianxia, you two are here too. Let's eat together. Yang Ming waved to Bai Hai and Xianxia and pointed to the seat next to him. Yang Ming's sudden words made Xiao Hong and the bald young man slightly stunned. The bald young man also knew Bai Hai and Xianxia. He knew that they were very popular, but when he heard Yang Ming calling them, Yang Ming also knows them? And he seems to be very familiar with them? What Xiao Hong and the bald young man didn't expect was that Bai Hai and Xianxia's faces showed a flattered look. They carefully walked to Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu's side. Brother Yang, you are also here. Bai Hai said respectfully. Xianxia also quickly glared at Xiao Hong and said, why aren't you greeting brother Yang? This is your brother Hai's boss. Xiao Hong and the bald young man listened to Xianxia's words and realized that they met a ruthless person today. They were so scared that they quickly stood up. This time, they didn't dare to be arrogant. Xianxia wouldn't lie to them, and Xianxia and Bai Hai's respectful appearance wasn't fake. Brother Yang. I'm sorry. Xiao Hong's smile was very ugly. She didn't expect that things would turn out like this. She wanted to teach others a lesson, but the result was self-defeating. Forget it. It's nothing. Yang Ming waved his hand. He didn't want to bother with them. It didn't make any sense, but he still smiled and looked at Jing Xiaolu. He meant, look at them. Don't they look like you in the past? Jing Xiaolu felt uncomfortable being stared at by Yang Ming. She couldn't help but feel wronged. I have changed for a long time. I'm not like that for a long time. Looking at the wronged and spoiled Jing Xiaolu, Bai Hai and Xianxia were even more shocked. In their memory, Jing Xiaolu didn't seem to have such an action, right? Seeing that Yang Ming said nothing, the bald young man and Xiao Hong both breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Xianxia, brother Hai, you sit here and eat. We are done eating. We have to go. Brother Yang, sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. Don't take it to heart. When the two left KFC, the bald young man glared at Xiao Hong. Why are you so meddlesome? Are you okay now? Originally, it would have been over if we just endured it. Why did you have to find a scene? Look, how can we trouble brother Hai and sister Xianxia in the future? Xiao Hong didn't expect things to turn out like this. She lowered her head and looked like she had done something wrong. As for Gu Xinyao and Bai Hai, how could they have the heart to blame them? After listening to Jing Xiaolu's story, Gu Xinyao also smiled and said, "It turned out to be like this. But, why does this process sound so familiar? Sister Xinyao, you are also making fun of me." Humph. Jing Xiaolu was really embarrassed by Gu Xinyao's words. She wanted to bury her head under the table. Gu Xinyao was just joking. She didn't continue to talk about it. She and Bai Hai ordered some food and quickly ate 2 mouthfuls. They made an excuse that they were going to watch a movie and left first. They didn't want to stay here and be a third wheel. "Brother Yang, Xiaolu, Bai Hai and I are going to watch a movie. We heard that there is a new movie in the 3D cinema not far away. Let's go and see it." After quickly eating the burger in front of her, Gu Xinyao said to Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. "Oh? What movie?" Jing Xiaolu naturally wanted to be alone with Yang Ming, but after eating, Yang Ming would probably send her back to the hotel. In order to be able to spend more time with Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu heard that Gu Xinyao was going to watch a movie. She also hoped that she could go with Yang Ming. It seems to be the Ice Age, right? Gu Xinyao doesn't know if it is. She just casually found an excuse, but she didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to ask about it. "The third one?" Jing Xiaolu continued to ask. "Probably?" Gu Xinyao wasn't sure if it was. "I want to watch it, too. Let's go together," Jing Xiaolu said after listening. However, she thought that she should ask for Yang Ming's opinion, so she turned her head and begged Yang Ming, "I want to watch a movie." "Then let's watch it." Yang Ming wanted to say that she, Gu Xinyao, and Bai Hai could watch it. He would go back to school first, but he was interrupted by Jing Xiaolu halfway through his words. "You are so nice." Jing Xiaolu quickly hugged Yang Ming's neck and kissed his face. Then, she quickly let go. "Then let's go." Yang Ming touched his face that was kissed by Jing Xiaolu. He was a little helpless. "This trick again?" He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Aren't we not done eating yet? Then, let's go to the cinema to eat." Jing Xiaolu didn't give Yang Ming a chance to regret. She stood up and quickly ran to the bar. She asked for a plastic bag and packed the food on the table. Looking at the intimate actions of Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming, Gu Xinyao and Bai Hai were even more convinced. They thought that Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming were already together. They sighed in their hearts that Jing Xiaolu was really not simple. The receipt also won 5 yuan. "I'm really lucky." When Jing Xiaolu came back, she waved the 5 yuan bill in her hand and showed off to Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled. Jing Xiaolu was still very meticulous in her calculations. Although Yang Ming would ask for a receipt every time he ate, sometimes he often forgot to scratch the lottery. After all, Yang Ming's daily affairs were very complicated. These subtle things were often overlooked. The 4 people went out of KFC together and came to the parking lot. They got into their respective cars. Jing Xiaolu still jumped into the driver's seat first. Yang Ming was also happy to let Jing Xiaolu drive. As for Jing Xiaolu's driving, Gu Xinyao was a bit baffled. She hadn't seen Jing Xiaolu for a few days, but she didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to have changed so much. Not only did she learn to drive, but she also walked with Yang Ming. Xiaolu is quite lucky. For her, this is a very good home. Gu Xinyao sighed as she sat in the car. "Yeah, I really didn't expect this." Bai Hai also nodded and said, "But this kind of thing, we don't have to be envious. Compared to the days before when we were just eating and waiting for death, I think it's very good now. In the past few months, I have saved tens of thousands of yuan in savings. After you graduate, I think we can buy a house." "Yeah. I really didn't expect that we would have such a beautiful future." Gu Xinyao nodded happily. "Let's go. Accompany Brother Yang to watch a movie. It will be bad if we don't act out the Ice Age." Bai Hai smiled and said, "I'll see how you explain it then." Jing Xiaolu had been to the large cinema that Gu Xinyao mentioned before, but she had never been there. Going to the cinema to watch a movie was a very extravagant behavior for Jing Xiaolu in the past. No matter what I say, it's useless. You only know how to play tricks. You pulled me to watch a movie? What's the purpose?" Yang Ming didn't want Jing Xiaolu to lose face in front of Xianxia and Bai Hai, so he reprimanded Jing Xiaolu after they got in the car. Nothing. I just suddenly didn't want to go to bed so early. I wanted to walk around. Right, I will help you continue to analyze your relationship with the girl you have a crush on. How is it? What happened after you gave the gift last time? Jing Xiaolu changed the topic. For Jing Xiaolu's words, Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. However, when it came to Zhaoying, Yang Ming really wanted to ask Jing Xiaolu what to do next. They couldn't be in a stalemate, right? Let's talk about it later when we watch the movie. Yang Ming glanced at Jing Xiaolu and said, "You drive slower. Bai Hai's car can't keep up." Jing Xiaolu glanced at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, Bai Hai was following behind with difficulty. He stepped on the accelerator loudly, but the speed couldn't increase. It wasn't his fault. How could a minivan that was almost scrapped catch up with a BMW off-road vehicle? Therefore, Jing Xiaolu didn't feel that she was fast, but Bai Hai couldn't catch up. I have money now. I really need to buy a good car. It's too troublesome. Bai Hai stepped on the accelerator until his foot hurt. When he saw that Jing Xiaolu finally slowed down, he breathed a sigh of relief. Come on. You should save your money for your wedding. Gu Xingyao didn't want Bai Hai to spend money indiscriminately. Isn't your car good? What's wrong with driving slower? It won't be easy to have an accident. I don't have to worry about it. Bai Hai listened to Gu Xingyao's nagging and laughed twice. Indeed, with his current economic level, it was unrealistic to buy a car. I'm just saying that my money isn't enough to buy a house. What's the point of buying a car? This is a public car. Although it's a little broken, I'll just make do with it. Once he stepped on the accelerator, the wind leaked out. This was Bai Hai's Songhua River minivan that was almost scrapped, but it was unusually warm. This night was destined to be a restless night. Yang Ming's phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar phone call. Yang Ming hesitated slightly. It was so late at night. Yang Ming was somewhat baffled by an unfamiliar phone call. However, this was a Songjiang local phone number. Yang Ming picked it up. Hello, who is this? Mr. Yang, I'm Victoria. Victoria spoke Chinese. Since this secret had been exposed by Yang Ming, she didn't need to hide it anymore. Victoria? Yang Ming immediately understood that this must be the phone number that Victoria had just bought. What's the matter? Alice just left the room and took the elevator downstairs. She may want to go out. Do you want me to follow her? Victoria said hurriedly. She was afraid that if she delayed, Alice would run away. The reason why Victoria always paid attention to Alice's movements was that when they were on the boat, Victoria got the order from Yang Ming to pay attention to Victoria's movements. After returning to Songjiang and staying in the hotel, although Yang Ming didn't specifically explain it, Victoria still consciously shouldered this heavy responsibility. When she found that Alice had left the room and walked to the elevator, Victoria immediately reported to Yang Ming. Because Yang Ming had previously instructed that all 3 meals were delivered to the room, there was no need for Alice to go downstairs. Even if Alice went down to buy something, she didn't have to go out of the hotel. She just had to wear the pajamas provided in the room. There was no need to dress formally. Because of this, Victoria speculated that Alice was going out. Follow her. Be careful. Don't be discovered by her. Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and quickly instructed, contact me at any time if there is anything. You have money in your hands, right? Yes. Victoria said, the money you gave me before, in addition to letting the hotel people help me buy a camera and a mobile phone, I still have a lot left. Victoria got Yang Ming's approval. After quickly disguising herself, she ran out of the room with the camera. Victoria didn't choose to take the elevator, but ran to the emergency stairs. There were many people going up and down the hotel. The elevator had to make a short stop at almost every floor, so if she was lucky, she would be faster than Alice taking the elevator if she took the emergency stairs. Sure enough, when Victoria rushed to the first floor, the elevator was still on the 4th floor. Guests might be coming and going. In order not to attract Alice's attention, Victoria didn't wait in the hotel lobby. Instead, she went straight out of the hotel and got into a taxi at the entrance of the hotel. "Madam, where are you going?" asked the taxi driver. "Wait a minute. I will tell you in a while," Victoria said faintly, staring at the hotel. The people who came out of the Songjiang International Hotel were either rich or noble, so the taxi driver didn't dare to ask much. Anyway, these people definitely wouldn't cheat on the fare. After a while, Alice walked out of the hotel door. At this moment, Alice was wearing a pair of big sunglasses that covered almost half of her face. If she wasn't very familiar with people, she wouldn't be able to recognize her at all. Victoria had been paying attention to Alice's movements, otherwise, she wouldn't immediately recognize that the person in front of her was Alice. After Alice left the hotel, she got into a taxi behind Victoria. The car slowly started and drove to the intersection on the right front. "Follow the car in front." Victoria pointed to the car that Alice was in and said to the driver. "Okay." The driver started the car and didn't ask much. Seeing that Alice's dress was very fashionable, and she was very careful when she acted, the driver naturally imagined that Alice was the mistress, and Victoria was the wife who caught the adulterer. Alice naturally didn't expect that Victoria would follow her behind. It was already past 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Victoria should have fallen asleep long ago. After receiving a call from her brother, Alice didn't think much and left the hotel. The meeting place was a high-end coffee shop. Yang Ming was slightly disappointed when he learned about it afterward. Yang Ming had long known that Alice had a problem. He didn't expose her because he wanted to use her to lure out the person behind her. However, it seemed that the person behind Alice was not stupid. He just asked Alice to go to a public coffee shop, not a private residence. After Alice entered the coffee shop, she talked to the waiter in the coffee shop and was taken to the second floor. Victoria also followed into the coffee shop. The waiter at the entrance of the coffee shop immediately greeted her warmly. "Madam, are you alone? The lady who just came in went to the private room upstairs?" Victoria didn't answer the waiter's question but asked directly. The waiter nodded subconsciously. "Madam, what can I do for you? Which private room did she go to?" Victoria continued to ask. "Sorry, we can't say this casually. Do you know the lady just now?" The waiter asked with some vigilance. "I am a bodyguard hired by her parents. I am responsible for protecting her secretly," Victoria said with a flash of inspiration. "Ah? I see." The waiter was stunned. He didn't expect that this kind of common plot in movies would happen in reality, so he said, "Then I will take you up. Just give me a private room next to hers. I am secretly protecting her. She doesn't know," Victoria explained. "That's good." The waiter saw that Victoria was telling the truth, so he believed it. He took her to the second floor and led her into an empty private room. Then, he pointed to the next room on the right. The lady entered this private room. "Okay, thank you." Victoria took out 200 yuan bills and gave them to the waiter. "You can go out now." What do you want?" The waiter took the bills from Victoria. He didn't know what she wanted, and Victoria didn't say anything. "I don't need anything," Victoria said faintly. "Then this money?" The waiter pointed to the bills in his hand. "Take it as a tip for you." Victoria waved her hand and signaled that the waiter could go out. "Oh, thank you." The waiter left the room and thought, this bodyguard is really strange. She is different from ordinary people. She came here without eating or drinking. She secretly protects her master. It is really hard. However, I got 200 yuan for free. It is really unexpected. After the waiter went out, Victoria locked the door of the room and carefully put her ear to the wall of the private room. However, she could only hear a little movement. She couldn't hear what was said in the private room next to her. This made Victoria somewhat disappointed. The soundproofing of this coffee shop was too good. She took out the phone and reported to Yang Ming. When Yang Ming saw that it was Victoria's call, he immediately picked it up. "How is it?" "I followed her to a coffee shop. I am now in the private room next to Alice, but I can't hear what the other party is saying," Victoria reported. "Investigate who she is meeting with. It is best to take a picture. Yang Ming thought about it and said, if you really can't do it, then forget it. Don't expose yourself and alert the enemy. There is no hurry. I understand. Don't worry. Victoria responded. Jing Xiaolu also found that Yang Ming seemed to be very busy tonight, and he said some words that were difficult to understand. When Yang Ming hung up the phone, Jing Xiaolu asked with concern, how is it? Is everything okay? How about, we don't go? Let's talk about it another day. Hearing Jing Xiaolu say this, Yang Ming felt a little embarrassed. It could be seen that Jing Xiaolu should be very happy and looking forward to tonight, so he said, it's nothing. Let's go. Jing Xiaolu drove the car, but Yang Ming's thoughts fell on Alice. If the things that happened to him after he obtained the special ability were to be put together, it would be, he used his special ability to participate in the school's mock exam and got a very good result. His relationship with Chen Mingyan was close, which caused Wang Jitao to hate him. He tricked him to go to his hotel and set a trap for him. He made him a rapist and entered the detention center. In the detention center, he met Bao Sanli and also formed a hatred with Yu Shanda. In addition, he met his master, Fang Tian, and his senior, Dong Jun. He thought that this time, he would definitely go to jail. He didn't expect things to turn around. Lin Jiyun actually came forward to admit that she was his girlfriend, and the case was closed. He had also regained his freedom. This was the first time that someone was clearly targeting him. However, Wang Jitao was already dead, and Wang Shifan was also in jail. So in theory, the person who had been targeting him couldn't be Wang Jitao's family, but someone else. Then, who was it that was targeting him? If it was traced back to the first inexplicable situation, it should be when I lost a piece of jade in Yunnan. However, I found the existence of this piece of jade in Lan Ling's suitcase with my special ability. Shortly after, this piece of jade disappeared inexplicably. Did Lan Ling steal my jade? Yang Ming naturally didn't believe it. Although his contact with Lan Ling wasn't long, Yang Ming understood Lan Ling's character very well. Lan Ling wasn't a greedy person. Otherwise, with her sixth sense, it wouldn't be difficult for her to make a fortune. There was no need to steal a piece of jade from him. Of course, these were secondary. The reason why Yang Ming directly denied that Lan Ling was the person who stole the jade was that when he was choosing the jade, he told Lan Ling that this piece of jade would be made into a necklace for Lan Ling as a gift. At that time, Lan Ling refused. If Lan Ling wanted this piece of jade, there was no need to steal it. She could just ask for it directly. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to this incident at the beginning, but after thinking about it, it should be that some people didn't want him to have any connection with Lan Ling, so they deliberately created a conflict between him and Lan Ling. But unfortunately, after Yang Ming found the jade in Lan Ling's suitcase, he didn't announce it. He didn't open the suitcase to check, and he didn't tell Lan Ling, Zhang Jiafeng, and Zhang Ben. Maybe the person who really stole the jade saw that his plan didn't succeed, so he simply took the jade away. However, Yang Ming couldn't figure it out. What kind of person could have such magical means to steal the jade, put it in Lan Ling's suitcase, and then take it out of the suitcase without him knowing? What kind of skill did he have to be to do this? Although Yang Ming's kung fu at that time wasn't as powerful as it was now, and his alertness to the outside world wasn't as high, but now that he thought about it, this person who stole the jade was quite powerful. After this incident, there was no clue. Now that he thought about it, it was very suspicious. Could it be done by Elder Yu's people? But why wouldn't Elder Yu want me to be with Lan Ling? At that time, Yang Ming hadn't captured Xianxia yet, so he didn't bring any losses to Elder Yu. After this incident, the second conspiracy against him could be said to be Wang Jitao's family. Although there wasn't a big conspiracy, there were a lot of small conspiracies. However, these were now ignored by Yang Ming because they were no longer enemies. However, when this piece of jade appeared again, it was at Lu Weishan's birthday banquet. It was given to Lu Weishan by Yun Guangdou as a birthday gift. Yun Guangdou was later confirmed to be Elder Yu's person. There was no doubt about this. In other words, the person who stole the jade must have a close relationship with Elder Yu's people. But as for why they targeted Yang Ming to break up the relationship between Yang Ming and Lan Ling, it was unknown. This was also what Yang Ming couldn't figure out. Is there some connection between Elder Yu and the mysterious boss who is always targeting me? Or, are these two people simply the same person? The possibility of a connection was higher, but the possibility of them being the same person was relatively small. These two people may be in a group, or it may be a cooperation of interests. Now, Yang Ming could only speculate like this. As for Yin Guangdou's subordinates who used voodoo to assassinate him, Yang Ming initially thought that it was done by Elder Yu. However, after the inquiry of Ma Xiaoyao, the guard of Red Flag High School, Uncle Ma, Yin Guangdou sent someone to assassinate Yang Ming. It was entirely to vent his anger. There was no necessary relationship with Elder Yu. This was a bit dramatic. However, Yang Ming believed that the real reason for the hatred between him and Elder Yu was that he caught Xianxia and destroyed his so-called sinister voodoo. This made Elder Yu hate him to the core. This was also the reason why Lan Ling sent Zhang Zhishan to protect him. Including the attack on Zhang Ben and the jewelry company, the investigation showed that Yin Guangdou did it secretly. The enmity between Yang Ming and Yin Guangdou was probably entirely because of Sun Jia. However, for Yang Ming, Yin Guangdou really couldn't be considered a big opponent. Compared with Elder Yu and the mysterious boss behind the scenes, Yin Guangdou was far worse. However, when Yin Guangdou was ruthless, he almost took Yang Ming's life. If it weren't for Uncle Ma Xiaoyao's timely treatment, perhaps Yang Ming would directly go back to the past to pursue beauty. As for the fat and thin guys, He Shu and Feng Dao, as well as the fight in Hong Kong, the appearance of Wu Ming, the conspiracy against Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan to destroy the brake system, and so on, now it seemed that there was nothing. These people were Wan Xiaoyan's subordinates, and now they had become his subordinates. These people targeting him was because he had nothing to do at the airport. When he first obtained the special ability, he saw the weapon in their bag, which was why he had enmity with them. Of the small matter. Not to mention the small conflicts in the middle, the first time he fought with the behind-the-scenes boss people should be in Macau when he met Wan Xiaoyan. However, the strange thing was that the behind-the-scenes boss was actually targeting Wan Xiaoyan, not him. He could say that he happened to save Wan Xiaoyan by accident. Then, he followed the clues and knew the existence of the behind-the-scenes boss. Is it because I interfered with the behind-the-scenes boss to assassinate Wan Xiaoyan that he has enmity with me? However, Yang Ming didn't feel like it. He always felt that the behind-the-scenes boss seemed to be targeting him. Although the behind-the-scenes boss also sent a man of sacrifice to break into Wan Xiaoyan's villa at night with the intention of killing Wan Xiaoyan, Yang Ming was also in Wan Xiaoyan's villa at that time. Yang Ming wasn't sure whether the behind-the-scenes boss was targeting him or Wan Xiaoyan, or who was the master and who was the subordinate. The plot of the behind-the-scenes boss didn't succeed, but it could be said that Yang Ming also failed this time because he didn't get any valuable information from the mouth of this man of sacrifice. Yang Ming tried his best, but he couldn't do anything to this man of sacrifice because she was a person without thoughts. No matter how Yang Ming treated her, she was indifferent. In the end, even if she committed suicide in front of him, he didn't get anything valuable. Behind this man of sacrifice, there was no shadow of the behind-the-scenes boss. Yang Ming wasn't sure, but his guess wasn't far from the truth. Yang Ming also classified this fight as the second official fight with the behind-the-scenes boss. The third time could be said to be the jewelry exhibition. Previously, Yang Ming was still very puzzled why the Jewelry Association would give all the rights to the Mingyang Security Company. Now it seemed that the behind-the-scenes boss bribed the senior management of the association and then performed a good show of stealing treasures in the middle of the night. However, this also indirectly showed that the behind-the-scenes boss had strong connections and financial support. The jewelry that he put in the exhibition were all priceless rare treasures. If they were really stolen, it would be strange if Yang Ming didn't go bankrupt. Yang Ming also got some very valuable clues from the captured black-shirt man. That was, after the black-shirt man stole the treasures, he would go to Macau to find Xing Xiaopeng. This was a crucial clue. It also indirectly proved that the black-shirt man and Xing Xiaopeng were in cahoots. They must belong to the same behind-the-scenes boss. The only valuable thing on him was the cell phone, but this cell phone was encrypted. He didn't know if Zhou Jiejie had cracked it. She probably hadn't cracked it yet. If she cracked it, Zhou Jiejie would contact him immediately. However, in this third fight, there were obviously traces of targeting Yang Ming. The jewelry exhibition and the Mingyang Security Company had nothing to do with Wan Xiaoyan. In the end, the only person who was harmed was Yang Ming himself. This made Yang Ming somewhat puzzled. The behind-the-scenes boss planned such a big event just to target me, the person who hindered him from assassinating Wan Xiaoyan in Macau? Or the behind-the-scenes boss also had the intention to target me? But in any case, the behind-the-scenes boss was an extremely well-informed person. Yang Ming was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Mingyang Security Company. Not many people knew about this. If one didn't know Yang Ming very well, it was impossible to know. The behind-the-scenes boss knew about this, which also indirectly explained a problem. That was, the behind-the-scenes boss should have been in a place close to him, observing him all the time. Then, during the fourth fight, Yang Ming felt that things were getting more and more confusing. If this time, the rebellion of the Tian family, the Sui family, Lu Chan, and Chu Daming was supported and planned by the behind-the-scenes boss, then it made Yang Ming somewhat confused. How did Sun Jia's family hinder the behind-the-scenes boss? What benefits did the behind-the-scenes boss get by helping Tianlong? Although Lu Chan and Chu Daming had become the company's parasites, they were quickly discovered. Even if they were not discovered quickly, letting them stay in the company and poaching Mingyang Entertainment would not have a great impact on Yang Ming. Compared to the money in Yang Ming's hands, this was just a drop in the ocean. Since the behind-the-scenes boss knew him so well, he should also be very clear that he still had a large amount of savings outside. Lu Chan and Chu Daming's actions could not hurt him. Even if Sui Huijin hired people to kill Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, for Yang Ming, it was just losing two assistants. Yang Ming would be sad, but it absolutely couldn't affect Yang Ming's foundation. On Donghai's side, even if Yang Ming had a good relationship with Sun Jia, what was the fundamental meaning of Tianlong annexing the Sun family? That's right. Yang Ming suddenly remembered the call that Tianlong gave him today. Tianlong asked me to meet him. So, could this be the conspiracy of the behind-the-scenes boss? Perhaps, the behind-the-scenes boss used the condition of helping Tianlong to get to the top to let Tianlong use this kind of tactic to make him fall into the trap set by Tianlong without being aware of it. Then, after Tianlong caught me, he would hand me over to the behind-the-scenes boss? It seems that this reason makes sense, but with Tianlong's ability, can he catch me? The behind-the-scenes boss can't do anything to me. How can Tianlong catch me? This made Yang Ming a little confused, but if he had to explain, it was also possible that Tianlong was preparing to play dirty. After meeting with him, he would use methods such as drugging the drink to control him. Perhaps, the behind-the-scenes boss really had no other way, so he just wanted to give it a try to support Tianlong. Now, this was the only explanation that could be justified. However, the behind-the-scenes boss would never have thought that Tianlong's son, Tian Donghua, was a very loyal person. He told his father, Tianlong's conspiracy in advance to Yang Ming. In fact, even if he didn't tell Yang Ming wouldn't be easily tricked. After being tricked by Wang Jitao once, would Yang Ming still be able to easily eat and drink unfamiliar things? As for other possibilities, with Yang Ming's vigilance, Tianlong couldn't succeed. Most likely, the behind-the-scenes boss was also holding an attitude of giving it a try. After sorting out his thoughts, although there was still some confusion, Yang Ming had already made some conclusions. Between Elder Yu and the behind-the-scenes boss, there should be a relationship of interest and cooperation. Elder Yu wanted to target me, so it was definitely not wrong. First, it was because I ruined his cultivation. Second, it was also because of the special relationship between me and Lan Ling. However, the style of doing things these times was obviously the style of the behind-the-scenes boss, not the style of Elder Yu. So, for a while, Yang Ming couldn't figure out how he had offended the behind-the-scenes boss. It seemed that he didn't have any interest to offend others. Yang Ming, what are you thinking about? Jing Xiaolu parked the car in front of the cinema and saw Yang Ming in a daze alone there. She felt a little strange and called him. Oh? Yang Ming recovered from his thoughts and looked at Jing Xiaolu next to him. He suddenly had a very solid feeling. A calm night without those disputes made Yang Ming feel that it was very rare. Originally, he still had some resistance to going to the cinema with Jing Xiaolu, but when he thought that he had to worry about the Sun family and the Sui family after tomorrow, Yang Ming suddenly felt that he should cherish the calmness now. Bai Hai and Jing Xiaolu also parked the car. The security guard in the parking lot found it hard to imagine that the people in the two cars were actually a group. One was a BMW X5 with an awesome license plate number, and the other was a tattered minivan that was almost scrapped. After the people in the two cars got off, they did walk together again. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to be very familiar with each other. Yang Ming and Bai Hai stood aside. Gu Xingyao took Jing Xiaolu to buy the movie tickets. Gu Xingyao was really stunned. The movie in the cinema was really Ice Age. Jing Xiaolu wanted to pay, but Gu Xingyao rushed to pay. She could still afford to spend this money. In front of Yang Ming, how could Gu Xingyao let Jing Xiaolu buy the tickets? Let me do it. It's not easy for you and Brother Hai. I am working now. Jing Xiaolu said with some embarrassment. In the past, wasn't it Sister Xingyao who treated you? Gu Xingyao smiled and said, your salary should be left for your grandmother to see the doctor. Seeing that Gu Xingyao said this, Jing Xiaolu no longer insisted. After buying the tickets, she waved to Yang Ming and Bai Hai. The four of them entered the cinema together. After they went in and cut the tickets, Yang Ming knew that Gu Xingyao bought a couple's ticket. It was a small booth for two people. Obviously, Gu Xingyao misunderstood the relationship between Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming had no choice. He couldn't explain anything in front of Gu Xingyao, and he couldn't change the tickets. He could only sit in the couple's booth with Jing Xiaolu. Fortunately, the space in this booth was very large, so the two people wouldn't squeeze together. Do you want Gu Xingyao and Bai Hai to continue to misunderstand? Yang Ming glanced at Jing Xiaolu. She has always misunderstood. I can't help it. Jing Xiaolu shrugged. You don't want to explain to them now, right? That will make me lose face. Explain what? Yang Ming said, I'm too lazy to explain. Jing Xiaolu just chuckled. You seem to have something on your mind. What's the matter? Can you tell me? Jing Xiaolu also noticed that Yang Ming was a little uneasy today. This was not the usual Yang Ming. Yang Ming answered a few calls. Jing Xiaolu felt that Yang Ming had something important to say. On the one hand, it was also out of curiosity. On the other hand, Jing Xiaolu also wanted to help Yang Ming share some of the pressure. It was best to help him come up with ideas. She could also impress Yang Ming. Do you really want to hear it? Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Jing Xiaolu's clear eyes. It didn't seem to be fake, so he asked. Well, I know. I may not be able to help you much, but if you tell me, maybe I can give you some advice. Jing Xiaolu nodded seriously. In fact, there are a lot of secrets on me. What I usually do is also very dangerous. Yang Ming sighed slightly. Although I can protect myself, I still don't have the ability to protect the women around me from harm. Speaking of this, Yang Ming smiled a little self-deprecatingly. Am I very useless? No? Jing Xiaolu didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly say this. I think it's a blessing to be your woman. I'm telling the truth. I swear. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's appearance and was somewhat helpless. He naturally knew that Jing Xiaolu was telling the truth, but Jing Xiaolu didn't really get involved in Yang Ming's circle. When she really got involved, she would know the danger. For example, Wang Kejing came to assassinate Yang Ming and his girlfriend. If they didn't carry out the assassination together, if it wasn't Wang Xiaoyan but Yang Ming's other girlfriends, they would probably be dead. Therefore, because of this, Yang Ming would have these feelings. The reason why Yang Ming said this to Jing Xiaolu was because he thought of those things in the car before. He felt a lot of emotions and had a lot of doubts in his heart. It was very uncomfortable to keep it in his heart, but he couldn't find the right person to talk to. In the past, when Yang Ming encountered difficulties at this time, he would go to Sun Jia for advice, but now Sun Jia was under house arrest by Tian Long. Moreover, Sun Jia was a very strong woman. Even if she was not under house arrest, Yang Ming did not want to show weakness in front of her. In addition to Sun Jia, Wang Xiaoyan, and Suya who was far away, Jing Xiaolu was probably the person who knew the most about him. If I said that you are in danger of being assassinated at any time when you are with me, would you still be like this? Yang Ming asked suddenly. Ah? Jing Xiaolu was slightly shocked. Her little hand couldn't help but cover her mouth. Being assassinated? This was a problem that Jing Xiaolu had never thought about. These things were really too far away from Jing Xiaolu's life. When Yang Ming suddenly asked, Jing Xiaolu was a little stunned. You are kidding. Jing Xiaolu laughed twice. Even if you don't like me, there is no need to scare me. I'm not scaring you. I'm telling the truth. Yang Ming took a deep breath and said solemnly, my opponent is far more ferocious than you think. He wants to kill me. The couple's booth was soundproof. When Yang Ming said these words, he also paid attention to the movements on both sides of the booth. Xianxia and Bai Hai were whispering to each other. Naturally, they did not pay attention to the situation between Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. There was no one in the booth on the other side, so Yang Ming said so much to Jing Xiaolu. On the one hand, he wanted to find someone to talk to. On the other hand, he also wanted Jing Xiaolu to understand that it was actually very dangerous to be with him. Jing Xiaolu covered her mouth and widened her eyes. She looked at Yang Ming in surprise for a long time. She seemed to be digesting the news. After a long time, Jing Xiaolu said 3 words, I'm not afraid. For Jing Xiaolu's answer, Yang Ming really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said so much, but in return, Jing Xiaolu said, I'm not afraid. However, Yang Ming was really moved by Jing Xiaolu's persistence. A girl could be so infatuated, which showed that she did not treat this relationship with a purpose. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Jing Xiaolu wanted to be with him and even wanted him to support her. It was entirely because of the worship of strength and the temptation of money. After all, Yang Ming's previous impression of Jing Xiaolu was that she was a girl who loved vanity. In fact, although Jing Xiaolu could be said to have a feeling of love at first sight for Yang Ming, she initially had some purpose. But now, Jing Xiaolu found that Yang Ming had a charm of another personality, which attracted her and made her unable to extricate herself. Do you want to hear my story? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu and sighed slightly. I really need someone to give me advice about the clues that I just sorted out. Undoubtedly, Jing Xiaolu is the best choice now. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Jing Xiaolu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Yang Ming wants to tell me about his matters? Doesn't that mean that Yang Ming regards me as a very important person around him? Although Jing Xiaolu also knew very well in her heart that Yang Ming probably regarded her as a friend who could confide in him at this moment. Or to put it more closely, it was a confidant. There was still a gap between that level of relationship that had not been crossed. Yang Ming's question made Jing Xiaolu somewhat unsure of how to answer. She naturally wanted to hear Yang Ming's story, but she was a smart woman. She also understood that the more she knew, the closer her relationship with Yang Ming seemed to be, but it was not the kind of relationship between a man and a woman. A man and a woman who were too familiar with each other couldn't be boyfriend and girlfriend. The final result was a confidant with a good relationship. Although there was also the possibility of a confidant being upgraded to a confidant, there were similar examples, but it was rare. Jing Xiaolu's heart was beating like a drum. She didn't know how to choose. She subconsciously wanted to further her relationship with Yang Ming, but subconsciously, she didn't want to lose the passion between a man and a woman because the relationship between the two of them was more familiar. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu hesitated. Yang Ming naturally couldn't think as much as Jing Xiaolu at this time. Looking at Jing Xiaolu in a daze, Yang Ming was very puzzled. Xiaolu, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming rarely called Jing Xiaolu's name, let alone calling her Xiaolu directly. Jing Xiaolu was a little flattered. She couldn't control her tongue and said directly, okay, then tell me. After saying it, Jing Xiaolu regretted it so much that she just wanted to beat herself up. How can I be so careless? I should at least analyze the probability of upgrading from a confidant to a confidant, right? But since she had already said it, Jing Xiaolu couldn't go back on her words. If she went back on her words at this time, Yang Ming would definitely think that she was inexplicably crazy. How do I say it? Hee, maybe you can't imagine it. When I was in junior high school and high school, I was similar to you. I was also an ignorant little punk. I fought all day and thought that I was very powerful. Yang Ming decided to start from the beginning. He hadn't confided to anyone for a long time. Yang Ming also had some uncomfortable feelings in his heart. However, the women around him, except for Sun Jia, he really didn't talk too much. With Chen Mingyan's personality, he was Yang's idea. But even if he was serious, he would talk about some technical things. Similarly, for Xiaoqing, although she knew that Yang Ming had special abilities, she didn't know that Yang Ming was an assassin. Yang Ming could tell her, but Xiaoqing seemed to be too busy. Every time he looked for her, she was in the laboratory. Yang Ming didn't want to disturb her when she was doing business. As for Wang Xiaoyan, both of them had a tacit understanding. Yang Ming had always maintained a strong and wise posture in front of her. Yang Ming had developed the habit of taking the lead in everything. Telling this to Wang Xiaoyan? Yang Ming, a male chauvinist, wouldn't do it. As for Jing Xiaolu, there was naturally no conflict of interest. Her life experience was also quite similar to Yang Ming's. However, this was also a coincidence. If it weren't for Yang Ming thinking so much in the car, he wouldn't be so emotional and wouldn't want to find someone to talk to. Jing Xiaolu happened to be by his side at the right time. Yang Ming had no choice but to tell Jing Xiaolu. On the one hand, Yang Ming also determined that Jing Xiaolu would never betray him. He wasn't afraid of her betrayal by casually telling people or going to the police. For these, Yang Ming could completely deny it. There was no third person present today. Yang Ming could deny it afterward. Yang Ming's betrayal was to inform the boss behind the scenes. If he told his own speculations to the behind-the-scenes boss, he would be in a weak position. However, Jing Xiaolu couldn't be someone sent by the boss, and she couldn't know the boss. What's more, Yang Ming understood Jing Xiaolu's thoughts very well. Although Yang Ming didn't have that kind of thought for Jing Xiaolu now, it was also a good choice for the two of them to be good friends. This was a result that both of them could accept at the moment. Hey! Hearing that Yang Ming actually had this kind of glorious history, Jing Xiaolu opened her mouth wide in surprise. It turns out that you were like this before. Then why are you scolding me? Who hasn't been young and frivolous? But you are still like this in college. Naturally, I have to scold you. Yang Ming remembered the past and also reminisced about it. I am 2 years younger than you, okay? Jing Xiaolu snorted. You are 20 years old. I am only 18 years old. Can't you let me be mature for 2 years later? Yang Ming also heard about Jing Xiaolu's actual age from Xianxia, but at that time, Xianxia just mentioned it. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to it. Now that he heard Jing Xiaolu mention it again, he suddenly realized that Jing Xiaolu's actual age was so young. Well, I will let you be a little more lenient in the future. Yang Ming smiled indifferently and continued, later, when I was in high school, I met Chen Mingyan. She is an upright and kind-hearted girl. I can be admitted to college because of her. Although Yang Ming was very clear that he was admitted to college because of his special abilities, Chen Mingyan and Zhao Ying's tireless tutoring did let Yang Ming learn a lot of true knowledge. It wasn't just knowledge that could be obtained by cheating. Jing Xiaolu stretched her ears and listened carefully to Yang Ming's words. Among them, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan knew each other. Jing Xiaolu was naturally willing to listen. She also wanted to know how Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan knew each other so that she could learn something from it and use it on herself. However, I was very close to Chen Mingyan, but it attracted the dissatisfaction of another admirer of Chen Mingyan in the class. As Yang Ming said this, he sighed with some self-deprecation. I was young and conceited. I thought that nothing was a problem. In the end, I fell into his trap. Yang Ming talked about how he was tricked by Wang Jitao to go to his family's hotel, how he was drugged, how he did something stupid unknowingly, and how he was arrested by the police, and how the case was unexpectedly closed by Lin Jiyun. Jing Xiaolu was shocked. She didn't expect Yang Ming to experience such twists and turns when he was in high school. Previously, Jing Xiaolu envied Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan, but she didn't know that there was such a touching and tangled story between them. This was definitely something that she couldn't be envious of. The relationship between Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan during the special years before the college entrance examination, and the emotional entanglement with Lin Jiyun were absolutely impossible to replicate. This was something that she could never imitate even if she wanted to. Jing Xiaolu could only silently bless them. Bless Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun. It turns out that you have experienced so many things. Jing Xiaolu sighed. I really envy you all. This kind of relationship is the most solid. No wonder you like them so much. However, the guy named Wang Jitao is really bad. Didn't he get any punishment later? Was it okay? Later, of course, he was punished. But before that, he was punished by God. Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very interesting thing. It was about the summer camp after the college entrance examination, the thing between Chen Afu and Wang Jitao. What is it? Jing Xiaolu was obviously interested in the end of this kind of evil person who got what he deserved. After the college entrance examination, a summer camp was held in our class. There was a guy named Chen Afu in our class. He was a little twisted and perverted. He liked to pretend to be a ghost to scare people, so. Yang Ming told Jing Xiaolu about how Chen Afu pretended to be a ghost to scare Wang Jitao, causing him to have erectile dysfunction. Although Jing Xiaolu was still a virgin, her thoughts were naturally not so pure. After all, the people she had been in contact with before were small punks, so when she heard Yang Ming's words, she naturally understood the meaning. She suddenly laughed until her tears were about to come out. It can't be, right? He was scared by his own underlings like this? So, this person has done many evil things. Naturally, there will be retribution. Yang Ming laughed. But, what happened after that? What happened after that? Jing Xiaolu patted the back of her head and suddenly said, right, I remember. Did he also get into our Songjiang Industry University? Then, the person who disappeared for no reason was this person named Wang Jitao? Have you heard of him? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Of course, don't you know? The gossip on campus spreads very fast. Jing Xiaolu nodded and said, when this semester started, I heard that there was a student named Wang something. His family was a very famous group in Songjiang, but because of smuggling, they were caught. His whole family was arrested, and the student with the surname Wang also disappeared. I'm afraid that he escaped. Jing Xiaolu naturally didn't know that Wang Jitao had died. Yang Ming wouldn't say these secret things. What Yang Ming told Jing Xiaolu had already omitted the details of the people he killed. Yes, Wang's Century Xiongfeng group, a group that was prominent in Songjiang. Yang Ming said with emotion, in the end, all of a sudden, hee. And? When you mentioned this Wang Century Xiongfeng group. I remember. The predecessor of our company seems to be it? Jing Xiaolu suddenly asked. Hee, you know about it? Yang Ming didn't hide this. At that time, he let Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli get the Wang family's industry from Wu Jianchao. Although the means were a bit despicable, it was done reasonably and legally. No one could find fault with it. So, the fall of the Wang family is also related to you? Jing Xiaolu was very smart. Naturally, she saw something unusual from these clues. She asked with widened eyes. This is another story. It's about Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming sighed and told Jing Xiaolu how Zhou Jiejia went undercover in the Wang family, how she got the key evidence of the Wang family smuggling, and how she blocked the bullet for him. Ah. When Jing Xiaolu heard that Zhou Jiejia blocked the bullet for Yang Ming, she was shocked. Originally, her impression of Zhou Jiejia was completely the kind of flattery that she deliberately made friends with. She didn't have any special opinion of Zhou Jiejia. However, after listening to Yang Ming's words, Jing Xiaolu really had to look at Zhou Jiejia in a new light. Such a weak girl actually blocked the bullet for Yang Ming at the critical moment. How much courage and determination did this require? Moreover, at that time, Yang Ming still misunderstood her. The two of them might not be able to be together. Zhou Jiejia was so decisive. She blocked the bullet for Yang Ming without hesitation. Fortunately, the misfortune was turned into a blessing. God took pity on Zhou Jiejia. Zhou Jiejia finally woke up, and the lovers finally got married. However, you are really willing to let Zhou Jiejia go to the Wang family to take a risk. What if she was? Jing Xiaolu said halfway and suddenly laughed. Oh right? Wang Jitao is already scared to the point that he isn't a man anymore. Ha 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 ha. Yang Ming said this to Jing Xiaolu. On the one hand, he wanted to tell Jing Xiaolu that although he had more than one girlfriend, he was not the kind of person who fell in love with every girl he met. There was an unusual story between him and these girls. It was not the kind of simple meeting and coveting their beauty. These were also to pave the way for the things to be said in the future. These were already thrilling enough, but the things that followed were obviously more thrilling. Yang Ming also wanted Jing Xiaolu to be mentally prepared. What I am going to say next is another clue. It also happened to me, but it has nothing to do with Wang Jitao, the enemy. Yang Ming waited for Jing Xiaolu to stop laughing and continued. Oh? Jing Xiaolu straightened her body. Yang Ming's story was like in a movie. It was even more thrilling than a movie or TV series. Jing Xiaolu was already fascinated unknowingly. She even forgot the movie she was watching in front of her. She was completely immersed in Yang Ming's past. Tell me about it. My other identity is an assassin. Yang Ming said until here. He paused and said, do you believe it? What? Assassin? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming incredulously. Intuitively, Jing Xiaolu felt that Yang Ming would not lie to her, but assassin was a very distant concept. It was too far away from real life. Have you seen a movie by Jet Li, The King of Assassins? Yang Ming gave an example. Ah. Of course, I have seen it. Jing Xiaolu nodded and said in amazement, really, there are assassins? In this world? All professions are not fabricated out of thin air. Since there is such a profession, then there is naturally the existence of real killers. Yang Ming explained, but in the movie, it is just a superficial description of the assassin world. This is just a superficial description? Jing Xiaolu said in amazement, then, aren't you also the kind of Lone Ranger? Punishing evil and eliminating evil? Every assassin has the principles of every assassin. Yang Ming said, not all assassins will punish evil and eliminate evil. Many of them will also take the money to assassinate some good people. However, some assassins have their own choices for the missions they perform. That is, they only kill those who they think are bad people or those who deserve to die. However, a regular assassin group will not be picky about the missions because it has already formed a scale. So, among the targets they assassinate, there are often many innocent people. But an independent assassin has his own judgment. He can choose his own mission, just like me. Then, you specialize in killing bad people? Jing Xiaolu was a little excited. She always thought that Yang Ming was a good person in her heart. If Yang Ming could not distinguish between good and evil, then she would be very disappointed. I haven't graduated yet. Yang Ming hid this from Jing Xiaolu. He didn't want to tell Jing Xiaolu that he had killed people. This was not good for Jing Xiaolu's heart, so he left some leeway in his words. I see. Jing Xiaolu patted her chest and said, I was wondering. Otherwise, you would be wandering around the world, and I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. The reason why I can become an assassin is also because of an unusual story, Yang Ming said. This also starts when I entered the detention center in high school. As Yang Ming said, he told Jing Xiaolu the process of how he met Fang Tian and Dong Jun after he entered the detention center. At first, he just wanted to help this poor old man, but he didn't expect the old man to have another identity. Because Yang Ming also wanted Jing Xiaolu to help him to consult and make an idea, he told her about how he left the detention center, had a misunderstanding and quarrel with Chen Mingyan, and went to Yunnan with Zhang Bin. Of course, it also included the process of meeting Lan Ling and going to Jade gambling together. However, Yang Ming credited the credit of Jade gambling to Lan Ling's sixth sense. After that, Yang Ming told her in detail about the disappearance of the piece of jade, how it appeared in Lan Ling's bag, and the process of its disappearance. In order to let Jing Xiaolu have a clear idea, Yang Ming naturally told Jing Xiaolu about the grievances and intricate relationships in Lan Ling's family so that she could have a general idea. Assassin, voodoo. These were all things that Jing Xiaolu had never heard of in her life. Today, she was exposed to so many unknown things, which made her both excited and surprised. However, she did not doubt the authenticity of Yang Ming's words because Jing Xiaolu felt that Yang Ming would definitely not lie to her. After Yang Ming said this, he told Jing Xiaolu about the appearance of the piece of jade, Chen Afu's arrest, and the feud between himself and Elder Yu. Alice knocked on the door of the private room, but her eyes glanced behind her vigilantly. She was relieved when she saw that no suspicious person followed her. At this moment, Victoria was still being interrogated by the waiter downstairs. Naturally, she had not caught up. "Who is it?" A hoarse man's voice came from the private room. "It's me, Alice," replied Alice. "Please come in." The man with the hoarse voice heard Alice's voice outside the door, so he said, "The door is not locked." "Thank you." Alice smiled at the waiter next to her and said, "You can leave now." "Okay, call us if you need anything." The waiter knew that Alice was asking him to leave. This was not surprising. When customers came to the coffee shop, most of them were here to talk about business. It was normal to not let the waiter be present, so the waiter didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. What's more, the people in this private room had already ordered a few expensive drinks. Alice pushed the door and walked in, but she saw her brother sitting with another unfamiliar man in his 30s. Although her brother was wearing a mask, Alice still recognized him at a glance. Alice had seen this mask before, but her brother would not wear it when he was alone with her. Today, her brother wore a mask, which showed that her brother did not want to show his true face. It must be because he did not want the man in his 30s in front of him to see his true appearance. Her brother introduced her to this person today, which also indirectly showed that her brother still trusted this person very much. It was only possible that her brother wore a mask out of caution. "Brother." As soon as Alice entered the door, she threw herself into the arms of the black-shirt man like a bird. "I miss you so much." Okay. How old are you? Why are you still so childish?" The black-shirt man smiled helplessly. "There are other people here. Don't be a joke." After that, the black-shirt man touched Alice's hair lovingly. His eyes were full of care, not like the usual coldness. However, in this care, she saw a trace of helplessness. For his own righteousness, he had to let this sister, whom he loved most since he was a child, join his plan and battle. Although Alice was voluntary, the black-shirt man also understood that Alice actually did not want to live this kind of life. She just wanted a peaceful life, but for the sake of the sibling relationship, she helped her brother. Alice listened to the black-shirt man's words and jumped away. She smiled embarrassedly at the man in his 30s. "Alice, go and lock the door of the private room." The black-shirt man restored his usual cold expression and instructed Alice. "Yes." Alice walked quickly to the door of the private room, locked the door, and then returned to the table, sitting opposite the black-shirt man and the man in his 30s. "Alice, let me introduce you." "Nice to meet you." The young military advisor in his 30s stood up and reached out his hand in a very decent manner. He shook hands with Alice and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Huang. Nice to meet you." Alice heard that her brother admired the person in front of her, so her attitude toward him was very warm. Not bad. This young military advisor was Wang Shifan's former secretary and incompetent military advisor, Huang Yukai. The reason why Huang Yukai hated Yang Ming was that he wanted to avenge Wang Shifan and Wang Jitao. At that time, Wang Jitao and Wang Shui conspired to kill Yang Ming at sea. Huang Yukai knew about this matter. However, Huang Yukai tried to stop Wang Jitao. After all, this was a very dangerous thing. Not to mention that Yang Ming's skill was very good, which Huang Yukai had seen before. Wang Shui's boyfriend, Tian Donghua, might not help Wang Shui to deal with Yang Ming. Therefore, Huang Yukai persuaded Wang Jitao not to take the risk. Everything should be considered at length. Where there is life, there is hope. There will be opportunities for revenge, so there was no hurry. However, Wang Jitao's body was defective, and his heart was distorted. On the surface, although he listened to Huang Youcai's persuasion, in fact, he didn't listen at all. Finally, when Huang Yukai went out to purchase necessities, he contacted Wang Shui behind Huang Youcai's back and conspired with a conspiracy at sea. But, unfortunately, it failed. When Huang Yukai saw Wang Jitao's message to himself, he knew that it was too late. However, Wang Jitao had already acted, and Huang Yukai couldn't help it. He could only wait for Wang Jitao to come back. However, after Wang Jitao left this time, he never came back. After waiting for a few days, Huang Yukai was also completely desperate. He knew that Wang Jitao was definitely not going well. He was probably dead. In desperation, Huang Yukai sought refuge with the black-shirt man and decided to avenge Wang Shifan and Wang Jitao. Although Huang Yukai was a little punk, he knew how to repay kindness. In the past, Huang Yukai was just a little punk. Because he had some cleverness, he cheated in gambling. However, because he cheated secretly, no one found out. Huang Yaocai's life was very comfortable. However, when he conspired with a friend to cheat a rich guy from the south, he was seen through by the bodyguard of the rich guy from the south. Huang Yukai and his friend were caught on the spot. At this time, Huang Yukai knew that he really offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. This boss from the south, how could he be an ordinary rich guy? He was a smuggling crocodile who came here to pick up the goods. How could Huang Yukai afford to offend such a person? As a result, Huang Yukai and his friend were beaten to death by the southern boss's men. His friend couldn't hold on and was beaten to death. Although Huang Yukai had the awareness of death when he was caught, it was because these people who engaged in smuggling were not easy to deal with. There must be lives on their hands, so they wouldn't take killing one or two people seriously. However, when he saw his companion die in front of him, and he was beaten to death, Huang Yukai was scared. Looking at his companion's bloody head, Huang Yukai almost vomited. Fortunately, at this time, the boss who was doing business with the southern boss arrived. The southern boss waved his hand and stopped his bodyguard from continuing to beat Huang Yukai. This local boss was naturally Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan saw Huang Yukai, who was beaten badly, so he asked a few questions casually. The southern boss naturally told the truth about Huang Yaocai's gambling fraud. Wang Shifan listened to the southern bosses talk about Huang Yaocai's gambling fraud. He felt that this Huang Yukai was a talent, so he said to the southern boss, "This person is very interesting. How about giving him to me?" Originally, Huang Yukai wasn't an important figure. He was worthless for the southern boss. Since Wang Shifan opened this mouth, the southern boss naturally had no reason to refuse. He agreed. The cooperation between the two sides was very pleasant. The southern boss returned with a full load. Wang Shifan also sent Huang Yukai to the hospital. This feeling of escaping from death made Huang Yukai feel like he was reborn. His gratitude to Wang Shifan wasn't just a little bit. After Huang Yukai was discharged from the hospital, Wang Shifan talked to him and felt that he was a useful talent, so he kept him as a secretary. Huang Yukai was grateful. He also knew how to repay kindness. Over the years, he had been advising Wang Shifan and doing a lot of things for Wang Shifan. Huang Yaocai's life was saved by Wang Shifan. Huang Yaocai's loyalty to Wang Shifan was naturally unquestionable. This was also the reason why Huang Yukai took the initiative to take the blame before Wang Shifan's accident. However, Wang Shifan didn't agree because Huang Yukai was just a secretary. He couldn't take the blame. In the end, it would be in vain. Therefore, Wang Shifan asked Huang Yukai to take care of Wang Jitao. Huang Yukai didn't fail the trust and shouldered the responsibility of taking care of Wang Jitao. It was just a moment of carelessness. Wang Jitao died. This made Huang Yukai regretful and angry. How could he face Wang Shifan who was sentenced to death? Therefore, Huang Yukai swore that he must kill Yang Ming and avenge Wang Jitao and Wang Shifan. Coincidentally, this black-shirt man was a like-minded person. Huang Yukai colluded with this black-shirt man with his wisdom of conspiracy. This time, I will introduce Mr. Huang to you. If I have something, I will let Mr. Huang contact you. The black-shirt man said, recently, that person seems to be suspicious. I can't show up often. The last time I cooperated with Elder Yu, this guy screwed things up. The situation is so tense. The people in the police station are also looking for me. Alice nodded. She knew her brother's difficulties. Although she wanted to see her brother often, she still had to focus on the overall situation. I understand. I will contact Mr. Huang in the future. Alice nodded. If there is nothing, don't call me. Yang Ming is not a fool. If my identity is exposed, then everything is over. The black-shirt man sighed and said, Alice, don't worry. The day of our success is not far away. I hope so. Although Alice felt that her current life was already very good, she still silently supported the black-shirt man. Because this was her brother's lifelong dream. This time, in addition to introducing Mr. Huang to you, there is another important thing to tell you. The black-shirt man smiled. This time, it is estimated that Yang Ming is doomed. Oh? Alice frowned. She didn't know why, but when she heard that Yang Ming was doomed, there was a strange feeling in Alice's heart. Although this was what she and her brother had been looking forward to, she just didn't know why. Alice was faintly uncomfortable. This was the feeling that she didn't have when she assassinated Yang Ming in the casino. Maybe it was because she hadn't slept well recently? Because of the time difference, Alice hadn't rested well in the past few days, so Alice attributed the reason to this. Tonight, Yang Ming went to Mount Jing and went to the Immortal Building. The black-shirt man thought about it and said, this idea was thought of by Mr. Huang. Let Mr. Huang introduce it. Huang Yukai did not decline. He nodded and continued, Yang Ming went to the Immortal Building to teach the president, Sui Wujin, a lesson. He is one of the chess pieces in our plan this time. Miss Alice should know about this plan, right? Alice nodded. Her brother had already introduced the situation here when he talked to her on the phone, so Alice was very clear about who Sui Wujin was, so she said, please continue, Mr. Huang. Yang Ming just entered the Immortal Building to teach Sui Wujin a lesson, but he didn't kill him. Huang Yukai said, but I let the boss follow closely. After Yang Ming left, he entered the Immortal Building and killed Sui Wujin and all the survivors in the Immortal Building. Mr. Huang wants to frame Yang Ming? Alice suddenly thought of the key to the whole thing. You are indeed the boss's sister. You are very smart. Huang Yukai nodded. The surveillance video of the Immortal Building completely recorded the time when Yang Ming entered the building. As long as this video is provided to the police, I believe that Yang Ming can't defend himself. But, will the police believe it? Alice asked hesitantly. It's hard to say whether the police will believe it or not, but if they don't believe it, can't we make them believe it? Huang Yukai smiled insidiously. At first, my idea was that as long as Yang Ming was caught for investigation, as long as he entered the detention center, I would be sure to find the boss in the detention center in Mount Jing. I would find a way to kill Yang Ming in a group fight. However, the boss said that Yang Ming's skills were good. This plan obviously won't work. Indeed, Yang Ming's skills are very good. Alice said, in order to gain Yang Ming's trust, I let my men pretend to be pirates to catch me. As a result, Yang Ming easily killed my men. When the Korean king of gamblers wanted to kill him in the casino, he easily resolved it. If my men didn't kill the Korean king of gamblers quickly, I am afraid that I would have been exposed at this moment. Sure enough. Although Huang Yukai heard the boss say how powerful Yang Ming was, he still didn't believe it when it was said by one person. However, when he heard Alice's words, Huang Yukai was more convinced that Yang Ming was not so easy to deal with. However, when I heard the boss mention Miss Alice, I thought of another idea. Huang Yukai said, with Miss Alice's international identity and influence, as long as you are a witness and testify to the police that you saw Yang Ming going to kill someone, then the police can't help but believe it. You mean, you want me to give false testimony? Alice frowned. Once I fail, won't I be exposed in advance? I believe that with Miss Alice's identity, you don't have to testify in court. You just have to testify to the police in secret. Huang Yukai said confidently, Miss Alice is a very famous person in the European upper class. As long as you have a request, the Mount Jing police will definitely keep your identity secret. That's possible. Alice nodded. Indeed, even if it was an ordinary witness, when the police asked for confidentiality, they could consider it at their discretion. With Alice's current international status, the police would definitely not insist on anything if they wanted to keep it a secret. After all, Alice's international influence was quite great. How about it? Miss Alice, what do you think of my suggestion? Huang Yukai was a little proud. The biggest highlight of this idea was Alice's identity. With Alice's identity as a witness, the police would definitely carefully consider Alice's testimony. Let me think about it. Alice hesitated. She didn't know why, but she didn't want Yang Ming to be finished immediately. She was still looking forward to the following university life. Alice had never been to university. She just wanted to experience the life of a university student, but she was disrupted by Huang Youcai's plan. However, she had to admit that this was indeed an opportunity. Whether it could succeed or not was one thing. The most important thing was that her brother seemed to be eager for her to do so. You should consider it. The black-shirt man nodded. Once Yang Ming is proven to be innocent, it will still have an impact on Alice's reputation. Although the police here can't do anything to Alice, they will definitely inform Alice's embassy over there. If this matter is exposed in the media, then Alice's reputation and foundation in Europe that she has worked hard to establish. I am afraid. When she heard her brother say this, Alice was a little embarrassed. She hesitated, clenched her teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you that I will testify." That's great. In this way, the success rate will be greatly increased. Huang Youcai nodded excitedly. He could avenge Wang Shifan and Wang Jitao. Huang Youcai had been waiting for this day for a long time. However, this is just a preliminary idea. The specific way to provide testimony and the way to provide testimony still needs to be discussed. I will think about it carefully and make a final decision. Huang Youcai also heard the black-shirt man introduce Alice's identity before Alice came. Then, he thought of this method temporarily. So, it was just a general direction and outline. As for how to implement it, he had to go back and think about it carefully. He would strive to make Yang Ming unable to make a comeback this time. Alice was a little upset. After listening to Huang Youcai's words, she nodded silently and changed the topic. Dr. Benjamin in Australia. Alice just said half a sentence, and she was stopped by the black-shirt man with a gesture. Alice suddenly reacted. My brother may not have told these things to Huang Youcai, and the cooperation between Huang Youcai and my brother was only to target Yang Ming. Huang Youcai was not the kind of person who meddled in other people's business. He only had one purpose, which was to kill Yang Ming and avenge Wang Shifan and Wang Jitao. As for other things, they had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to know. The topic of the black-shirt man and Alice's discussion was related to a doctor in Australia. Obviously, it had nothing to do with killing Yang Ming. The black-shirt man stopped Alice from continuing, which meant that this matter was between the siblings. It had nothing to do with him and the assassination of Yang Ming, so Huang Youcai also stood up at the right time. He smiled and said to the black-shirt man and Alice, I just drank too much coffee. I will go to the bathroom and smoke a cigarette. The black-shirt man nodded with appreciation. Huang Youcai was very shrewd. He didn't want to know about things that had nothing to do with him. This was also an important reason why the black-shirt man was very happy to cooperate with him. The cooperation between the black-shirt man and Huang Youcai was limited to dealing with Yang Ming. The black-shirt man's other plans naturally wouldn't be known to Huang Youcai, but Huang Youcai didn't ask. He felt that this had nothing to do with him. If he asked too much, it would seem that he had other plans. Moreover, Huang Youcai didn't think that the black-shirt man was only targeting Yang Ming. The financial resources and power that the black-shirt man showed shocked Huang Youcai. If the black-shirt man only targeted Yang Ming, then this goal was a bit too short-sighted. Therefore, there must be a deeper level of hidden existence behind the black-shirt man. However, these things had nothing to do with Huang Youcai. Huang Youcai wasn't stupid. The more he knew, the deeper he would fall. He just wanted to kill Yang Ming, then he would part ways with the black-shirt man. As for what the black-shirt man would do after that, Huang Youcai was too lazy to ask, and it was impossible for him to continue to give advice. He didn't want to tie himself to the same chariot as the black-shirt man. Victoria had been listening to the movements in the private room next to her. When she heard the sound of the door opening from the private room next to her, Victoria suddenly felt nervous. However, in order not to arouse the suspicion of the people in the private room next to her, Victoria only opened a gap in her private room door. She could just see the scene in the corridor, but it didn't attract the attention of others. She saw that the door of the private room next to her opened, and a man in his 30s came out from inside. The man was a little thin, with a buzz cut. He didn't look too decent, and he was a little wretched. Seeing that it wasn't Alice, Victoria breathed a sigh of relief. This person wouldn't recognize her, so Victoria didn't need to be careful. That would make people suspicious. Victoria waited for the man in his 30s to leave the private room and closed the door. Then, Victoria walked out of the private room and followed the man in his 30s who came out of the private room next door. The guests in the corridor were not only Huang Yukai and Victoria. There were also waiters and guests in other private rooms, so Huang Yukai didn't suspect anything when people came and went. He didn't think much about it. Huang Yukai walked to the bathroom and didn't even look back. Victoria, on the other hand, sped up her pace, overtook Huang Yukai, and entered the bathroom first. The men's and women's restrooms in the coffee shop were distributed on both sides, which meant that the doors were opposite to each other. In the middle, which was the end of the corridor, was the washstand. Victoria saw Huang Yucai's direction and naturally judged that he was going to the restroom. Because the emergency stairs and elevators were on the other side, there was nothing else here except for the bathroom. Therefore, it was inferred that Huang Yukai went in the direction of the bathroom. Victoria entered the women's bathroom first. Fortunately, there was no one in the bathroom. Otherwise, if Victoria moved the camera inside, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be misunderstood. Huang Yukai naturally wouldn't pay attention to Victoria. He was a man, so it was even more impossible for him to look into the women's bathroom. Therefore, Victoria stood slightly inside the women's bathroom, adjusted the focus of the camera, and disabled the flash. At the moment when Huang Yukai came to the end of the corridor, she pressed the button of the camera to take a picture. Victoria bought a card electronic digital camera. It didn't have the sound of the shutter like a SLR camera. After this camera was muted, the sound of taking a picture couldn't be heard. Therefore, Huang Yucai's appearance was captured by Victoria without any awareness. Huang Yukai walked into the bathroom and went to the toilet. Then, he lit a cigarette at the window. He hadn't appeared in public for a long time, but now, no one should recognize him. Once Wang Shifan and Wang Jitao were avenged, Huang Yukai would leave the city and go to a remote place to start a new life. However, before the revenge, Huang Yukai wouldn't plan for himself. For the Wang family, he had to finish what he started. Victoria's main purpose was to take pictures. After the purpose was achieved, there was no need to continue to stay. Especially when she saw Huang Yukai just standing at the window smoking, Victoria gave up the intention to continue to stay here. Victoria put the camera into the cuff and walked out of the bathroom. However, at the moment when Victoria stepped out of the bathroom, the door of the private room where Alice was opened. Victoria was shocked and quickly retreated half of her body. Through the mirror on the sink at the end of the corridor, she paid attention to the movement in the corridor. After Huang Yukai went out, Alice wanted to say something, but the black-shirt man waved his hand. "Alice, you go and see the movement at the door." Alice was slightly stunned. She understood what her brother meant. He wanted her to go and see if Huang Yukai was eavesdropping on their conversation outside the door. However, this private room was very soundproof. This possibility should be very small. Alice got up and opened the door of the private room. She looked around and quickly closed it again. There was no figure of Huang Yukai outside the door, and Alice didn't notice Victoria. If Alice's eyesight was good enough, she should be able to see Victoria's figure in the mirror on the sink at the end of the corridor, but obviously, Alice didn't pay attention to those details. She mainly wanted to see if Huang Yukai was standing at the door. As long as Huang Yukai wasn't standing at the door, it was fine. Other things had nothing to do with her. What's more, Alice was also afraid that Huang Yukai would look at this side from a distance. If he saw her open the door, then he could obviously guess her intentions, which would make Huang Yukai have distressed thoughts. When Alice saw that there was no one in the corridor, she quickly closed the door and returned to her seat. "Brother, it's okay. Mr. Huang is not at the door." The black-shirt man nodded and made a gesture to let her continue. "Alice, what did you want to say before?" "Dr. Benjamin, have you been contacted recently?" asked Alice. "Yes." The black-shirt man nodded and pointed to his face. "My mask is Dr. Benjamin's latest improvement." "Dr. Benjamin is sure that Xianxia is the little girl who saw Sun Sikong that year?" Alice asked with some doubts. But, I didn't see anything strange on her face through my contact with her. At first, I didn't think it was her, but judging from her frequent contact with Yang Ming, it should be her. The black-shirt man said, "This is more proof that Sun Sikong's mask has a more advanced technological content. Even a few years ago, it had far surpassed Dr. Benjamin's. If that's the case, it is true." Alice sighed. "Xia's face is very real, far more real than your expressionless mask." "That's right. At first glance, there is nothing wrong. It's just that after a long time of contact, there will be doubts." The black-shirt man nodded. "If you want to find Sun Sikong's whereabouts, you must start with Xia. You must maintain a good relationship with Xia. Don't break it. Brother, you can rest assured. My personal relationship with Xia is very good now," Alice said with some pride. As a hardcore fan of Xia, Alice actually had a purpose. Alice didn't know much about the things between Dr. Benjamin and her brother, but one thing was clear. That was, her brother had been helping Dr. Benjamin, and Dr. Benjamin asked him to find a person named Sun Sikong. According to the investigation, Suya, who was now a star in the music industry, was the former Suya, but it was unknown why her face changed. After further investigation, it was found that when Sun Sikong settled in Songjiang, he did have frequent contact with a girl named Suya. But later, Sun Sikong disappeared, and this girl named Suya also disappeared. Originally, although Suya and Xia only differed by one surname, they wouldn't fall into the eyes of the black-shirt man. After all, one was a famous singer in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and the other was a little girl in Songjiang. How could two unrelated characters be the same person? However, in the investigation, there was a major discovery. That was, Suya was actually Yang Ming's little girlfriend. This discovery made the black-shirt man a little surprised. However, he didn't see Yang Ming contact Suya again. Finding Suya became a very difficult task. However, coincidentally, the big star Xia actually came to Songjiang to hold a concert. This didn't attract the attention of the black-shirt man. What caught his attention was the frequent contact between Xia and Yang Ming. This made the black-shirt man have doubts. The two people who had no contact with each other were related to Yang Ming at the same time, especially their names were very similar. This made the black-shirt man think more. Especially when he knew about the mask function developed by Sun Sikong, the more the black-shirt man thought about it, the more he felt that this Xia was likely to be Suya in the past, but she was wearing the mask developed by Sun Sikong. So, after this, the black-shirt man paid attention to Xia, but his identity limited his actions, so he couldn't carry out further investigations on Xia. Therefore, the black-shirt man entrusted his sister, Alice, to investigate Xia's identity. After Alice received her brother's order, she pretended to be a fan of Xia and used her influence in the European upper class to start collecting information on Xia. What attracted the black-shirt man's absolute attention was the meeting between Yang Ming and Xia in Macau. A big star without any scandals actually met with a strange man frequently. This was somewhat unreasonable. If there was no relationship between them, the black-shirt man wouldn't believe it. Therefore, the black-shirt man was even more suspicious that this Xia was that Suya. Until the third meeting between Yang Ming and Xia in Europe, the black-shirt man let Alice intervene, hoping to find some clues from it. If Sun Sikong can join the organization, he will definitely be a very powerful help. The black-shirt man smiled. At that time, I don't have to be afraid of that person. Alice didn't know much about these things, so when her brother said these things, she couldn't make an evaluation. She could only nod silently. Keep a good relationship with Xia. Try to get some information about Xia from Yang Ming. The black-shirt man said, "We don't have much time." "I understand. I will try my best." Alice responded solemnly. There was a knock on the door. The black-shirt man asked loudly in a hoarse voice, "Who is it?" "It's me." Huang Yaocai's voice came from outside the door. "Come in." The black-shirt man breathed a sigh of relief and said. Huang Yaocai pushed the door and came in. He smiled and sat in his seat. "Have you and your sister finished talking?" "Hee, we haven't seen each other for a long time." "It's nothing much to talk about." The black-shirt man waved his hand and said, "If there is nothing else, let's disperse." Keep in touch by phone. After Huang Yukai returned to the private room, Victoria also quickly left the bathroom and returned to her private room. She continued to attach her ear to the door, listening to the movement outside the door. When the sound of the door opening came again from the private room next door, Victoria noticed that Alice and two strange men came out of the private room together. One of them was the man she met in the bathroom. At this time, it was definitely impossible to go out and take photos. Not only was it easy to be discovered by these people, but it was not worth the loss to expose herself, especially when Alice knew her. Victoria didn't need to take the risk. However, Victoria came to the window in the private room. She opened the window and carefully looked at the terrain outside the window. Then, she quickly jumped on the windowsill, jumped out, and grabbed the air conditioner's iron frame under the windowsill. At this moment, Victoria's whole body was suspended in midair, and this was on the second floor. With the air conditioner's iron frame as a buffer, Victoria was not high from the ground downstairs. So, Victoria let go of her hand that was holding the air conditioner's iron frame and jumped to the ground below easily. This was the back of the coffee shop. There were few people, so when Victoria jumped down, she was not seen by anyone. In particular, Victoria's movements were very fast. It was smooth, and there was no pause in the middle. After reaching the ground, she quickly ran in the direction of the main entrance of the coffee shop. Alice, the black-shirt man, and Huang Yukai went downstairs normally, and they had to go to the bar on the first floor to check out, so their movements were naturally not as fast as Victoria. After Victoria came to the main entrance of the coffee shop, she quickly hid behind a station billboard. After a while, Alice and the two men went out of the coffee shop together. Alice stopped a taxi directly and left. The man she saw in the bathroom and another black-shirt man got into another taxi. When Huang Yukai and the black-shirt man went out, Victoria quickly took a few photos with her camera. After Huang Yukai and the black-shirt man got into the taxi, Victoria hesitated, and then stopped a taxi to follow them. The black-shirt man's anti-tracking ability was quite strong. Regardless of whether there was someone behind him, he would not take a taxi directly to the destination. At the door of a grocery store, the black-shirt man said to the taxi driver, "Stop the car. We are going to buy a pack of cigarettes." When the taxi driver heard the black-shirt man say "we," he naturally understood that the black-shirt man and Huang Yukai were going to get off together. He immediately disagreed. "How can that be? If you all get off and run away, who am I going to ask for the fare? Don't worry. This is 100 yuan. I will bet with you." The black-shirt man took out 100 yuan and threw it on the taxi's dashboard. Then, he said, "You wait for us here for a while." When the driver saw that the black-shirt man threw 100 yuan as a deposit, he naturally would not say anything. He nodded and let them get off. Victoria saw the black-shirt man and Huang Yukai's car stop in the distance. She quickly asked her driver to stop and let him park the car not far away. When Victoria saw Huang Yukai and the black-shirt man enter a grocery store, and their taxi was still waiting outside the grocery store, Victoria was relieved. She subconsciously thought that the two people must have gone to the grocery store to buy something. So, Victoria waited patiently in the car. After waiting for a long time, the driver of the black-shirt man and Huang Yukai's taxi got off. Maybe he was a little impatient, so he entered the grocery store. Not long after, the taxi driver came out again, cursing. Although it was a distance from Victoria, the taxi driver had a loud voice. He shouted loudly, "Mother ****, these two people are really strange. They didn't want the 100 yuan deposit. They actually left through the back door of the grocery store. I really don't know what they are thinking. The fare to get here is only 10 yuan. After the taxi driver finished speaking, he jumped into his car, started the car, and left. As for Victoria, when she heard the taxi driver's words, she was shocked and scolded herself for being careless. However, after thinking about it, what can I do even if I am not careless? Could it be that he could follow these two people into the grocery store? That would be a bit too obvious. At the same time, they took a taxi to the grocery store? Thinking of this, Victoria was also relieved. She said to the driver of her car, "Let's go back to the Songjiang International Hotel." The waiting time was also calculated by the meter, so the taxi driver naturally would not complain about how long he had waited. When he heard Victoria's order, he quickly responded, started the car, and drove in the direction of the Songjiang International Hotel. Yang Ming said so, and Jing Xiaolu listened carefully. Then, that elder you felt that you would cause trouble for him if you were to be with Lan Ling. So, he stole that piece of jade and framed Lan Ling. His purpose was to make you mistakenly think that it was Lan Ling who did it and thus alienate Lan Ling? When Jing Xiaolu said this, she felt that the possibility was not high. She patted her head and said, "No, at that time, you didn't show that you were very powerful. Why would Elder Yu be wary of you? Could it be that he has a special ability to predict? Can he foresee that you will destroy his future plans? Special ability?" Yang Ming was dumbfounded. How could there be so many special abilities in this world? If he has a special ability and can foresee that I will destroy his plans, then he can completely guard against it. Why would he wait for me to destroy it? That's true. Jing Xiaolu stuck out her tongue. She just said it casually. Although Elder Yu was powerful, it was absolutely impossible for him to have a special ability. Lan Ling's sixth sense was just a little stronger. Of course, this is an enemy in the open. Yang Ming said, in fact, an enemy that you know is not terrible. The most terrible thing is the kind of enemy that can't be seen and can't be touched, and is always targeting you. Although Elder Yu is cunning, and he also practices those crooked kung fu, you just need to be careful. Oh? Could it be that there is an enemy that can't be seen and can't be touched? Jing Xiaolu thought that Elder Yu was terrible enough. She didn't expect that there was an enemy that could not be seen and could not be touched to deal with Yang Ming. Yang Ming wanted to say something, but the phone rang. However, in the cinema with loud sound effects, it couldn't even be heard. If the phone wasn't set to vibrate and ring at the same time, Yang Ming couldn't hear it. Hello? Yang Ming gestured to Jing Xiaolu and picked up the phone. Mr. Yang, this is Victoria. Victoria also heard that Yang Ming's side was noisy, so she increased the volume of her voice. Anyway, she was now in a hotel room. The room's soundproofing was very good after the renovation. She couldn't hear anything from the outside. Well, how is it? Yang Ming turned the volume of the phone to the maximum and asked. Alice met with two strange men. I've already taken a picture of them. Victoria said, after that, I took a taxi to follow the two strange men, but they were very cunning. They actually entered a grocery store on the way and left from the back door of the grocery store. You weren't discovered, right? Yang Ming didn't find it strange. This was the simplest anti-tracking method. If the person Alice met didn't even have such a sense of vigilance, then there was no threat to Yang Ming. No, Victoria said with certainty, Alice has already returned to the hotel. Okay, hide the camera well. I'll come to you tomorrow morning. Yang Ming said. Victoria responded and hung up the phone. Jing Xiaolu was confused. When Yang Ming hung up the phone, she asked, what happened? Didn't I tell you before that there is another person who is targeting me behind the scenes? Yang Ming said, I have a little clue and sent someone to follow it, but the harvest is not big. Oh, so that's the case. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Do you have something urgent? Why don't we not watch the movie? It's nothing. Yang Ming smiled. Don't worry. What's more, it doesn't matter whether I leave earlier or later. It doesn't help. Then you continue to tell me about the behind-the-scenes boss? When Jing Xiaolu saw that Yang Ming didn't leave, she was happy. Yang Ming sorted out his thoughts and continued, I'm going to tell you about this behind-the-scenes boss. In fact, the first time I heard the term behind-the-scenes boss was in Macau. As Yang Ming spoke, he told Jing Xiaolu about his encounter with Wang Xiaoyan in Macau. Of course, Yang Ming did not say Wang Xiaoyan's real name, but replaced it with the word female assassin. Ah? How did you have a feud with the behind-the-scenes boss? In other words, you are still hindering other people's plans, so he is troubling you? Jing Xiaolu widened her eyes as if she was blaming Yang Ming for being a busybody. Did you do this because she is good-looking? She is very good-looking, but you are also very good-looking. Yang Ming glanced at Jing Xiaolu. I helped her mainly because I knew her before. This is the main reason. Jing Xiaolu smiled after listening to Yang Ming's words. She was happy that Yang Ming said that she was good-looking. It turns out to be like this. However, just because you saved the female assassin, the behind-the-scenes boss has a grudge against you. Isn't that too much of a waste of time? Yang Ming suddenly sweated after listening to Jing Xiaolu's words. Of course, it's not because of this. I feel that the behind-the-scenes boss seems to be targeting me more. Why do you say this? Asked Jing Xiaolu in confusion. Although I fought with the behind-the-scenes boss in Macau by accident, the later signs indicated a problem. That is, the target of the behind-the-scenes boss should be me. As Yang Ming spoke, he told Jing Xiaolu about the attack at Wang Xiaoyan's house and the encounter with the thief at the jewelry exhibition. Of course, Yang Ming did not mention the man who committed suicide at Wang Xiaoyan's house. He just said that she ran away afterward. The thief caught at the jewelry exhibition actually went to Macau to seek refuge with Xing Xiaopeng? Jing Xiaolu fell into contemplation after listening. So, they are really under the orders of the same boss. But it's strange. He actually targeted you again? This is also where I find it strange. Yang Ming nodded and said, I have never understood. What did I do to offend these people? Why are they always targeting me? You must have hindered their interests. Of course, it's not just because you stopped them from killing the female assassin in Macau. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Jing Xiaolu pondered for a while and analyzed, perhaps, you have inadvertently hindered the other party's interests or wealth. It may not be a logical thing for you, but for them, you have become a thorn in their side. This is the most likely reason. Besides this, I really can't think of any other reason. I have inadvertently hindered other people's interests? Yang Ming frowned. He seemed to be recalling whether he had hindered other people's interests. However, since it was unintentional, he certainly did not have much of an impression. Jing Xiaolu was right. Perhaps something that seemed very ordinary or even reasonable to him had hindered other people's wealth. This was the most difficult to detect. He did not pay attention to it and inadvertently offended others. Even if he wanted to find out the reason, he had no way to start. I can only guess like this now. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Is the thief who was caught still around? Since he is a master of theft, then I suddenly thought of something. Is it related to him when your jade stone disappeared and reappeared? According to your story, the jade stone disappeared and reappeared without anyone knowing. In other words, the person who manipulated this matter is definitely a master of theft. So, is there any connection? After listening to Jing Xiaolu's analysis, Yang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, he only thought that the theft of the jade stone in Yunnan must be related to Elder Yu's people. The purpose was to frame Lan Ling and create a gap between him and Lan Ling, but he did not think of something deeper. That was, the person who stole the jade must also be a master. Since it was a master, could it be the same person who stole the jade stone this time? Unfortunately, the person who stole the jade stone had committed suicide. Yang Ming had no way to make a dead person speak. The only clue left was the encrypted mobile phone. He could only hope that there were some clues in it. Seeing that Yang Ming's face was first happy and then darkened, Jing Xiaolu understood that Yang Ming must have thought of something, but the person who stole the jade stone might not be there anymore. The behind-the-scenes boss used the stolen jewelry as an exchange for the return of the treasure thief. Yang Ming sighed and said helplessly. It turned out to be like this. Then, I can't blame you. If such precious jewelry is really lost, you can't afford to pay for it. Jing Xiaolu didn't know how much money Yang Ming had. She just knew that the treasure that Yang Ming mentioned was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if Mingyang Entertainment and other companies were Yang Ming's, they were not worth the price of that piece of jewelry. Yang Ming could definitely afford to pay for it, but he couldn't tell Jing Xiaolu that the person who stole the jade stone was dead. Before he had more contact with Jing Xiaolu, Yang Ming would tell her about the murders and deaths. However, according to what you said, these two things seem to be related. Yang Ming frowned. So, it seems that Elder Yu and the mysterious boss have a cooperative relationship from the beginning? It is also possible. Yang Ming felt that things were a bit messy. If the behind-the-scenes boss had a cooperative relationship with Elder Yu from the beginning, then he really couldn't tell who was targeting him. Was it Elder Yu who wanted to target him and cooperate with the behind-the-scenes boss, Or was the behind-the-scenes boss who wanted to target him and cooperate with Elder Yu? Or were both of them targeting him, and then they hit it off? What are you thinking? Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming's uncertain expression and asked, "Are you thinking that in this way, you can't tell who is targeting you?" Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and nodded subconsciously. "Stupid, why do you have to be so clear about it?" Jing Xiaolu suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. "No matter who is targeting you, now that they have joined forces, they are all your enemies. Why do you have to be so clear about it?" After listening to Jing Xiaolu's words, Yang Ming had a feeling of enlightenment. The reason was simple, but it was very practical. Since the two people were now targeting him at the same time, then he really didn't need to distinguish who was the master and who was the subordinate. It didn't matter who was the master as long as he was careful in the future. Ice Age was over, and the subtitles came out. Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming suddenly realized that the movie was over so quickly. The two of them didn't watch much at all. "Do you want it? Watch another one." Jing Xiaolu was a little unsatisfied. She watched the beginning before, and then she had been discussing Elder Yu and the behind-the-scenes boss with Yang Ming. She didn't watch the movie at all, so Jing Xiaolu also wanted to see if the little animals escaped and how they escaped. Okay. The midnight movie was a loop. After each movie was played, it would be repeated after a break. One ticket could watch until dawn. There was no limit to the number of times. This was also because there were few people watching the midnight movie. The cinema used this trick to attract young couples. If a movie was played multiple times, even if some couples missed the plot, they could continue to watch the next scene to make up for the missing plot of the previous scene. The lights of the cinema were on. Xianxia and Bai Hai obviously didn't mean to leave. Bai Hai stood up and glanced at the couple's booth on Yang Ming's side. Then, he said, "Brother Yang, I'm going to buy some melon seeds and potato chips." "I don't like to eat those." "Ask Xiaolu." Yang Ming was not interested in these snacks. He didn't know if Jing Xiaolu liked to eat them. "Buy me a box of potato chips." Jing Xiaolu thought about it and said, "And a bottle of drink." Bai Hai nodded and quickly ran to buy food. Obviously, Xianxia also wanted to eat snacks. Before Bai Hai came back, the movie theater's lights were dimmed again. This short light was actually to illuminate those who were leaving the theater. However, the people in the movie theater probably knew that there were fewer people leaving the theater at night, so a few minutes of light was enough. However, the movie didn't open, but some advertisements and new movie previews were played. The 2009 Chinese fantasy blockbuster, Magical Glasses, based on the novel of the same name by the famous online author, Fishman 2, is starring Xianxia. This was a new movie trailer, indicating some upcoming movies. The cinema would play some similar trailers during the intermission, so that it could also cultivate some potential audiences. In particular, this movie was the debut of the superstar, Xianxia, so the selling point was even stronger. Xianxia's fans would definitely not miss it after seeing it. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to continue to talk to Jing Xiaolu about Elder Yu and the behind-the-scenes boss. But after hearing Xianxia's name, Yang Ming immediately raised his head subconsciously and stared at the movie screen. Jing Xiaolu was a little surprised. Yang Ming spoke halfway. She was waiting for Yang Ming to continue, but he suddenly stopped. She looked at Yang Ming again, and his eyes were staring straight at the movie screen in front of him. Jing Xiaolu also looked at the movie screen curiously. Xia's movie? Jing Xiaolu was also a very fashionable girl. Naturally, she had heard Xia's songs and had a good impression of this celebrity. Seeing Yang Ming staring at the movie trailer, Jing Xiaolu felt a little funny. "It turns out that you are still a fan of Xia. And she is very similar to my first girlfriend." Yang Ming smiled noncommittally. "Oh? Your first girlfriend?" Jing Xiaolu was slightly stunned after listening. "However, the distance between Xia and you is too far. If you want to catch up with her, it will be a bit difficult. Hehe, if there is a chance, let's watch this movie." Yang Ming usually didn't like to watch movies, but because Xia was in this movie, Yang Ming would take the initiative to watch it. However, Xia's movie. When did she shoot it? Why don't I know? As a matter of fact, I haven't been separated from Xia for long. Is it a new contract signed? It should be. I've been busy in Africa for a while. My phone definitely can't be contacted. Xiyu wants to tell me, but she can't find me. Okay, let's go together then. I also like Xiya. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Yang Ming was a little amused. He just said that he would watch this movie when he had the chance, but Jing Xiaolu volunteered. Ice Age started again. Jing Xiaolu had seen it before, so there was no need to watch it again. So, she said to Yang Ming, well, continue to talk about the mysterious boss. Let's talk about it. I'm done talking. These are the 3 most formal encounters with the mysterious boss. Yang Ming said. That's it? Jing Xiaolu was a little disappointed. If it's just these, it's difficult to figure it out. How much do you think there is? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. If I had a clue, I wouldn't be complaining to you here. I would have gone to find the behind-the-scenes boss. However, even if the behind-the-scenes boss can't be found, can't Elder Yu be found? Jing Xiaolu asked, after finding Elder Yu, can't you know the true identity of the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss? How can it be so easy to find Elder Yu? Yang Ming said, Lan Ling's family is much stronger than me, but they don't dare to face him head-on. You can imagine how terrifying Elder Yu is. It's not that I'm afraid of him, but I really can't deal with his tricks. I don't know anything about voodoo. Moreover, it's hard to say whether Elder Yu is still in Songjiang. After Chen Afu's accident, his identity has been exposed. Besides me, even the police are looking for him. Of course, he has to hide. In fact, it was not the police who were looking for Elder Yu, but the people of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, which was Xia Shui's brother, Xia Bingbao. As a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Yang Ming naturally had the obligation and responsibility to assist Xia Bingbao in finding Elder Yu. But this identity couldn't be told to Jing Xiaolu. After all, this institution was a confidential institution, and it was not known to ordinary people. So that's the case. Jing Xiaolu understood after listening to Yang Ming's words. No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible to go against the entire Songjiang police. Choosing to hide is a wise move. Yeah, since that time I haven't received any news about Elder Yu. It seems that he is really hiding. Yang Ming nodded. Right, you seem to have something troubling you today. Is it related to Elder Yu or the mysterious boss? Asked Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming was indeed troubled by the Sun family. He had just instigated the Sui family to be enemies with Tianlong, but he didn't expect that when Yang Ming just left the Sui family's group in Mount Jing, Sui Huijin was assassinated by an unknown person. Yang Ming, who had just had a plan, was caught off guard again. His previous idea could only be ruined. How could Yang Ming not be troubled? It should be the incident caused by the behind-the-scenes boss. Yang Ming didn't need to hide this matter from Jing Xiaolu. Although Jing Xiaolu was giggling, she was a little think tank. Lu Xinyang was not around, so he could ask Jing Xiaolu to see if she had any good ideas. "And? What happened?" asked Jing Xiaolu. "This is the case. The company's incident this time should be planned by the behind-the-scenes boss." Yang Ming thought about it and said. "Ah." Jing Xiaolu was stunned. She didn't think that the company's incident this time would be related to the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss. Could it be that Lu Chan and Chu Daming are controlled by the behind-the-scenes boss? You can say that. Yang Ming nodded. I don't know why these two people would rely on the behind-the-scenes boss, but this time, there is an 80% chance that the behind-the-scenes boss is involved. It can't be, right? Jing Xiaolu was a little puzzled. According to what happened before, every time the behind-the-scenes boss fought with you, he would be very generous. He would either find someone to kill you or create a super big trouble to make you bankrupt. But this time, the company's accounts have been cleared. Although the amount is relatively large, it is not serious. If the behind-the-scenes boss planned it, then it is a bit too petty. It also feels like making a mountain out of a molehill. Yang Ming nodded approvingly. Jing Xiaolu is wise. She immediately felt that the matter was unusual. It was the same feeling that I had at the beginning. The behind-the-scenes boss made such a big fuss just to make such an incident. It's simply. However, after Yang Ming contacted the escape route of the two people and obtained Sui Yuejin's confession, he understood that Lu Chan and Chu Daming were just two small characters with blurred vision. Tianlong and Sui Yuejin were the main characters of the conspiracy. Of course, the two of them are just small characters. Yang Ming said, the whole thing is actually very complicated. It involves two very powerful figures in Donghai and Mount Jing. Donghai? Mount Jing? Jing Xiaolu repeated Yang Ming's words, but she didn't ask much. She sat there quietly and waited for Yang Ming to continue. Yes, Donghai and Mount Jing. Yang Ming said, Donghai's Tian family and Mount Jing's Sui family. I don't know if you have heard of them. They are two big families. They are very powerful in the local area. Tian family? I have some impression of them. Jing Xiaolu used to be a delinquent girl. Naturally, she was more interested in these things. It was not surprising that she had heard of them, but Mount Jing had been separated from the province, so Jing Xiaolu was relatively unfamiliar with them. The Tian family has always been serving the Sun family, but this time, he betrayed his master, the Sun family, and put the Sun family's people under house arrest. Yang Ming said, and he bribed many of the original Sun family's underlings to control the Sun family's industry. Yang Ming told Jing Xiaolu about the news he got from Sui Yuejin, his own inference, and his brotherhood with Tian Donghua. When he talked about Tian Donghua, Yang Ming's heart tightened for no reason. I don't know how Tian Donghua is doing. Such a brother is a real brother. He distinguishes between good and evil. He won't hide and obey when the other party is his father. He will stand up bravely to blame. No matter what the result is, Yang Ming is very grateful to him. Bribe with a lot of money? Jing Xiaolu sighed. No matter which industry, there are always some greedy people who betray. This reminds me of the Young and Dangerous movie I watched before. Xianxia took a box of money from Taiwan and easily bribed the underlings of the person named Brother Kuan. Jing Xiaolu was telling the truth. People die for money, and birds die for food. Under heavy profits, there must be people who dared to take risks. It couldn't be said that these people were wrong, but human nature was like this. Yang Ming couldn't control other people's thoughts. This is true, but how can we solve this as soon as possible? Yang Ming said, I don't know where the Sun family is being held. For Tianlong, we can't act rashly. Who knows if he has a backup plan? It's not advisable to trouble Tianlong directly. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. The risk factor is too high. If he has some kind of tacit understanding with the people guarding the Sun family, as long as he is in danger, the people on the other side will harm the Sun family's people or take the Sun family's people as hostages. Then, it will be troublesome. It will be self-defeating. Yang Ming nodded. What Jing Xiaolu said, wasn't it what he was afraid of? From the previous contact, Tianlong didn't seem to be a reckless man. On the contrary, he was very shrewd. Especially with the mysterious boss behind him, Yang Ming didn't dare to act rashly. However, I have a feasible way, but it can only solve the urgent situation. It can't solve the root cause. Jing Xiaolu thought for a while and said with some regret. What way? Hearing that Jing Xiaolu had a way so quickly, Yang Ming was a little surprised. You thought of a way? This can only be the only way out. Jing Xiaolu said Tian Donghua's underlings. In other words, since Tianlong can buy the Sun family's underlings, it means that these underlings are greedy people. As long as you offer a higher price, they will naturally be bought again. As long as you offer a higher price, higher offer. Take away Tianlong's power. In this way, Tianlong's orders can't be carried out. His conspiracy and plan will be self-defeating. However, this plan requires a lot of money, and the time and cycle may be longer. After all, you have to buy them one by one through Tianlong's underlings. As long as you start, the person who is bought will help you to buy other people. This is a way. Yang Ming fell into contemplation after listening to Jing Xiaolu's words. Indeed, what Jing Xiaolu said was a way out, but it was indeed the most feasible way at the moment. However, the Sun family's underlings were bought over and over again. Although they could take back the power from Tianlong this time, what about in the future? There was no guarantee that these people would not be bribed again. Jing Xiaolu probably thought of the same problem. Seeing Yang Ming frowning, she said, "Are you also thinking about what to do if these people are bought over again in the future?" "How do you know?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned. This Jing Xiaolu was quite smart. "That's why I said that this is a way out. It treats the symptoms but not the root cause." Jing Xiaolu was also very distressed. "If it is like in wuxia novels, you can give these underlings a 3-carrion brain magic pill, and they won't dare to mess around." 3-carrion brain magic pill? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener meant it. Jing Xiaolu was probably just joking, but Yang Ming thought of a very important thing, which was voodoo. Yang Ming didn't know what the 3-carrion brain magic pill was, but according to the introduction in TV series or novels, this should be something similar to voodoo. After eating it, the voodoo would lurk in the body. If the drug to suppress the toxicity was not taken regularly, then the poison would kill the person. Yang Ming remembered that Lan Ling seemed to have said that voodoo had a similar effect. Moreover, I have Zhang Zhishan by my side. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly had a wonderful idea. However, this was also because of Jing Xiaolu's inspiration. If these voodoo were given to Tianlong's underlings, they probably wouldn't dare to be disloyal even if they were beaten to death. This was also a way to get it done once and for all, so that they wouldn't dare to betray him casually in the future. It also saved a lot of trouble for the Sun family. "Xiaolu, thank you for reminding me. I really thought of an idea." Yang Ming thought of this and was suddenly a little excited. Although Yang Ming could completely coerce the Sun family's underlings, and even hit their acupoints to make them suffer a fate worse than death, this could only be temporary. However, this could only be limited for a while, not for a lifetime. Once Yang Ming left, it was hard to guarantee that they would not be disloyal again. However, if they were given voodoo, how would they dare to have any other thoughts without the antidote? "Thank me? Thank me for what?" Jing Xiaolu was stunned by Yang Ming's words. "My suggestion is not very mature. In other words, it is quite troublesome to implement it. Not everyone can be bought over a second time." "I'm not referring to this." Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. "I'm talking about the 3-carrion brain divine pill." 3-carrion brain divine pill? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. This kind of thing is just in the novel. How can it be real? Otherwise, will you make this? "I won't, but someone will make something similar." Yang Ming said, "Don't you remember what I told you before? Lan Ling's family is a family of voodoo. They are best at using voodoo. The 3-carrion brain divine pill that you mentioned should be similar to voodoo. When the time comes to make some medicine, you don't need to spend money. Just force it on those people. They won't dare to stand on the wrong side." "Right." Jing Xiaolu was very happy to hear what Yang Ming said. "How could I forget this? I also read a novel about voodoo by Wesley. It said that there is a voodoo that can prevent others from betraying. As long as they betray, they will explode and die. I don't know if there is really such a voodoo. If there is, then the matter is easy to solve. I don't know whether there is a voodoo specifically, but there must be a slow-acting voodoo. Every once in a while, it needs an antidote to suppress it. Once the antidote is not taken on time, then the voodoo will attack and die," said Yang Ming. "This is also possible." Jing Xiaolu nodded and said, "If I knew you had this kind of convenience, I wouldn't have to think so hard. If you give them the medicine, let's see who dares to listen to Tianlong. Then, Tianlong will become a commander without an army. Everyone will betray him, haha." Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming guessed correctly. Tianlong was not a fool. After learning that Tian Donghua had informed Yang Ming, Tianlong became more cautious. "Little Wang, come in." Tianlong pressed the intercom system on the desk and said to the person outside. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of Tianlong's office. "Please come in," said Tianlong. Little Wang pushed open the door of the office and walked in. This Little Wang was not someone else. He was Sun Hongjuan's driver and the mole that Tianlong had placed beside Sun Hongjun. In general, the people around the boss were very difficult to bribe because the boss treated them well. So, if Tianlong wanted to bribe them directly, it was likely to backfire and expose his purpose. Therefore, Tianlong directly arranged for Sun Hongjuan's closest driver and bodyguard to be one of his people, Xiao Wang. In this way, once Tianlong made trouble, Xiao Wang could coordinate with him from the inside and quickly help him seize power. Moreover, Jing Xiaolu was right. It was obviously very difficult to bribe Little Wang a second time. Little Wang was originally one of Tianlong's people. He had betrayed Sun Hongjun once, so it was impossible for him to betray Tianlong again. If Yang Ming tried to bribe Little Wang and failed, then it would be difficult to back down. If he killed Little Wang, it would alert Tianlong, and the bribe plan would be ruined. If he did not kill Little Wang would still tell Tianlong about him trying to bribe people. The plan would still be ruined, so the bribe plan would not work. "President Tian, are you looking for me?" asked Little Wang respectfully. "You find time to go to the place where the Sun family is being held and tell the person in charge there, Zhang Jinghua, that if you or I don't contact them for a day, let them kill the hostages." Tianlong hesitated for a while and ordered faintly. Tianlong was also afraid that Yang Ming would come over with some tricks, so he had to prepare in advance. If the Sun family had the help of Yang Ming's forces in Songjiang, then it was not impossible to regain power. Therefore, in the face of morality and interests, Tianlong could only violate his promise and kill the Sun family's people. He would not allow any changes to happen. Everything he had now was not easy to come by. He would not allow these things to be lost from his hands again. Therefore, Tianlong had to take precautions in advance. Once Yang Ming really brought people over, he must get rid of the Sun family. In this way, the original subordinates of the Sun family could be completely loyal to him and would not change sides because of the Sun family's reappearance. Yes. Little Wang's face moved slightly, but he still agreed. Although he was trained by Tianlong, he had been with Sun Hongjun for so many years. Even if there were no feelings, he had developed feelings for Sun Hongjun. What's more, Sun Hongjun treated him well. Now that he was asked to convey such an order, Little Wang's heart was still very uncomfortable. However, so what if he was uncomfortable? It couldn't be helped even if he was uncomfortable. His fate was like this. He had no way to resist. "Help me take a look at Donghua. See how he is now." Tianlong said this, and his expression was a little sad. After all, Tian Donghua was his son. He was now under house arrest, and he felt uncomfortable in his heart. However, Tianlong had no way to visit Tian Donghua. At this time, he couldn't see him. Only when the overall situation stabilized, when he completely took over the Sun family's business, and when Yang Ming was no longer a threat, he would release Tian Donghua. He hoped that Tian Donghua could understand his painstaking efforts. Although Tianlong was not afraid of Yang Ming, from the brief contact at the resort, Tianlong felt that Yang Ming was not as simple as a student. Especially after knowing that the behind-the-scenes boss wanted to deal with Yang Ming, Tianlong felt that Yang Ming was not an ordinary person. It was precisely because of this that Tianlong was so cautious. Otherwise, Tianlong really wouldn't put a college student in his eyes. After receiving Tianlong's instructions, Little Wang hurriedly left the current temporary villa and rushed to the abandoned garbage collection site. As the hero of this incident, Little Wang was, of course, one of Tianlong's most trusted people. Tianlong assigned him to do a lot of things. The entire plan of this mission was not hidden from Little Wang. Many of them were personally operated by Little Wang. Because Tianlong believed that Little Wang would never betray him. Yes, Little Wang could not betray because Little Wang's parents were under Tianlong's supervision. If he dared to betray, Tianlong would kill his parents without hesitation. The moment he betrayed Sun Hongjun, Little Wang's feelings were complicated. He even thought of killing himself, but he couldn't die. He knew that once he died, his elderly parents wouldn't have a good ending. Even if Tianlong didn't do anything to them, as their only son, they would be heartbroken to death if he died. Therefore, Little Wang had to stay alive and do his job well. He was Tianlong's chess piece and would never be able to escape. Although he had gained Tianlong's trust now, just like when he was by Sun Hongjuan's side in the past, his position had not changed and he was still playing the same role. However, Xiao Wang felt a deep sense of guilt in his heart. There was no other way. He would never be able to repay Sun Hongjuan's apology in this lifetime. He always hoped that the car would arrive a little slower, but they soon arrived at the abandoned junkyard, the place where the Sun family and Tian Donghua were under house arrest. The person in charge here was Zhang Jinghua, a brother who trained with little Wang. Now, he had become Tian Long's right-hand man. However, his status was not as high as little Wang. Little Wang was now Tian Long's spokesperson. What he said also represented Tian Long's meaning, so Zhang Jinghua did not dare to neglect. "Brother Wang, you're here?" Zhang Jinghua greeted him with a smile. "Do you have any instructions?" Little Wang sighed and said faintly, "Let's talk inside." Although this was an abandoned junkyard, the rooms were still very good. Zhang Jinghua's office was like this, and the rooms where the Sun family and Tian Donghua were under house arrest were also good. President Tian gave a new order. After entering the office and closing the door, little Wang said to Zhang Jinghua, "President Tian and I will contact you every day. Once there is a day when neither of us has contacted you, kill the Sun family." "I understand." Zhang Jinghua had no feelings for the Sun family, so when little Wang said that, he agreed. "Let President Tian rest assured. I will handle this matter well. And, this way, before you kill them, call me or President Tian first. If you really can't get through, then do it." Little Wang was also afraid that he or Tian Long would forget to call because they were too busy. Then, wouldn't the Sun family die in vain? In little Wang's heart, he did not want anything to happen to the Sun family, so he added another sentence. "Okay, I will remember." Zhang Jinghua naturally did not know if this was said by Tian Long or little Wang, but since it was said by little Wang, it meant that it was said by Tian Long. Zhang Jinghua naturally agreed. Little Wang nodded and said, "How is young Master Tian?" "Ai." Speaking of Tian Donghua, Zhang Jinghua was a little worried, and his brows were locked up. Since young Master Tian was locked here, he did not eat or drink. When I talked to him, he ignored me. It has been a long time and he has not eaten anything. At that time, little Wang also heard the argument between Tian Donghua and Tian Long behind the scenes. For Tian Donghua's mood, little Wang could naturally understand. For friends and justice, Tian Donghua was determined to fall out with his father. How much determination and courage did this require? Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, little Wang admired Tian Donghua. At least he dared to fight. However, admiration did not affect little Wang. Because of Tian Donghua's special identity, Tian Long could not do anything to Tian Donghua. In any case, Tian Donghua was Tian Long's son. This could not be changed. But little Wang was different. Little Wang could only accept the arrangement of fate. "I will go and see him." Little Wang and Tian Donghua were still familiar. Little Wang used to drive him to and from school. At that time, the most trusted person around Sun Hongjun was Tian Long, so Tian Long could also order little Wang to do something. Naturally, little Wang was also familiar with Tian Donghua. When he came to the door of Tian Donghua's room, Zhang Jinghua waved his hand, and one of his men opened the door of the room. Tian Donghua was lying on the bed at the moment. When someone came in, he didn't look because he knew that even if he opened the door and let him run, he couldn't run away. His father's men were all around. How far could he run? He was afraid that he would be caught before he could run out. Therefore, Tian Donghua was too lazy to do those laborious and useless things. "Donghua, why don't you eat?" Little Wang walked in, sat on Tian Donghua's bed, and asked kindly. Tian Donghua heard little Wang's voice, turned his head, and glanced at him. Then, he lay flat on the bed and asked, "What are you doing here?" "President Tian, your father asked me to come and see you." Little Wang sighed. "Donghua, you can't not eat. Your body is your own. If you are hungry, you will suffer. It turns out that my dad sent you to be a lobbyist." When Tian Donghua spoke, he didn't have any expression. "However, you tell him that he can't change my mind. I don't want to participate in your affairs, but for my affairs, the friendship between me and my friends, I hope you don't meddle in it. You go back and tell my dad to behave himself." Little Wang could only smile bitterly after listening to Tian Donghua's words. Behave himself? Of course, he couldn't tell Tian Long otherwise. Wouldn't Tian Long be furious? However, in front of Tiandonghua, little Wang still said, "Okay, I will try my best." Tiandonghua glanced at little Wang and seemed to want to judge whether what he said was true or not. However, his eyes were very dull, so little Wang didn't understand the meaning. "You go. I am hungry. I will eat, but I am in a bad mood now. I don't want to eat. I don't need to be angry with such a father. You know what I mean." "Okay, if you can eat, then I am relieved." Little Wang nodded. Tiandonghua had already ordered him to leave, so he didn't need to continue to stay here. Little Wang came here to let Tiandonghua eat. He didn't think about anything else. Tiandonghua was safe and sound, so he completed the task given by Tianlong. Out of Tiandonghua's room, Zhang Jinghua asked people to lock the room. Little Wang walked along the corridor to the door. After passing by the room where the Sun family was under house arrest, little Wang paused slightly, but then he quickened his pace and left quickly. Little Wang wanted to see Sun Hongjuan's family, but if he really saw them, little Wang didn't know what to say. It was better not to see them than to be embarrassed. Zhang Jinghua also roughly understood little Wang's thoughts. He was familiar with little Wang's experience over the years. Seeing that little Wang was a little sad, Zhang Jinghua patted little Wang's shoulder to comfort him. Little Wang nodded. He could understand Zhang Jinghua's meaning. People like them could only let fate choose them, and they had no right to change their fate. "Xiaolu, brother Yang?" Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were talking when they suddenly heard Gu Xinyao's voice. When they looked up, Gu Xinyao was looking over from the booth next to them. "What's wrong? Sister Xinyao?" Jing Xiaolu turned and asked. "Bai Hai has been gone for a long time. Why hasn't he come back yet?" Gu Xinyao was a little worried. "Why don't you accompany me to take a look?" "Ah." Jing Xiaolu looked at the movie that had been playing for a long time and realized that Bai Hai had been gone for a while. It stood to reason that he should have come back long ago. "Let's go together. It just so happens that the movie is almost over. Let's find Bai Hai and go together." Yang Ming listened to Gu Xinyao's words and stood up. Jing Xiaolu already felt happy enough tonight. She had dinner and watched movies with Yang Ming. The most important thing was that she knew a lot of Yang Ming's secrets. She could also help Yang Ming with strategizing. This was the most exciting thing. Jing Xiaolu's goal was to be a woman who was helpful to Yang Ming, not a vase. Only in this way could Yang Ming rely on her. Once there was a day, Yang Ming might be surprised to find that he could no longer leave Jing Xiaolu. This was Jing Xiaolu's plan. A simple chase was simply useless. Jing Xiaolu also planned to give up. Even if she dressed up and hung around Yang Ming all day long, Yang Ming would not be interested in her. If she could be by Yang Ming's side and give him advice, she would be a woman who was really useful to Yang Ming. This way, the chances of winning would be greater. Therefore, for Jing Xiaolu, today's harvest was enough. There was no need to continue to pester Yang Ming. The most important thing now was to let Yang Ming do the business. Only when the matter was solved, then Yang Ming would have the mood to do other things. More importantly, if Yang Ming successfully solved the Sun family's matter this time, then Jing Xiaolu would definitely have a part in it. As a result, she would have a legitimate reason to ask for credit. It would not be a problem to ask Yang Ming to treat her to a meal. Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and Gu Xinyao walked to the exit of the cinema together. At the bathroom door not far away, they saw Bai Hai. At the moment, he was being pestered by a girl, claiming that Bai Hai should be responsible. This kind of scene made Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and especially Gu Xinyao a little unprepared. Gu Xinyao's face was a little pale at the time. She had a relationship with Bai Hai's boss, Wu Tian. This was a shame in Bai Hai's heart. Although he did not mention it later, Gu Xinyao knew that Bai Hai would definitely feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Gu Xinyao was always afraid that Bai Hai would not want her, especially when Bai Hai was getting better and better. Gu Xinyao was even more afraid that Bai Hai would look for other women behind her back, so she watched Bai Hai closely. Fortunately, Gu Xinyao knew that if she wanted to keep her position, she could only start with Yang Ming. As long as Yang Ming looked after her, she was not afraid that Bai Hai would have any tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, Gu Xinyao always maintained a good relationship with Lin Jiyun and maintained a good relationship with Lin Jiyun. Now that she had a stronger relationship with Jing Xiaolu, Xianxia was not afraid that Bai Hai would have crooked thoughts. Just as he was feeling smug, he didn't expect to see such a scene. Another woman actually ran over, grabbed Bai Hai, and made him take responsibility. Without thinking, he knew what was going on. That was why Xianxia's face was so ugly. Although Xianxia was very angry, she couldn't lose her temper in front of Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. She could only desperately endure it. Even though tears were rolling in her eyes, Xianxia didn't argue with Bai Hai. Jing Xiaolu also heard this sentence, but she was much more rational than Xianxia. Jing Xiaolu carefully looked at Bai Hai's expression, and then looked at the expression of the girl who grabbed Bai Hai. Jing Xiaolu had some doubts. Sister Xianxiao, don't think so much. Things may not be so complicated. Yang Ming didn't think that Bai Hai was the kind of person who would sneak out to have sex with a girl and be irresponsible. Bai Hai's feelings were quite loyal, but he might have a one-night stand with a prostitute. These were not unbearable, and Xianxiao obviously acquiesced to this. However, this kind of matter of a mistress coming to the door was really shameful. Therefore, Yang Ming's idea was the same as Jing Xiaolu's. That was to be patient and see the situation clearly first. Bai Hai obviously also saw Yang Ming and the others coming over. Bai Hai's face suddenly turned red when he encountered this kind of thing in front of Yang Ming. If it were in the past, he would have slapped this girl twice. But now, it was because this was a public occasion. Secondly, it was because Bai Hai's temper had improved a lot. He was no longer as irritable as before. Even so, Bai Hai still had the urge to beat this girl. I have already said that the corridor of the cinema is too dark. I accidentally walked into the women's bathroom. I just peed. What's more, you saw me, but I didn't see you. Why are you still so persistent? Bai Hai was a little anxious. If the other party wasn't a girl, he would have already kicked her. Moreover, it's dark in the bathroom. How can you see me? But now, he was indeed in the wrong, so he defended himself. Otherwise, if he really hit someone and attracted the security, he really couldn't explain it clearly. Bai Hai's sentence was actually an explanation for Yang Ming and Xianxiao to hear. The purpose was to not let them misunderstand. Sure enough, after Xianxiao heard it, her face was no longer so ugly. Why didn't I see it? The girl straightened her neck and said, I saw it. You wore a blue plaid underwear. I can sue you for being a hooligan. If they just listened to Bai Hai's one-sided words, it might not be enough to completely believe it. But after listening to the girl's words, seeing that she didn't deny it, and even followed Bai Hai's words, then there was no doubt. Yang Ming, if I didn't judge wrongly, this little bitch must have thought that Brother Hai is a rich guy. She wants to take advantage of him. Jing Xiaolu whispered to Yang Ming. How do you know? Yang Ming didn't see that the girl wanted money. Looking at her, it seemed that she just wanted to seek justice. Of course, I know. Jing Xiaolu said this and stuck out her tongue. In the past, we often took advantage of this kind of rich guy. This kind of spendthrift just happened to have something in his hands. So, how can we not take advantage of him? Really? Yang Ming didn't pursue Jing Xiaolu's past, but continued to watch. Whether it is or not, you will know when you see it yourself, said Jing Xiaolu. However, just as Jing Xiaolu's voice just fell, she heard the girl yell, how about this? You compensate me for the mental damage, and this matter will be over. You want to extort? Bai Hai frowned. No one dared to talk to him like this, but Yang Ming was on the side. He didn't know what Yang Ming's attitude was, so Bai Hai didn't dare to use violence to solve the problem easily. After all, his identity now was not the little punk of the past. My boyfriend is from the newspaper. The girl said, I see that you are also a person of status. You don't want to be in the newspaper because of a hooligan, right? When Yang Ming saw this, he didn't need to watch anymore. He was sure that Jing Xiaolu was right. This girl just wanted to extort some money from Bai Hai. Xianxiao couldn't watch it anymore. She knew that Bai Hai didn't find a woman outside, but he was being extorted. She couldn't help it, but Yang Ming didn't speak, so Xianxiao didn't dare to make a decision. Do you know him? Yang Ming smiled and walked forward at this time. He asked the girl who was yelling. I don't know him. Of course, I don't know him. How can I know this hooligan? The girl snorted. Oh, since you don't know him, why do you say that he is a hooligan? Yang Ming continued to ask. He went to the women's bathroom to take off his pants. If he isn't a hooligan, then what is? The girl frowned. This has nothing to do with you. What are you doing? I am his friend. Even if you want compensation for mental damage, you have to ask me. His money is in my hands. Yang Ming said faintly. Then you can give it to me. The girl reluctantly continued to talk to Yang Ming. Yang Ming's words made Bai Hai, Jing Xiaolu, and Gu Xingyao somewhat inexplicable. They didn't know why Yang Ming interfered. Then what evidence do you have to prove that he went to the women's bathroom to take off his pants? Yang Ming continued to ask. Why? Do you want to deny it? The girl suddenly became anxious. The other party had many people. At this time, if she denied it, then no one could testify. I'm asking if you have evidence. Yang Ming frowned and interrupted the girl's words. Everything must be based on evidence. If you don't have evidence, then there is no need to talk about compensation for mental damage. Evidence. The girl hurriedly said, of course there is. I saw his underwear. His underwear is blue plaid. Moreover, there is a birthmark on his left, but that is half the size of an egg. Bai Hai's face suddenly turned red, but Gu Xingyao glared at Bai Hai with resentment. Peeing and showing off your butt, isn't this showing off? Oh. Yang Ming nodded, but he did not express any doubts. Instead, he continued to ask, then do you know me? The girl didn't know what Yang Ming meant, so she shook her head and said, I don't know you. Well, since you and I don't know each other, then I'll say that I saw you taking off your pants in the men's restroom. Then, are you also being a hooligan to me? Yang Ming asked faintly. You. The girl suddenly became annoyed. Are you trying to be a hooligan? When did I go to the men's bathroom? Not only did the girl have a strong reaction, but Jing Xiaolu and Gu Xingyao also widened their eyes. They didn't know why Yang Ming said this. Isn't this being a hooligan? Don't be noisy. If I say so, of course, there is evidence. Yang Ming frowned. You are wearing pink underwear with an open crotch. There is a green bow on it. Oh, yes, you don't have a birthmark on your left but there is a big boil. Ah. The girl was still a little disdainful at first, but when Yang Ming finished speaking, she was completely petrified at the moment. She opened her mouth wide and looked at Yang Ming in horror. She pointed at Yang Ming and couldn't speak. After she met Bai Hai in the bathroom, she didn't go to the bathroom, so Yang Ming was completely impossible to see what underwear she was wearing. Not to mention the big boil. The big boil was just yesterday, but the person in front of her said it accurately. She only had one thought at the moment, and that was that she encountered a ghost. Otherwise, how could it be so weird? She glanced at Yang Ming and looked at Bai Hai again. The girl simply ran away. Such a supernatural thing actually happened next to the dark bathroom in the cinema. It was a bit like Xianxia's story. She left just like that? Did you guess it right? Jing Xiaolu looked suspiciously at the direction where the girl fled. She was a little confused. Yang Ming's words made the arrogant chick who was waiting to blackmail Bai Hai turn around and run away. This made Jing Xiaolu and Gu Xingyao feel a little strange. I don't know if I guessed correctly, but she was really scared away. Yang Ming shrugged. It's impossible, right? If you didn't guess correctly, why would she run away? Jing Xiaolu was a little curious. Right, how did you know? Me? Yang Ming smiled and said, I have X-ray vision. Do you believe it? Tisk, Jing Xiaolu snorted. Apparently, she didn't believe Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming didn't explain much. Things were often like this. Sometimes when you told the truth, the other party wouldn't believe it, but when you lied, the other party would believe it. Gu Xingyao and Bai Hai didn't dare to ask more about Yang Ming's matters. At this moment, Bai Hai still had a lingering fear, and he didn't have the interest to continue watching the movie. When he heard that Yang Ming didn't want to watch the movie, they went out of the cinema together. Yang Ming had something to do and was in a hurry to see Zhang Zhishan and Victoria. Jing Xiaolu naturally knew that Yang Ming had something to do and was in a hurry to do it, so she didn't continue to pester Yang Ming. Many things were like this. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Jing Xiaolu was very satisfied with the current progress of her relationship with Yang Ming. She didn't expect further development, so now it was important for Yang Ming to do business. I'm going to the Songjiang International Hotel. I'll send you there. How about you stay there tonight? Yang Ming asked Jing Xiaolu. It was still possible to knock on the door of the dormitory building, but now, it was already past midnight. It was impossible to go back to school, so he could only arrange for Jing Xiaolu to stay in the hotel. Okay, as long as it doesn't affect your work. Jing Xiaolu nodded obediently. I will take a look tomorrow morning. If I have time, I will send you to school. If I don't have time, I will ask Bao Sanli to find someone to send you. Yang Ming said as he got into the car and let Jing Xiaolu sit in the front passenger seat. This time, Jing Xiaolu didn't rush to drive. Although Jing Xiaolu knew the location of the Songjiang International Hotel, and Jing Xiaolu often went there from the head office to inspect the work, she was a novice driver after all. Yang Ming was in a hurry now, so it was better to let Yang Ming drive. The lobby manager of the Songjiang International Hotel naturally knew Jing Xiaolu. Now, Jing Xiaolu had become a hot newcomer in the group. When he saw Jing Xiaolu enter, he quickly greeted her and said politely, "Assistant Jing, it's so late. You're here." However, just as the lobby manager was speaking halfway, he saw Yang Ming who came in with Jing Xiaolu. He was shocked. They weren't very clear about the true identity of Yang Ming, but they knew that Yang Ming was a person who was about the same level as Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan. He also had a large number of shares in the group. The president of the hotel, Xianxia, was very respectful to Yang Ming. Before he had a part-time job as the vice president of Mingyang Entertainment, he was in charge of the hotel. Every time Yang Ming came, he would personally greet him. Not long after Jing Xiaolu entered the group, she was promoted to the position of assistant to the general manager. It was rumored that it was because she had an unusual relationship with Yang Ming. There were rumors in the group that Jing Xiaolu was Yang Ming's lover, but rumors were just rumors. They had not been confirmed. However, seeing Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu appear here together so late at night, the lobby manager was sure that the rumors were not groundless. "Mr. Yang, you are here too. Should I inform President Gua?" The lobby manager quickly stepped forward and asked. Gua Jianchao had given him an order before. As long as Yang Ming came, he must call him to inform him. However, Yang Ming didn't seem to like this kind of show, but the lobby manager couldn't defend both sides, so he could only ask Yang Ming to see his opinion. If Yang Ming was unwilling, then the lobby manager could evade Gua Jianchao. He could just say that it was Yang Ming's opinion. No need. Yang Ming waved his hand. It's so late. Why should I call him? Especially on this special day, Gua Jianchao must still be settling accounts in the group, so looking for Gua Jianchao was equivalent to giving him trouble. Yang Ming wouldn't do this. Give me a room, and then you can go and do your work. Yang Ming told the lobby manager. Okay, Mr. Yang, you and Assistant Jing will stay in the penthouse suite reserved for you. The lobby manager said. Ah? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He immediately understood that the lobby manager had misunderstood. Obviously, he thought that Yang Ming wanted to stay with Jing Xiaolu. However, if Yang Ming asked him to change it to an ordinary room, it would be inappropriate to say it now. It would seem that Yang Ming was deliberately stingy and didn't give Jing Xiaolu a good room. Yang Ming could only acquiesce. Then the penthouse suite. Although the hotel had been renovated, the penthouse suite didn't need to be renovated. Originally, it was luxurious enough. It was Wang Shifan who came to enjoy himself. After Yang Ming got it, the room belonged to Yang Ming. Usually, when Yang Ming wasn't there, it wasn't open. Okay, I will prepare it now. The lobby manager nodded quickly and called the waiter to be busy cleaning up the room. As for Jing Xiaolu, she was even more proud. She could naturally feel that the lobby manager had misunderstood the relationship between her and Yang Ming, but she didn't mind continuing to misunderstand. No one else stayed in the suite upstairs, and the waiter would clean and wipe it every day. So, at this time, the bed sheets were just laid out and the toiletries were placed. Therefore, after a few minutes, the room was ready. The lobby manager wanted to send Yang Ming up, but Yang Ming waved his hand and refused. He went to the internal elevator with Jing Xiaolu. It was the first time for Jing Xiaolu to stay in such a luxurious room. Although she was also a member of the group, she only knew that there was such a luxurious private suite in the hotel today. Obviously, this was not open to the public. She only stayed in the more luxurious presidential suite when she came down with Guo Jianchao and other senior executives of the group to inspect the hotel. So obviously, this was Yang Ming's private room. Others couldn't stay in it. However, with this, the next time Jing Xiaolu came here, needless to say, the lobby manager would let Jing Xiaolu stay directly in Yang Ming's suite on the top floor. Jing Xiaolu felt a little excited when she thought about it. In that case, she would be envied by others. I'm staying here at night? Looking at the private pool in the room, Jing Xiaolu was so shocked that she didn't know what to do. Isn't this a bit too luxurious? I have never stayed in it before. If you don't stay here, where will you stay? Yang Ming glared at Jing Xiaolu. Don't take it for granted. You play by yourself. I'm going to meet someone. Yang Ming hesitated as he said this. Is it okay for me to meet Victoria at this time? If it was seen by Alice, it would be a little bad. So, Yang Ming waited and decided to let Victoria go upstairs. Moreover, there was a computer and everything on the upper floor. It was more convenient than downstairs. There was no need to worry about talking. Thinking of this, Yang Ming said to Jing Xiaolu, I will ask my friend to come up. You can also analyze it later. Okay. Jing Xiaolu could get along with Yang Ming for a while, so she naturally agreed. Moreover, Jing Xiaolu was very happy that Yang Ming valued her. Yang Ming nodded and dialed Victoria's phone number. I'm Yang Ming. You come out of the room now, then go downstairs. Go to the first floor and find the lobby manager. Ask him to bring you to me. Yang Ming instructed Victoria. Yes, Mr. Yang. Victoria did not ask much and responded directly. After Victoria hung up the phone, she took the digital camera out of the room, went downstairs, and came to the service desk. Is the lobby manager here? Please wait a moment. The waiter at the front desk naturally knew that Victoria was arranged to stay in the hotel by Yang Ming. Her identity was not ordinary, so he did not dare to neglect and quickly called the lobby manager. The lobby manager then came out and saw Victoria. Miss, is there anything I can help you with? Mr. Yang asked you to take me to him. Victoria was not polite and said concisely. Okay. The lobby manager also knew that Victoria was brought by Yang Ming, so he immediately agreed. Please come with me. The lobby manager took Victoria to the elevator and came to the suite on the top floor where Yang Ming was. However, the suite had an intercom system from the outside. The lobby manager pressed the intercom system. He still had to confirm whether Yang Ming let Victoria come up. Mr. Yang, Miss Victoria said that you are looking for her. She is now at the door, said the lobby manager. Let her come in. The door is not locked, said Yang Ming. Okay. After the lobby manager finished talking to Yang Ming, he made a gesture to Victoria. Please come in, Miss Victoria. After Victoria entered, the lobby manager retreated silently. He was not qualified to enter this room. However, the lobby manager was secretly envious. Yang Ming actually had two beautiful women accompanying him in one night. Victoria entered the room and saw Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu beside him. She was slightly stunned. Victoria had never seen Jing Xiaolu, so she subconsciously thought that she was Yang Ming's woman, which was the person she would protect in the future. Mr. Yang. Victoria hesitated. Although she guessed the relationship between Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming, she didn't know if she could say what she wanted to say in front of Jing Xiaolu. This is Jing Xiaolu. She is also one of us. You can say it. Yang Ming made a gesture to Victoria and then said to Jing Xiaolu, this is Victoria. Miss Jing, hello. Victoria nodded to Jing Xiaolu and said, Mr. Yang, I have taken the photo. It is in the memory card of this camera. Xiaolu, you go and take the notebook on the table over there. Come and look at it together. Yang Ming instructed Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu took the notebook. Yang Ming took out the memory card from the digital camera in Victoria's hand and inserted it into the card slot of the notebook card reader. The notebook here was also specially prepared by Guo Jianchao for Yang Ming. It was a more advanced model, so it had a built-in card reader, which saved a lot of trouble. Yang Ming opened the photo in the memory card, but what caught his eye was Victoria's selfie in the mirror. Yang Ming looked at the photo and looked at Victoria next to him. He was a little surprised. A girl, no matter what her identity was, would have a mind to show off. Victoria, an assassin, was no exception. Victoria suddenly felt a little ashamed. Her face suddenly turned red and said, "I was testing whether the camera was good or not. I just wanted to find some feeling of taking pictures. That's all. Delete these. If you delete them, you don't have to delete them." Yang Ming smiled and didn't make fun of Victoria anymore. Instead, he looked at the back. Sure enough, only the first few were Victoria's selfies. The back were some outdoor photos. Obviously, they were also used by Victoria for testing, but most of the photos were taken in the hotel corridors or rooms. Obviously, Victoria was cultivating the feeling of taking pictures. In many cases, the camera couldn't be taken out when taking pictures secretly, so it could only be taken blindly. Victoria was probably practicing blindly. Sure enough, Victoria said, "This was taken when I was practicing. It's all behind." Yang Ming smiled and turned to the next picture, but the expression on his face froze in an instant. Huang Yukai. Yang Ming widened his eyes and looked at the photo on the computer screen. He felt a little petrified. Is this the person Alice went to see? This is one of them. Why? Is there anything wrong? Victoria also saw that Yang Ming's expression was a little abnormal, so she asked. No. Yang Ming shook his head. Yang Ming had thought about the identity of the person who targeted him, but he didn't expect that it would be Huang Yukai, the fish that escaped the net. Victoria had never heard of Huang Yukai, but Jing Xiaolu was very familiar with the name Huang Yukai. Previously, Yang Ming had just told her about Wang Shifan. Huang Yukai was an active character, but she didn't expect him to be the person in the photo. This person is Huang Yukai. Jing Xiaolu also knew about Alice's matter. She knew that Alice might also be controlled by the behind-the-scenes boss. However, is this behind-the-scenes boss Huang Yukai? Wasn't this a little too dramatic? In Jing Xiaolu's opinion, Huang Yukai was just a doghead strategist. He couldn't do anything big except for doing some sinister things. How could he suddenly become the boss behind the scenes? Furthermore, he had planned so many major incidents against Yang Ming. It was possible for him to come up with these ideas on his own, but did he have the capital to do so? That's him, Yang Ming nodded affirmatively. How did he get together with Alice? If he had such great ability, would Wang Shifan still fall from power? Do you have a photo of the other man? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. The possibility of Huang Yukai playing a leading role was relatively small because Yang Ming knew that Huang Yukai couldn't do big things, but he could do some conspiracies. Yes, but it was taken from a distance. It may not be very clear. Victoria nodded and said, there was no chance to take photos in the coffee shop. I lurked at the door of the coffee shop before they left, and then I took a photo of them. Yang Ming flipped through the photo and saw another man appear in the photo. This was a photo of Huang Yukai, Alice, and another man together. The three of them were walking out of the coffee shop. Alice was about to reach out to stop the car. This man's appearance was unfamiliar. Yang Ming stared at it for a long time. He carefully recalled the people he had been in contact with, but unfortunately, this person had not appeared. The appearance of this man had no special features. It could even be described as ordinary and insignificant. It was a common face, and his figure was very ordinary. There was nothing unusual about it. He was the kind that could be directly ignored in the sea of people. However, he didn't know why this person gave Yang Ming a sense of familiarity. It was like déjà vu, but after careful observation, there was still no clue. Yang Ming was sure that he had never seen this person before. Could this person be the behind-the-scenes boss? Yang Ming wasn't sure. From Huang Yaocai's appearance here, It could be seen that the person Alice was in contact with this time might not be the behind-the-scenes boss. Maybe it was the two underlings of the behind-the-scenes boss. Thinking of this, Yang Ming sighed slightly. Although these clues were somewhat helpful to Yang Ming, they were not very helpful. Even if he knew that Huang Yukai was involved in the behind-the-scenes boss, it was just Huang Yukai. Judging from the behind-the-scenes boss's style of doing things, he contacted Elder Yu, Tian Long, Sui Wujin, even Xu Daming and Lu Chan, and now Huang Yukai. This also showed that the behind-the-scenes boss would use anyone to deal with him. It didn't necessarily mean that this person was very capable. Therefore, if Huang Yukai wanted to avenge Wang Shifan and Wang Jitao, it was understandable for him to seek refuge with the behind-the-scenes boss. Since there was no clue about this matter, then it was better to solve the other matter in front of him. Yang Ming was not in a hurry to find the behind-the-scenes boss now, because Yang Ming also knew that this was unrealistic. Victoria, you go back and continue to monitor Alice. Take photos at any time if there is a situation. You can act at your discretion. You don't have to call me for everything. It's fine as long as you are not discovered. Yang Ming instructed Victoria. Yes. Mr. Yang. Victoria nodded, but she didn't stay for a long time. She stood up directly and walked in the direction of the door. For Victoria's swift and decisive action, Jing Xiaolu was a bit baffled. After she left, Jing Xiaolu asked, Yang Ming, where did this Victoria come from? Why does she look so cool and cold? This is a female bodyguard that I found. I am going to secretly protect Chen Mingyan and the others. Yang Ming didn't hide anything from Jing Xiaolu. However, because Alice's identity is suspicious, I let her stay in the hotel and secretly pay attention to Alice's movements. Yang Ming told Jing Xiaolu about Alice, but Yang Ming didn't mention Victoria, so Jing Xiaolu was so curious. It turned out to be like this. Jing Xiaolu responded very plainly, but she was thinking in her heart. When can this Victoria become my bodyguard? Yang Ming naturally didn't know what Jing Xiaolu was thinking. He asked her to put away the notebook first, then he hurriedly left the Songjiang International Hotel. He had to find Zhang Zhishan tonight to discuss the voodoo on the people around Tianlong. This matter couldn't be delayed. The earlier it was implemented, the earlier Sun Jia and the others would be safe. The lobby manager found it strange that Yang Ming left after a while, but he didn't dare to ask more. He sent Yang Ming to the car and watched Yang Ming's car drive away. On the way, Yang Ming dialed Zhang Zhishan's phone. Zhang Zhishan, this is Yang Ming. Where are you? Asked Yang Ming. I am in the Huashang district, in my house. Zhang Zhishan was sleeping and was awakened by the ringing of the phone. When he saw that it was Yang Ming, he suddenly sobered up. Because his duty was to protect Yang Ming, he couldn't let Yang Ming go out of the way. During this time, because of Elder Yu's disappearance, Yang Ming did not let Zhang Zhishan continue to follow him to protect him, so Zhang Zhishan also stayed in the house in the Huashang district to wait for orders. I have something to discuss with you. I will come over immediately. Is it convenient now? Asked Yang Ming. After all, Zhang Zhishan lived with his girlfriend. It was so late. If Yang Ming went over, he was afraid that it would be inconvenient. It's okay. It doesn't matter. I will wait for you in the living room. Zhang Zhishan said quickly. 15 minutes later, Yang Ming appeared in the living room of Zhang Zhishan's house. Our conversation won't affect your girlfriend, right? Asked Yang Ming as he glanced at the closed bedroom door. It's okay. Don't worry about her. Zhang Zhishan waved his hand. Brother Yang, if there is anything, just say it. And, this time, what I want to ask you is, do you know that there is a kind of voodoo? After people take it, there will be no reaction at the time, but if they don't take the antidote to suppress it for a period of time, the voodoo will attack and die. I heard Lan Ling mention something similar. I don't know if you know how to make it. This kind of voodoo is very simple. After Zhang Zhishan heard it, he said confidently, this is the simplest voodoo. Almost everyone in our Miao village can make it. Brother Yang, how often do you need the voodoo to attack? And, what I need now is the best kind that attacks once a day. After that, it may take a longer time. Yang Ming said. No problem. When do you need it? Zhang Zhishan nodded and asked. Can you do it now? Asked Yang Ming. Now, then I have to ask Xiaoqi to get up and help me with it. As Zhang Zhishan said this, he stood up and prepared to go to the bedroom to wake up his girlfriend. He also understood that Yang Ming looked for him in the middle of the night for the voodoo. There must be a very important matter. Although Yang Ming felt a little sorry for Zhang Zhishan and his wife, the matter really couldn't be delayed. He could only let the two of them work in the middle of the night. Xiaoqi was woken up in the middle of the night. When he heard that Yang Ming had something to entrust them to do, Xiaoqi didn't complain at all. Instead, he yawned and actively worked with Zhang Zhishan. This time, when Zhang Zhishan came to Songjiang, he had already brought a lot of things about voodoo. After that, he shipped a lot of raw materials for the voodoo. The voodoo that Yang Ming needed was the most common kind, so Zhang Zhishan and Xiaoqi could quickly prepare it. However, Yang Ming needed more, so it took some effort. Brother Yang, I have tried my best, but the voodoo has to be cultivated for a period of time. It will only be effective after a period of growth in the petri dish. Zhang Zhishan wiped the sweat on his forehead and said to Yang Ming. It doesn't matter. Just do your best. Yang Ming naturally knew that this thing couldn't be taken out immediately. Zhang Zhishan didn't sleep in the middle of the night to help him cultivate the voodoo. It was already hard enough. This is considered fast. If there is no accident, it can be used in the afternoon, said Zhang Zhishan. Okay, thank you for your hard work. What is the interval of the voodoo? Asked Yang Ming. It's about 24 to 30 hours. Zhang Zhishan said, Brother Yang, do you have any special needs? This time can be controlled according to the activity of the voodoo. No, this time is enough. But after this matter is over, I hope to delay the outbreak of this voodoo to about a year. Yang Ming thought about it and said, it would be great if we could delay the outbreak of the voodoo based on the original voodoo. This should not be a problem, said Zhang Zhishan, but you still need to take another formula. You can start to make it, said Yang Ming, I have to go out and do something now. You and Xiaoqi will have to work hard. At this moment, the sky was already bright. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Yang Ming still had other important things to do. That was to investigate the people around Tianlong. Although Fang Tian also had some secret relationships with some people who also operated private investigation businesses, these private organizations were not as strong as the official organizations. It would take some twists and turns to investigate, and the efficiency was very slow. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to go to Xiaxue for help. Although he could find Chen Fei, some things couldn't be lied to because of his personal relationship with Chen Fei. Looking for Chen Fei for help had many inconveniences. It was also easy to expose his relationship with the Sun family and Sun Jia. This was something that Yang Ming was not willing to expose now. However, he could ask Xiaxue for help. Yang Ming could use his identity as the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to tell Xiaxue that his investigation of Elder Yu involved Tianlong. Thinking of this, Yang Ming dialed Xiaxue's cell phone. Hello? Yang Ming? From Xiaxue's side, there were noises from the downtown area. Obviously, someone was outside. Xiaxue, where are you? I have something to tell. You, Yang Ming asked. I'm doing morning exercises near my home. I'm going to eat something. Xiaxue said, You're looking for me? Business or private matters? There's work and personal matters, Yang Ming said with a smile. I'm going to treat you to a meal for personal matters, but we'll talk about business matters when we meet. I'm just asking. Do you really have work to do? Xiaxue was slightly stunned, but she also knew that Yang Ming's current identity was somewhat special. He was a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, responsible for investigating some strange incidents. Their local police station had to unconditionally cooperate with him. I'm going to find you now, said Yang Ming. Yang Ming had been to Xiaxue's house several times, so he was naturally familiar with the road. When he arrived at the community where Xiaxue's house was located, Yang Ming saw Xiaxue jogging from a distance. Because Yang Ming's eyesight was good, he easily saw Xiaxue when he passed through the pedestrians in the community. Xiaxue. Yang Ming parked the car on the side of the community and shouted to Xiaxue, who was not far in front of him. Xiaxue turned her head and saw Yang Ming. She waved to Yang Ming and sped up her pace. She quickly ran to Yang Ming, opened the door of the passenger seat, and got in the car. Did you put a license plate on your car? The number is good. When Xiaxue got in the car, she saw Yang Ming's license plate. But isn't it suspicious of being a nouveau riche? Isn't it a bit too eye-catching? My friend helped me put it on. Is it an auction number? Yang Ming shrugged helplessly. I reordered a car. I ordered an Audi Q7. I just have to choose a number. Q7. You're really rich. Xiaxue snorted. Such a good car. Just because the license plate is too eye-catching, you have to change it. It's really distressing. Then, when the time comes, I'll give this car to you? Yang Ming smiled. Forget it. I'm just a little policeman. Do you want me to make a mistake by driving such a luxury car? Xiaxue glared at Yang Ming. Hee, you don't want it even if it's given to you for free. This is really the first time I've seen it. Yang Ming smiled. However, when you put a license plate, you can look for me. I'll give you a police station number. There are no odd or even restrictions. Xiaxue said. What is this? Using power for personal gain? Yang Ming glanced at Xiaxue with a mischievous look. Songjiang's traffic volume had obviously increased this year. Because the beginning of spring had to be followed by winter's frozen roads, many roads implemented odd and even restrictions. However, although the license plate of Yang Ming's car wasn't a special number, no one intercepted it. Scheming your head. You're from that side. For the convenience of doing things, I gave you our license plate. This is also what my brother told me. Do you think that if you don't have that side's identity, I will simply give you a license plate? Xiaxue said angrily. Yang Ming was reminded by Xiaxue. Only then did he remember that he was also a civil servant. Well, when the car arrives, I will look for you. Yang Ming didn't have to take advantage of this, but as Xiaxue said, with such a license plate, it was convenient for him to do things. At least, he wouldn't get a ticket because the car was parked on the roadside. Let's talk. What are you looking for me for? Xiaxue asked after getting in the car. I need you to help me investigate a person, said Yang Ming. This person has been very abnormal recently. I suspect that there are other people behind him. Other people? Who? Xiaxue asked subconsciously, but after asking, she closed her mouth because she understood the system. The things that Yang Ming investigated were not something that their place could participate in. They were some relatively special cases. Although her brother, Xiao Bingbao, was also from that side, he wouldn't tell her about the case. There is no progress yet, and some things can't be said. Yang Ming shrugged apologetically. I understand. It doesn't matter. Xiaxue smiled. She wasn't the kind of little girl who didn't know anything. Some things were the system. It couldn't be changed because of personal relationships. Investigate who? Investigate Dong Hai, Tianlong's secretary and driver, and everyone close to him, said Yang Ming. Tianlong? That Tianlong who started his career by mingling in the underworld? Xiaxue had obviously heard of Tianlong's name, but these underworld people were definitely registered with the police. It was just that if they didn't do something too extreme, the police wouldn't find trouble with them. After all, these people had now entered the proper business, but they inevitably had some underworld aura on them. Yes, it's him. Yang Ming nodded and said. He is from Donghai. It is appropriate to let the Donghai police station investigate. Xiaxue said, you can just show your identity directly. Indeed. Yang Ming listened to Xiaxue and realized that his identity was not only useful in Songjiang, but it was also useful in other places. However, since I have found you, then you should accompany me to Donghai. That's right. In the afternoon, I have a meeting in the morning. Xiaxue thought about it and said, but I have to come back at night. I am on duty tonight. Yang Ming also thought so. After he investigated the people around Tianlong, he was going to act immediately. If Xiaxue was next to him, it would be inconvenient for him to act. Okay, let's drive. I will give you the car, and you can drive back, said Yang Ming. Then how will you come back? Asked Xiaxue. I have my own way. Yang Ming thought, after dealing with Tianlong, the Sun family will regain power. At that time I won't have to worry about not having a car to drive. So, I don't have to worry about how to come back. Then I don't care about you. Anyway, if you don't have a car, just go to the Donghai police station and borrow one. Xiaxue said, it's still early. Where are we going? Of course, we are looking for a place to eat. Yang Ming said, I know a morning tea shop that sells fried cakes. It was moved from the former shanty town. The taste is very authentic. I know that you like to eat it, so I paid attention to it. Now, I will take you there. Xiaxue's heart was suddenly moved. She didn't expect Yang Ming to remember her preferences after so long. She had grown up and went out to study independently when she was young. It had been a long time since someone cared so much about her. You don't want to eat? Yang Ming saw Xiaxue in a daze and felt a little strange. No. Xiaxue shook her head vigorously and said, Yang Ming, thank you. Thank me for what? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by Xiaxue's sudden move. It's nothing. Xiaxue smiled and licked her lips. Are we going now? Then, let's go. Of course, we are going now. Didn't I say before that I would treat? Yang Ming said, are you going to let go of me, your long-term meal ticket? Xiaxue's face suddenly blushed. When she said this sentence before, she didn't think so much. After thinking about it, she felt that something was wrong. When Yang Ming mentioned it now, Xiaxue was naturally embarrassed. She said, wishful thinking. You are so rich. I want to kill the rich to help the poor. I'm afraid you won't be able to make me poor. Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders. Xiaxue was just saying it casually. She knew that Yang Ming was very rich now. How much could it cost to eat breakfast? Right, how do you know that this shop has fried cakes? Xiaxue was a bit baffled. Many young people didn't like to eat this kind of old-fashioned food, so many breakfast shops didn't sell this kind of thing. Songjiang's breakfast shops were becoming more and more fashionable. They were all snacks from Hong Kong and Taiwan. This breakfast shop is the one we ate in Shantytown before. They have now opened a shop. Yang Ming said, didn't Shantytown relocate? They used the compensation from the relocation to buy a shop. They are doing old-fashioned breakfast, and the business is good. This kind of old-fashioned breakfast was fried dough sticks, fried cakes, tofu pudding, and soy milk. However, because the price was cheap, it wasn't very profitable. It wasn't as profitable as those porridge shops, so basically, those who had a shop didn't do it. However, this family didn't have the intention to make a fortune. They were satisfied with just living. After they moved away, they told Yang Ming the new location through Lin Jiyun because the owner of the breakfast stall also knew that Yang Ming had a friend who liked to eat old-fashioned fried cakes. These people knew that the reason why the demolition could get so much compensation was also because of Yang Ming. If Yang Ming's company didn't take over Wei Jin's company, then they wouldn't get so much money, so they were grateful to Yang Ming. Yang Ming knew the address, but he had never been there. This time, he just happened to bring Xiaxue there. This shop was called the Old-Fashioned Breakfast Shop. The location wasn't very good. It wasn't in the downtown area, but in a relatively remote community. The car was parked at the entrance of the breakfast shop, which attracted some surprised gazes from nearby people. The people who came here to eat were residents nearby. Their income wasn't very high. Now there was actually a luxury car parked here. Of course, it would be surprising. Yang Ming and Xiaxue got out of the car and walked into the breakfast shop. The breakfast shop owner, Old Wu, was busy frying dough sticks. When he looked up and saw Yang Ming, he quickly threw the matter in his hand to his wife and walked out personally. Mr. Yang Ming, you are finally here. We have always wanted to thank you in person, but we have never had the chance. Boss Wu, don't be polite. My friend and I just came here to eat some breakfast. You do what you need to do. Yang Ming smiled. Sit down, sit down. Boss Wu cleaned up a table and wiped it. Then, he said, what do you want to eat? I will make it for you. Just some fried cakes and soy milk, said Yang Ming. Okay. Boss Wu responded and went to work. The guests in the shop were a bit strange. When did Boss Wu know such a rich person? However, they didn't ask much. The fried cakes were served soon. They were freshly fried by Boss Wu himself. The soy milk was also hot. Xiaoxua's eyes lit up when she saw the fried cake. Especially since it was specially made by Boss Wu, it tasted softer and sweeter. Xiaoxua ate it happily. After eating, Yang Ming wanted to pay, but Boss Wu said that he didn't want anything. He kept saying, "Mr. Yang, I already owe you a favor for the demolition. This breakfast is nothing." When Yang Ming heard Boss Wu say this, he had no other choice. He knew that he couldn't refuse anymore, so he said, "Then, I won't refuse. This time, you treat me to a meal. That's how it should be." Boss Wu said as he took a bag of fried cakes that had been prepared before and handed it to Yang Ming. "I specially prepared this for you. Please accept it." Yang Ming knew that Boss Wu was being kind. This thing was not valuable, so he accepted it according to Boss Wu's intention. "Thank you." Outside the breakfast shop, Xiaoxua smiled and said, "You are quite popular. Even the boss here is so good to you. Isn't it because of the demolition?" "The demolition of Shanty Town was handed over to my company, so they got a lot of compensation." "Naturally, they are grateful," said Yang Ming. It turned out to be like this. Xiaoxua didn't know much about Yang Ming's company, but she didn't ask much after listening to Yang Ming. After sending Xiaoxua to the police station, Yang Ming returned to Zhang Zhishan's residence in the Huasheng district. Zhang Zhishan and Xiaoqi were eating porridge. When they saw Yang Ming coming back, Zhang Zhishan quickly greeted, "Mr. Yang, have you eaten breakfast? The porridge cooked by Xiaoqi is quite good. Do you want to eat together?" "I have eaten. You guys eat." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "How is the voodoo?" "It is being cultivated." Zhang Zhishan said, "I will go and take a look after eating." Yang Ming called Bao Sanli and asked him to send a car to pick up Jing Xiaolu. Bao Sanli naturally agreed. Although Yang Ming asked Bao Sanli to send a car, Bao Sanli didn't dare to neglect. He personally drove downstairs to the Songjiang International Hotel and entered the lobby. The lobby manager was shocked and quickly greeted, "President Bao, you are here? What's the matter?" When the lobby manager saw that Bao Sanli suddenly came to the hotel early in the morning, he was a little scared. He also heard about the company's incident. This time, when Bao Sanli came, he didn't know if he was going to attack the hotel. "Nothing. I am here to pick up Miss Jing to go to school," said Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli called Jing Xiaolu Miss Jing instead of Assistant Jing. This also highlighted Jing Xiaolu's identity. She was not as simple as an assistant. Bao Sanli, the vice president of the group, had to pick her up personally. Then, the identity of Yang Ming could be imagined. The lobby manager quickly sent someone to go upstairs to invite Jing Xiaolu down. At this moment, Jing Xiaolu just received a call from Yang Ming. Yang Ming told her that he had found someone to pick her up to go to school. Although Yang Ming didn't come in person, Jing Xiaolu was slightly disappointed, but Jing Xiaolu also knew that Yang Ming would definitely be very busy these 2 days. She couldn't force anything. When the lobby manager found someone to come up, Jing Xiaolu had already washed up and dressed. As soon as the person came up, she followed him downstairs. Out of the elevator, Jing Xiaolu saw Bao Sanli standing in the hotel lobby at a glance. She was a little excited. Yang Ming said that he would send someone, but she didn't expect Bao Sanli to come in person. If she let him send her to work, how glorious would that be? Then, her colleagues would definitely look at her differently. However, Jing Xiaolu knew that Yang Ming didn't like her show-off style, so she stopped this idea. Otherwise, even if Jing Xiaolu asked Bao Sanli to send her to school and pick her up to the company in the afternoon, she believed that Bao Sanli would not disagree. They didn't talk in the morning. At noon, Zhang Zhishan shouted excitedly, "Brother Yang! It's done. The voodoo has been refined successfully. It can be used." "Oh? That's great." Yang Ming was still worried about whether the voodoo could be refined when he went to Donghai in the afternoon. If it couldn't be refined, he had to go back to Songjiang to get the voodoo when he went to Donghai. Now, it seemed that he didn't have to bother twice. These voodoo can be refined into about 30 doses. I don't know if it's enough? Xianxia asked. If it's not enough, I will hurry up and refine more. More than 30 doses? That should be enough. Yang Ming said in his heart, the people I want to punish are the people around Tianlong and the company's senior people. The people at the bottom are all subservient. They act according to the will of their superiors. Therefore, these 30 portions were more than enough. In fact, they might not even need these. Well, how much antidote do you need to prepare? Xianxia nodded and asked. Antidote? Is it the suppression of the voodoo or the complete antidote? Asked Yang Ming. How much of each? Asked Xianxia. Give me more suppression of the voodoo. The complete antidote is not needed, said Yang Ming. Since these people had betrayed once, it was possible for them to betray a second time. In order to prevent a second occurrence, there was only one way to put an end to it. That was to control their life and death in their own hands so that they wouldn't dare to rebel. Jing Xiaolu was quite clever sometimes. This was really an idea that could be done once and for all. Zhang Jishan prepared the suppression of the voodoo antidote, and then packaged it with the voodoo and gave it to Yang Ming. Although the refining of the voodoo was extremely simple, everyone's refining method was different. The proportion of the poison placed was also different, so the antidote was not universal. If it was taken indiscriminately, it may lead to death on the spot. Therefore, even if these people found other people who knew voodoo, it was impossible to easily detoxify the voodoo unless it was Lan Ling's grandmother or Elder Yu, a master of voodoo. Of course, there was also Ma Xiaoyao. In these few days, I will go out. You hurry up and prepare a medicine that can delay the time of the voodoo. About 30 portions are enough. Yang Ming instructed Zhang Jishan. Okay, don't worry, brother Yang. This is very easy to refine. Zhang Jishan nodded and agreed. The combination of interests was the most unreliable. Once the third party paid more interests, then this combination of interests would quickly collapse. Yang Ming was very clear about this. Since Tianlong could bribe these people, then Yang Ming could also bribe these people, but he couldn't guarantee that there was really Tianlong's confidant who told Tianlong about Yang Ming's plan. In that case, Yang Ming's efforts would be in vain. Tianlong's bribing was completed under the high-pressure policy of carrots and sticks. Many people's weaknesses were in Tianlong's hands, so they had no choice but to betray Sun Hongjun. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to instigate these people, then there was only one possibility, which was to make them have no choice but to betray. If they continued to follow Tianlong, then only death would await them. Only when it involved their own personal safety could they grit their teeth and follow Yang Ming to betray Tianlong. Although Yang Ming could seal their acupoints and make them wish they were dead, this was only temporary. Yang Ming still needed them to do things for him, so he couldn't kill them. A temporary threat. Although Yang Ming was sure to make them have the kind of fear that was engraved in their bones, the facts were not absolute. If someone held a fluke mentality and continued to defect to Tianlong, then it would be terrible. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to give them a real threat. Only after they were threatened would they not dare to have the slightest disloyalty. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Ming received a call from Xia Shui. Xia Shui had finished her work and asked Yang Ming if he could depart. Yang Ming was also ready, so he drove to pick up Xia Shui. The two went to Donghai together. The reason why Xia Shui accompanied him was that Yang Ming's identity was special. It couldn't be revealed to everyone. If Yang Ming went to the Donghai police station alone, it would be difficult to see the higher-ups of the police station before he identified himself. With Xia Shui's accompaniment, it was much easier. In fact, it was because Yang Ming wasn't familiar with Donghai. Xia Shui leaned lazily on the back of the car seat and stretched. I'm so tired. I had a meeting all morning. You are studying the case. Meetings are inevitable. Yang Ming knew the nature of Xia Shui's work. They had meetings almost every day to discuss the investigation direction of some criminal cases. Many times, I always feel that my ability is not enough. Although I have solved several major cases in this position, it is not my credit. Xia Shui said with some sadness, in the end, these credits are given to me by you. I didn't do anything. Yang Ming was a little surprised after listening to Xia Shui's words. Xia Shui actually began to consider these things? This shows that Xianxia has matured. She is no longer the little girl who only wanted to make contributions. Now she has her own ideas. You can't say that. For Wang Shifan's case, if you didn't help me, I might not be able to catch them all. Moreover, if you didn't help me take care of Zhou Jiejia's injury. Yang Ming said this with some sadness. So you don't have to feel that you didn't do anything. Besides, Chen Afu's case was also solved by us staying up late together. Is this still your credit? But, it seems that you are the leader every time, and I am the assistant. Although Xianxia participated in 2 cases, she always felt that she didn't do as much as Yang Ming. You are with me. Naturally, I am more powerful. Yang Ming smiled. Otherwise, why would your brother recruit me to his side? Shameless. Although Xianxia said so, it was indeed the case when she thought about it. If Yang Ming really didn't have any ability, then how could her brother recruit him? The car drove on the Dongsong Expressway. Yang Ming was already very familiar with this road. All the plans seemed to be going smoothly so far, but there was no news from Tian Donghua in Donghai, not even a text message. At present, it seemed that there was only one possibility, that was, Tian Donghua had been put under house arrest by Tian Long. However, Yang Ming wasn't very worried. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. No matter how crazy Tian Long was, it was impossible for him to kill his own son. Otherwise, what was the use of him fighting for the Sun family's huge business? At Tian Long's age, there weren't many things he had planned for himself. His craziness could only mean one thing: he wanted to lay a foundation for his descendants. Although the Tian family had a younger son, Tian Dongguang was obviously not the material to inherit the business. He studied martial arts all day long. He was simply a martial arts fanatic. In contrast, Tian Donghua was a promising talent. Whether it was in terms of ability or character, he was the best candidate to inherit the family business. If Yang Ming could see it, it was impossible for Tian Long not to see it. In fact, Tian Long had always trained Tian Donghua as a successor. So, in this way, unless Tian Long was crazy, it was impossible for him to do anything unfavorable to Tian Donghua. His son was gone, let alone his grandson. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was slightly relieved. In any case, Yang Ming would not involve Tian Donghua in the outcome of Tian Long this time. At least, Tian Donghua tried his best, so Yang Ming owed him a favor. As for how to deal with Tian Long in the end, it depended on Tian Long's attitude. The car drove on the expressway and gradually slowed down because it was close to the exit of the Donghai toll booth. All the cars on the expressway stopped here to accept payment. Yang Ming picked up the expressway IC card and slowly waited behind the row of cars. However, after 2 or 3 cars, the motorcade obviously stagnated. At the expressway toll booth in front, the people in a black Santana seemed to have a dispute with the people at the toll booth. What happened in front? Xianxia also felt that the car had stopped, so she looked up and asked. I don't know. It seems that the people in the Santana in front have a dispute with the people at the toll booth, said Yang Ming. Yang Ming had the mentality of watching the fun and looked ahead with his special ability. Sure enough, he saw the driver of the Santana frowning and shouting at the toll booth, I lost my IC card. How much do you want to pay? Just say the word and it's over. Why are you so hesitant? It's not a problem of compensation. We checked the records in the computer. During this time, there is no record of your license plate number. We can't determine which expressway your car entered from, said the toll booth attendant. If you can't find it, then don't check. Can't you charge according to the longest journey? The driver glared and said impatiently, I still have something to do. Don't delay my time. How much? Just say the word. I don't lack money. Why is this woman so hesitant? She doesn't want more money. No, I have to get rid of her as soon as possible. Otherwise, a long night will bring many dreams. If I delay for a long time, who knows what will happen? This is a job that will cost me my life. Yang Ming suddenly heard a voice. Yes, this voice came from the driver of the black Santana. Yang Ming could be sure. This driver of the Santana must be in a very panicked situation at the moment. Looking at what he was thinking, Yang Ming could conclude this point. There must be something unspeakable on him. Yang Ming's inadvertent discovery made his spirit slightly shocked. Yang Ming was not the kind of person who meddled in other people's business, but he was not the kind of person who did not care about things. Even if he saw bad people who harmed society, he would not be indifferent. When he saw the old man who sold glasses being bullied, Yang Ming stood up. It could also show that Yang Ming was a very civic-minded and righteous person. Therefore, when Yang Ming found that this Santana driver was very suspicious, Yang Ming knew that things were not simple. This person was so anxious to escape, and he was very afraid to stay here, which meant that there might be an unusual secret on him that could not be discovered by others. Thinking of this, Yang Ming used his special ability and began to search around the Santana driver. Yang Ming first looked at the trunk because the trunk was the only place in the car that could put things. However, in the trunk, although Yang Ming found some suspicious things, they could not be regarded as too suspicious. A Southern car license plate and a military license plate were obviously fake, but these things were found by the traffic police. At most, they would be confiscated and fined. There was no need to talk about decapitation. Therefore, Yang Ming subconsciously felt that this person must have other problems. It was not as simple as having two fake license plates in the trunk. This fake license plate was not enough to decapitate him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming continued to search the Santana with his special ability. If it was really something that could decapitate him, then it was unlikely to be placed in such an obvious place like the trunk. So Yang Ming began to look at the corners of the car. These places that were easy to overlook were actually good places to hide things. Suddenly, Yang Ming's gaze stopped under the cushion in the back seat of the Santana. It was a pack of things wrapped in a black plastic bag, flat under the cushion in the back seat. Although there were not many things, Yang Ming only glanced at it and understood what it was. White powder. These two words jumped into Yang Ming's mind. Although Yang Ming had not been exposed to these things, he also strictly ordered Bao Sanli not to be involved in these illegal businesses, so Yang Ming had not seen what the real white powder looked like. However, this thing did not need to be really seen. Some things could be known at a glance. So, I will give you 1,000 yuan. I really have something urgent. Let me go. The Santana driver took out a stack of money from the pocket of the passenger seat and handed it to the toll collector. Sir, we can't accept this money. You should park the car aside first and wait for the traffic police to investigate. The toll collector was not tempted by the money handed over by the Santana driver. It was no wonder. This toll booth had surveillance video. Who dared to accept money casually? Mother **Ker, this woman is really unmoved. If the things in the back seat of the car are searched by the police, then we are dead. What do you want to do? What about your leader? Who can make the decision? The Santana driver was anxious. Sorry, please go to the police room in front for investigation. The toll collector pointed to a traffic police duty room not far away on the right and repeated what he said before to the Santana driver. Mother **Ker. It seems that I can't pass. The policeman on duty over there apparently saw the dispute here. He also came out of the duty room and walked in the direction of the Santana. Why is it so troublesome? The Santana's driver closed the door and complained. He started the car, but just when everyone thought that he wanted to drive the car to the duty room for inspection, an accident happened. Because there was a fence in front, vehicles that did not pay couldn't pass, so the Santana could only turn right to the police room next to it for investigation. However, the Santana did not make a mistake by turning right, but he turned a big corner and turned the car around directly. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and sped up on the highway. This change happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned, including the toll collector and the traffic police who came out of the police room. However, when the Santana turned around, Yang Ming had already guessed his intentions. Because Yang Ming just saw the Santana driver's thoughts. From his several thoughts, the thing in his back seat was really the kind of thing that could kill. Yang Ming's guess was not wrong this time. It also indirectly proved the possibility of that thing being a drug. No wonder this guy was so nervous. He didn't hesitate to spend money to bribe the toll collector to leave as soon as possible. However, under this kind of surveillance camera, never mind 1,000 yuan, even if the toll collector was given 10,000 yuan, she wouldn't dare to let him go privately. Therefore, when the bribe was ineffective, and there were traffic police coming out from the police station where the traffic police were on duty, the Santana's driver had no other choice but to turn around and escape. Since he was able to appear silently on the highway, it meant that he did not enter from the other entrances of the highway, but from a fork in the road. As long as he escaped, it would be impossible to intercept him on the other side. Do you want to make another contribution with me? When Yang Ming saw the Santana turn around, he also pushed the reverse gear and turned the steering wheel, making his car reverse. Then, he turned the steering wheel and rushed out in the direction of the Santana's escape. Xianxia hadn't reacted to what was going on yet. She felt that her body was suddenly tilted. It turned out that Yang Ming's driving movement was too big, so she almost hit the glass due to inertia. Is there a problem with the car in front? The professional sensitivity made Xianxia think of it in an instant. There must be a problem with the Santana that refused to be checked and suddenly turned around. The Santana's driving speed was very fast, and there were obviously no police cars at the police station, or the police cars were on duty. So when the policeman there saw the Santana suddenly turn around and escape, he was anxious to call for help. Of course, when he finished the call, maybe the Santana had already run away. Although the Santana's speed was fast, the displacement was not at the same level as the BMW X5. The Santana rushed forward crazily. Even if it was driving in the opposite direction. The cars here all gave way to the Santana in the emergency parking lane. Who would fight with a madman? However, because Yang Ming was originally driving in the opposite direction, all the cars on the side lane were opposite, so Yang Ming had no way to overtake. He could only follow closely. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Although Yang Ming started half a beat later than the Santana, it was easy for the large displacement off-road vehicle to catch up with the Santana. Do you have a gun? Yang Ming glanced at Xianxia and found that the distance was so close, but this chick was still indifferent. His heart suddenly turned cold. I didn't bring it. I locked it in the safe when I left. Xiaoxua's face was bitter and anxious. She came out to accompany Yang Ming to the Donghai police station to investigate something. She didn't need to bring a gun. She didn't expect to encounter such a situation on the road. Yang Ming got a negative answer from Xiaoxia. It was similar to his guess. Yang Ming sighed suddenly. This BMW, Yang Ming had wasted his efforts. In the current situation, it was impossible to overtake, and Xiaoxia didn't have a gun. The only thing Yang Ming could do was to step on the accelerator, and the car rushed forward. The huge impact and the reaction force after the collision made Yang Ming and Xiaoxua's bodies suddenly shake. However, German cars were surprisingly strong. Yang Ming's BMW X5 was no exception. After the huge impact, the Santana's trunk suddenly piled up like a fold. The Santana's driver saw the BMW X5 behind before. At that time, he was still a little nervous. However, after seeing the BMW license plate, the Santana's driver knew that this was definitely not a public car, but a private car. However, the Santana's driver didn't think that the license plate was real. He subconsciously thought that Yang Ming's car was also a smuggler's car with a fake license plate. He had a dispute with the toll collector in front of him, which attracted the traffic police. It was normal for this BMW X5 to be afraid of being involved and run with him. So, the Santana's driver really didn't care much. However, he didn't expect that the big off-road guy behind him actually hit his butt directly. The front of the BMW car was only a little deformed by the bumper, but the Santana was a bit unfortunate. After the Santana's driver was hit, he felt that something was wrong. He glanced at the BMW X5 that was still following him like a wolf in the rearview mirror. His heart subconsciously trembled, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom! Yang Ming paused and once again stepped on the accelerator to hit the car. This time, the force was stronger, and it directly knocked the Santana from a 3-compartment into a 2-compartment. The trunk and the rear compartment were all deformed. The Santana's driver was shocked. He didn't know why the BMW car behind him chased him and why it hit him. The Santana's driver was a bit inexplicable by this unexpected incident. I didn't offend them, right? If this continues, I will definitely be done for. The Santana's driver was not stupid. These two cars were obviously not in the same weight class. Not to mention the difference in power, but the difference in tonnage and plate thickness was also a lot. The Santana's driver gritted his teeth. He just wanted to escape, but the appearance of Yang Ming made it impossible for him to escape. The Santana's driver reached into the handbag on the side and quickly took out a replica Type 54 pistol from it. He quickly loaded the bullet, turned his head abruptly, and fired 2 shots at the front passenger seat of the BMW behind. Although Yang Ming was chasing the Santana's driver, his eyes never left the Santana's driver. He was always paying attention to his movements. When he saw him take out a pistol, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Ah. 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 Xianxia also saw the Santana's driver raise the black muzzle at this time. Pa, 2 shots were fired. Because the distance between the two cars was too close, it was too late to dodge. She could only scream subconsciously. Yang Ming ignored it. At this moment, he suddenly accelerated again, and the front of the car slammed into the back of the Santana. This time, because the Santana's driver turned back and fired, he instinctively reduced the speed. However, Yang Ming did not reduce it. Therefore, when the Santana changed from a 3-seater to a 2-seater, it was hit by a huge force again. The rear left tire was directly blown up by the huge force. The Santana also tilted and lost control of the direction. It directly flipped from the emergency lane into the ditch next to the highway. After a while, the Santana fell into the ditch. Xianxia woke up. You didn't get shot? The front windshield was broken once before. After that, I found someone to replace it with a thicker bulletproof glass. If the armor-piercing bullet was so close, it would probably be unbearable. However, a replica Type 54 pistol couldn't do anything at all. Yang Ming smiled and said, "Okay, it's your turn. Go down and catch that guy. You scared me to death." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, but she still looked cautious. Looking at the Santana that fell into the ditch, Xianxia subconsciously hesitated. Yang Ming naturally knew what Xianxia was worried about. The other party had a gun. Xianxia was afraid that if she went down rashly, she would be attacked by the gangster, so he said, "Don't worry. He has already fainted." The Santana's driver might not have thought that when he fired, Yang Ming could actually give him a third big hit. Not only did it blow up his rear tire, but it also made the car lose its direction in an instant and fall into the ditch next to it. The Santana's driver's head hit the roof of the cab, and he fainted directly. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he opened the door and jumped out of the car. He glanced at the front of the BMW. It had been hit beyond recognition. The headlights were all broken, and the bumper was also dragged on the ground. However, compared to the Santana, it was already considered light. In fact, Yang Ming took advantage of the fact that the car was high, and it was hit from the back, which made his actions twice the result with half the effort. He jumped into the ditch next to him in a few steps. Yang Ming came to the side of the Santana that was hit and deformed. The Santana was standing upside down at the bottom of the ditch. The Santana's driver was facing down at the moment, and there was a lot of blood on his face. However, because the ditch was not deep, it could not be too serious of an injury. Yang Ming pulled open the deformed door and pulled the Santana's driver out. At this time, Xianxia also jumped into the ditch with Yang Ming. When she saw that the Santana's driver had really fainted, she suddenly admired Yang Ming's eyesight. But when she thought that Yang Ming was already a member of the other side, then it was not strange. If he didn't have some special skills, how could her brother value him so much? "Did you bring the handcuffs?" Yang Ming glanced at Xianxia and asked. "I did bring this." Xianxia took out a pair of handcuffs from her waist and handed it to Yang Ming. After Yang Ming took it, he handcuffed the Santana's driver neatly, took the gun from his hand, and handed it to Xianxia. "Search under the back seat cushion of his car," Yang Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't ask much. Why did Yang Ming say this? He must have his reasons. The Santana's back door had been deformed and opened, so Xianxia easily lifted the back seat cushion. Suddenly, a small black plastic bag fell down. "Sure enough, there is something?" Xiaxue looked dignified as she opened the black plastic bag. She glanced at the things inside, and her face suddenly changed. Heroin? Follow the clues of this guy. Maybe you can find a big drug lord. This time, you have made another move. Yang Ming looked at Xiaxue's surprised look, as if he had known it would be like this. He said with a smile. Arresting a criminal suspect with so many grams of drugs, this credit was not small. If I can follow the clues to find the big fish behind the scenes, then this credit is enough for me to rise another level. However, does this credit really belong to me? Xiaxue was suddenly at a loss. All of this was done by Yang Ming. If it weren't for Yang Ming's prompt decision to drive and chase, I'm afraid that even if I found something wrong with the Santana's driver, I wouldn't be able to chase, let alone risk my life to play the bumper car. Xiaxue sighed secretly. Yang Ming was really much more decisive than her. He immediately took action after making a judgment. What's wrong? Why are you sighing? Yang Ming saw that Xiaxue's mood seemed to be a bit down. She didn't seem to be as happy as when she was about to perform a meritorious service, so he asked curiously. Including this time's credit, it was also given to me by you. Xiaxue's voice was very low, and she was a little embarrassed. So you were still thinking about these things? Yang Ming listened to Xiaxue's words and knew that she was still brooding because every time the credit was given to her by him. This knot in her heart couldn't be temporarily relieved with a few words, so after Yang Ming persuaded her before, there was no way to persuade her anymore. Yang Ming, if you weren't here, wouldn't this drug dealer run away? Xiaxue glanced at the handcuffed drug dealer who fainted on the ground. Xiaxue, I have something different from you. Yang Ming could only say so. So, some things can't be forced. Including the toll collector and the traffic police on duty, they were only suspicious. When the drug dealer suddenly turned around and escaped, they were also caught off guard, so you don't need to have any psychological pressure at all. I hope you can understand this. After Xiaxue listened to Yang Ming's words, she nodded silently. Indeed, what Yang Ming said made Xiaxue's heart feel better, but it still took a certain amount of time to completely digest it. Just as the two were talking, there was a rush of sirens and high-pitched horns in the distance. It seemed that there was a large number of police cars coming in from both sides. The traffic police and the toll collector at the exit of the highway apparently realized that the situation was unusual. They immediately called for reinforcements, so a large number of police cars came. The sound of emergency brakes could be heard. Many heavily armed policemen quickly jumped out of the police cars. They held pistols and pointed them at Yang Ming and Xiaxue. They shouted with a loudspeaker, "The people inside, listen up. You have been surrounded. Please don't resist. Otherwise, we will shoot." Yang Ming and Xiaxue looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Xiaxue was a little embarrassed. This was the consistent style of the police. After arriving at the scene, they must first control the situation. Yang Ming didn't think it was inappropriate. After all, in a situation where they couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, it was only right to control the situation first. Yang Ming and Xiaxue stood there and didn't make any movements. The police also approached. These policemen were from Donghai and didn't know Xiaxue. When they saw Xiaxue and Yang Ming standing on the spot while a person on the ground was handcuffed, they were stunned. A policeman in front shouted, "What's going on? Who are the people on the ground?" Xiaxue just wanted to answer, but at this moment, the police car coming from the opposite side also arrived. Because the Santana escaped from Donghai's toll booth not long ago, it was knocked down by Yang Ming into the ditch. The car sent by Song Jiang to intercept was relatively far away. Although it drove very fast and overtook all the cars, it had just arrived. The actions of the police on Song Jiang's side were the same as those on Donghai's side. After getting out of the car, they also aimed their guns and were ready to shout. However, when they saw that the Donghai police had arrived first, they didn't continue to shout. However, when the people on Song Jiang's side looked at the middle of the encirclement, they were shocked. "Captain Xia, why are you here?" The Song Jiang police naturally knew Xiaxue. The one who led the team was Deputy Captain Li of the Criminal Investigation Team. After seeing Xiaxue, he was naturally surprised. "Old Li?" Xiaxue also saw the person. This is Captain Xia of our Songjiang police station's criminal investigation team. You all put down your guns. Oldly stepped forward and said to the Donghai police. Oldly? This is your new Captain Xia? Behind the other team, a middle-aged man came out. Apparently, he knew Deputy Captain Li. Captain Yang, you came in person? Oldly was a little surprised when he saw the person who came. The other party was the criminal investigation captain of the Donghai police station. Oldly had business dealings with him. I was leading a team to inspect the security work in this area. I received a call here saying that a Santana refused to be inspected and turned around to escape. I thought that things might not be so simple. It may involve a criminal case, so I came in person. I didn't expect. As Captain Yang spoke until here, he glanced at Xia Shui. I didn't expect Captain Xia to arrive first, but we haven't seen Captain Xia before. It almost caused a misunderstanding. Xia Shui's promotion to deputy captain and acting captain was only a matter of last year. During this time, she had no business dealings with Donghai, so it was normal for them not to know each other. As for Xia Shui, Captain Yang had also heard that she had solved a smuggling case. She also assisted the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to capture a mysterious figure a while ago. She was a heroine. Now that he saw that Xia Shui was only in her early 20s, he inevitably felt some contempt in his heart. He also saw Xia Shui standing with a strange man in casual clothes. From the license plate number of the strange man, it could be seen that this person should belong to the rich second generation. When he saw Xia Shui with such a person, he felt that Xia Shui was just an ordinary person. Before he saw Xia Shui, his good impression of Xia Shui was also greatly reduced. The blood on the Santana's driver's face was wiped away, revealing his original face. So familiar? Xia Shui, Captain Yang, and Oldly shouted almost at the same time. Xia Shui was traveling in casual clothes. She didn't bring the police PDA, so she couldn't directly connect to the internet. However, Oldly and Captain Yang both took out the PDA at the same time and checked the identity of the Santana's driver. Luokong? Captain Yang and Oldly said the name of the Santana's driver almost in unison. When Xia Shui heard Luokong's name, she immediately reacted. This person was an A-level wanted criminal on the internet. He was a drug lord in the Yunnan area. He often traveled to northern cities to supply underground drugs. Take him back. After Captain Yang determined the identity of the person in front of him, he couldn't help but be a little excited. This was a great merit. If he could find the bigger character behind the scenes, it would be even more great merit. Oldly was a little unhappy when he heard Captain Yang say this. Our Captain Xia caught this person. He should be brought back to our Songjiang police station. What is the meaning of bringing him back to Donghai? The merit of arresting Luokong was naturally not small. Oldly certainly didn't want this merit to fall to others. This is the territory of Donghai. Naturally, we will bring him back to Donghai first. Captain Yang said, as for where he will be eventually escorted, it will be decided after the report to the province. Captain Yang said it in a dignified manner. Oldly couldn't refute it for a while. Indeed, this was the territory of Donghai, not Songjiang. Now, it could only depend on Xia Shui's attitude. I drove the car, and I also hit the person. If you want to take him away, shouldn't you ask for my opinion? Yang Ming said at this time. Yang Ming could accept giving the credit to Xia Shui. Not to mention his relationship with Xia Shui was also involved in the arrest of Luokong. However, if it was given to others, Yang Ming was not happy. Seeing that he hadn't said anything yet, these two parties had the intention to take advantage of him, Yang Ming was a little unhappy. Although both sides were reasonable, and Yang Ming also understood their feelings, the leader of this matter was still Yang Ming. Captain Yang suddenly heard Yang Ming's words, and he was stunned. Previously, he thought that Yang Ming was just a rich family's child, and he had nothing to do with the police. Perhaps he and Xia Shui were just boyfriend and girlfriend. But at this moment, listening to Yang Ming, it seemed that the arrest of Luokong was due to Yang Ming. It is the obligation of every citizen to assist the police in handling a case. Of course, you helped us to catch Luokong. We will also give you a certain degree of reward, but the criminal still has to be handed over to the police. Captain Yang thought that Yang Ming wanted to give credit to Xiaxue, so he explained to him. In fact, the credit for arresting Heir Luokong was no doubt Xiaxue's. What the two sides were actually competing for was Heir Luokong's first-hand confession. Arresting the person behind Heir Luokong was the credit they were competing for. Yang Ming looked at Captain Yang and smiled slightly. Then, he stepped forward and pulled Captain Yang's sleeve. "You come with me." Captain Yang was slightly stunned by Yang Ming's inexplicable action, but he still followed Yang Ming to the side. Yang Ming could drive a luxury car with this license plate, which also explained his economic and social status. He was Xiaxue's boyfriend, so Captain Yang had to give face to Yang Ming. If he didn't follow Yang Ming, it would seem that he was stingy or afraid. "This is my ID. Take a look at it first," Yang Ming said as he took out a small book from his jacket pocket and handed it to Captain Yang. "ID?" Captain Yang was even more inexplicable. Why did Yang Ming suddenly show me some ID? With doubts, Captain Yang took the small book that Yang Ming handed to him. He only glanced at the cover and was shocked. At his level, he naturally knew some secret things, just like Song Jiang's Chen Fei, so Yang Ming showed him the ID. He wasn't afraid that Captain Yang would reveal it. When he opened the content of the ID and saw Yang Ming's photo and the sturdy steel seal, Captain Yang's expression suddenly changed. Yang Ming had long expected that he would have this expression. Generally, anyone who suddenly saw Yang Ming's ID would be surprised. He took the ID from Captain Yang's hand and put it back in his pocket. He said, "Captain Yang, let's take this person back to Songjiang." At this time, how could Captain Yang dare not to listen to Yang Ming's words? If the Supernatural Investigation Bureau wanted to arrest someone, they could only cooperate. So, when he learned about Yang Ming's identity, he no longer had any thoughts of competing for credit. This person was caught by Yang Ming. Captain Yang couldn't determine why the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was involved in this case. However, he asked Yang Ming about these things, and Yang Ming wouldn't tell him because these were work disciplines. Captain Yang wouldn't ask. After knowing Yang Ming's identity, Captain Yang put away his previous thoughts of belittling Xiaxue. After all, Yang Ming was also an internal member of the system. Yang Ming's identity was even more special, so no matter what kind of car he drove, it was possible that he was concealing his identity to carry out some secret mission. Captain Yang was still a very upright person. He fought for credit before because this was Donghai, and it was also because the toll booth in Donghai was the first to discover the problem. Now, he guessed that Yang Ming and Xiaxue might be here to carry out a mission, so he put away his previous thoughts. "Mr. Yang, what do you say? We will try our best to cooperate." Captain Yang expressed, "I'm really sorry about the previous matter. You don't have to be like this." Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. He did not pursue the previous matter, but said, "This time, I am going to Donghai to look for the police to investigate some people. Now that we happen to meet, let's go together." "That is naturally no problem." Captain Yang naturally knew that the things that Yang Ming wanted to investigate were naturally some extremely secretive things. What he had to do was to fully cooperate. "Xiaxue, you take this person back first. We will contact you by phone at any time." Yang Ming looked at Xiaxue and said. Xiaxue naturally knew that after Yang Ming and Captain Yang met, there was no need for Xiaxue to go over. Now, Heir Luokong's case was more important. Yang Ming wanted Xiaxue to deal with Heir Luokong's matter. "Okay." Xiaxue also understood Yang Ming's meaning and responded. Because of the appearance of Yang Ming, the people on both sides quickly dispersed. Yang Ming drove behind Captain Yang's people and drove to the Donghai police station together. Because Yang Ming's identity was special, when he arrived at the Donghai police station, Yang Ming went directly to Captain Yang's office. Soon, another middle-aged man walked into the office. "Mr. Yang, this is our bureau chief Liu." Captain Yang introduced the identity of the visitor to Yang Ming. "Hello, Director Liu." Yang Ming stood up and shook hands with Director Liu. "Mr. Yang, if you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask. We will do our best to assist you in your work." Director Liu said, "Captain Yang will be fully responsible for following up on this matter." "Director Liu, you're too polite." Yang Ming smiled. I'm just investigating a few people. Because of Yang Ming's special identity, Captain Yang had reported to his superior on the way. This was also the reason why Chief Lu had appeared as soon as Yang Ming had arrived at the Donghai police station. After Director Lu left, Yang Ming and Captain Yang sat face to face. "Mr. Yang, what do you want to investigate?" Captain Yang asked. "I don't know if you have a record of Tianlong," asked Yang Ming. "Tianlong?" Captain Yang gently repeated the name and said, "Tianlong mingled in the underworld in his early years, but he washed his hands of it very early and turned into a proper business. However, we didn't relax our monitoring of him. We were also afraid that he would cover up his business and secretly do some illegal activities. This is being followed up by Xiaoma and the team. I will call him to come over." Tianlong was different from Bao Sanli. Tianlong was in Donghai. He would more or less do some shady business, while Bao Sanli had completely abandoned his original business. Therefore, it was reasonable for the police here to monitor Tianlong. Not long after Captain Yang finished the call, a young man in his 20s knocked on the door and came in. "Captain Yang, are you looking for me? This is the leader from above. He is here to investigate Tianlong. You can just answer whatever he asks you." Captain Yang instructed Xiaoma. Since Captain Yang introduced Yang Ming like this, it meant that Xiaoma could say whatever he wanted. There was no need to keep it a secret. So Xiaoma immediately replied, "Yes." "Has Tianlong made any big moves recently?" asked Yang Ming. "Tianlong recently? I haven't heard of any big moves. It is said that the Sun family handed over the business to him, and the Sun family retired behind the scenes," said Xiaoma. Yang Ming sighed secretly. It seems that Tianlong is still very secretive. He did not leak anything about the embezzlement of the Sun family's property. Outsiders can't hear any unfavorable news about him. It seems that he has controlled and bribed all the senior executives inside the group. Those at the bottom didn't know the truth of the matter. They just listened to what the people above said and believed what they heard. The police could only see the surface. It was impossible to know the deeper secrets. However, this was not important. What Yang Ming wanted to know was just some superficial things. "Who are the people close to Tianlong?" Yang Ming nodded and continued to ask. "The people close to Tianlong are his secretary, Li Baihu, and his driver, Wang Renping." Xiaoma introduced. Wang Renping was originally Sun Hongjuan's driver, but now he is driving for Tianlong Li Baihu. Wang Renping? Yang Ming silently remembered these two names. If there was no accident, these two people would be the breakthrough of this incident. "Who else?" asked Yang Ming. "As for the rest, there really isn't much. Only these two are the core figures," Xiaoma said. "Okay, give me the information and home addresses of these two people," said Yang Ming to Xiaoma. After a while, two printed materials were handed to Yang Ming. After Yang Ming glanced at it, he put it away. Now, there was no way to look at it carefully in the police station. It was not too late to look at it in detail later. After Xiaoma went out, only Yang Ming and Captain Yang were left in the room. Yang Ming was not the kind of person who would leave after using someone. Captain Yang also wanted to maintain a good relationship with Yang Ming. After all, some strange cases still needed to be solved with the help of Yang Ming's power. "Mr. Yang, it seems that we are still from the same family." Captain Yang smiled and said, "You and I are both surnamed Yang." "Yeah, the surname Yang is a big surname." Yang Ming nodded and smiled. "A few hundred years ago, we might still be from the same family. My hometown is in City W. I don't know where Mr. Yang is." Captain Yang suddenly stopped halfway because the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's people's lives were confidential, and they could not be disclosed casually. Therefore, Captain Yang's question was somewhat against the rules. However, Yang Ming was not the kind of person born and bred in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, but he was the foreign aide that Xia Bingbao found. Therefore, in Yang Ming's eyes, there was not so much avoidance. "I am a native of Songjiang. On the surface, my identity is a student of Songjiang Industry University." "Oh? Songjiang Industry University? You are still a college student?" Captain Yang was surprised after listening to Yang Ming's words. Although he also heard that the people of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau had all kinds of identities outside, Yang Ming was just a student. This was very shocking. Yes, I am just a freshman. Yang Ming did not hide it. Oh? In your Songjiang, Bureau Chief Chen Fei's daughter seems to be in Songjiang Industry University, right? I have a good personal relationship with Bureau Chief Chen. We used to work together often. His daughter was admitted to university, and I even went to his family's celebration party. Captain Yang said, yes, it is Songjiang Industry University. Hee, you are talking about Chen Mingyan, right? Yang Ming smiled after listening to Captain Yang's words. She is my girlfriend. We are high school classmates. Ah. Yang Ming's words shocked Captain Yang. At first, when Captain Yang saw Yang Ming and Xiaxue together, he thought that they were a couple. Although he just heard that Yang Ming was a college student, because of Yang Ming's secret identity, he should have frequent contact with Xiaxue. Xiaxue was not old, so it was not surprising that they were together. However, Yang Ming was actually a couple with Chen Mingyan, which surprised Captain Yang. I thought you and Xiaxue. Since he was familiar with Yang Ming, Captain Yang was not so careful with his words. Xiaxue and I are work friends. Our personal relationship is also good. Her brother and I are colleagues. Yang Ming smiled. Captain Yang naturally knew about Xia Bingbao's matter, so when Yang Ming said this, Captain Yang suddenly realized. After chatting for a while, Yang Ming made an excuse that he still had something to do and left first. He had to seize the time to investigate Li Baihu and Wang Renping according to the information provided by Little Ma. Captain Yang knew that Yang Ming must have something to do in Donghai. He had already given Yang Ming a lot of face by chatting with him for so long, so he did not ask him to stay. He just left a private phone number for Yang Ming so that Yang Ming could contact him directly if there was something. After Yang Ming left the police station, he drove to a hotel to stay first. He had to carefully study the two pieces of information in his hands. Li Baihu, 32 years old this year, had been following Tian Long since 24 years old. He had been showing up as Tian Long's secretary. During the 8 years of following Tian Long, he was loyal. Wang Renping, 28 years old this year. According to the information, he followed Tian Long 10 years ago, but he was sent to Sun Hongjun as a driver and bodyguard. Until a few days ago this year, Wang Renping returned to Tian Long's side and appeared as Tian Long's driver. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. He was previously trained by Tian Long? He was sent to Sun Hongjun for 10 years, and after Sun Hongjun mysteriously disappeared and was placed under house arrest, he returned to Tian Long's side? It was impossible for this not to explain anything. This person was actually safe and sound after Sun Hongjun's accident, but he continued to be a close person to Tian Long. This also showed that in the incident of Sun Hongjun's house arrest, this Wang Renping must have played a crucial role. At least what could be speculated now was that Wang Renping was originally Tian Long's person. After being trained by Tian Long, he was stationed at Sun Hongjun's side. He had been lurking around Sun Hongjun for 10 years before Tian Long made a move. Wang Renping also played his due role. From the information, it was not difficult to see that Wang Renping played the role of coordinating from the inside. If there was no Wang Renping, perhaps Sun Hongjun would not be arrested by Tian Long so easily. No one would be wary of a loyal person who had followed you for 10 years. No one would have any doubts about him. And it was because of this trust that Tian Long had successfully put the people of the Sun family under house arrest. However, this Tian Long's scheming was deep enough. He could actually endure for 10 years. This endurance was also beyond the reach of ordinary people. Perhaps, Tian Long did not arrange a confidant around Sun Hongjun in order to betray him in the future. Some of the subordinates would bribe some of the people around the superiors to inform them at any time. This was something that had existed since ancient times. In ancient times, some ministers would bribe the eunuchs around the emperor so that they could understand the emperor's intentions and movements at any time to avoid being implicated in disasters. Tian Long's original purpose was probably because of this. However, later, because of the expansion of his self-confidence, he had a strong behind-the-scenes boss, so he began to be restless. He used Wang Renping's coordination to achieve his good deeds. Li Baihu was not a native of Donghai, but a person in the south who committed a crime. He just stabbed someone with a watermelon knife, then he ran to a relative's house in the north to take refuge. Because the prosecution period had passed, and the victim did not call the police, there was nothing after paying some money. However, after Li Baihu came to the north, he felt that this side was more suitable for his development, so he started from the bottom of society. He was spotted by Tianlong and became Tianlong's spokesperson. Wang Renping was a native of Donghai, but his parents divorced in his early years and abandoned him. He lived with his grandparents. He was raised by his grandparents from a young age, so Wang Renping was unusually filial when he grew up. Yang Ming saw the information here and suddenly felt that this seemed to be something that could be used. After Wang Renping was trained by Tianlong, he was still loyal to Tianlong after 10 years of lurking. This showed that Wang Renping was still very loyal. If Yang Ming gave him voodoo, Yang Ming was afraid that he would be too stubborn. He would rather die than betray Tianlong. The situation would be in a deadlock, and Yang Ming would be in a dilemma. However, Wang Renping's grandparents were Wang Renping's weakness. I believe that as long as I control Wang Renping's grandparents, then it is impossible for Wang Renping not to rely on me and deal with Tianlong with me. This information was very detailed, and it contained the detailed addresses of Wang Renping's grandparents. Yang Ming had already made a decision. Taking advantage of the twilight, he left the hotel and walked in the direction of Wang Renping's grandparents' house. Just now at the Donghai police station, the front of the BMW had been simply treated. Although it was not painted, it could already drive normally. There were no problems with the headlights and bumpers. Presumably, Captain Yang had instructed his subordinates to hire a 4S shop maintenance master to perform an emergency repair on the spot. Since Wang Renping could sit in his current position, he wouldn't be short of money, but Wang Renping's grandparents lived in an old community. The building should be built in the 1970s, and the red bricks outside could still be seen. Such a building was extremely rare in a metropolis like Donghai. This should be the old house of Wang Renping's family, the kind that had been lived in for decades. When the general elderly reached a certain age, they would have a different kind of feelings for their former residence, and they were unwilling to move away. Therefore, Wang Renping's grandparents should be in such a situation. Yang Ming parked the car at the entrance of the community. This old-fashioned community did not have a parking lot. It seemed that it was really old. When Yang Ming got out of the car, he realized that the street at the entrance of the community was a no-parking section. Just as he was about to get in the car and move the car to another place, he realized that he didn't know when it happened. Under the windshield of his car, there was a temporary parking permit for Donghai's official car, right next to his Songjiang Industry University pass. It seemed that this was also what Captain Yang instructed his subordinates to help him. Perhaps he also considered that there might be some inconveniences for him to do things here. Yang Ming was very grateful to Captain Yang for his consideration. Since there was this permit, Yang Ming did not need to move the car. Yang Ming had seen similar things in Sun Hongjuan's car before. He thought that with Sun Hongjuan's social status, he must also have a political identity to match it. He may have a position in the National People's Congress or the Chinese Political Consultative Conference, so it was not surprising that he had such a permit. This permit could be passed in the restricted section and could be temporarily parked in the restricted section. It could be said that it was quite useful. Yang Ming did not expect his other identity to be so useful. There were many things that he did not have to say, and someone would do it for him. After entering the community, Yang Ming found the residence of Wang Renping's grandparents according to the address on the information. This was a community with an outer staircase. Yang Ming went upstairs and was stopped by two black-shirt men. "What are you doing?" "Whose house are you looking for?" asked one of the black-shirt men. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. "There are security guards in this old-fashioned community? Maybe there is no property, right?" However, Yang Ming still said, "I am looking for old Wang's house on the 3rd floor. "And?" After the two black-shirt men heard it, a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes. "Why are you looking for his house? Who are you?" The reaction of the two black-shirt men at this moment fell into Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming hesitated slightly and understood the identities of these two people and why they were standing here. As Yang Ming had expected before, this community was built in the 70s or even the 60s. It was impossible to have property management or even community security, so the identities of these two people became suspicious. When Yang Ming said that he was looking for old Wang's house on the third floor, the expressions of these two people were obviously a bit abnormal, so this confirmed Yang Ming's guess. These two people should be sent by Tianlong to protect Wang Renping's grandparents. However, it was better to say that they were guarding than protecting. During this critical period, Tianlong was also afraid that Wang Renping would change sides, so he controlled Wang Renping's grandparents so that he was not afraid that Wang Renping would have other thoughts. Are you two sent by Brother Long to protect Brother Wang's family? Thinking of this, Yang Ming also made a decision in his heart and asked with a smile. Oh? The two black-shirted men were stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming wanted this effect. Taking advantage of the moment when the two people were slightly stunned, he quietly slapped the two people on their necks, making them faint directly. Whether these two people were sent by Tianlong or Wang Renping himself to protect his grandparents, Yang Ming's question would make them temporarily shocked, so Yang Ming took advantage of this opportunity and made a move. Of course, even if they confronted head-on, these two people were not Yang Ming's opponents, but Yang Ming was afraid that these two people had some kind of early warning signal transmitter that could be activated in an instant, so Yang Ming made a move when they were distracted. Yang Ming picked up the two black-shirted men on both sides and quickly walked to the entrance of the community. It was now evening, and it was winter, so there were no people in the community. Yang Ming quickly came to the car and threw the two people into the trunk. Yang Ming slashed their necks with force. It would take at least 1 or 2 hours for them to wake up. However, in order to prevent the two people from waking up quickly, Yang Ming tapped on each of their sleeping acupuncture points. In this way, they would need at least 1 day and night to wake up. After locking the car, Yang Ming returned to the old building where Wang Renping's grandparents were. He went up to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. An old voice came from inside. Who is it? Grandma, I was sent by Wang Renping, Brother Wang. Yang Ming had already thought of an excuse. Oh? It was Renping who asked you to come. The door opened with a creak, and an old lady stood inside the door. Come in quickly. Grandma, where is Grandpa? Hurry up and come with me. Brother Wang offended someone outside. Someone wants to harm you. Brother Wang asked me to pick you up. Yang Ming said hurriedly. Although Yang Ming could use violence to forcibly seize these two old people, Yang Ming did not do so. Yang Ming had not reached the level of madness. These two old people were innocent. Yang Ming used them just to let Wang Renping abandon the dark side. Yang Ming would not do anything to these two old people. It was also Yang Ming's white lie. Ah. Renping is in trouble? The old lady was shocked and quickly shouted into the house, Old man, come out quickly. Renping is in trouble. His friend came to report. When the old lady shouted, an old man with gray hair ran out of the house with a rolling pin in his hand. Apparently, the two old people were making noodles before. What's wrong? What happened to Renping? The old man was anxious. Brother Wang is fine now. He is very safe, but he is afraid that the enemy will find you, so he sent me to pick you up and send you to a safe place, said Yang Ming. Ah. Then, should I call Renping? The old man was also anxious, and he started to walk in circles on the spot. Brother Wang's phone was not turned on. He was afraid that the mobile phone signal would be detected by the enemy, so he didn't dare to turn it on. Yang Ming explained. Ah, so, what should we do now? The old man naturally did not understand this. When Yang Ming said it, he believed it and asked quickly. You two come with me. I will arrange a safe place for you to stay first, and then I will go to find Brother Wang. Yang Ming said. Okay. When the two old people saw that Yang Ming was telling the truth, they did not doubt it and followed Yang Ming out of the house. With the two old people in the car together, Yang Ming started the car and said to the two old people, previously, the enemy sent someone to monitor you. I saw him near your unit. Now, I knocked him out. He is behind the car. I will hand it over to Brother Wang in a while. As Yang Ming said, he pointed to the trunk behind the back seat of the car. When the two old people heard that there were two people who were knocked out in the car, they were shocked and quickly looked back at the trunk behind the car seat. Sure enough, they saw two black-shirted people behind. And? The old man was stunned. I was wondering why these two guys have been wandering around the neighborhood corridor in the past few days. Sometimes when I was buying groceries, they seemed to follow me. At that time, I felt strange, but I didn't think much about it. I didn't think that these two people were sent by Renping's enemy to monitor us. It's okay now. You two follow me. I will take you to a safe place. Yang Ming said. The two old people were now more convinced that Yang Ming was sent by their grandson, Wang Renping, so they trusted Yang Ming's words more, so they quickly thanked him. Young man, then I will trouble you. It's okay. Brother Wang and I are very good friends. Yang Ming smiled. Then, little brother, how is Renping now? Is there any danger? The old lady was worried about the safety of her grandson and couldn't help but ask. Brother Wang is fine now, but his enemy is very powerful. They are chasing him very closely. He is afraid of involving you, so he doesn't dare to contact you. Yang Ming said, but the place where he is now is very safe. That's good. That's good. The old lady breathed a sigh of relief. AI, how many times have I advised him not to do those dangerous things, but he just doesn't listen. Now, his enemy is at the door. You still talk about it. The old man was unhappy. If Renping didn't treat you back then, how could he go to the loan sharks? How could he owe so much money to his boss? He is now completely paying off the debt. He is paying off the debt for you. Otherwise, he would have come back to be with us. AI. The old lady heard the old man say this and sighed, but she also knew that the old man was telling the truth. Her grandson borrowed a lot of money in order to treat her. Later, he worked for the boss. When this matter is solved, you two elders can live with Brother Wang. The money he owes outside can also be paid off, said Yang Ming. Wang Renping owed Tianlong money. This news was an unexpected gain. It turned out that Wang Renping borrowed money from Tianlong to treat Wang Renping's grandmother, and then he worked for Tianlong. It turned out that this was also the reason why Wang Renping was restrained. Wang Renping owed Tianlong a debt, so he would naturally work hard for Tianlong. Even if Tianlong asked him to do something against his principles, Wang Renping could only do it. The car returned to the hotel rented by Yang Ming. After entering the hotel, Yang Ming opened a room for the two elders. The two elders' attitudes and expressions were normal, so the hotel staff had no doubts at all. After sending the two elders into the room, Yang Ming took out the prepared mineral water and gave a bottle to the two elders. Along the way, the two elders were also thirsty, so everyone drank a lot of water. Yang Ming sat by the side and accompanied the two elders. They were talking about Wang Renping. From the two elders, Yang Ming also learned a lot about Wang Renping. It didn't take long for the old lady to say, "Why am I a little sleepy? Did I get up early today?" After the old lady said this, the old man also said, "I am a little sleepy, too. It may be a bumpy journey, so you are a little tired." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Why don't you two take a rest first? I will look for Brother Wang, and I will come to you tomorrow morning." All right. Can Renping come tomorrow? The old lady said and felt that it was inappropriate. No, Renping is in trouble now. We can't let him walk around. Let's wait until things calm down. Yeah, we can't let Renping be distracted at this time. The old man also nodded. Then I will go first. You should rest. If you are hungry, just call the waiter to deliver food to you. Don't go out and walk around if you have nothing to do. Yang Ming instructed. We know. Don't worry. The old man nodded and said. Yang Ming left the two elders' room and was slightly relieved. There were sleeping pills in the mineral water. Yang Ming had prepared them in advance. After the two elders drank the water, they would naturally feel sleepy, and then fall asleep naturally. Although Yang Ming could hit the two elders' sleeping acupuncture points, the two elders would know that he wanted to harm them. This would also betray the two elders' trust in him, so Yang Ming still let them fall asleep naturally. Although they were more sleepy than usual, after Yang Ming's explanation, they would think that it was just because they got up early and were tired because of the car ride. They would not suspect anything after waking up. After locking the door of the two elders, Yang Ming returned to his room. However, Yang Ming did not leave immediately, but used his special ability to monitor the movements of the two elders in the room. Although Yang Ming had already said that they couldn't call Wang Renping now because it would bring trouble to him, it was hard to guarantee that the two elders couldn't help but call Wang Renping and tell him. However, shortly after Yang Ming left the room, the two elders lay in bed and fell asleep, which saved Yang Ming's worry. This kind of sleeping pill, after taking it, would require at least 24 hours of sleep. During this time, it was enough for Yang Ming to take action. Like the two black-shirt men, Yang Ming was still a little uneasy about whether the two elders could wake up early, so after the two elders fell asleep, he returned to the room where the two elders were and hit their sleeping acupuncture points. In this way, the two elders couldn't detect anything strange. When they woke up, they would think that they had slept too much. After leaving the door of the hotel, Yang Ming came to the door of a high-rise apartment complex according to the information provided by Little Ma. This was Wang Renping's residence. Wang Renping bought a high-rise apartment here and usually lived here. However, the management of the community here was very strict. It was a closed management. Yang Ming's car was stopped at the entrance of the community. According to the regulations, no one could enter without the community's door card. Yang Ming showed the pass in front of the car to the community's security guard. He didn't expect the community's security guard to be very serious and responsible. "Which department are you from?" Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He had to take out the other army ID that Xia Bingbao gave him for him to show to ordinary people when he was on a mission and handed it to the community's security guard. The community's security guard looked at Yang Ming's ID and let Yang Ming's car pass. The high-rise was located at the end of the community near the lake. If he got off and walked, it would take at least an hour, so Yang Ming had to drive in. When he came to the high-rise building by the lake, Yang Ming parked the car in a parking space next to it. He used his special ability to observe Wang Renping's residence on the information given by Little Ma. Wang Renping's residence was located on the 16th floor of the high-rise building. It was a mid-level location, which was not bad. It was a 3-bedroom apartment with a living room. The interior decoration and electrical appliances were very good. Yang Ming simply used his special ability to check the room. Wang Renping had not returned home yet. However, it was no wonder. These days, Tianlong had a lot of things to do. It was normal for Wang Renping to be busy until late at night. Since he had already come here to wait, Yang Ming was not anxious. Even if he was anxious, it was useless because time was limited. Yang Ming could not go to other places to find Wang Renping. In this case, Tianlong and Wang Renping would definitely not appear in the Sun family's company. Since their plan had been exposed, then Tianlong must be very careful. Tianlong must hide from me, so at this moment, he can't be in a place that Yang Ming is familiar with. No. Yang Ming suddenly slapped his forehead. If it is as I have analyzed, then Wang Renping is not likely to return to his residence. Wang Renping is also one of the important people around Tianlong. Tianlong is so cautious, then Wang Renping has no reason not to be cautious. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was a little frustrated. He thought that his move was smart, but he ignored such an important fact because of a small mistake. After the regret, Yang Ming also calmed down and carefully looked at the information that Little Ma gave him. After calming down, Yang Ming began to think about where Wang Renping might go. The home in this community was a place where one could go back or not. Wang Renping did not come back to live for a few days, but it did not affect him at all. He could live in a hotel and other places. Where is the place that Wang Renping must go? Now, Wang Renping must be as uncertain as Tianlong. It is very difficult to find him. Is there a place that Wang Renping must go or must go? In other words, it was a place one had to pass through. Yang Ming fell into contemplation. He didn't understand Wang Renping's living habits. His understanding of Wang Renping was entirely based on the thin page of A4 paper that Little Ma gave him. If I were Wang Renping, then at this moment, where would I go? Yang Ming decided to think about the problem from a different perspective and assumed that he was Wang Renping. Thinking from another perspective would often lead to unexpected results. According to the information, Wang Renping had no parents since he was a child. He was completely raised by his grandparents. That was to say, the relationship between Wang Renping and his grandparents was exceptionally good. According to Wang Renping's character, the most important people in his life were his grandparents. In other words, no matter what, he couldn't give up on his grandparents. Therefore, Wang Renping could choose not to go to other places, but it was absolutely impossible for Wang Renping not to go to his grandparents' home. Especially at this critical moment, Wang Renping would definitely be more sensitive. Maybe he would visit his grandparents every day. Maybe he just didn't enter the house, but he also had to make sure that they were safe. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly had a cold sweat. He thought that he was smart enough to trick Wang Renping's grandparents to the hotel, but if Wang Renping went to his grandparents' home and found that the two elders were missing, then the consequences. If Wang Renping told Tianlong about this, then Tianlong would definitely be suspicious. As a result, it would be difficult to carry out his next action plan. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't dare to stay for a long time. He quickly started the car and turned back to the community where Wang Renping's grandparents lived. Yang Ming drove the car quickly. He hoped that he could catch up. Fortunately, there were not many cars on the road at night. Yang Ming ran a few red lights and finally rushed to the community where Wang Renping's grandparents lived in the shortest time possible. After parking the car, Yang Ming quickly ran into the community. This was a race against time. Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. He ran and used his special ability to explore the old house of Wang Renping's grandparents in the community. At first glance, Yang Ming couldn't help but be shocked. My guess is right. Wang Renping did come here. Looking at his anxious and sweaty appearance, Yang Ming knew that he had found out that the two elders were not at home. At this moment, Wang Renping was looking for valuable clues in the house while he took out his mobile phone. He seemed to be hesitating whether to call Tianlong. Indeed, as Yang Ming guessed, Wang Renping was most worried about his grandparents. Recently, the company was relatively turbulent internally. He had also offended a lot of people because of the Sun family. Although Tianlong's strong monetary attack temporarily controlled the situation, it was hard to guarantee that there were still people who were loyal to the Sun family who would endure and wait for the opportunity to retaliate. Wang Renping had become a great evil person in the eyes of these people. In their view, the Sun family's downfall was entirely because of him. If there was no him, Tianlong would not have gained power. In other words, if these people were given a chance, they might retaliate against him first. The people in the company knew his background and knew that the people he cared about most were his grandparents, so they might retaliate against his grandparents crazily if possible. Therefore, every night after work, Wang Renping would come here. He knew that Tianlong sent 2 bodyguards to protect his grandparents. Of course, he also knew that it was meant to monitor. However, this didn't matter. Wang Renping knew that what he was doing involved a lot. It was reasonable for Tianlong to send people to monitor his grandparents. Moreover, in this way, Wang Renping also felt a lot more at ease, so why not? However, every day, Wang Renping saw that these 2 bodyguards were there, so he talked to them a little. After confirming that his grandparents were safe, Wang Renping would leave. Although he wanted to enter the door, he was afraid that his grandparents would ask him something. Wang Renping had never lied to his grandparents, so if his grandparents really asked about the Sun family, his betrayal of the Sun family would be known by his grandparents. As a result, even if his grandparents didn't kill him, they would be angry to death. But today, Wang Renping came to his grandparents' residence after work as usual, but unlike usual, Wang Renping did not see the 2 bodyguards sent by Tianlong. Did they go to eat? Wang Renping was slightly stunned, but then he thought about it. It was unlikely because when Tianlong sent them here, he had already ordered them to take turns to eat at their positions when they were eating, or one person would go to buy boxed meals back to eat. This way, they could always maintain one person at their position, and it was unlikely that something would happen when there was no one guarding them. However, when Wang Renping came, there was no one here. Wang Renping looked around, but he didn't find these 2 people nearby, so he was anxious. He couldn't care much, so he quickly went upstairs and came to the door of his grandparents' house. He knocked on the door, but no one answered inside. Wang Renping's heart subconsciously tightened. He quickly took out the key and opened the door. Wang Renping walked quickly into his grandparents' old house. This was the place where he grew up, so he was very familiar with every inch of the place. Wang Renping quickly walked around the house, but he didn't find his grandparents. He turned around and went to the kitchen, but he found half-wrapped dumplings on the chopping board. There were fillings and unused dumpling wrappers next to them. Apparently, they were cooking dinner and had not eaten yet. Seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Renping almost couldn't stand still. What this meant was self-evident. When his grandparents were cooking, they unexpectedly left the house because of something. The 2 bodyguards who were sent by Tianlong to protect his grandparents also disappeared. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the Sun family's loyalists came to retaliate against me? Thinking of this, Wang Renping immediately began to sweat. However, could it be that Tianlong asked the 2 bodyguards to move my grandparents to another place? Wang Renping fell into contemplation again. These days are the most important days for Tianlong to achieve great things. I am also one of the most important figures. Could it be that Tianlong wants to achieve the purpose of coercing me? After thinking about it, Wang Renping felt that it was very possible, so Wang Renping wanted to call Tianlong and ask. However, he was afraid that this was not done by Tianlong. If he asked this, it seemed that he had doubts about Tianlong. Thinking of this, Wang Renping was a little hesitant. Just as Wang Renping was hesitating, there was suddenly a shout from outside the door, "Wang Renping." Wang Renping was shocked. He quickly raised his head and looked in the direction of the door, but he saw a man in his 20s standing at the door and staring at him. After Yang Ming saw that Wang Renping was really in the residence of the 2 elders, he quickly overloaded and ran upstairs. He used the fastest speed in his life to exert the explosive power of an assassin to the extreme. He hurried and finally stopped Wang Renping before he took out the phone to make a call. However, this was also thanks to Wang Renping's hesitation. If he was decisive, then Yang Ming would lose the opportunity. It could be said that he was seeking victory in the midst of danger. "Who are you?" Wang Renping immediately became vigilant. His grandparents and the 2 bodyguards sent by Tianlong had disappeared, and there was suddenly a young man who knew him, but he didn't know him. How could Wang Renping not be suspicious? "Are you looking for someone?" Yang Ming saw that he had caught up, so he was no longer anxious. The current situation was already in his hands, so Yang Ming also recovered his usual indifferent expression and asked faintly. Yang Ming naturally knew Wang Renping. Little Ma's information had a photo of Wang Renping, so Yang Ming could confirm that the person in front of him was Wang Renping without a doubt. "Who the hell are you? Why are you here?" Wang Renping listened to Yang Ming's words, and his heart trembled. "How do you know me? Don't ask so many useless questions." Yang Ming frowned. "My patience is limited. I will only ask you one last time. Are you looking for someone?" Wang Renping's hand trembled. He shook it at his waist and moved it away in an instant. He wanted to pull out the gun, but he didn't dare to. Listening to Yang Ming's tone, his grandparents seemed to be in his hands. If he really hurt him by pulling out the gun, then wouldn't his grandparents be in danger? Thinking of this, Wang Renping gave up the idea of pulling out the gun. What he had to do now was to figure out the whereabouts of his grandparents and the identity of the person in front of him before making a decision. Wang Renping's actions also fell into Yang Ming's eyes, but Yang Ming was not afraid of him pulling out the gun because the flying needle was in Yang Ming's hand. Once Wang Renping made any rash moves, Yang Ming's flying needle would shoot out immediately. "Are you the one who took my grandparents away?" Wang Renping asked straightforwardly. Since the other party didn't like to beat around the bush, then he simply didn't say anything meaningless. At present, the most important thing was the safety of his grandparents. Beating around the bush didn't do him any good. Obviously, Wang Renping was also very clear about this. "I thought you didn't care about them. Pull out the gun from your waist and throw it to me," Yang Ming said with a smile. Although Yang Ming was not afraid of Wang Renping carrying a gun, Yang Ming didn't want to be arrogant. It was a very natural thing to take away the enemy's weapon. Sometimes, it was not to be afraid of local resistance, but to show the strength of one's own side. Wang Renping's gun was at his waist. Now that it was winter, everyone was wearing thick winter clothes, so the gun at Wang Renping's waist couldn't be seen from the outside. Yang Ming asked him to throw the gun at his waist to him. This was the reason why Wang Renping was surprised. How did Yang Ming find out that he had a gun at his waist? Yang Ming also saw Wang Renping's surprise, but Yang Ming certainly wouldn't tell him that he had special abilities. Yang Ming just smiled and said, "Your hand just shook at your waist. You wanted to take something out, but then you stopped. You wanted to pull out a weapon to attack me at such a long distance. If it wasn't a gun, what was it? Do you know how to throw a knife?" When Yang Ming said this, Wang Renping suddenly realized that Yang Ming guessed that he had a gun at his waist. Since Wang Renping had determined that the person in front of him was the person who took his grandparents, he also knew that resistance was meaningless. It would only be more disadvantageous to his grandparents, so Wang Renping almost didn't hesitate. He pulled out the gun at his waist and threw it directly to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was not afraid that Wang Renping would shoot him while he pulled out the gun. First, Yang Ming's flying needles would be shot if Wang Renping made a move. Secondly, Yang Ming already knew that Wang Renping was a filial son. Since he already knew that Wang Renping's grandparents were in his hands, then Wang Renping would definitely not have the idea of acting rashly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to pull out the gun and give up immediately. After taking the gun thrown by Wang Renping, Yang Ming put it in the pocket of his coat and said, "It is rumored that Wang Renping is a filial son. It is not wrong at all. Sure enough, for your grandparents, you can do anything. I have done as you said. What do you want? Please say something." Wang Renping knew that Yang Ming kidnapped his grandparents, so there must be conditions, so he asked directly, "Please tell me. How are my grandparents now?" "Very good, very straightforward. I like to deal with straightforward people." Yang Ming was satisfied with Wang Renping's attitude at the moment. "If you are always so straightforward, then your grandparents will be safe." Wang Renping's face changed slightly. He knew that when Yang Ming said this, he must want him to do something. As long as he was satisfied with what he did, then he would ensure that his grandparents were fine. What Yang Ming didn't say just now was that if he didn't cooperate, then his grandparents would not be safe. How could Wang Renping not understand the meaning in Yang Ming's words? "What do you want me to do?" Wang Renping heard that his grandparents were fine now, so he was relieved. "Although I have something on you in my hands, I still don't feel at ease with you." As Yang Ming said this, he took out a small box from his pocket and then walked to Wang Renping. "What are you doing?" Wang Renping was somewhat inexplicable. "Open your mouth." As Yang Ming said this, his hand had already stretched out. He grabbed Wang Renping's cheek and pinched his mouth open. Then, he poured out a voodoo pill refined by Xianxia and fed it into Wang Renping's mouth. Because Wang Renping's cheek was pinched by Yang Ming, the voodoo pill easily entered Wang Renping's throat and fell into his stomach. Wang Renping didn't expect Yang Ming's speed to be so fast. The whole action was done in one go. When he reacted to what was going on, the pill had already entered his stomach. Wang Renping was shocked. "What did you feed me?" "Nothing." Yang Ming smiled slightly. "Have you heard of voodoo?" "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Do you know the Three Corpses divine pill in Jin Yang's novel? Mine is similar to that. It breaks out once every 24 hours. If you don't take the antidote to suppress it in time, then you won't be able to see your grandparents." Wang Renping's face changed dramatically after listening to Yang Ming's words. He looked at Yang Ming angrily, but the next moment, he recovered his calmness. At this moment, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. Yang Ming had grasped his lifeline and controlled his grandparents. Wang Renping had no other choice. "What I want you to do, if there is no accident, should be done within 24 hours. At that time I will give you the antidote and let you reunite with your grandparents. However, if things are messed up, I will also let you reunite." Yang Ming paused as he said this. Wang Renping showed a surprised expression and was somewhat puzzled. "I will let you reunite in hell," said Yang Ming coldly. It only took a moment for Yang Ming to change from a devilish smile to a stern expression. Wang Renping's body suddenly surged with chills. He had no doubt that Yang Ming would do this. Wang Renping still didn't know which force Yang Ming belonged to and what he wanted him to do. However, Wang Renping was not stupid. He had faintly guessed that Yang Ming's intention should be related to the resentment between the Sun family and Tianlong. Thinking of this, Wang Renping's heart calmed down. He thought of a sentence, "Sooner or later, you will pay for what you did." From the day he betrayed the Sun family, Wang Renping understood that sooner or later, the forces of the Sun family would come to him, but he had to do so. On the one hand, he owed Tianlong money. On the other hand, his grandparents were controlled by Tianlong. Of course, with Wang Renping's current economic strength, it was easy to pay back the money he owed Tianlong. Sun Hongjun treated him well in the beginning. Wang Renping received a lot of red packets and benefits. But when Wang Renping mentioned to Tianlong that he wanted to pay back the money, Tianlong smiled and waved his hand, telling Wang Renping not to worry. Since Tianlong didn't want it, Wang Renping had no choice. He also understood that Tianlong wanted him to owe this favor, but who asked Tianlong to extend a helping hand at his most difficult moment? This reason was actually not the main reason. If Wang Renping really wanted to fall out with Tianlong, it was fine to forcibly pay back the money owed, but Wang Renping couldn't do this. Because his grandparents were still in Tianlong's sphere of influence, Tianlong would definitely use this as a threat. In desperation, Wang Renping would do so many things for Tianlong. But now, before Tianlong's matter was settled, someone had already come looking for him. "I will do my best if I can do it." Wang Renping took a deep breath and said. His grandparents were in the hands of the other party. How could Wang Renping dare not do it? Very good. Yang Ming didn't expect Wang Renping to break through so easily. He originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort, but after thinking about it, it was normal. He had blocked Wang Renping's lifeline. This was also the only thing that Wang Renping couldn't care about, and that was family affection. Therefore, under this threat and pressure, Wang Renping had no choice but to compromise. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Wang Renping's attitude. He turned around and closed the door behind him. Then, he said to Wang Renping, "I think you have probably guessed why I came to you." This was a very safe place. Yang Ming decided to carry out his plan here. As expected by Yang Ming, Wang Renping nodded. "How are the people from the Sun family? Is it safe?" Yang Ming looked at Wang Renping's eyes and asked. At this time, Yang Ming was not afraid that Wang Renping would lie, but there was nothing wrong with being careful. "Brother Long just put the people of the Sun family under house arrest and did not hurt them," said Wang Renping truthfully. Yang Ming nodded. This was the same as what Tian Donghua said before. At least the people of the Sun family were not in danger, so Yang Ming was relieved. Thinking of Tian Donghua, Yang Ming quickly asked, "What about Tian Donghua? Do you know where he went?" Eldest young master, he was also put under house arrest by Brother Long. Speaking of this, Wang Renping suddenly realized and looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. I know who you are." "Oh?" Yang Ming listened to Wang Renping and became interested. He looked at him up and down and said, "Do you know who I am?" "You are Yang Ming, eldest young master's classmate." Wang Renping nodded and said affirmatively. "Hee, you are smart. How did you guess?" Yang Ming looked at Wang Renping with interest and asked. "You asked me about eldest young master, which shows that you are familiar with eldest young master, and you care about the Sun family, which shows that you have a close relationship with the Sun family." Wang Renping analyzed. "Moreover, your age should be similar to eldest young master. I can speculate that you are Yang Ming from the above points." When Tian Donghua and Tian Long quarreled because of Yang Ming, Wang Renping was in the next room, so he also knew about Yang Ming. This was why he could immediately guess that the person in front of him was Yang Ming. "Yes, I am Yang Ming." Yang Ming appreciated Wang Renping's quick thinking. No wonder such a person could get Sun Hongjuan's trust and appreciation, but he did not expect him to be Tian Long's person. But after this time, I am afraid he will never work for Tian Long again. No wonder Brother Long said that you are a difficult character. Wang Renping sighed and said self-deprecatingly, "I originally thought that you were just a college student. What ability can you have? Seeing you today, I know that I really underestimated you." you can actually find the place where my grandparents live, and you can deal with the 2 bodyguards outside to kidnap my grandparents. This strength cannot be underestimated. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Ming said faintly, originally, you have to die after this incident, but you have to thank your grandparents. It was their words that made me change my mind. What words? Wang Renping didn't think about living from the beginning to the end. He felt that Yang Ming would not let him go. He only prayed that Yang Ming would not harm the innocent afterward and let his grandparents go. But now, listening to the meaning of Yang Ming's words, it seemed that he could still let him go. Wang Renping naturally became spirited. You borrowed money from Tianlong in order to treat them. Then, you had no choice but to work for him and be restrained by him. It seems that you can be considered a filial son. So, you had no choice but to do all this. I will let you live. Yang Ming said this to reassure Wang Renping. He told Wang Renping that as long as Wang Renping worked hard for him, then Wang Renping would have the hope of reuniting with his grandparents. Yang Ming would not kill Wang Renping. This was also a psychological hint to people. A strong desire to survive could make Wang Renping loyal. This was the only chance to overthrow Tianlong. Yang Ming did not allow any mistakes in this, so he would use both kindness and threat to Wang Renping. Although it was under coercion, it also let him see hope. In this way, he was not afraid that Wang Renping would not work hard. Wang Renping took a deep breath. He still couldn't judge the truth of Yang Ming's words. He didn't know if he could fulfill it afterward, but it was always good to have hope. Thank you. Wang Renping nodded. Since things have developed to this point, just tell me what you want me to do. How many senior executives of the Sun Family Company are involved in Tianlong's plan to usurp power this time? Asked Yang Ming. There are about 30 people. Wang Renping thought about it and said. How many people? Yang Ming frowned. For this kind of ambiguous answer, Yang Ming was very annoyed. This was a crucial event. If one person was missed, it was possible to cause the entire plan to fail. Therefore, Yang Ming did not allow any omissions. 32 people. Wang Renping hesitated and said. Are you sure? Yang Ming glanced at Wang Renping and asked again. Sure. Including me, it is 33 people. Wang Renping said affirmatively. Well, you call them now and ask them to come here. I don't need to teach you how to say it. Yang Ming said faintly, however, as long as there is a flaw, Tianlong will be alerted. You can imagine the consequences yourself. Wang Renping nodded. He naturally knew how powerful it was. He picked up the phone and dialed the number on it according to the order in the phone book. Hello? President Zhang? I am Wang Renping. Wang Renping's tone was very plain. Even if the other party was a manager, he did not have a flattering tone. President Zhang over there, when he heard that the other party was Wang Renping, he immediately became enthusiastic. Secretary Wang, hello. What's the matter? Come to my old house now. I have something to tell you. Wang Renping's tone was very natural. There was no trace of inappropriateness. Oh? Okay, I will come right away. President Zhang naturally would not think much. Wang Renping's words represented Tianlong's meaning in most cases, so President Zhang was naturally very respectful to Wang Renping. When Wang Renping asked him to talk about something, he was obviously very happy. He felt that this was a good opportunity to get close to Wang Renping. Wang Renping hung up the phone and dialed another number. Hello? Is this Uncle Ma? I am Wang Renping. This Uncle Ma was a veteran who followed Tianlong to conquer the world. However, after receiving a call from Wang Renping, his attitude was still very warm. It couldn't be helped. This situation had happened since ancient times. The meritorious minister under the emperor still did not dare to offend the little eunuch around the emperor. Secretary Wang, hello. I don't know why you are looking for me so late at night, asked Uncle Ma. This is the case. Are you free now? Asked Wang Renping. You can come to my old house. I am looking for you for something. Many of Tianlong's orders were issued through Wang Renping, so Uncle Ma naturally did not dare to neglect. Since Wang Renping said that he was looking for something, he naturally had to go. Okay, then I will go. Yang Ming watched Wang Renping dial one phone call after another. It was unusually smooth. It was almost a few words to settle a person. Yang Ming sighed that he really found the right person. It was really suitable for Wang Renping to do this thing. It seemed that Wang Renping was quite prestigious among these people. Until the last call was made, Wang Renping breathed a sigh of relief and said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, I have invited these people according to your instructions. They may be here soon. What do you need me to do next?" "Before they enter the door in a while, you say that there are important things to discuss. Let them hand over their communication tools and weapons." Yang Ming thought about it and instructed Wang Renping. "It's okay to hand in communication tools, but weapons?" Wang Renping paused and said, "When we usually have meetings, we often hand in communication tools, but we have never received weapons. If I want to take their weapons this time, they will definitely be suspicious. If the situation is not easy to control, and something goes wrong." Wang Renping was now also considering Yang Ming. It couldn't be helped. His grandparents were in the hands of Yang Ming. He had no choice but to side with Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded after listening to Wang Renping's words. These people had weapons in their hands, but Yang Ming was not afraid. He was a super assassin, and he had flying needles in his hands. Why would he be afraid of these people? Taking away the weapons was just to be safe. Since Wang Renping said so, it didn't matter whether the weapons were taken away or not. "Then just accept the communication tools," said Yang Ming after listening. But Wang Renping was a little embarrassed at this time. He was originally on the opposite side of Yang Ming, but now he had become on the same side. He couldn't not consider Yang Ming. Once Yang Ming failed, his grandparents would be missing. Wang Renping naturally didn't want to see this happen, so he had to help Yang Ming. "If they have weapons, will they still listen to you? Don't think that I only use means to coerce others." Yang Ming smiled. "They can't make any waves." Seeing that Yang Ming was full of confidence, Wang Renping couldn't help it. At this moment, he could only believe that Yang Ming had a way. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming winked at Wang Renping and flashed into the kitchen. Wang Renping went to open the door. The person who came was President Zhang, the first person Wang Renping called. After President Zhang came in, he saw Wang Renping and quickly greeted, "Secretary Wang, hello, hello. What can I do for you?" "President Zhang, please give me the communication tools first," said Wang Renping. "Oh? Okay, okay." President Zhang also participated in Tianlong's high-level meetings. He knew the rules of the meeting, so he did not hesitate to take out his phone and turn it off before handing it to Wang Renping. President Zhang not only did not feel that it was inappropriate, but he was very happy. The more important the meeting, the more it showed that he was valued. President Zhang was naturally happy. "President Zhang, you should go into the house and rest first. There are still some people who haven't come yet. After they come, we will discuss the important matters." Wang Renping's expression was very natural. If he could control it well on the phone, it was reasonable. After all, there was no face-to-face situation. Now, Wang Renping did not show the slightest nervousness in the face-to-face situation, which showed that Wang Renping's psychological quality was very good. Yang Ming watched what happened at the door with his special ability in the kitchen. He felt that this Wang Renping was really a good talent. No wonder he could gain Sun Hongjuan's trust. It seemed that he was also a ruthless character. President Zhang entered the big house of the old house and waited without the slightest suspicion. Then, other people came one after another. Under Wang Renping's request, they all handed over their communication tools. However, the others were fine. Only one person showed doubts. This person was Li Baihu. Like Wang Renping, he was also one of the most trusted people around Tianlong. "Brother Wang, I don't have to hand over my phone, right?" Li Baihu frowned and asked. "Brother Hu, this is the rule. You know it." Wang Renping did not show any nervousness at all and still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Brother Wang, why did you gather so many people here? Why? Is it Brother Long's idea?" Li Baihu glanced inside the house and asked. Why? You don't believe it? Wang Renping snorted. Do you want me to call Brother Long and let him talk to you? Li Baihu looked at Wang Renping deeply and said, that's not necessary. After that, he took out his phone, turned it off, and threw it into the small basket in front of Wang Renping. Although Li Baihu was somewhat dissatisfied in his heart, he really didn't dare to call Tianlong to question him. He also knew that during this time, Wang Renping's status had advanced by leaps and bounds. He was already ahead of him, so what Wang Renping said could really represent what Tianlong said. The reason why Li Baihu stabbed him was because he was dissatisfied in his heart, so he took the opportunity to find fault. Brother Hu. Hello, Brother Hu. Brother Hu is here. Li Baihu was also a popular person around Tianlong, so after entering the house, everyone greeted him. This sense of superiority made Li Baihu's self-esteem unprecedentedly satisfied, and he forgot the previous unhappiness. It seems that I still have a lot of prestige. Li Baihu thought so in his heart. Wang Renping locked the door and walked into the room. The room suddenly quieted down, including Li Baihu, and he closed his mouth. However, the previous sense of superiority was suddenly broken by the arrival of Wang Renping, which made him even more uncomfortable in his heart. This time, I asked everyone to come together to discuss a major event. As Wang Renping spoke until here, he glanced at the door. At this time, Yang Ming also walked in. Li Baihu was increasingly dissatisfied with Wang Renping's tone. At this time, he couldn't help but say, what's the big event? It's so late already. Can't you let me sleep? Perhaps only Li Baihu dared to talk to Wang Renping like this. Everyone looked at Li Baihu and Wang Renping like a joke to see how Wang Renping would respond. However, Wang Renping didn't care about Li Baihu at all, but stepped aside. At this time, a young man came in. If you don't want to die, then shut up. Yang Ming glanced at Li Baihu coldly, walked to the center of the room, and stood proudly in front of these people. Who are you? Li Baihu and others had never seen Yang Ming, so when they saw a stranger suddenly come in, they were shocked. Because Wang Renping was the most important person around Tianlong, the person brought by Wang Renping would naturally not be an ordinary character. Maybe he was sent by Tianlong, so these people didn't dare to show anything before they figured out Yang Ming's true identity. Otherwise, when Tianlong investigated, it would be a big deal. Hearing Yang Ming's tone of speech, these people didn't know the background of Yang Ming, so they immediately settled down, including Li Baihu. He just asked who Yang Ming was, and he didn't dare to speak rudely. My name is Yang Ming. I don't know if you have heard of me before? Yang Ming's voice was very soft, but it had an unquestionable majesty. He stood on the spot and looked condescendingly at the senior executives of the Sun family company who were bribed by Tianlong Yang Ming. Most of the people present had never heard of the name Yang Ming, but there were a few people, such as Li Baihu, who were very close to Tianlong, who knew the existence of Yang Ming. Li Baihu's brow suddenly frowned, and he glanced at Wang Renping. Brother Wang, what do you mean? Don't you know that Brother Long is now dealing with Yang Ming? After Yang Ming reminded him, Li Baihu remembered immediately. Tianlong showed him a photo of Yang Ming, but he didn't have a deep impression at that time. However, now that Yang Ming said it, the shadows of the two people overlapped. This person is Yang Ming, whom Tianlong wants to kill. Why is he with Wang Renping? Li Baihu was not stupid. He suddenly became nervous and stared at Wang Renping. It doesn't mean anything, Yang Ming interrupted Li Baihu's words. I have already said that if you don't want to die, then shut up. I think I have been very concise. Don't you understand? I don't want to say it a third time. I won't say it a third time, but I will take action. *CK your mother. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like this? Wang Renping, you little bastard, wait until I deal with this kid, then I will settle the account with you. Li Baihu said as he took out a gun from his waist and pointed it at Yang Ming. However, before he could shoot, his neck stiffened, and he lay straight on the ground. This sudden change shocked everyone present. When they heard Li Baihu's words, everyone immediately understood that this Wang Renping had probably colluded with Yang Ming. Seeing that Li Baihu was going to take out his gun to kill Yang Ming, everyone was very excited. They were secretly glad that Wang Renping did not take away their weapons before. However, just as they were fantasizing about Li Baihu killing Yang Ming with one shot and then killing Wang Renping, the traitor, something happened again. Li Baihu fell down without any warning. He fell flat on the ground. "I've already warned you, but don't blame anyone else for seeking your own death," Yang Ming said casually, as if the previous scene was not his doing. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone, including Wang Renping, was in disbelief. They looked at what was happening in front of them in horror. Li Baihu was killed just like that? It happened in a split second. They didn't even see Yang Ming make a move. Those with sharp eyes only saw Yang Ming slightly raise his hand and Li Baihu fall to the ground with a groan. They didn't know what Yang Ming did after he raised his hand and how Li Baihu fell to the ground. Yang Ming's sudden move shocked everyone in the audience. He could kill with just a raise of his hand. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Don't look at it stupidly. He is not dead. Yang Ming was very satisfied with the situation at the scene. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey was like this. If he didn't show a move to shock these people, then they would definitely not be afraid of him, and they would not cooperate with him obediently. Not dead? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was easy to say that he was not dead. However, he will never wake up again. It is no different from being dead. He has become a fool. Yang Ming said indifferently, "This is the first time. I will teach him a lesson. If someone questions my next speech, then I will not be polite." After Yang Ming finished speaking, he glanced at the people in the audience coldly. Seeing that everyone was trembling with fear, he was quite satisfied. Very good. Since everyone has no objections, then I will continue. Li Baihu was lying on the ground, but the people present no longer cared about his safety. Now these people felt that they couldn't protect themselves. How could they have the mind to care about other people's affairs? In fact, Yang Ming also knew the thoughts of these people. Previously, he asked Wang Renping to call these people urgently. After calling them, he just let them rest and wait in the house. He didn't tell them what was going on. Until all the people came, Yang Ming appeared. This also caught them off guard, so they didn't have any chance to collude. So in this way, Yang Ming only needed to deal with one of them and give them a warning. He could shock the others and give them a show of strength. These people were in danger, and it was impossible for them to attack together. If these people took out their weapons to resist at the same time, Yang Ming really didn't have the confidence to control all of them. After all, Yang Ming was not a god, nor was he the thousand-hand bodhisattva. It was impossible to defeat or kill these people at the same time. Although Yang Ming could be confident that he would not be hurt by these people, he couldn't guarantee that this plan would not be ruined. However, Yang Ming knew that everyone was in danger. In this case, in the absence of a unified premeditated plan, who among these people would be the first to take the lead? Whoever took the lead first would end up like Li Baihu on the ground. People were selfish. Who could selflessly resist for everyone? At this time? Don't kill yourself. These people all bowed their heads and didn't dare to have any objections. Wang Renping, give them one of the pills in this box. Yang Ming handed the small box in his pocket to Wang Renping and instructed. Wang Renping nodded and took the small box handed over by Yang Ming. He came to President Zhang and said, "President Zhang, open your mouth." President Zhang's cold sweat immediately fell down. He didn't know what Wang Renping wanted to give him, but it was obviously not a good thing, so President Zhang immediately became a little timid. What is this? I have also eaten it. I won't die. Wang Renping snorted and ignored him. He pinched open Yang Ming's cheek, just like how Yang Ming pinched him before. Then, he took out a pill and threw it in. Seeing President Zhang's throat rumble, Wang Renping was satisfied and released his hand. President Zhang covered his throat and was somewhat at a loss. However, since he had already eaten it, then he accepted his fate. He was originally a timid and greedy person. He agreed to help Tianlong swallow the Sun family's company under Tianlong's huge profits and coercion. Therefore, when a person like him was threatened, he was done for. He didn't want to resist at the moment. He just waited for a while to see what Yang Ming would instruct him to do. It's your turn. Open your mouth. Wang Renping came to the next person under President Zhang. He pinched the person's cheek and then shouted. This person was also a coward. He didn't dare to say anything and just ate the pill given by Wang Renping. The matter progressed unusually smoothly, which made Yang Ming a little surprised. With the good precedent of these two at the beginning, the people behind were more successful. They opened their mouths obediently. After that, one person seemed to be reluctant, but when he saw Li Baihu lying straight on the ground, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He obediently took the pill that Wang Renping gave him. However, there were honest people, and there were naturally people who were dissatisfied in their hearts. For example, Ma Chang. He was the person who Wang Renping called Uncle Ma before. Ma Chang was not a character who could be bullied. He was one of the people who followed Tian Long in the underworld. Even his seniority in Donghai was earlier than Tian Long. He was a veteran. Although it couldn't be said that his hands were as big as mountains, he was also a guy who dared to kill. He had never been afraid of anyone. Moreover, Ma Chang was the same as Wang Renping and Li Baihu. He was one of the more trusted people around Tian Long, but he followed Tian Long much earlier than Wang Renping and Li Baihu, so he was also the most loyal one. Now, seeing that Li Baihu's life and death were unknown, Wang Renping betrayed Tian Long and became a gang with Yang Ming. Ma Chang was very clear about the character of the other people present. Most of these people were as timid as mice who changed the rudder according to the wind. Otherwise, Tian Long wouldn't be able to succeed very easily and bribe them. Therefore, it was almost impossible to unite these people to resist Yang Ming and Wang Renping. Who among these people was willing to stand up first? Therefore, in desperation, Ma Chang could only endure and wait for the right time. He also knew that the pill that Wang Renping gave them was definitely not a good thing. Maybe it was a slow-acting poison. As long as they ate it, it was basically impossible to resist. If they wanted to live, wouldn't they have to do whatever Yang Ming told them to do? Therefore, when Ma Chang saw that it was about to be his turn, he suddenly became nervous. He couldn't let Yang Ming and Wang Renping succeed. He must resist. Thinking of this, Ma Chang's hand slowly moved towards his waist. After he killed Yang Ming with a gun, he would kill Wang Renping. Previously, Li Baihu failed, but Ma Chang didn't think that he would fail. Because before Li Baihu took out the gun, he talked a lot to Yang Ming, which also aroused Yang Ming's vigilance, so he failed. As long as Ma Chang took advantage of Yang Ming's unpreparedness, he would silently take out the gun and kill Yang Ming with one shot. Although Yang Ming didn't look in Ma Chang's direction, it seemed that Yang Ming stood there indifferently, but Yang Ming's special ability was to look around. He could know the movements of these people without looking. But how would Ma Chang know? When he saw that Yang Ming didn't look in his direction, he thought that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ma Chang suppressed the excitement in his heart and held his breath. He pulled out the gun from his waist and was about to shoot at Yang Ming. Unfortunately, he didn't raise his hand that was holding the gun. His whole body was paralyzed on the ground, and he was still holding the gun in his hand. Although many of these people didn't see Ma Chang's previous plan, at this moment, when they saw him lying on the ground with a gun in his hand, they quickly understood what was going on. It must be that Ma Chang took advantage of Yang Ming's unpreparedness and wanted to shoot Yang Ming with the gun, but he was detected by Yang Ming. Then, he used some unknown method to kill Ma Chang. I will say it again. Obediently take the medicine, and I guarantee that you will be safe. Otherwise, he will end up like you. Yang Ming didn't look at Ma Chang. He still lowered his head indifferently and said coldly to the people present. With the previous lesson of Li Baihu, coupled with Ma Chang, the latecomer, these people didn't dare to have any disloyalty. Those who had the same thoughts as Ma Chang had also given up the idea of resistance at this moment. If they resisted, they would die. If they didn't resist, they might still be alive. Although they didn't know what the pill was, they saw that the people who took it seemed to be fine for the time being. It wasn't something that could immediately poison people. It seemed that Yang Ming asked them to do something. If they did it, they could continue to live, so these people were relieved. Since things had already reached this point, then they would do whatever Yang Ming said. President Zhang and the people who had already taken the pill secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they had obediently taken the pill that Wang Renping gave them. Otherwise, they might be the ones who fell to the ground. After Ma Cheng fell to the ground, the follow-up people even took the initiative to open their mouths when Wang Renping walked in front of them and ate the pill into their mouths. However, it was no wonder. Who would want to be the second generation of Ma Cheng or the second generation of Li Baihu? Soon, the pills were eaten up, and there were still some left in the box. Wang Renping returned the box to Yang Ming, and Yang Ming put it in his pocket. It seems that you are all very obedient. Yang Ming looked around at everyone in the room with satisfaction. I like to cooperate with obedient people. The people present, including Wang Renping, smiled bitterly in their hearts. Can we not be obedient? You just put down 2 people with a raise of your hand. If we are not obedient, wouldn't the next one be us? As for cooperation. How is this cooperation? It is obviously a unilateral threat, it is not cooperation at all. However, these could only be thought about. Who dared to anger Yang Ming and say these things? Therefore, these people had to show gratitude and fear. Mr. Yang, if there is anything, just tell us. As long as we can do it, we will try our best to do it. At this time, the hearts of these people were united, and they almost said this sentence in unison. In fact, there are some things that I don't need to say. You should understand it in your heart. Li Baihu has said that Tianlong regards me as an enemy, so similarly, he is also my enemy, said Yang Ming. Everyone nodded. Even if Yang Ming didn't say it, they all guessed it. I don't ask you to do anything. You just need to take away Tianlong's power. I am going to find trouble with Tianlong. You don't care, don't ask, and don't do anything. Just watch the fun from the side. Yang Ming looked at the crowd and said. What? The people present looked at Yang Ming inconceivably. Is it so simple? They were still a little afraid to confront Tianlong, but they had to do it under pressure. However, Yang Ming asked them to not care, not ask, and not do anything. Just watch the fun from the side. They didn't believe this kind of good thing. Isn't this equivalent to not helping either side? I don't need anyone to help me deal with whoever I want to deal with. It's fine as long as you don't cause trouble, said Yang Ming faintly. Everyone thought about it. It was really the case. Yang Ming could take down Ma Cheng and Li Baihu with a raise of his hand. If he wanted to deal with Tianlong, who else would he need to help? Yang Ming controlled them because he didn't want them to cause trouble. Thinking of this, everyone also calmed down. Whether Tianlong died or not, it had nothing to do with them. As long as it didn't affect them, then it was fine. Where are the people of the Sun family under house arrest? Asked Yang Ming. Zhang Jingguo listened to Yang Ming's question and quickly stood up. Mr. Yang, the people of the Sun family are imprisoned in a garbage disposal site. I am responsible for looking after them. Very good, then you take good care of them. If someone loses a hair, then you can forget about living. Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Jingguo. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. Everything is fine with the people of the Sun family, said Zhang Jingguo quickly. Yang Ming nodded and then glanced at the people present. I gave you a kind of voodoo. If you don't understand what it means, you can also understand it as a slow-acting poison. Have you heard of the 3-carrion divine pill in Jin Yang's novel, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer? The effect is similar to that. Within every 24 to 30 hours, you must take the antidote. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences yourself. Everyone had guessed that Yang Ming gave them a kind of poison. After they cooperated with Yang Ming would give them the antidote, but they didn't expect this poison to break out once every 24 hours. Isn't this frequency too fast? However, even if everyone's face changed color, no one dared to raise any questions. Dying tomorrow was better than dying now, not to mention that they shouldn't die tomorrow. If Yang Ming wanted these people to die, he wouldn't give them a slow-acting poison at all. Wouldn't it be more convenient to kill them directly? Therefore, even if this voodoo was quite scary, everyone calmed down and quietly listened to Yang Ming continue. Wang Renping, you distribute the suppressing pills that you need to take tomorrow to everyone. As Yang Ming spoke, he took out another small box from his pocket. It was the suppressing pills made by Zhang Jishan. Yes. Wang Renping took the small box and began to distribute it to everyone. The people who got the pills were very careful to keep them close to their bodies. This was a life-saving thing. They couldn't lose it. If things go well, I will detoxify you. Don't worry about this. After all, the operation of the entire group still needs you. Yang Ming painted an impossible pie for these people. Who didn't know how to bullshit? These people suddenly showed joy after listening to Yang Ming's words. Although they didn't know if Yang Ming could fulfill what he said, this promise was much better than nothing. The suppressing voodoo antidote was distributed. Wang Renping also kept one for himself, and then returned the rest to Yang Ming. Yang Ming had actually been watching Wang Renping's movements with the corner of his eyes. He wanted to see if Wang Renping would leave a few suppressing voodoo antidotes, but Wang Renping was honest. He only left one. This made Yang Ming very satisfied. In fact, Wang Renping also understood that this suppressing antidote could only suppress, but it couldn't completely detoxify. What was the point of keeping a few more? The smoothness of the matter was somewhat beyond Yang Ming's expectations. However, in fact, it was not smooth. At least, there were two troublemakers, Li Baihu and Ma Chang. It was just that Yang Ming was too strong and overbearing. Before these two people could cause any trouble, they were put down by Yang Ming. Now, no one cared about their life and death, although these two people were not dead yet. Yang Ming just turned these two people into idiots. Li Baihu and Ma Chang were extremely loyal people around Tianlong. Such people were difficult to be driven by interests. Even if their lives were threatened, they would not give in so easily. It was even possible that they would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to protect their master, Tianlong. Therefore, for this kind of dangerous time bomb, Yang Ming would never be soft-hearted. He would not let them wake up directly. This also avoided some unnecessary trouble. However, Yang Ming did not kill these two people on the spot because, after all, many of the people present were not from the underworld. These people would definitely be uncomfortable if the scene was too violent. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. As long as he could make an example out of them, it was enough. It seemed that his show of authority was still very successful. These people were obedient, and they did not create too much psychological pressure to mess up. This was the effect that Yang Ming wanted. Well, you can go back. Remember, do what you should do tomorrow. Restrain your men. Don't bother with things that you shouldn't care about. Yang Ming instructed the people present. Yes, Mr. Yang. How could these people not respond? This was already the best result. Only a fool would not accept it. You all go back to your own home and have a good sleep. Yang Ming waved his hand and said to these people. The people present, except for Wang Renping, all moved out of the room. When they walked to the door, they were blown by the cold wind. Everyone found that their backs had been soaked in cold sweat as if they had experienced life and death. Yes, it was like experiencing life and death. If any of them couldn't hold back and had any doubts like Li Baihu or Ma Chang, then he would be lying on the cold floor. After these people left Wang Renping's old house, they quickly left here. They only hoped that this was a nightmare, and they could wake up from this nightmare as soon as possible. After the people left, Wang Renping silently closed the door. He knew that Yang Ming would definitely look for him to talk about something, so he was not in a hurry. After doing all this, he quietly walked to Yang Ming. Mr. Yang, what about these two people? First, throw them into another house. After Tianlong falls, send them to the hospital. It can be considered as a humanitarian act, said Yang Ming. Wang Renping nodded. These two people whom I am so familiar with have become vegetative people in the blink of an eye. I can imagine how terrifying Yang Ming's strength is. This is not a college student, he is simply a killing god. The two dead people were carried to the small house that originally belonged to him in the old house. Wang Renping had not lived in this house for a long time because after following Tianlong, he was stationed by Sun Hongjuan's side as a driver and bodyguard. He often left early and returned late. He was afraid to affect the rest of the two elders, so Wang Renping bought a house outside. Throwing the two people on the floor, Wang Renping closed the door. In fact, he didn't need to close it at all. The two people were unconscious, and they couldn't hear the conversation between Yang Ming and Wang Renping. After doing all this, Wang Renping returned to the big house where Yang Ming was and said, "Mr. Yang, what should we do next?" "Do you know where Tianlong is hiding now?" asked Yang Ming. "I know." Wang Renping nodded and said, "He has a villa in the suburbs. Because it is a small property, right, no one knows. He secretly bought it for emergency use." "How is the security there?" asked Yang Ming. "There are 20 bodyguards, and everyone's skills are good," said Wang Renping. "To what extent are they good?" asked Yang Ming. "They are not as good as Li Baihu, but they are not bad." Wang Renping thought about it and said. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded after listening. Li Baihu didn't even have a chance to use his skills, and he was finished. "I really don't know how good Li Baihu's skills are. However, it wouldn't be too good. After all, Tianlong was not a big shot. Even the masters around Houghton and General Kars, Yang Ming didn't put them in his eyes, let alone Tianlong." Wang Renping's words surprised Yang Ming. Originally, Yang Ming expected that Tianlong must be hiding in an unknown place. Even Wang Renping wouldn't know. Because in this case, if Tianlong was smart, he must be careful of anyone. Even his own son, Tian Donghua, had doubts about him, not to mention other people. But Tianlong didn't seem to realize this and told Wang Renping where he lived. Yang Ming's original plan was that Wang Renping might not know where Tianlong lived, but he would definitely meet with Tianlong during the day. However, now it seemed that Tianlong's trust in Wang Renping was beyond Yang Ming's expectations. But now, the plan seemed to be able to be further adjusted. If they acted at night, then the success rate would be higher, and it was the time when Tianlong was most relaxed. Although Yang Ming didn't put Tianlong's defensive power in his eyes, sometimes it was better to be safe. If there was a shortcut and he didn't take it, he would be pretending to be bad *SS. Therefore, Yang Ming changed his plan temporarily after listening to Wang Renping's words. He decided to change the plan of going directly to Tianlong tomorrow to the evening. He would leave tonight and go to the villa where Tianlong was hiding. When Wang Renping saw Yang Ming pondering, he also thought that Yang Ming might act tonight. However, Yang Ming didn't speak, so Wang Renping naturally didn't say much. He waited for Yang Ming's final decision. "When does Tianlong usually rest?" asked Yang Ming. "About 11 o'clock in the evening. There is no fixed time. Sometimes earlier, sometimes later," said Wang Renping. Yang Ming nodded and said, "Okay, then let's act at night." If they acted at night, then Yang Ming's previous action seemed to be a bit unnecessary. At least, they didn't have to be in such a hurry to do it. Yang Ming's approach was not wrong if he wanted to control these two-faced guys. Even if he helped the Sun family to regain the company, these people must have strong high-pressure control to ensure that they would not have similar situations in the future. However, this matter didn't have to be rushed. At least, it didn't have to be done before Tianlong was moved. After Tianlong was settled, it was not too late to deal with these people slowly, and it wouldn't be as risky as tonight. To be honest, if these people were united tonight, then it was very likely to be a bad thing. Although Yang Ming determined that most of these people were timid and selfish people, who could guarantee that these people would not be called upon to be united? There were accidents in everything. However, since these people had been controlled first, it was good for his plan. Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Everything had to be prepared. Previously, Yang Ming wasn't sure whether Wang Renping knew Tianlong's residence. Moreover, who could guarantee whether Tianlong was at his residence tonight? A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, not to mention a sinister and cunning person like Tianlong. Looking at the time, it was only 9 o'clock in the evening. There were still 2 or 3 hours before Tianlong's rest time. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Renping and asked, "Have you eaten dinner?" "Not yet." Wang Renping replied truthfully. He came directly to see his grandparents after work. Naturally, he didn't eat. He planned to go back to his residence to eat. Who would have thought that he would actually meet Yang Ming? "Let's go. Let's eat something together." Yang Ming stood up and then walked in the direction of the door. Wang Renping was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to make such a suggestion. "Let me eat with him?" Seeing that Yang Ming could kill people with a raise of his hand, Wang Renping had just learned about Yang Ming's coldness, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming had such a side to him. It turned out that this person's heart was not so bad. It seemed that everything he did was not so abominable. Originally, helping Tianlong to seize power was a wrong thing. The appearance of Yang Ming only helped them correct the mistake. The days of early spring were still very cold. The cold wind at night made Yang Ming shiver unconsciously. He suddenly remembered Zhao Ying. It was the same moonlit night, at the same time. He didn't know if Wang Xiaoyan had told Zhao Ying frankly about the matter between him and her. On QQ, Yang Ming had already learned about her thoughts from Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying was brooding about the fact that her best friend, Wang Xiaoyan, was with him behind her back. Women's thoughts were sometimes very strange. Zhao Ying didn't mind him being with other women, but only her best woman was with him. Zhao Ying's emotions were unusually intense. Perhaps, this was the anger of being deceived. Other women had nothing to do with her. If they were with her, she wouldn't have too many thoughts. However, Wang Xiaoyan was different. Zhao Ying had always regarded her as a good sister and best friend. She even told Wang Xiaoyan her thoughts. In this case, Wang Xiaoyan secretly got together with her without telling Zhao Ying. How could Zhao Ying not be angry? However, if Wang Xiaoyan could be honest with Zhao Ying about the matter between her and him, Yang Ming believed that with Zhao Ying's character, she could understand Wang Xiaoyan. After all, the two people were best friends. Zhao Ying was angry not because Wang Xiaoyan stole her man, but because she was deceived and didn't tell her. Therefore, it was much easier to let Wang Xiaoyan untie Zhao Ying's knot in her heart than to talk to Zhao Ying personally. Zhao Ying might not listen to what Yang Ming said now, but she should still listen to what Wang Xiaoyan said. After all, the foundation of their friendship was there. They were both girls. They had more private conversations, and it was easier for them to communicate. Now it seemed that since Zhao Ying could go to Wang Xiaoyan's house and live with Wang Xiaoyan, it meant that Zhao Ying didn't resent Wang Xiaoyan in her heart. Perhaps she was just a little angry. After the two people talked about it, it was fine. Yang Ming sighed. I don't know what the two people talked about. There were too many things in the past few days. Otherwise, Yang Ming could live at home and use his special ability to peek at Wang Xiaoyan's house next door to see what she and Zhao Ying were talking about. It was exciting just thinking about it. Of course, Yang Ming didn't have a hobby of peeping, but peeping at his own woman shouldn't be considered peeping, right? Although Zhao Ying wasn't as yet, Yang Ming believed that one day she would be. In fact, Zhao Ying still lived with Wang Xiaoyan tonight. The two of them had cleared up the misunderstanding and were no longer suspicious of each other because of Yang Ming. Zhao Ying took a shower and sat on the sofa with Wang Xiaoyan to watch TV. Originally, it was a very warm and beautiful scene. However, on the TV, there was such a film. This film was about a woman who bought a house next to her lover's house so that it would be convenient for her to have an affair with her lover. That way, her lover could climb over the wall and have an affair with that woman in the middle of the night. Zhao Ying was amused as she watched, especially when she saw Wang Xiaoyan's face getting redder and redder. Zhao Ying finally couldn't help but laugh. Huh. I can't. Yan, don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you. When I bought the house, I hadn't gotten along with Yang Ming yet. Wang Xiaoyan blushed and explained. However, no matter how she looked at it, there was a sense of self-denial. I really didn't laugh at you. It was fine if Wang Xiaoyan didn't explain. When she explained, Zhao Ying couldn't help but laugh. I will move tomorrow. Wang Xiaoyan clenched her teeth and turned off the TV, but her face was still red. It's not so serious. These TV dramas are fabricated. Zhao Ying saw that Wang Xiaoyan was serious and quickly comforted her. However, Zhao Ying regretted it after she said it. What is fabricated? Isn't Wang Xiaoyan's house really next to Yang Ming's house? It's better not to say it. Wouldn't it make Wang Xiaoyan more embarrassed if she said it? Yan, why don't we change houses? I really don't mean that. Zhao Ying was anxious. She was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would be angry, so she said it. Change houses? Could it be that you also want to play the plot in the TV? Wang Xiaoyan was not angry, but she was a little embarrassed. It was not easy to catch Zhao Ying's words. How could she let it go? How is it possible? Zhao Ying was embarrassed by Wang Xiaoyan this time. The two were finally even this time. However, the two quickly recovered their calmness and went upstairs hand in hand. It was late at night. Shouldn't they rest? When they came to the entrance of the community, Yang Ming's thoughts were also taken back from Zhaoying and Wang Xiaoyan. He opened the door with the remote control and got in the car. Then, he opened the door of the front passenger seat and signaled Wang Renping to get in the car. Wang Renping did not hesitate and got in the car directly. Yang Ming started the car and then asked Wang Renping, who was on the side, "You are more familiar with Donghai than me. Is there a place to eat nearby?" "Yes, there is a geezer Wang's big bowl of noodles not far away. When I was young, I often ate there." When Wang Renping said this, he suddenly reminisced about the past. Although his family was very poor at that time, it was very fast. He lived with his grandparents every day, and he did not have so many troubles. Now, although he was richer than before, was he really happy? Helping the tyrant and letting his grandparents suffer with him? Wang Renping really wanted to live a good life. It was as simple as being an ordinary driver. He did not need to make a lot of money, but he did not want to live under pressure and his own inner condemnation like now. Yang Ming did not expect Wang Renping to mention such a place. He parked the car in front of the geezer Wang's big bowl of noodles. Yang Ming and Wang Renping got off the car together. At this time, it was almost closing time. The owner of the noodle house, geezer Wang, was packing up. When he looked up, he saw a car parked at the door of the noodle house. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. After taking a closer look, one of the people who got off the car was actually very familiar. "Renping? Is that you?" Geezer Wang narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Renping in front of him. Wang Renping had not come to this noodle house to eat noodles since he was sent by Tianlong for training and assigned to Sun Hongjun as a driver and bodyguard. It had been 10 years, so when geezer Wang saw Wang Renping, he was a little surprised. "Uncle Wang, it's me." Wang Renping walked over cordially and enthusiastically. He seemed to have temporarily forgotten his previous troubles and returned to his youth. "Give us a big bowl of noodles." "Okay." Geezer Wang nodded and said to the people behind him, "2 big bowls of noodles, add more minced meat." Wang Renping's family used to be poor, so every time Wang Renping came to eat noodles, geezer Wang would take special care of him and add more minced meat to his noodles. Now, he habitually added a sentence. Wang Renping listened to geezer Wang's words and couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect Uncle Wang to still remember." "How can I not remember? You have been eating noodles here for several years." Geezer Wang smiled. "You haven't been here for many years, right? Why are you still driving a car? Do you have a big career now?" "It's not a big career. I'm just a driver for the boss." Wang Renping replied with a smile. "That's very good." Geezer Wang nodded. "You need to have the ability to drive for the big boss. Nowadays, how can you stand on your own feet without some ability?" There was no one in the evening. It didn't take long for 2 big bowls of steaming hot noodles to be served. The aroma was overflowing. At first glance, it was the juice made with old soup, which increased Yang Ming's appetite. In fact, many delicious things might not exist in those big hotels. In some streets and alleys, there were many delicious things in the world. Although the price was not expensive, they were very delicious. Looking at Sun Hongjun, who had sunken eyes and looked haggard in a few days, Sun San really couldn't bear it, so he said, "Master, you should eat something. You can't always smoke like this." "I can't eat." Sun Hongjun smiled bitterly, put out the cigarette in his hand, and threw it in the ashtray beside him. Although they were put under house arrest by Tianlong here, Tianlong ordered his men not to treat the Sun family badly. Therefore, cigarettes, wine, and food were all available. Except for not being able to enter and leave freely, they basically had whatever they wanted. "Dad, you don't have to worry too much. Where there is life, there is hope." Sun Jiao looked at her father, and she really had some heartache. In just a few days, Sun Hongjun seemed to have aged more than 10 years. He was not as spirited as before. Now, he was more like an old man in his twilight years. Although Sun Jia had no idea, if she continued to be pessimistic at the moment, then the Sun family would be completely finished. Therefore, Sun Jia couldn't be as lethargic as Sun Hongjun. She had to be more optimistic so that she could persist and wait for an unknown opportunity. Tianlong could suddenly betray and embezzle the Sun family's property, which was unexpected by the entire Sun family. The Sun family's trust in Tianlong was just like Tianlong's trust in Wang Renping. They had never doubted it. It was just ridiculous that the Sun family trusted Tianlong so much, but Tianlong betrayed the Sun family. Tianlong trusted Wang Renping so much, but Wang Renping was about to betray him. However, this was what the Sun family did not expect. Xianxia really had no other way now. Even if she was conceited and smart, in this situation where she was under house arrest, Xianxia had no other way. There was no way to contact the outside world, so they could only continue to stay here. In the past 2 days, Sun Hongjun also reasoned with the people guarding them, promising that if they let them go, there would definitely be rewards in the future, but these people were indifferent. When the Sun family's people saw that it was hopeless to lobby, they had to give up. After thinking about it later, it was no wonder. These people were at the bottom of society. After they let them go, they would be killed by their superiors before they could have a meteoric rise and rewards in the future. What's more, it was not just 1 or 2 people guarding here. Even if they opened the door and let them go, there were still layers of defense outside. It was impossible for them to successfully instigate everyone. Under such power, who would dare to act rashly? Little Jia, it's all because I trusted Tianlong too much, which led to today's situation. Sun Hongjun sighed, but you were dragged into this. If I had known earlier, I would have handed over all the family business to you. It doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. It's all my fault for being too stubborn. Dad, you don't have to blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. Even I was deceived by Tianlong, Xianxia comforted, who would have thought that Tianlong would do such a thing? I don't know how Tianlong will deal with us after he succeeds. Sun Hongjun sighed and said, in this case, how can I eat? Indeed, the Sun family was now in a very passive situation, but they were powerless to change the situation. They could only be trampled on. Miss, do you think Yang Ming will come and save us? For some reason, Sun San suddenly thought of Yang Ming. As an elder of the Sun family, Sun Hongjun naturally didn't hide Yang Ming's matter from him, so he still had some understanding of Yang Ming's ability. In despair, he suddenly thought of the relationship between Yang Ming and the miss. If Yang Ming found that the miss was missing, he would definitely have doubts. Then, he would investigate Tianlong. At that time. Therefore, Sun San suddenly asked this question. Yang Ming? Xianxia was slightly stunned. Previously, she naturally thought of Yang Ming. Xianxia was a strong girl. She disdained the men around her. Only Yang Ming could enter her eyes slightly, but in this case, she counted on Yang Ming. Xianxia really didn't have that confidence. Although Yang Ming often showed an unusually strong and calm side, most of the time, he was also joking around. Yang Ming could summon the wind and summon the rain in Songjiang, but this was Dong Hai. Did Tianlong have no power? In the case of evenly matched strength, Tianlong still had the geographical advantage, so Yang Ming's chance of winning was really not much. Thinking of this, Xianxia shook her head helplessly. Yang Ming was still a little worse than her ideal boyfriend. It wasn't that Yang Ming couldn't do it, but Yang Ming still needed a period of experience and growth. At least now, Xianxia felt that Yang Ming was not mature enough. However, Xianxia didn't see the current Yang Ming. After experiencing the baptism of life and death in Vietnam and Africa, it made Yang Ming grow quickly. It made him grasp things better, and he was calmer and more decisive. The original Yang Ming, after experiencing the incident with Wang Jitao, had to be 100% sure to do everything. Although it could be guaranteed to be foolproof, in many cases, if he didn't take risks, he could only stay in place or even retreat. However, the current Yang Ming had thought a lot. For many things, if you don't make a bold choice, you can't achieve great things, and even die miserably. Yeah, if Mr. Yang finds out that Miss is missing, he will definitely investigate. Sun San said, Miss, I think it will be possible. Sun Hongjun listened to Sun San's words, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yeah, how could he forget about Yang Ming? In fact, Yang Ming was a young man that he was very optimistic about. Little Jia, don't say that. This is a hope. With Yang Ming's relationship with you, he will definitely call you. If he finds out that he can't find you, he will definitely notice the problem. Sun Hongjun nodded. Sun Jia was a little dumbfounded. She thought, you guys overestimate Yang Ming too much. Even if he finds something wrong, there is no way to compete with Tianlong, right? In the territory of Donghai, do you think Tianlong is a vegetarian? Even. Sun Jia faintly didn't want Yang Ming to get involved in this matter because it wasn't a good thing for Yang Ming to get involved when he didn't have a chance of winning. She didn't know why she was worried about Yang Ming. Sun Jia sighed slightly. At this time, she naturally couldn't say anything discouraging. Finally, her father had something to look forward to, and his spirit was better. Sun Jia naturally had to cheer him up, so she said, yeah, Yang Ming will definitely have a way. I believe that he will be able to save us. Who will save you? Outside the room, there was a gloomy and even disdainful voice. Tianlong? Sun Hongjun was familiar with this voice. He frowned and said, what are you doing here again? I want to see how you guys are doing, President's son, Miss, and third brother. Tianlong pushed the door open with a fake smile. Although he was very respectful, his tone didn't mean any respect. Behind Tianlong stood 4 macho men. Apparently, they were Tianlong's bodyguards. However, rather than saying that they were Tianlong's bodyguards, it was better to say that they were here to deter the Sun family so that they wouldn't take the opportunity to escape when the door was opened. In fact, the Sun family also understood that they couldn't run out even if they wanted to. There were people guarding outside the door. For the sudden arrival of Tianlong, Sun Hongjun and Sun Jia were a little surprised. They didn't know what he was doing so late. Sun Hongjun snorted coldly. Don't pretend. You know what you did. There is no need to say this again. Tianlong snorted. Do you think that Yang Ming can come and save you? He can't even protect himself. How can he save you? It's ridiculous. What do you mean? Sun Jia asked subconsciously. Unconsciously, Sun Jia suddenly realized that Yang Ming had occupied a large part of her heart. When she heard that Yang Ming was in danger, Sun Jia's heart tightened subconsciously. If Yang Ming didn't come to me, I would have gone to him. Tianlong wasn't afraid to say more because the Sun family would just listen to it. Anyway, they were under house arrest here. They couldn't turn the tables even if they wanted to. Sun Jia pursed her lips and couldn't help but say, if you are willing to die, I have no opinion. Tianlong smiled and completely treated Sun Jia's words as a joke. He didn't want to waste time with these people. Since he had already done it, there was no need to be a bitch. It didn't make any sense to set up a memorial arch. Tianlong turned and left the Sun family's room. He didn't come here to see the Sun family, but to see Tian Donghua. Tian Donghua was his own son after all. Tianlong was in the villa. He couldn't calm down no matter how he thought about it. Why did he fight for this huge foundation? Wasn't it for Tian Donghua? However, Tianlong could not understand his own painstaking efforts, which made Tianlong very distressed. Suddenly, most of his previous passion disappeared, so he really could not stay any longer, so he set off to this abandoned junkyard. He wanted to have a good talk with Tian Donghua. When Tian Donghua came to the garbage disposal site, Zhang Jinghua had just returned for less than 10 minutes. Zhang Jinghua had just taken off his coat when Tianlong came in. Zhang Jinghua was suddenly scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't let Tianlong see the slightest clue. Zhang Jinghua was not stupid. At this time, he couldn't flatter Tianlong. If he let Tianlong find out that he had disloyalty, then Tianlong would definitely not let him go. Even if he let him go, what about the voodoo in his body? Fortunately, Tianlong didn't see anything. After coming in, he nodded to Zhang Jinghua as a greeting and hurried to the room where the Sun family's people were. Not long after, Tianlong came out again and walked to Tian Donghua's room. Yang Ming and Wang Renping came to Tianlong's villa in the suburbs at 11 o'clock. This was the land of a village near Donghai. Because it was an illegal building, there was no formal title deed. That was to say, it was impossible to find out who the owner of the villa here was through official means. Tianlong must have put a lot of thought into such a secretive place. Because Yang Ming was not familiar with the terrain of Donghai, he simply asked Wang Renping to drive. Anyway, Wang Renping was also an experienced driver. Besides, he didn't dare to have any other thoughts at the moment. Yang Ming could still trust him. It's right in front. Wang Renping parked the car in the outdoor parking space of the community, then pointed to a luxurious villa residence not far away. Yang Ming nodded. Although there was no property right on this piece of land, the villas and residences that were built were extremely luxurious. Presumably, they were all powerful people, so they didn't take the property right seriously. With Tianlong's status in Donghai, whoever wanted to tear down his house really had to consider whether they had enough strength. Inside the villa, the lights were still on. It seemed that the people in the house were not resting. Yang Ming needed to use his special ability to observe the movement in the villa before making a detailed action plan. Although Yang Ming also knew that sometimes it was not a good thing to rely too much on his own special ability. If one day this special ability disappeared, or this magical pair of glasses was taken back, then Yang Ming would have nothing to rely on. But in some cases, it couldn't be used. For example, if Yang Ming didn't use his special ability to observe the terrain but directly broke into the villa, although there was Wang Renping's previous introduction, the terrain was dead, but the people were alive. No one could guarantee what the people inside were doing in what direction. Therefore, if he broke in before, there was only a 50% chance of success. Now, it became a 100% chance of success. Mr. Yang, do you want me to go down first and find out what's going on? I know the bodyguards outside. Wang Renping saw that Yang Ming didn't speak and sat there thinking about something, so he volunteered to ask. No need. Yang Ming waved his hand and sighed. Tianlong is not here. After Wang Renping stopped the car, Yang Ming began to use his special ability to check the movement in Tianlong's villa. In the villa's courtyard, 2 black-shirt bodyguards were patrolling, and their eyes revealed vigilance. In the hall on the first floor of the villa, there were 4 similar black-shirt bodyguards, and they were also very vigilant. It seemed that Tianlong's means of training people were very good. Tianlong was not on the first floor of the villa. Looking at the second floor of the villa, Yang Ming glanced around and found 4 black-shirt bodyguards standing there vigilantly, but there was still no sign of Tianlong. Looking at the villa's attic, there was no one. Yang Ming knew that Tianlong was not in the villa. Mr. Yang. Tianlong really lives here. Wang Renping was suddenly shocked. Although he didn't know how to judge that Tianlong was not in the villa, if Tianlong was not here, then would Yang Ming think that he was lying to him? I didn't say that he is not here, but he is not here now. Judging from the villa's tight security, Tianlong should indeed live here, but for some reason, he was not here tonight. Wang Renping listened to Yang Ming's words and breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Yang, are you sure that Tianlong is not here? I can use voodoo. Naturally, I know some things that you don't understand. Yang Ming naturally would not tell Wang Renping that he had special abilities, but he simply said a mysterious reason. I have released the voodoo to investigate, and Tianlong is not here. Oh. Wang Renping was horrified after listening to Yang Ming's words, but he did not doubt it. Previously, Yang Ming knocked down Li Baihu and Ma Chang with a raise of his hand. Wang Renping did not see clearly what method Yang Ming used. After that, when he carried Li Baihu and Ma Chang to the side room, he also carefully examined the 2 people's bodies, but he did not find any wounds or similar things. After Yang Ming's flying needle entered the body, it would immediately dissolve in the blood, so Wang Renping naturally could not see any clues. Wang Renping subconsciously thought that the 2 people were also poisoned by Yang Ming's voodoo. Wasn't the voodoo shown on TV like this? When the voodoo person raised his hand, the voodoo would fly out and shoot into the target's body, and the target would be poisoned. It's so late. Where can Tianlong go? Yang Ming was slightly disappointed. It was much easier to act at night than during the day, but he did not expect Tianlong to not be in the villa. However, Yang Ming couldn't wait until tomorrow night to act. Now, every minute was precious. Yang Ming was worried about the safety of Xianxia and Tiandonghua, and he couldn't wait so long. Moreover, now that he had instigated everyone around Tianlong, if these people showed flaws, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. It would be difficult for him to make a move on Tianlong. Therefore, Yang Ming must deal with Tianlong as soon as possible. Wang Renping also frowned. Usually, Tianlong will stay in this villa at night and will not go out casually. Should I go in and ask? Yang Ming hesitated and nodded. Wang Renping was a trusted person around Tianlong. Now that he appeared in Tianlong's villa, the bodyguards would not suspect anything. Thinking of this, Yang Ming also agreed. Wang Renping pushed open the door and walked in the direction of the villa. As soon as he arrived at the door of the villa, the two bodyguards who were responsible for guarding were vigilant, but when they saw that it was Wang Renping, they were relieved. "Brother Wang, you are here." I have nothing to do, so I came to look around and see if Brother Long has any orders." Wang Renping said naturally. "Brother Wang, unfortunately, Brother Long just went out not long ago," said one of the black-shirt bodyguards. He had no need to hide from Wang Renping at all. In his opinion, Wang Renping was the most popular person around Tianlong. As long as Wang Renping made a phone call, he could ask about Brother Long's whereabouts. It was better for him to say it and show some hospitality. "Oh? Went out? Where did he go?" asked Wang Renping casually. "This, we don't know. Brother Wang, you should call Brother Long and ask him personally. We don't dare to ask these things. It is not something we can know." The black-shirt bodyguard shrugged and said apologetically. "Hee, it's nothing. If this is the case, then I will go first." Wang Renping patted the black-shirt bodyguard's shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work. I will talk to Brother Long some other day and give you a bonus." "Thank you, Brother Wang." The black-shirt bodyguard quickly thanked him gratefully. The reason why Wang Renping said this was that he didn't want these black-shirt bodyguards to be nosy and tell Tianlong about his visit. Although it was nothing, it was still better to be careful. In this way, he promised to tell Tianlong that he would give them a bonus. If they told Tianlong that he came, it would be like asking for a bonus. No one would be so stupid. Wang Renping did not ask for any valuable clues, so he had to walk back helplessly. However, he was very careful when he left. In order to prevent the two bodyguards from seeing where he was going, Wang Renping deliberately walked around the community. Finally, he came to the place where Yang Ming parked his car. He opened the door of the front passenger seat and got in the car. "How is it?" In fact, Yang Ming had already known the contents of the conversation between Wang Renping and the bodyguards with his special ability and lip reading. However, in order not to show that he was too magical, Yang Ming pretended not to know. "Tianlong did go out, but I don't know where he went. The two bodyguards at the door don't know either." Wang Renping shrugged helplessly and said, with their status, they naturally can't ask anything when Tianlong goes out. "I expected this result." Yang Ming smiled. "How can Tianlong tell these people about his plan?" Yang Ming smiled faintly. "Now it seems that Tianlong can't come back at night, but to be on the safe side, we can wait here, but we have to draw the curtains in the car window to avoid being accidentally seen." Although the glass of Yang Ming's car was covered with a reflective film, there were some special instruments that could penetrate the film and see the situation inside the car. Therefore, Yang Ming was going to draw the curtains in the car. These curtains were made of metal fibers, and those X-ray or infrared instruments could not penetrate them. With the curtains drawn, the interior of the BMW was like a small tent. It would not attract too much attention. Many young couples liked to be lovey-dovey in the car, leading to incidents such as car door shaking, so it was not abrupt to close the curtains. Although the curtains were drawn, as long as the reversing system monitoring in the car was started, the situation on the road behind the car could be seen clearly through the camera outside the car. In this way, if Tianlong's car passed here, Wang Renping could see it at a glance. Yang Ming did not use this. Yang Ming's eyes could easily penetrate anything. This kind of metal curtain was naturally not a problem. Turning on the reversing system in the car was just for Wang Renping. In the junkyard, Tianlong walked into the room where his son, Tian Donghua, was placed under house arrest. In the afternoon, Tianlong received a call from Zhang Jinghua, saying that Tian Donghua didn't eat anything and was in a daze in the room. At that time, Tianlong was also angry, so he didn't care about him. He told Zhang Jinghua that if Tian Donghua wanted to eat, then it was fine. But no matter what, Tian Donghua was Tianlong's son after all. After Tianlong had dinner, he thought about it and felt bad. He thought that Tian Donghua hadn't eaten yet, and he was worried. Finally, he couldn't help but decide to see his son and have a heart-to-heart talk with him. He hoped that Tian Donghua could understand his approach and support him. Because Wang Renping had just left, Tianlong didn't want to trouble him anymore. Wang Renping was assigned to do everything these days. Wang Renping was also exhausted. He didn't need Wang Renping to come back and drive for him for such a small matter like visiting Tian Donghua. So Tianlong casually called 4 bodyguards. One of them drove in the direction of the junkyard. Tian Donghua was already numb at this time. When he saw Tianlong coming, he just looked up at him, then he lowered his head again and ignored him. Donghua, have you eaten dinner? Tianlong sat next to Tian Donghua and reached out to touch Tian Donghua's hair. Tian Donghua avoided it with some disgust. What does it have to do with you whether I eat or not? There is no common ground. I don't agree with what you do, so I don't bother you. You don't bother me. I can't eat now. When I am hungry, I will naturally eat. Tian Donghua didn't want to go on a hunger strike to scare Tianlong because he knew that this trick was a bit too low-level and naive. If he really went on a hunger strike, Tianlong could forcibly inject himself with nutrient solutions and glucose as long as he didn't die. Therefore, Tian Donghua wouldn't go on a hunger strike. He didn't eat now just because his heart was blocked. He didn't want to eat. On one hand, it was his father, and on the other hand, it was his friend. His father did something wrong. Tian Donghua didn't want to protect him, but he couldn't change anything, so he felt very uncomfortable. The reason why Tian Donghua didn't persuade Tianlong again was that he knew that Tianlong wouldn't listen to anything. At this moment, persuading him was equivalent to persuading him in vain. There was no meaning at all. It was better to save some words and energy. Donghua, why don't you understand your father's painstaking efforts? Tianlong looked at his son with some resentment. Think about it. If I didn't do it for you, why would I do so many things? How old am I? How many years can I work? Isn't it for you and Dongguang? Do you want to continue to work for the Sun family for a lifetime like your father after graduating from college? What's wrong with that? Tian Donghua frowned. He felt that there was a problem with his father's thinking. It was already somewhat unreasonable. How many college students don't have a job after graduation? They are very happy to find a job cleaning toilets. At least I have something to do after graduation, and I will be put in an important position. What's wrong with that? Even if you are put in an important position, you have to act according to the Sun family's wishes. Because they are always the boss. No matter how powerful you are, your status is given to you by the Sun family. Don't think that you are above everyone else and only one person below you. Everyone in the group respects you like a master. However, if the Sun family doesn't like you one day, they can make you become nothing with just a word. They can make you lose everything and fall from your high position. Tianlong snorted and said, have you thought about this? If we do it well and can't find fault, how can the Sun family find trouble with us? Tian Donghua naturally didn't agree with Tianlong's theory. Although it couldn't be said that Tianlong's theory was wrong, according to Tianlong's meaning, all the people around the boss were afraid that the boss would demote them. So they took the initiative to replace the boss? Then, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Even so, there are accidents in everything. Who can guarantee that you won't make any mistakes? Tianlong said, and with your brother's character, he doesn't even know when he offends people. I heard that he has offended Sun Jiwei of the Sun family. When Sun Jiwei is in power, can he still have a good outcome? Maybe you will be implicated. What Tianlong said was true. Not only Tian Dongguang, but even Tian Donghua himself had a feud with Sun Jiwei. However, in his opinion, Sun Jiwei was a hopeless case. Sun Hongjun couldn't hand over his family business to him. The most likely person to be promoted was Sun Jia. Sun Jia was a reasonable person. She wouldn't make things difficult for Tian Donghua just because he had a feud with Sun Jiwei. What's more, with the relationship between Sun Jia and Yang Ming, wouldn't Yang Ming have the final say in the Sun family in the future? Who was Yang Ming? He was his own good brother. Would Yang Ming treat him badly? So if it were someone else, they might really be persuaded by Tianlong, but Tiandonghua wasn't tempted. He didn't think that what Tianlong said would come true. He just thought that Tianlong was an alarmist. Then after I graduate, it's fine if I don't work for the Sun family. It's not a big deal, said Tiandonghua. Tianlong listened to Tiandonghua's words and was suddenly speechless. The two people had different viewpoints. It was impossible to unify them. Even if Tianlong said until his throat was broken, Tiandonghua would not do anything. Thinking of this, Tianlong sighed in disappointment. Zhang Jinghua was afraid that Tianlong would see some clues, so he didn't dare to speak more. He stood aside in fear and trepidation. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard what Tianlong said. At this time, he was still persuading his son to go with him to the Sun family. His son was still the most observant. He didn't blindly participate with his father. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died in the end. Zhang Jinghua laughed in his heart. In his opinion, Tianlong and Yang Ming weren't on the same level at all. Yang Ming could kill two people with a raise of his hand. He didn't even see how Yang Ming attacked, and the two people were dead. However, Tianlong's means were nothing more than shouting and threatening. In contrast, there was nothing terrifying about it. But this couldn't be said. Although Zhang Jinghua believed that Yang Ming would definitely win, the night before dawn still had to be pretended. Brother Long, have you eaten dinner? Should I go and get something to eat? Zhang Jinghua asked carefully. Go ahead. Get some wine and dishes. Tianlong didn't eat anything at all before. He had been thinking about Tiandonghua. Now that Zhang Jinghua said this, he was a little hungry. He could take this opportunity to eat with his son. Maybe the two of them could ease their current relationship. After Zhang Jinghua listened to Tianlong's words, he hurriedly ran out to get the wine and dishes. He felt a little uncomfortable standing next to Tianlong. He was afraid that Tianlong would find some flaws. What a good opportunity this was. Zhang Jinghua couldn't help but sigh. If he had Yang Ming's voodoo, he could directly put it in Tianlong's wine and dishes. This would also save Yang Ming the trouble of looking for Tianlong. When Tianlong was poisoned, wouldn't he be obedient? However, since Yang Ming ordered them not to intervene, they shouldn't be nosy. Zhang Jinghua couldn't take the initiative to poison Tianlong. He didn't know whether Yang Ming wanted to keep Tianlong alive, so he didn't meddle. He just walked out of the junkyard, got in his Toyota sedan, and drove to the nearby area to buy food. The location of this junkyard was an empty suburb. There were no buildings or residences nearby, let alone places like restaurants. So, if they wanted to buy food, they could only go to the city. Every day, when it was time to eat, Zhang Jinghua sent his men to buy some food back. He also bought some food at night. There were still some left, but because it was early spring, the weather was very cold, so now it was cold. If this kind of thing was served to Tianlong, Tianlong would definitely not be happy. Anyway, it was the last night to serve him, so Zhang Jinghua wasn't afraid of trouble. He personally drove to prepare. There was an Ivy Hotel nearby. It was at the suburban road intersection. It provided food and lodging for passing truck drivers. It was open 24 hours. The taste of the food was good. Zhang Jinghua ordered food in this house every day. He ordered a few stir-fried dishes and a platter for Tianlong. He also ordered a few pounds of dumplings and oil cakes. After Zhang Jinghua packed them, he hurried back. Looking at the steaming food on the table, Tianlong's appetite was big. After praising Zhang Jinghua, he called Tiandonghua over to eat. Tiandonghua was also hungry this time, so he didn't refuse. Although the father and son had different ideas, they still had to eat. It wasn't worth it to starve himself. What's more, Tiandonghua didn't eat before because he was angry. He didn't mean to go on a hunger strike. The father and son ate in silence. In the beginning, Tianlong looked at Tiandonghua's dull appearance, so he didn't say anything. However, after a few glasses of beer, he unknowingly opened his mouth and began to nag and brainwash Tiandonghua. Donghua, have you thought about it? The Sun family's industry has become our Tian family's. How bad *SS will you be in Donghai in the future? Although the current Tian family's young master is also very bad *SS, compared to that, you will reach a new height. Tian Long said, for example, last time, because of a girl, you fought with others and beat them up. Although nothing happened to you, didn't you have to transfer to another school? But now it's different. If you beat them up, you only have to pay them some money at most. You don't have to transfer to another school. This is the power of the Sun family in Donghai. Tian Donghua snorted. If it was a year ago, maybe Tian Donghua would be tempted. However, in this year, Tian Donghua had matured a lot. He felt that he was really naive before. Especially after being with Wang Shui, Tian Donghua had opened up a lot of things. Therefore, Tian Donghua was indifferent to Tian Long's temptation. He raised his head and looked at Tian Long blankly. Then, he said, I'm not interested. When I was young and frivolous, I just fought. Now, it's a stupid behavior. Tian Long was choked, but there was no way. He thought that Tian Donghua would be interested in what he said, but Tian Donghua had such a reaction. Tian Donghua replied to him with a sentence. Even if it's for your brother, I have to go further. You look at Tian Dongguang. He is so old, but he is still uncertain. He is exactly like a prodigal young master. If your father's ability is not bigger, can he clean up after him? Said Tian Long. You don't have to find excuses for your own ambition. If you are an ordinary person, Tian Dongguang can't be as domineering as he is now. Tian Donghua said faintly. Humph. Even if I have ambition, so what? You and I are father and son. This can't be changed and chosen. It doesn't matter if you don't support me. Wait a few years, and you will figure it out. Tian Long was really helpless because of Tian Donghua. He slammed the table and shouted, I have now achieved great things. Even if you don't agree with my approach, so what? Tian Donghua didn't say anything. The two people had no common language now. It was useless to say anything, so Tian Donghua chose to be silent and continued to bury himself in the food in front of him. Just when Tian Long was impassioned and felt that he was insufferably arrogant, he didn't know that he had been abandoned by the behind-the-scenes boss. After the behind-the-scenes boss saw that Chu Daming and Lu Chan were exposed in advance, he had no hope for Tian Long. He even killed Sui Yuejin to frame Yang Ming. It could be said that Tian Long had become an abandoned chess piece. As long as there was a need, the behind-the-scenes boss would not hesitate to abandon him. But now, it seemed that Tian Long was not useful for the time being. Killing him had no direct relationship with Yang Ming, so the behind-the-scenes boss was too lazy to care about him and let him fend for himself. When Tian Long finished drinking, it was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. If he returned to the villa in a daze now, it would definitely be very uncomfortable on the road, so Tian Long decided not to go back at night. He would find a room here and sleep for the night. Jingua, is there a spare room? Clean one up for me. Tian Long instructed Zhang Jingua. Even if there was no room, Zhang Jingua had to say that there was one. Okay, Brother Long, I will prepare it. Zhang Jingua gave up his room because it was really not easy to clean up a room in a short time. He just had to find a place to sleep for the night. Yang Ming and Wang Renping waited until the middle of the night, but they did not see Tian Long's figure. Yang Ming knew that Tian Long probably would not come back. As for where he went, Yang Ming didn't want to waste time to guess. He said to Wang Renping next to him, let's rest. It seems that Tian Long can't come back. Wang Renping nodded. According to Tian Long's living habits, he must have found a place to rest nearby. It was impossible to mess around in the middle of the night. After all, Tian Long was also a person in his 50s. He couldn't afford to mess around like a young person. The next day was a sunny day. Yang Ming glanced into the villa. It was still the bodyguards. There was no shadow of Tian Long. Apparently, Tian Long did not return all night. Wang Renping was also a bodyguard, so he slept lightly and less. Not long after Yang Ming woke up, he also woke up. He looked at the courtyard of the villa. There was no Tian Long's car, so he shook his head and said, Tian Long's car is not here. It seems that he did not come back all night. Where is Tian Long usually during the day? Asked Yang Ming. Although Tianlong took over the Sun family's company, because things have not settled down, the property rights of some things have not been transferred, so Tianlong will not go to the company during the day. Instead, he will go to a hall of his former gang, which is Ma Chong's territory," said Wang Renping. Ma Chong. If Ma Chong is missing, will Tianlong be suspicious? Yang Ming frowned after listening to Wang Renping's words. It doesn't matter. Wang Renping smiled and shook his head. Ma Chong is an old man around Tianlong. He is not young. Under normal circumstances, he will not go to the hall if it is not too important. The hall is under the charge of the second-in-command, Xianxia. He also came yesterday and took the voodoo. He is one of us. He has a good relationship with me, so he should be able to distinguish between sides. Yang Ming nodded. That's good. As long as Tianlong doesn't suspect anything, we can settle him today. Yang Ming had some impressions of this Xianxia. Last night, when Wang Renping gave him the medicine, he called his name. Yang Ming also deliberately observed these people yesterday, so his impression of Xianxia was relatively clear. This was a middle-aged man who was not very old. In fact, it could not be said that he was middle-aged. It seemed that he should be in his early 30s, 1 or 2 years older than Wang Renping. When taking the voodoo yesterday, Xianxia was obviously very obedient. He glanced at Wang Renping and saw Wang Renping nodding to him. He took the voodoo without saying anything. Although it could not be said that this Xianxia was obedient to Wang Renping, after all, there were the examples of Li Baihu and Ma Chong, but it could also indirectly show that this Xianxia was actually a more obedient person. Tianlong usually arrives at the hall around 7:30 every day. Now it is 6:30. There is still an hour. We can eat some breakfast and prepare first, said Wang Renping. Okay. Yang Ming responded and immediately started the car. Call Zhang Jingua and ask him about the situation of the Sun family and Tian Donghua. Okay. Wang Renping nodded, then took out the phone and dialed Zhang Jinggua's phone number. Soon, the phone was connected, and Zhang Jinggua's voice came over. Brother Wang, hello. What can I do for you? In the past, Wang Renping was a popular person around Yang Ming. Now, Zhang Jinggua naturally regarded Wang Renping as a popular person around Yang Ming, so his attitude was as respectful as ever. Jinggua, how are Tian Donghua and the Sun family? Is there anything wrong? Asked Wang Renping. No, Brother Long came here yesterday and saw the people of the Sun family. He quarreled with them for a while and then went to see young Master Tian. It seemed that he was also quarreling with young Master Tian. Brother Long seemed to be trying to persuade him, but young Master Tian and Brother Long had different views. They parted on bad terms. After eating something, they went to sleep. Zhang Jinggua replied truthfully. Oh? Wang Renping frowned after listening to Zhang Jinggua's words. What did you say? You said Tian Long went to your place yesterday? And spent the night at your place? Yeah. What's wrong, Brother Wang? Zhang Jinggua wondered why Wang Renping's reaction was so big. Nothing. If I knew in advance. Wang Renping sighed and did not continue. Didn't Brother Yang tell us not to interfere with Brother Long's matters? I just wanted to watch from the side. Zhang Jinggua quickly explained, so I thought about it and didn't call you. Forget it. I don't blame you. Wang Renping said. Tian Long left? He just left. Zhang Jinggua was relieved when he saw that Wang Renping was not angry. Okay, I got it. Wang Renping hung up the phone after he finished. Yang Ming had probably learned the whole story from Wang Renping's words. Tian Long must have gone to Zhang Jinggua's place yesterday, so he was not in the villa. Brother Yang, Tian Long went to Zhang Jinggua's place yesterday. We miscalculated. Wang Renping said with some regret, if we knew in advance last night, we could catch the turtle in the jar. It is much easier to act at night when Tian Long is asleep than during the day. Hee, I have probably heard it. It doesn't matter. Since it is already like this, it is useless to complain and regret. We still have to do today's matter well. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. According to what you said, Xianxia is one of us. He will also restrain his own men, so today's matter is still relatively easy. I hope so. Wang Renping nodded. In fact, he did not agree with Tianlong's practice of suddenly joining all the Sun family's men to embezzle the Sun family's property. Originally, as a subordinate of the Sun family treated him well, so he should be loyal. How could he do such a thing? This was also the reason why he and Yang Ming betrayed Tianlong together without any psychological pressure. Many people were not used to Tianlong's unjust practice, but they were forced by Tianlong's strong pressure and these people's greed for money. Under the powerful attack of money, they had no choice but to side with Tianlong. In most people's opinion, it was not important who the company's senior management was. Whether it was Sun Hongjun or Tianlong, as long as they did not lose their share, or even get more than before, why would these people not be happy? No one would go against money. However, what was easier to handle was that these people under Tianlong's management had a strong sense of gang consciousness. Many of them listened to their direct leader. As the saying went, the county official was not as good as the current manager. Therefore, the main leaders of these people were settled by Tianlong, and they could only follow. Let's find a porridge shop to eat breakfast. Yang Ming knew that the Sun family was fine, and he was slightly relieved. Yang Ming was most worried about the safety of the Sun family. When Tianlong went last night, he just quarreled with the Sun family and did not touch them. In other words, Tianlong still had a little conscience. At least, he did not intend to kill the Sun family in the near future. However, things were unpredictable. Who knew if Tianlong would eliminate the Sun family after he had a firm foothold? The porridge shop was found casually on the side of the road. Yang Ming parked the car directly on the side and got off with Wang Renping. Donghai's porridge shop was not the same as Songjiang's. Even if the two cities were so close, there would be some differences in the same flavor of snacks. At least in Donghai's porridge shop, there were many snacks that Songjiang did not have, and some of Songjiang's popular snacks could not be seen here. Yang Ming was not a picky person. It was okay as long as he could fill his stomach. Wang Renping was even more so. The two casually ordered 2 bowls of lean meat porridge and some small pickles and began to eat. Yang Ming? A somewhat surprised voice came. Yang Ming looked up and followed the sound. He did not expect to see an acquaintance. Sister Xianxia? It was Sun Jia's high school classmate, Xianxia, and her boyfriend, Wu Yunsheng. Yang Ming did not expect to meet her at the porridge shop. For Xianxia and Wu Yunsheng, see Chapter 650, Sister and Brother-in-Law. Yang Ming, it's great to see you. Do you know where little Jia is? Xianxia sent Wu Yunsheng to buy food, and then she sat in the empty seat next to Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Wang Renping sat at a table for 4 people, so there were 2 empty seats next to them. Ugh. Yang Ming did not know how to answer Xianxia's sudden question. Although he and Xianxia were relatively familiar, Sun Jia was still under house arrest. He could not reveal it, so he smiled bitterly. I don't know. I just drove to Donghai. I haven't gone to find her yet. Little Jia called me before and said that she wanted to go back to Donghai. After she came back, she looked for me to play. It has been a few days, and she hasn't contacted me. I called her cell phone and home. It was either turned off or no one answered. I don't know if something happened to her. Xianxia was a little anxious as she said this. Yang Ming, have you not contacted little Jia these few days? Yang Ming was relieved after listening to Xianxia's words. Xianxia and Wu Yunsheng were also the children of Donghai's government. They often mingled in some upper-class parties. It was impossible for them not to hear about the change of owner of Donghai's largest private group, the Sun's Enterprise. There was only one possibility. The news had not spread out yet. In other words, Tianlong still had many licenses that had not been transferred to him. He could not announce it to the outside world for the time being. In this way, it was also convenient for Yang Ming to act. If Tianlong had already caused an established fact, then Yang Ming really could not do anything to him. Otherwise, the sudden disappearance of the chairman of the Sun's Enterprise who just came to power was enough to be a big news. Now it seemed that it would not cause any public opinion at all. Tianlong's matter was not announced to the public. In other words, Yang Ming took advantage of this time to get rid of Tianlong and quickly let Sun Hongjun return so that he could eliminate all the bad effects of the Sun's enterprise. It seems that something happened to her family, right? Yang Ming could not show his emotions too much in front of Xianxia. He smiled indifferently. It's not a big deal. I just can't turn on my phone. I can see her tomorrow. After I see her, I will look for Sister Xianxia and brother-in-law to come out for a meal. How about that? Okay. Xianxia nodded happily. It's good that little Jia is fine. It saves me the trouble of thinking about her. Then contact me tomorrow. Yang Ming sighed in his heart. I hope that things will go well. However, Sun Jia's friend is not bad. He is still very concerned about Sun Jia. Wu Yunxing was as low-key as ever. After the meal, Yang Ming said goodbye to Xianxia and Wu Yunxing. When they got in the car, Wang Renping said, Wu Yunxing, young Master Wu. I have seen him before. Oh? Yang Ming was a little surprised. He is a famous child in Donghai. I saw him when I sent young Master Tiandong to a party. He is a very low-key person, said Wang Renping. Listening to Wang Renping, Yang Ming's mood was slightly relieved. He smiled. He thought that Wu Yunxing had some secrets. Recently, Yang Ming was already in a state of panic. Everyone seemed to have a problem with Yang Ming. It was no wonder that he met Alice in Europe inexplicably. Everyone was targeting him. Could this still make Yang Ming feel at ease? It was said to be a hall, but in fact, it was a nightclub. The hall in the gang was already an old tradition. Tianlong was naturally not stupid. Now that he still had a gang in this situation, wouldn't the police find a reason to attack him? Therefore, Tianlong only operated and controlled some entertainment venues, but even so, he had obtained unprecedented profits. This nightclub was planned and opened by Tianlong, so the Sun family did not have much control here. It was precisely because of this that Tianlong used it as a temporary office space. Tianlong asked the driver to park the car. Because he did not come from the villa today, he did not ask Wang Renping to pick him up. After the car was parked, Tianlong got off and walked quickly into the nightclub under the escort of 4 bodyguards. He went upstairs through the staff-only passage. Although in Donghai, Tianlong did not believe that anyone dared to find trouble with him, it was better to be safe than sorry. Who knew if there would not be loyal supporters of the Sun family who would fight with him in a desperate situation? Yang Ming and Wang Renping came to the nightclub early and observed the movements of the nightclub from a distance. After seeing Tianlong enter the nightclub, Yang Ming also started the car and parked the car closer to the nightclub. Haven't the name change procedures been completed yet? Tianlong looked at the documents in his hand and asked his office secretary impatiently. Not yet. I am asking someone to do it, but there is no result yet. The secretary was also somewhat helpless. The matter could not be done, and I was scolded. No matter how you look at it, you are a bit unlucky. Didn't I say it? It doesn't matter how much money it costs. Change the company's legal person to my name as soon as possible. Tianlong was naturally afraid of long delays. Although Sun Hongjun had signed the equity transfer letter, Tianlong could not be at ease as long as the company's legal person name was not Tianlong. The name change requires the company's original legal person and the new legal person to be present. The secretary said with difficulty, this is a matter of principle. We have looked for people, but there is no result yet. Those agency companies just said that they would try. D***MN, what if the original legal person dies? Tianlong heard the secretary say so complicatedly and snorted. If he dies, a death certificate and a will of attorney are required. The secretary explained. Tianlong rolled his eyes. He just complained casually and made an analogy. He did not expect the secretary to take it seriously. He waved his hand helplessly and said, as soon as possible, tell those agency companies that money is not a problem as long as it can be done. I will try my best, Mr. Tian. The secretary quickly said yes and carefully left Tianlong's office. Brother Long, why don't we go all the way? In the office, one of Tianlong's men suggested and made a beheading gesture. This person was the third in command of the nightclub, Li Xiangji. The boss of the nightclub was Ma Cheng in name, but Shin Miaotu was responsible for the daily operations. Shin Miaotu frowned after listening to Li Xiangji's words. Li Xiangji did not take the voodoo, but this kid was purely a person who changed the rudder according to the wind. Shin Miaotu was not worried that Li Xiangji would dare to do anything, but his broken mouth. What kind of suggestion is this? If the Sun family's people were really killed, Yang Ming would probably not give them the antidote. He would just let them fend for themselves. Therefore, Shin Miaotu was very nervous at the moment. He was really afraid that Tianlong would adopt Li Xiangji's opinion and harm the Sun family. However, Shin Miaotu could not directly oppose Li Xiangji's opinion at the moment. It would be too obvious. It was hard to guarantee that Tianlong would not have any other ideas. Shin Miaotu looked at Tianlong nervously to see what kind of decision he could make. If Tianlong really wanted to kill the Sun family's people, then Shin Miaotu could only quickly call Yang Ming and Wang Renping for help. Your idea is once and for all. Tianlong glanced at Li Xiangji and said faintly. That's right. When Li Xiangji heard Tianlong praise him, he immediately showed a smile. He did not have any ability. He relied on flattery to get Tianlong's favor, so the idea he gave was *T. However, it is easy to kill Sun Hongjun. You tell the outside world, how did Sun Hongjun die? Tianlong glared and said, at that time, when the police investigate the cause of Sun Hongjun's death, there will be more trouble. Maybe they will screw up all my things. You brainless fellow, go to the side and stay there. After listening to Tianlong's words, Shin Miaotu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Tianlong did not harm the Sun family's people, then it would be easy to handle. After a while, when Yang Ming came, everything would be solved. Li Xiangji was lectured by Tianlong until his face turned green and white. He flattened his mouth and said, yes. Shin Miaotu, tell me. Do you have any good ideas? Tianlong looked at Shin Miaotu. Shin Miaotu was shocked. He quickly withdrew his thoughts and said, Brother Long, in the current situation, we still have to follow the normal procedures. If Sun Hongjun does not appear, the people in the Industry and Commerce Bureau will not dare to change the legal person. Once this is exposed, it will be a big deal. Unless they don't want to do it anymore. It makes sense. Continue. Tianlong nodded and signaled Shin Miaotu to continue. Shin Miaotu's analysis was still very good. So, although Brother Long's social status is also very high, to put it bluntly, Sun Hongjun's status is higher. Who dares to offend him? Since you have used your social connections and found a lot of people, do you still expect those licensing agencies to help? Shin Miaotu waved his hand. I think it is a waste of effort to find them. In fact, how could Tianlong not know what Shin Miaotu said? However, now it was completely a desperate attempt. There was no other way, so Tianlong could only do this. Then, do you have any other good ideas? Tianlong asked, what do you mean by following the normal means? Shin Miaotu was now completely delaying time. What he said sounded reasonable, but in fact, it was all bullshit. Even if he didn't say it, Tianlong knew it. However, Tianlong now had to fight for a glimmer of hope, so naturally, he didn't think too much and listened to Shin Miaotu's words patiently. Shin Miaotu thought, isn't it simple to follow the normal way? Isn't it just you and Sun Hongjun going to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to change the business license? You don't know such a simple thing? However, although he thought so, he couldn't say so. After saying so, it would be strange if Tianlong didn't go crazy on the spot. Brother Long, I think you still have to start with Sun Hongjun. Shin Miaotu had no choice but to continue to talk nonsense. Think of a way to persuade Sun Hongjun to go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau with you to change the legal person, but you have to be careful that he can't take the opportunity to escape or directly expose your conspiracy in the Industry and Commerce Bureau. You know, Sun Hongjun's social influence is greater than yours. At that time, you will be in a disadvantageous position. What you said is the only feasible way. Tianlong nodded. But, how can I make Sun Hongjun obedient? Shin Miaotu didn't expect Tianlong to be so anxious. Shin Miaotu just finished talking, and Tianlong asked him to think of a way, and now. Looking at Tianlong's eyes looking at him with expectation, Shin Miaotu felt a little scared. How is it? Have you thought of a way to make Sun Hongjun obedient? Tianlong stared at Shin Miaotu. This? Shin Miaotu really didn't know what to do. He was just talking nonsense to deal with Tianlong, but he didn't expect Tianlong to take it seriously. It's okay, you take your time to think. Tianlong might have found that he was too impatient, so he smiled apologetically. I am not in a hurry. Shin Miaotu breathed a sigh of relief and thought, as long as you don't rush me at this time, you don't have to rush me in this life. When Yang Ming comes, you won't have a chance to ask me again. Yang Ming and Wang Renping naturally didn't know that Tianlong was freaking out about the group's transfer of ownership. After the two saw Tianlong enter the nightclub, they began to plan to implement the plan. Mr. Yang, are we going in now? Wang Renping knew that since they were already here today, they would have to go in sooner or later, so it was better to go in earlier than later. Yang Ming nodded. His point of view was the same as Wang Renping's. Since they were here, they shouldn't drag it out. Solving it as soon as possible was the way to go. Yang Ming took out a pair of large sunglasses from the back of the car and put them on his face. Then he said to Wang Renping, take me in a while. No problem. Wang Renping nodded. In fact, it didn't matter if Yang Ming didn't disguise himself. In this nightclub, except for Tianlong and Shin Miaotu who knew Yang Ming, no one else had seen Yang Ming before. However, since Yang Ming chose to disguise himself, he also held the attitude that there was no harm in being careful and avoiding complications. The two people got out of the car together. Yang Ming naturally walked side by side with Wang Renping toward the entrance of the nightclub. Brother Wang. The security guards at the door naturally knew Wang Renping. When they saw Wang Renping coming over, they hurriedly greeted him. Wang Renping nodded casually. His footsteps didn't stop at all as he walked inside. Because Yang Ming came. With Wang Renping, the security guard naturally wouldn't go up and ask questions. Besides, this was an entertainment venue, and it was open to the public. You couldn't possibly not let the guests in, right? Yang Ming had long predicted the smoothness of the matter. After all, Wang Renping's identity and status were there. He was a capable person under Tianlong, just like the status of his own subordinates, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. Therefore, she didn't have to worry about anything when he brought her in. The two of them successfully got into the elevator and went up to the 13th floor of Tianlong's office. Generally speaking, Shin Miaotu should be with Tianlong. It is possible that Li Xiangji is also there. Wang Renping said after the elevator door closed. Who is Li Xiangji? Asked Yang Ming. Li Xiangji is the third in command of the nightclub, but he is just a scumbag. There is nothing to be afraid of. I didn't call him yesterday because this kid is too cowardly. I was afraid that he would take things too hard after eating the voodoo. He would spill the beans when he goes back, said Wang Renping. Yang Ming nodded. People with this kind of character were rare, especially those who could sit in the position of the vice president of the nightclub. However, he probably belonged to the group of bootlickers. There were not many people taking the internal elevator. Only the management staff could take it, so no one else called for the elevator along the way. It went smoothly from the first floor to the 13th floor without stopping in the middle. A dong sounded, and the elevator stopped at the 13th floor. Let's go. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Renping and smiled faintly. Along the way, Wang Renping was very calm. However, when they got off the elevator, Yang Ming obviously noticed that Wang Renping seemed to be a little nervous, so he patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. This was no wonder. After all, Tianlong had always been very strong in Wang Renping's heart. Although Yang Ming was stronger now, Wang Renping would inevitably have psychological pressure if he stood with Yang Ming to deal with Tianlong nothing. Wang Renping took a deep breath and shrugged. It could be seen that he quickly adjusted his emotions. Which one is Tianlong's office? Asked Yang Ming as he looked at the deep corridor. There was no one in the corridor. Obviously, this was the location of the nightclub's high-level office. However, there was no bodyguard or security guard in the large corridor, which made Yang Ming a little surprised. Perhaps Tianlong thought that no one would dare to make trouble in his territory. The innermost one is on the right. Wang Renping pointed to the front and said to Yang Ming. Just as Yang Ming asked, Yang Ming also began to check the rooms in the corridor with his special ability. Sure enough, as Wang Renping said, Tianlong was in the room on the right at the end of the corridor. There were two other people in the room. One was Shen Miaotu, whom he saw yesterday, and the other man who looked a little wretched was probably Li Xiangji, whom Wang Renping mentioned. Yang Ming's guess was not wrong. There was no security guard in this corridor. First, the nightclub had never had this rule. Second, Tianlong was too arrogant. He thought that there were countless security guards in this nightclub, and no one dared to make trouble here. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the door of Tianlong's office. Tianlong was placing his hopes on Shen Miaotu at the moment, and his mind was not elsewhere at all. He said casually, "Please come in." Wang Renping pushed the door open and entered Tianlong's office. "Oh, it's Renping. You are here." Tianlong saw that the person who came was Wang Renping and nodded. "It just so happens that we are discussing something. You should also come and study it together." "Oh? What is it?" Wang Renping was sent in by Yang Ming to be the vanguard. The purpose was to control Li Xiangji. Although Li Xiangji was not a problem, a cornered dog would jump over the wall. Yang Ming was afraid that he would be a hindrance, so he asked Wang Renping to come in and send him away first. "It's like this." Tianlong raised his hand, glanced at Li Xiangji, and said, "You should say it." Li Xiangji was eager to have such an opportunity to show off himself. He stuck out his butt and quickly came to Wang Renping. He said flatteringly, "Brother Wang, things are like this. Isn't this the case? Our brother Long has now gotten the Sun family's industry?" Wang Renping nodded and waited for him to continue. "But, these industries are under the name of the old fart, Sun Hongjun. When we go to transfer the ownership, they say that Sun Hongjun, the old chicken lamp, must be present in person." Li Xiangji said, "This has put Brother Shen and me in a difficult situation. We don't know what to do." "Oh, it is indeed a problem." Wang Renping agreed and hummed. "Yeah, Brother Shen has come up with a good idea." Not to be outdone, Li Xiangji continued, "What Brother Shen means is, since Sun Hongjun, that old chicken lantern, must be present, then we can let him go with Brother Long. But how can we guarantee that Sun Hongjun will be obedient and not cause trouble?" "Oh, I was wondering what it was." Wang Renping suddenly grinned after listening. "Why, Renping? Do you have a good idea?" Tianlong was delighted after listening to Wang Renping's words. He thought that Wang Renping had a way. "Can you persuade Sun Hongjun to transfer the ownership obediently?" "I can't, but someone can." Wang Renping said somewhat strangely. "Who? Who is it?" Tianlong said anxiously, "Who has such a great ability?" "I brought this person to you today, Brother Long." Wang Renping smiled and made an inviting gesture. Just as Tianlong was waiting for this capable person to come in with joy, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Because he was too familiar with the person who came in. "Mr. Tian, how have you been?" Yang Ming walked into Tianlong's office and looked at Tianlong with a smile as if he came to visit an old friend that he had not seen for many years. "Yang Ming?" Tianlong frowned. He was not stupid. He immediately realized that something seemed to be wrong. Why did Wang Renping bring Yang Ming? "Renping, what do you mean?" "Nothing, Brother Long. I have been very unhappy with you for a long time." After Wang Renping said a very classic sentence, he took the opportunity to knock out Li Xiangji, who was at a loss, with a punch. This Li Xiangji was originally a timid guy, and the sudden change made him at a loss, so just as he was at a loss, he unknowingly fainted. Tianlong's face suddenly changed. He did not expect that the most trusted person around him would mix with Yang Ming. This was what he did not expect, and he did not think of it at all. However, Tianlong's eyes glanced slightly, and he saw that Shen Miaotu was pulling out a gun from his waist. His heart was set. He saw that Yang Ming and Wang Renping both came in empty-handed, and their waists were not bulging. Naturally, they did not bring any weapons. "Miaotu, kill them." Tianlong snorted and ordered. "Raise your hands, or I will kill you with one shot." Shen Miaotu's gloomy voice sounded. Tianlong's heart was relieved, and he looked at Yang Ming and Wang Renping mockingly. He thought, you two idiots and idiots. Don't you know that I have a gun? Aren't you looking for death by breaking in like this? Tianlong wanted to see Yang Ming and Wang Renping's embarrassed appearance, but he did not see Yang Ming and Wang Renping raise their hands. He suddenly felt a little strange. Why don't you raise your hands and squat aside with your head in your hands? Aren't you afraid of being shot? Not afraid. Yang Ming glanced at Tianlong and said with a weird expression. What? Tianlong did not hear clearly. He thought, is this Yang Ming crazy? No matter how bad *SS you are, you can't be invulnerable, right? Brother Long, you are mistaken. Wang Renping pointed behind Tianlong sympathetically. Tianlong may have realized that things seemed to be wrong. When he turned around, he found that the person Shin Miaotu's black muzzle pointed at was actually him. Brother Long, I'm sorry. I have tolerated you for a long time, said Shin Miaotu faintly. Tianlong's mood from the ridicule and arrogance just now suddenly fell to the bottom. He couldn't believe the facts in front of him. He just saw that Yang Ming and Wang Renping were actually together. Although he was shocked, he was very dismissive of the way they dared to challenge him alone. Not to mention that Shin Miaotu was also a master who was not inferior to Wang Renping, not to mention that Shin Miaotu had a gun in his hand. There were hundreds of security guards in this nightclub. With an order, even if no one spat, they could drown the two of them, so Tianlong didn't take it seriously at all. But now, the gap was a bit too big. Not only did Wang Renping and Yang Ming mix together, but even Shin Miaotu was actually with Yang Ming, pointing a gun at Tianlong. For a time, Tianlong had a feeling of being betrayed. He finally understood how Sun Hongjun felt when Wang Renping pointed a gun at him. It was a kind of helplessness, bitterness, and simply impossible to guard against. Although he didn't know how Yang Ming did this, Tianlong roughly knew that there was only the method of coercion and bribery. Didn't I use this method to deal with the people around Sun Hongjun? Yang Ming, it seems that I have underestimated you. Tianlong took a deep breath and stared at Yang Ming. He was about to spit fire. You played this trick well. It is exactly the same as my original approach. You still know that you played a trick? Yang Ming sat down comfortably on the big sofa at the side and looked at Tianlong. You tell me. How should I deal with you? What's wrong with playing a trick? Tianlong said coldly, do you think you are upholding justice? Or enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Why do I feel that you don't feel that you have done something wrong, but it seems that I am meddling? Yang Ming found it funny after listening to Tianlong's words. I did something wrong? What did I do wrong? Tianlong suddenly laughed. Yang Ming, you stand on the Sun family's side. Naturally, you feel that I did something wrong, but what did I do wrong? More than half of Sun Hongjuan's businesses were built with me, but what did I get in the end? When did he ever think about giving me a part of his big industry? He didn't. He didn't even have this idea at all. He thought that he deserved all this. Why? Two people contributed, but only he got the benefits? Didn't I give you shares? Yang Ming looked at the crazy Tianlong and said faintly. Give me shares? You really have the nerve to say that. He only gave me 5% of the shares of such a big group. Tianlong said, how much does he have? 60%. Sun Hongjun is fine, but he wants to leave a big foundation to a woman. He wants me to bow down to Sun Jie? Humph. Even if I don't think for myself, I have to think for Donghua and Dongguang. I am AF** king dog of the Sun family. I don't want them to repeat my mistakes. Dog? Yang Ming said disapprovingly, is Sun Hongjun not good enough to you? When did he treat you as a dog? He didn't, but what about in the future? After Sun Jie and Sun Jiwei are in power, do you want me to listen to the words of two little kids? Tianlong waved his hand angrily. Why? You are looking for an excuse for what you have done. Yang Ming looked at the unreasonable Tianlong and shook his head. Does Tian Donghua have the same idea as you? Him? Humph, if he didn't persuade me not to do anything to you again and again, do you think you still have the chance to stand here and talk to me? Tianlong heard Yang Ming's question and snorted. He will understand my pain sooner or later. Yang Ming suddenly found it funny. This Tianlong is really shameless. With his means, can he deal with me? He really doesn't feel pain when he speaks. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Yang Ming looked at Tianlong. If you really care about Tian Donghua opinion, can you still put him under house arrest? Really? Tianlong's mouth suddenly showed a strange sneer. Then his right arm suddenly burst out, grabbed the gun in Shin Miaotu's hand, and squeezed it hard. Tianlong let go, but Shin Miaotu was shocked and subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the pistol exploded. Half of Shin Miaotu's palm had been blown off. This unforeseen event was so sudden that even Yang Ming was caught off guard. However, Yang Ming clearly saw the strange scene just now. Tianlong actually flattened the gun barrel in Shin Miaotu's hand, and then quickly let go of his hand. However, the panicked Shin Miaotu obviously did not notice this. He subconsciously thought that Tianlong was going to take the gun to deal with him, so he pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, half of his palm had been blasted off, and blood was dripping everywhere. It was a terrifying sight. Yang Ming, Yang Ming. You are so naive. Do you think that you can deal with me by bribing a few waists? Tianlong laughed presumptuously, and the muscles on his body also bulged with the laughter. The people present were not only Shin Miaotu and Wang Renping. Even Yang Ming was shocked. Is this Tianlong still a human? His thwart training kung fu has actually reached such a level? However, in the face of such a change, Yang Ming did not have the slightest timidity and confusion. His hand shook slightly, and a flying needle had already fallen into Yang Ming's hand. Just as Tianlong opened his arms to catch Yang Ming, the flying needle in Yang Ming's hand was also thrown at Tianlong Pa. The flying needle hit Tianlong's neck, but it fell to the ground without any harm to Tianlong. Kid, you also know how to use concealed weapons? It's not simple, right? Tianlong did not expect that Yang Ming actually knew how to throw concealed weapons. He secretly felt lucky in his heart. If I didn't use my martial arts in advance because of anger, I'm afraid that I would have fallen into this kid's trap. Previously, he still wanted to play with Yang Ming, but now he put it away. It seems that this kid is really capable. Thinking of this, Tianlong's eyes became redder, and the muscles on his body bulged even more. It was even possible that his shirt would burst. Yang Ming was really a little stunned at this moment. His tried and tested flying needles actually had no effect on Tianlong. It didn't even penetrate Tianlong's skin, let alone his acupoints. Yang Ming was confident that the strength of his flying needles was very strong. Not to mention human skin, even wood and glass could be easily penetrated by it. However, a strange thing happened in front of him. His flying needle was actually blocked and fell to the ground. Seeing that Yang Ming and the others were stunned, Tianlong couldn't help but smile proudly. You still don't know, right? I was the most outstanding disciple of Shaolin Temple. Do you think you can cause trouble for me just because you know some small tricks? You are really overestimating yourself. Shaolin Temple? Disciple? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and he immediately understood in his mind. Originally, he thought that this Tianlong also practiced some evil martial arts similar to Elder Yu and made himself invulnerable, but now he understood after listening to Tianlong Shaolin Temple's thwart kung fu was the best in the world. The golden bell shield and iron mantle all originated from there. It seemed that Tianlong had received the true teachings and had trained his skin and flesh to be extremely hard. Speaking of Shaolin Temple's golden bell shield and iron mantle, many people thought that it was just a legend in wuxia novels. In fact, it didn't exist, but Yang Ming knew that these kung fu really existed. After coming into contact with the assassin world, Yang Ming had dabbled a little in various sects kung fu in the world. Naturally, he also knew several kung fu of Shaolin Temple. In fact, whether it was iron mantle, golden bell shield, or iron palm, these weren't magical. They were all using Chinese medicine to change the person's muscles and bones. Then, with the addition of thousands of hammering, it made the body extremely hard. This was the same as when Yang Ming practiced boxing. Fang Tian gave him Chinese medicine to soak his hands and feet. It was to strengthen the body through pharmacology. Yang Ming also guessed at the time that this Chinese medicine might have evolved from Shaolin Temple's golden bell shield, iron mantle, or iron palm. However, Yang Ming's practice time was still short, and it only played the role of increasing the strength of his boxing. It was impossible to be like those who practiced since childhood, who practiced until they were invulnerable. Now it seemed that Tianlong was such a person. This was what Yang Ming didn't expect. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Renping and Shin Miaotu from the corner of his eyes. He saw that both of them were also horrified and inexplicable. He knew that Tian Long usually hit it deeply. Even Wang Renping, who had followed him for 10 years, didn't know that he had a unique skill. Logically speaking, with Tianlong's skills, he didn't need bodyguards at all, but he still left a group of bodyguards in front and behind to protect him. This could only be said to be a cover-up. Perhaps even Sun Hongjun didn't know that Tianlong had such a trick up his sleeve. Indeed, no one knew the history of Tianlong being a disciple of Shaolin when he was young. Even Sun Hongjun and Wang Renping didn't know about it. They only knew that he had a good relationship with several Shaolin temple disciples. When Wang Renping was sent to train, the instructor who trained him was from Shaolin. Wang Renping's kung fu was mostly from Shaolin, but it definitely did not involve the golden bell shield and iron mantle. What they learned was some actual combat. Even so, Wang Renping never thought that Tianlong was actually such a Shaolin master. He originally thought that these instructors were only invited by Tianlong at a high price to guide their kung fu. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Tianlong and these Shaolin Temple disciples' instructors had a deep relationship. At least, they should be brothers. Yang Ming, you didn't expect it, right? Tianlong saw that the people present were shocked, and he was even more complacent. He liked this feeling of having everything under control. I know that you have some kung fu, and I know your position in Songjiang. It's not a big deal to use money to win over a few of my men, but you want to use these few wastes to deal with me. You are really too whimsical. Yang Ming looked at Tianlong coldly, but he wasn't angry. He seemed to be angry and couldn't speak. Indeed, Yang Ming underestimated Tianlong's strength. This was the biggest mistake made by the failure of this operation. He never thought that a helper around Sun Hongjun actually had such a terrifying origin. This was something that Wang Renping and Tian Donghua had never mentioned before. Tian Donghua and Tian Dongguang didn't know that Tianlong had a secret technique. This was certain. Because if Tian Dongguang really knew that his father was so powerful, he wouldn't be bothering to ask Wang Renping to be his disciple. Wouldn't it be more awesome to practice Shaolin Kung Fu with his father directly? For this kind of secret technique that was passed down through the ages, although Yang Ming didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that these Kung Fu were definitely very powerful. He wasn't an opponent. Perhaps even if his master, Feng Tian, came in person, it was impossible to get any benefits. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak and was sulking there, Tianlong was even more refreshed. Why aren't you awesome? Weren't you awesome just now? Is there anyone who can persuade Sun Hongjun to be obedient? Well, then you go and persuade him for me. I will tie you up and accompany him. As Tianlong spoke, he reached out and grabbed Yang Ming. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming didn't resist this time, but he was obediently caught by Tianlong and Tianlong was a bit surprised. Yang Ming didn't struggle, but immediately, he figured it out. I'm too strong. Yang Ming's struggle is asking for trouble. It's better to be captured. It seems that you are still very self-aware. You know to be obedient. Humph. Yang Ming snorted and didn't respond. Tianlong was more convinced that Yang Ming knew that he couldn't beat him, so he became so obedient. Tianlong was suddenly overjoyed. He took out a leather rope from nowhere and tied Yang Ming's hands together. Yang Ming also let Tianlong tie him together. After tying up Yang Ming, Tianlong tied up Wang Renping and Shin Miaodu. The two simply didn't struggle. Wang Renping was also a peripheral Shaolin sect disciple. He knew how terrifying Tianlong's kung fu was. He wouldn't be Tianlong's opponent at all, so Wang Renping could only obediently be captured. Otherwise, he would be asking for trouble. Humph. I will deal with you two traitors when I come back. Tianlong picked up Yang Ming from behind and walked to the door of the office. Leaving Wang Renping and Shin Miaotu in the office, he didn't bother with them. Tianlong's heart was about to explode with joy. Originally, he thought that after Tian Donghua told Yang Ming that he was going to deal with Yang Ming wouldn't come to Donghai easily. Even if he came to Donghai, he might come with the police. Then, Tianlong really had no way to deal with him. No matter how bad *SS Tianlong was, it was impossible to openly go against the police, right? That was purely looking for death. Therefore, Tianlong felt that there was no hope in this matter. He could only live up to the efforts of the behind-the-scenes boss, but he didn't expect a godsend opportunity. This guy, Yang Ming, is too arrogant and overconfident. He bribed Wang Renping and Shen Miaotu, and he was delusional to think that he could deal with me. In the end, isn't he still caught by me? It's really a case of searching high and low for something, but finding it without any effort. It was so easy to catch Yang Ming. This was what Tianlong didn't expect. But fortunately, he always had a backup plan. Tianlong didn't tell anyone that he was a disciple of Shaolin. He didn't even mention it to his sons, Tian Donghua and Tian Dongguang. This was a secret in his heart. When he was 5 years old, because of a drought in his hometown, his parents died one after another, so Tianlong was alone in a foreign place. Fortunately, he was adopted by a kind person in Shaolin Temple at that time and became a Shaolin disciple. Because Tianlong was talented and diligent, more than 10 years later, Tianlong actually practiced the Shaolin's Golden Bell Shield. He had a body of bronze muscles and iron bones. After learning the skill, he finally had to go down the mountain after passing the 18 bronze minaret. After going down the mountain, Tianlong found that the outside world had changed. It had become a place of debauchery. Having martial arts had no practical significance at all. So, after going north, he began to do small business. However, relying on his own martial arts, he quickly mixed in a place. Of course, at that time, Tianlong obeyed the teachings of Shaolin. He didn't bully others with his own martial arts. Only when he was bullied by others, he fought back. However, he didn't use Shaolin's secret arts, but some ordinary martial arts. He didn't want to hurt others. He just gave a little punishment. Therefore, many people who were taught a lesson by him only knew that Tianlong's martial arts were very powerful, but they never knew his master and origin. Later, Tianlong met Sun Hongjun. The two people assisted each other and built a big business. Tianlong's heart, from the previous simple and kind, became blinded by greed and gradually blackened. Until now, he was blinded by utilitarianism and did treacherous things. In the big dive out of debauchery, Tianlong lost himself and forgot the oath when he went down the mountain in Shaolin Temple. He became an out-and-out villain. Perhaps it was because he knew that his current style didn't match that of a Shaolin disciple, or perhaps he wanted to keep a trump card. In short, he never mentioned to others that he was a Shaolin disciple. But now it seemed that Tianlong definitely wanted to keep a trump card, not because he felt that what he did was inconsistent with the purpose of Shaolin Temple. This could be seen from his boasting just now. Tianlong had already been completely corrupted by benefits. This was the secret deep in his heart, but it became an important reason for turning defeat into victory today. Tianlong had endured for so many years, and finally at the most critical moment, he used his life's knowledge. Originally, Tianlong also planned to do so. Unless it was a last resort, he would never show his Shaolin's secret arts in front of outsiders. This was something to save his life. But now, at this moment, he had to use it. Shen Miaotu pointed a gun at him, and Wang Renping and Yang Ming were eyeing him. Although at first, Tianlong wanted to use this to deter Yang Ming and others. Tianlong admitted that he wanted to show off, but then Tianlong knew how wise his decision was. Yang Ming actually knew how to throw a concealed weapon, and the direction and position of the concealed weapon made Tianlong's forehead and back shiver. The acupuncture points on the neck were the most concentrated, and the accuracy of Yang Ming's shot made Tianlong speechless. Although the flying needle couldn't enter Tianlong's body, Tianlong wasn't a person without perception. Tianlong could still feel where the flying needle was shot. When the flying needle touched Tianlong's neck, Tianlong's heart jumped out of his chest. Tianlong was also a person who practiced martial arts since childhood. How could he not know the location of the human body's acupuncture points? With Yang Ming's accuracy, if the flying needle was really pierced, then Tianlong knew that the loser lying down now would be him. Once the acupuncture point was pierced, he would temporarily lose his mobility and be controlled by Yang Ming. At that time, even if he had the power of Jin Gang, he couldn't reverse the situation. Thinking of this, Tianlong secretly felt lucky. It seems that Yang Ming dared to come to me, not because he was overestimating himself. He must have something up his sleeve. Yang Ming's flying needle skill couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Tianlong tied Yang Ming's hands behind his back. In this way, Yang Ming couldn't do anything to harm him. Tianlong carried Yang Ming out of the office, entered the elevator, and pressed the button for the basement floor. Tianlong intended to put Yang Ming under house arrest in the abandoned junkyard. Wasn't he close to the Sun family? Well, I'll put him with the Sun family. Tianlong could lift Yang Ming with his left hand without any effort. This showed that Tianlong's muscles and bones had been trained to the top level. Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be exhausted after carrying a person for so long. Even when they entered the elevator, Tianlong still carried Yang Ming, and he looked very relaxed. This showed that Tianlong's physical strength was very good. Yang Ming had to admit that Tianlong was much stronger than himself. When they came to the underground parking lot, Tianlong opened the door of a commercial car with the remote control and threw Yang Ming into the trunk. Then, he closed the trunk door and jumped into the driver's seat. Although there were security guards patrolling in the underground parking lot, they simply turned a blind eye to Tianlong carrying a person out of the car. First, it was because Tianlong was the boss here. Everyone was working under him. Who dared to ask Tianlong about things? The second point was that some of the people who played in the nightclub drank too much and made trouble or didn't pay. Such people naturally had to be dragged out to teach them a lesson. Therefore, when these security guards saw a person being dragged out, they weren't surprised. They didn't think it was a strange thing at all. Yang Ming was thrown into the trunk of the car, but he didn't say anything. Tianlong was a bit puzzled. This Yang Ming didn't look like such a person. Why didn't he resist at all? After thinking about it, there was only one explanation. That was, Yang Ming knew that he wasn't Tianlong's opponent at all. Resistance was futile, so it was better not to waste energy. This possibility was the most appropriate. Thinking of this, Tianlong was relieved. He drove the car out of the nightclub and headed in the direction of the abandoned junkyard. For Yang Ming to be able to bribe Wang Renping and Shin Miaotu, Tianlong was quite impressed. Yang Ming could do such a big thing quietly under his nose. It also showed that Yang Ming was not a simple person. No wonder Song Zhang's Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan followed his lead. In just 1 year, Yang Ming established his own economic empire in Songjiang. However, so what if he is great? Isn't he still caught by me? Tianlong snorted. This kid is still too inexperienced. But it is a pity. If such a talent could be used by me, it would be great. Tianlong also knew that it was impossible. He and Yang Ming were now incompatible like fire and water. He didn't expect Yang Ming to rely on him. This time, Tianlong simply didn't look for a driver to drive. Instead, he personally escorted Yang Ming to the junkyard. It was also because he felt that Yang Ming, this kid, was really terrible. If he could bribe the people around him, then his other drivers could also be bribed. Therefore, Tianlong personally drove Yang Ming. Seeing that Tianlong had returned, Zhang Jinghua was puzzled, but he still had to show it on the surface, so he quickly ran out to meet Tianlong. However, he saw Tianlong carrying a person out of the trunk of the car. Zhang Jinghua didn't feel anything at first. Tianlong regarded this place as a place where he put others under house arrest. It was not a big deal to send one more person. However, when Zhang Jinghua saw the appearance of the person in Tianlong's hand, he was suddenly shocked. The person in Tianlong's hand is actually Yang Ming? Yang Ming's plan failed? How is it possible? Zhang Jinghua couldn't believe it. The powerful Yang Ming, who could kill 2 people with a raise of his hand, actually became Tianlong's prisoner. However, the facts were in front of him. Zhang Jinghua couldn't help but believe it. Yang Ming was indeed tied behind his back with a rubber band. He was carried out of the car by Tianlong. After confirming that the person in Tianlong's hand was Yang Ming, Zhang Jinghua's heart suddenly turned cold. Yang Ming was caught. What should they do? They were forced by Yang Ming to swallow the voodoo. If something happened to Yang Ming, wouldn't they also die? Thinking of this, Zhang Jinghua almost cried. However, in front of Tianlong, he had to pretend to smile. There was no other way. If Tianlong knew that he had taken refuge with Yang Ming, then there would be no good outcome. Perhaps he would be executed by Tianlong now. Therefore, Zhang Jinghua could only smile and greet him, "Brother Long, why are you back again?" This is? Of course, Zhang Jinghua had to pretend that he didn't know Yang Ming. Because before yesterday he didn't know who Yang Ming was. At this time, if he exposed a flaw, then he would be dead. This is the Yang Ming I mentioned before. Lock him up with the Sun family. As Tianlong said this, he threw Yang Ming to the ground and instructed Zhang Jinghua. Yes, Brother Long. Zhang Jinghua pulled Yang Ming up from the ground and responded quickly. However, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. After Tianlong left, I will ask Yang Ming what is going on. What is going on? What is going on here? But no matter what, I'm in a favorable position. Yang Ming is under my watch. I can get the antidote first. As for the others, it wasn't something Zhang Jinghua could worry about, so Zhang Jinghua could only take care of himself first. Let's go. Zhang Jinghua pushed Yang Ming and entered the door of the junkyard. He didn't dare to be too harsh. That would offend Yang Ming, but he didn't dare to be too gentle. That would arouse Tianlong's suspicion. Zhang Jinghua was really in a dilemma. But fortunately, Yang Ming didn't seem to know him at all. He didn't respond to his shouts. He stood up very obediently and followed Zhang Jinghua into the junkyard. Zhang Jinghua wanted to ask Yang Ming what he was doing, but Tianlong was watching from behind. He couldn't be too close to Yang Ming. In desperation, he had to pretend that he didn't know Yang Ming and escorted Yang Ming into the junkyard. However, after entering the room, Zhang Jinghua looked back and found that Tianlong didn't follow. He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Yang, you are?" Yang Ming changed his previous decadent expression. He winked at Zhang Jinghua and smiled slightly, but this was only very short. After a while, Yang Ming returned to his normal expression. Zhang Jinghua was stunned, but he immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. Yang Ming wanted him to feel at ease. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinghua was relieved. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do, he thought that there was an important plan. Seeing that there were other people coming from behind, Zhang Jinghua quickly restored his previous indifferent expression. He took Yang Ming to the door of the big room where the Sun family was imprisoned. He shouted to the man behind him, "Go and open the door." Yes. The man quickly responded. He found the key and was ready to open the door. Sun Hongjun was angry with what Tianlong said yesterday. Sun Jia was also helpless. Yesterday, she just made her father's mood better, and Tianlong came to make things worse. This made Sun Hongjun, who was already very depressed, sigh even more. "Little Jia, you said that Tianlong wanted to catch Yang Ming. What should we do?" Sun Hongjun sighed. "Dad, don't think so much. How can Yang Ming be caught so easily?" Sun Jia also felt that Yang Ming couldn't be caught by Tianlong so easily. Things are unpredictable. Yang Ming is smart and does things steadily, but in the end, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. How can he be the opponent of Tianlong, an experienced person? Sun Hongjun sighed and said, "Originally, I also thought that Yang Ming might be able to save us, but after listening to Tianlong's words yesterday, this possibility is not big." Sun Jia was also smart. She immediately understood what her father meant. "You mean that Tianlong's next target is Yang Ming? Judging from Tianlong's ambition, he won't allow anyone to ruin his plan." Sun Hongjun nodded and said, "Now, Yang Ming is his potential opponent. He can't let Yang Ming continue to be a dangerous existence. He will definitely make the first move." Yeah, if Tianlong didn't hear our discussion yesterday. Sun Jia completely attributed Tianlong's actions and thoughts toward Yang Ming to Tianlong overhearing their conversation yesterday. If Tianlong didn't hear it, he wouldn't have thought of this. "It's all my fault for talking too much." Sun San's heart was uncomfortable because he wanted to persuade Sun Hongjun yesterday, so he casually mentioned Yang Ming. He didn't expect Tianlong to be alerted. If Tianlong wanted to deal with Yang Ming, he would become a sinner. Uncle San, this can't be blamed on you. Sun Jia shook her head, but she hoped that Yang Ming wouldn't be so easily dealt with by Tianlong. If it was so easy to be dealt with by Tianlong, then he wasn't worthy to be Sun Jia's man. There was no need to look at him at all. Sun Jia thought so, but in fact, she still had some expectations for Yang Ming. It was impossible to say that Sun Jia had no feelings for Yang Ming, but Sun Jia was a rational person. She had never given Yang Ming a clear answer because Sun Jia herself wasn't sure if Yang Ming was the man who had enough ability to protect her for a lifetime. In the past, she had almost made a wrong choice. Sun Jia was naturally careful now. As she grew older, her mind was more mature than before. Therefore, her ideal man must have enough ability. At least, he must be stronger than her, Sun Jia. If Yang Ming was so easy to be caught by Tianlong, then she had nothing to say. However, everyone in the Sun family didn't expect that Tianlong wanted to deal with Yang Ming. It wasn't because of a few words from them. Tianlong wanted to deal with Yang Ming premeditated. It could be said that it had nothing to do with the Sun family. Even if there was no relationship between Yang Ming and the Sun family, since the behind-the-scenes boss asked so, Tianlong had to try his best to deal with Yang Ming. There was the sound of a key opening the door from outside. This time, the people in the Sun family learned to be smart and shut their mouths in a timely manner. They didn't want Tianlong to hear anything. You go in. In front of outsiders, Zhang Jinghua still had to be stiff and strong. He couldn't let outsiders see his relationship with Yang Ming, including the people in the Sun family. Although the people in the Sun family and Yang Ming were on the same side, there were too many people. Who knew if they would be exposed at that time? Seeing that the door was opened, the people in the Sun family thought that Tianlong had returned and was going to say something unpleasant. However, they didn't expect that the person who was escorted in was actually Yang Ming. Yang Ming? Sun Jia's eyes widened. She couldn't believe the facts in front of her. Isn't this Yang Ming too cowardly? Last night, we were just talking about him, and today he was caught by Tianlong. Even if you can't beat Tianlong, you have to persist for a while before being caught, right? How did you get caught directly? Thinking of this, Sun Jia felt disappointed. Yang Ming was far from the man in her mind. At least, if Yang Ming persisted for a few more days, Sun Jia could barely fool herself by saying that she, her father, and third uncle were caught by Tianlong. Yang Ming was caught, but it couldn't be said that he wasn't capable enough. It could only be said that Tianlong was too cunning. However, he was caught in an instant, so the meaning was different. Sun Hongjun and Sun San didn't think as much as Sun Jia, but disappointment was inevitable. It was just that they weren't disappointed with Yang Ming, but they were disappointed that they couldn't be rescued. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. The walls had ears. It wasn't that he didn't understand this truth. Little Jia, Uncle Sun, third uncle, are you okay? Yang Ming could only greet them politely at the moment. Sun Jia didn't speak. She was indeed a little disappointed with Yang Ming. In her impression, Yang Ming wasn't so weak, but the facts were in front of her, and Sun Jia had to believe it. Therefore, her disappointment was inevitable. The feelings for Yang Ming in her heart also surged up again. It was very unpleasant. She didn't know how to decide. This was the difference between a rational woman and an ordinary woman, but Sun Jia couldn't be blamed for being too careful. It was because of her position and her own character. Fortunately. Sun Hongjun smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that a few casual words yesterday would implicate you. A few casual words? What do you mean? Yang Ming was stunned. He was confused by Sun Hongjun. Sun San also helplessly repeated what he said yesterday to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was even more stunned. What does this have to do with me being caught? But he couldn't tell the truth to the Sun family now. Because victory or defeat would depend on when Tianlong came later. There couldn't be any failure factors mixed in. Therefore, in order to be able to hit the target in a while, he must first hide from the Sun family so that they wouldn't reveal flaws at the critical moment. Yang Ming thought about it. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside the door again. He knew that Tianlong had come. With Tianlong's character, after he caught Yang Ming and put him together with the Sun family, he would definitely humiliate Yang Ming to satisfy his arrogant heart. Therefore, Yang Ming grasped this point, so he was fearless. When Yang Ming was caught by Tianlong, he was obedient without the slightest resistance. In other words, even if Tianlong didn't come, the guard here, Zhang Jinghua, was also Yang Ming's man. Yang Ming could let him release Yang Ming at any time. As long as Yang Ming was free, he could make further plans. The door of the room was opened again. This time, it was Tianlong who came in. Tianlong's arrogant laughter could be heard by Yang Ming at once. He didn't need to look up. President Sun, this time, do you still have any expectations? Aren't you looking for Yang Ming? I brought him here. Tianlong pointed at Yang Ming and laughed out loud. Sun Hongjuan's face changed slightly, but he knew that Tianlong was deliberately angering him, so Sun Hongjun didn't want to be angry with him at the moment. He snorted and turned his head away. He didn't have Sun Jia's thoughts of personal gains and losses. He just thought that his and Sun San's words yesterday harmed Yang Ming. He felt guilty toward Yang Ming in his heart. Tianlong saw that Sun Hongjun didn't speak, but he didn't care. He snorted and looked at Yang Ming. Kid, aren't you very smart? You even know how to bribe your people around me and start with the people around me. However, aren't you still a prisoner? Yang Ming looked at Tianlong coldly. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have practiced the Golden Bell Shield. Why? Are you jealous? Tianlong was so happy today. He actually caught Yang Ming. In other words, he could explain to the behind-the-scenes boss and continue to get the strong support of the behind-the-scenes boss. With the support of the behind-the-scenes boss, everything was not a problem. Jealous? Why should I be jealous? Yang Ming said faintly, jealous of your broken Golden Bell Shield? You. Tianlong didn't expect that Yang Ming, who was very obedient just now, suddenly became eloquent. However, immediately, Tianlong thought that it must be that Yang Ming had no other way. Yang Ming broke the pot here and angered Tianlong to get psychological satisfaction. Thinking of this, Tianlong wasn't angry anymore. He looked at Yang Ming with a smile, then looked at Sun Hongjun and Sun Jia's family. He said, President Sun, are you confused by what you just heard? Sun Hongjun snorted slightly, which was a response to Tianlong. Indeed, he was confused. He didn't know what Tianlong and Yang Ming were talking about. What Golden Bell Shield? What is that? President Sun. You have found a good son-in-law. Tianlong said regretfully, but he is unlucky. He thinks he is smart and bribed the people around me, which is Wang Renping. I really didn't expect that Wang Renping, this kid, could actually be bribed. But it's useless. I have a secret on me. That is, I was once a disciple of Shaolin and practiced the Golden Bell Shield. Ha 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 ha, what do you think he can do to me? He can only blame himself for meeting me as an opponent. Speaking of this, Tianlong couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. Sun Jia's face changed slightly. It seemed that she really misunderstood Yang Ming. Yang Ming was not a coward, but he had been planning to rescue them. He was just a step away from success, but he didn't expect this Tianlong to practice the Golden Bell Shield. Although Sun Jia didn't know how powerful the Golden Bell Shield was after practicing it, she read in wuxia novels that those who practiced the Golden Bell Shield iron shirt were invulnerable. As a result, Yang Ming was obviously not an opponent. Thinking of this, Sun Jia felt a little guilty. When Yang Ming came in, I didn't pay attention to him. Would he be angry? At this moment, I still think about these things. Only Sun Jia would do it. After all, Sun Jia was still a girl. In a critical moment, she was thinking about whether her lover had misunderstood her, and not other things. Yeah, you can only blame yourself for meeting me as an opponent. Yang Ming took over Tianlong's words and said faintly. You still have a little self-awareness. And? What do you mean? Tianlong wasn't stupid. He immediately heard that Yang Ming's words weren't right. Why did it seem to be the opposite? However, just as he was inexplicably surprised, Yang Ming moved. He saw Yang Ming's body leaping into the air and kicking straight at Tianlong's head. Tianlong was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Ming to still want to attack him at this time. Before this, he had already tied Yang Ming's hands with a rubber band because the rubber band was tight and elastic. When it was tied to a person's hand, once it formed a dead knot, it couldn't be untied. It could only be cut with a sharp knife. Therefore, Tianlong wasn't afraid that the Sun family could untie the rubber band. So, when he came in, he didn't have any defense against Yang Ming. However, he didn't expect that Yang Ming could still use this flying kick when his hands were tied together. He was suddenly shocked. However, Tianlong was also a martial arts master. He had a secret technique, so he reacted immediately. He quickly channeled his martial arts. Although Yang Ming's kick didn't seem to be very strong, who knew if this kid had any special plans? Therefore, Tianlong couldn't let him succeed, so he channeled the Golden Bell Shield. He wasn't afraid of Yang Ming's kick. Yang Ming's kick landed on Tianlong's shoulder. He only felt like he was kicking a large stone slab. Not to mention that his foot hurt, but Tianlong was fine. However, Yang Ming obviously had a backup plan. This kick was just to confuse Tianlong. He saw that Yang Ming's lower left leg turned abruptly in the air and kicked toward Tianlong's right waist. This was Yang Ming's unique skill, the Yang-style flying kick. Although it wasn't pretty, and the side effects were relatively large, he had to admit that this trick allowed Yang Ming to repeatedly avoid danger. Sure enough, Tianlong never thought that Yang Ming would actually practice such a series of flying kicks, and the second kick was aimed at his right waist. Tianlong's face suddenly showed a horrified expression, but it was too late to dodge now. Tianlong groaned in pain. He covered his right waist and leaned against the door panel on the side in pain. He took deep breaths and couldn't speak. The sweat on his face rolled down. Obviously, he was in great pain. When Yang Ming saw that he had hit Tianlong's vital point, he suddenly showed a gratified smile. He didn't care how ugly his falling posture was. He squatted on the ground. Yang Ming was also nervous and sweating. This was the only chance. If Yang Ming didn't grasp it, it would be more difficult to control Tianlong in the future. But now it seemed that he had succeeded. The reason why Yang Ming's second kick was aimed at Tianlong's right waist was because it was Tianlong's Achilles heel. People who practiced the Golden Bell Shield, Iron Shirt, 13 Grand Guardians, and other external skills would always have one or two places that couldn't be practiced. This was the Achilles heel. When the Golden Bell Shield was practiced, the whole body was invulnerable, but the Achilles heel was an exception. If the Achilles heel was found, with a heavy poke, the martial arts would be abolished. In Liang Yuxing's novel, The Fate of the Dragon and Phoenix Hairpin, Yang Mu Lao's disciple was flirting with a girl on the streets of Chang'an. After Duan Kexi saw it, he hit the Weilu point of his Achilles heel and abolished his Golden Bell Shield. Yang Ming also knew this, so he pretended to surrender to Tianlong and waited for an opportunity to see where his Achilles heel was. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's identity as the King of Assassins' disciple, even if he couldn't beat Tianlong, this invulnerable monster, it was impossible for him to be captured by Tianlong. He couldn't attack, but he could protect himself. Yang Ming could totally escape. However, Yang Ming didn't run away, but obediently allowed himself to be captured. Yang Ming also wanted to use the time when he was captured to carefully find where Tianlong's Achilles heel was. If it were someone else, they might not find Tianlong's Achilles heel even if they searched blindly for a lifetime. But Yang Ming was different. Don't forget what Yang Ming relied on to start, that was his special ability. Yang Ming could carefully observe every inch of Tianlong's skin through his special ability. Because practicing the Golden Bell Shield would transform the muscles and muscles were different, so the muscles and muscles of the places that had been practiced and the places that hadn't been practiced were different. Although this work was troublesome, under Yang Ming's careful comparison, he finally found the right side of Tianlong's waist, which was very different from the rest of the muscles, so he concluded that this was Tianlong's Achilles heel. During the time when Yang Ming stayed in the trunk, he wasn't doing anything else, but he was using his special ability to observe Tianlong. When they arrived at the junkyard, Yang Ming also found Tianlong's Achilles heel. He was waiting for Tianlong to humiliate him, then he would give him a fatal blow. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't directly launch an attack on Tianlong's Achilles heel. In that case, Tianlong would definitely be on guard and desperately protect his Achilles heel. It would be more difficult for Yang Ming to hit Tianlong's Achilles heel. Because people who practiced martial arts were more sensitive to their own Achilles heel, Yang Ming couldn't let Tianlong realize that he already knew where his Achilles heel was. Therefore, Yang Ming used the Yang Ming's flying kick. The first kick was aimed at Tianlong's face to confuse Tianlong's attention, and the second kick in the air was the key. It was aimed at Tianlong's Achilles heel. Yang Ming's Yang-style flying kick was cultivated by Yang Ming when he didn't study properly and fought with others all day long. There was no martial art or technique at all. It was purely cultivated by force. Of course, people in the martial arts world disdained this kind of kung fu. Although after the first kick in the air, there was still a short pause before the second kick, and it was equally lethal, the aftereffects of this move were too great. People who used kung fu would cause their legs to be suspended in the air and lose control of their center of gravity. They would directly sit on the ground with their big buttocks. If this flying kick couldn't kill the enemy in one move, the consequences would be quite severe. Once you fell to the ground, you couldn't get up quickly. How could the opponent seize this opportunity and let it go? Therefore, no one would casually use such a dangerous move. However, Yang Ming was a guy who sought victory in danger. This Yang-style flying kick had been practiced to perfection. It wasn't the first time it was used at a critical moment. There had been countless successful experiences in the past, so Yang Ming was sure that one kick could finish Tianlong. Moreover, Yang Ming had found Tianlong's Achilles heel. Therefore, when Tianlong was unprepared, Yang Ming used a feint to distract Tianlong's attention with the first kick, and the second kick ruthlessly kicked his Achilles heel. The impact on Tianlong could be imagined. Anyone who practiced this kind of body-hardening technique had an Achilles heel. Once the Achilles heel was hit by gravity, the whole body's kung fu would be broken. Tianlong was naturally no exception. He stared at Yang Ming with a face full of horror, but Tianlong couldn't do anything. He knew that he was finished. He couldn't fight against Yang Ming anymore. He was completely defeated. In this short moment, Tianlong finally understood what extreme joy begets sorrow meant. He was still arrogant before, thinking that he had made a great contribution in front of the behind-the-scenes boss, but in the blink of an eye, his kung fu was broken by Yang Ming, and he was going to become a prisoner. Someone come. Tianlong was not stupid. He knew that he would definitely be attacked by Yang Ming here. Now that his martial arts were broken, how could he still be a match for Yang Ming? Therefore, the moment he regained consciousness, he hurriedly shouted for help. Zhang Jinghua had been waiting not far away. How could he dare to go far? Hearing Tianlong's shout, Zhang Jinghua immediately rushed in, but the situation in front of him made Zhang Jinghua somewhat at a loss. He saw Yang Ming sitting on the ground in an extremely unsightly posture, as if he had slipped and fallen on his butt. As for Tianlong's expression, it was even more strange. His face was pale, and his forehead was full of sweat. He held onto the door frame and gasped for breath, as if he was very sad. Just as he was wondering what to do, Yang Ming said, "Jinghua, go find a rope and tie him up." Okay. After a short moment of shock, Zhang Jinghua understood the situation. Tianlong must have been beaten to a pulp by Yang Ming. Although Tianlong was standing at the moment, and Yang Ming was sitting, Tianlong's face was depressed and painful, but Yang Ming was very relaxed and happy. So in comparison, Zhang Jinghua knew that Yang Ming had won, but he was afraid that it could only be said to be a Pyrrhic victory. But no matter what, a victory was a victory. It did not matter whether it was a Pyrrhic victory, so Zhang Jinghua happily agreed and ran to find a rope. Tianlong was slightly stunned, and then he immediately understood. It turned out that Zhang Jinghua was also bought by Yang Ming. He couldn't help but say sadly, "Good method. Good method. It is really the new generation excels the old. I was actually tricked by you in the end." Yang Ming sighed and looked at Tianlong. He couldn't tell what kind of feeling was in his heart. Sympathy? Pity? Or ridicule? Tianlong knew that it was meaningless for him to resist now. Once his kung fu was broken, he wouldn't be Yang Ming's opponent. From Yang Ming's kung fu of flying needles, Yang Ming wasn't a mediocre person. Now, even Zhang Jinghua was bought by Yang Ming. Then, why would Tianlong resist? Thinking of this, Tianlong also accepted his fate. But, how do you know where my Achilles heel is? The fight between Yang Ming and Tianlong was too fast. In a flash, the people of the Sun family didn't understand what was going on. Tianlong was holding the door panel and dying, so they didn't know what method Yang Ming used to make Tianlong become like this. Now that they listened to Tianlong's inquiry, Sun Hongjun and Sun Jia understood that it was Yang Ming who broke Tianlong's Achilles heel. Sun Hongjun's face finally showed a smile that had never been seen in the past few days. Although Tianlong was still standing here, when he saw that even Zhang Jinghua listened to Yang Ming, he knew that Tianlong was completely finished this time. It was impossible for Tianlong to continue to be powerful. Sun Hongjun, who had been locked up for so many days, would regain his freedom. Sun Jia widened her eyes and pursed her lips. The emotions in her heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. In the end, I still underestimated him. In just half a year, from when I first met him, that half-grown little boy who had just graduated from high school had actually become a truly indomitable man whom I could entrust my entire life to. The careful plan and the final beautiful desperate counterattack made Sun Jia look askance. Her heart was moved. Perhaps, it's time, isn't it? Yang Ming has finally grown up. He no longer needs me to give him advice. He already has his own ideas and plans. Yang Ming stood up and easily removed the cowhide that bound his hands and threw it aside. Tianlong was even more surprised. Of course, this was a piece of cake for Yang Ming, an assassin. If this cowhide could bind him, then he didn't need to be an assassin. He could just wait to be killed. If I say that you said it in your dream, would you believe it? Yang Ming replied casually. Tianlong's face turned black. Of course, he wouldn't believe it. He never had the problem of sleep-talking, let alone telling Yang Ming his dream talk. However, Yang Ming obviously didn't want to tell him. Although Tianlong had some regrets, it didn't matter whether Yang Ming told him the truth or not. Becoming a prisoner of Yang Ming was already an inevitable fact. Even if he figured out the truth of the matter, it would be useless. There was no meaning. Therefore, Tianlong no longer dug into the root of the problem. This would only humiliate himself. Who knew what Yang Ming would think of to deal with him, so Tianlong closed his mouth. Yang Ming saw that Tianlong didn't say anything, so he didn't bother with him. He turned around and carefully looked at the people in the room, Sun Hongjun, Sun Jia, and Sun San. Yang Ming didn't pay much attention to Sun San's previous appearance, but Sun Hongjun was obviously a lot older. His whole person was lethargic. Although he saw that Tianlong was knocked down by him at the moment, he only showed a smile. His fatigue couldn't be hidden. Sun Jia, on the other hand, was obviously a lot thinner. Her face was not as round as before, and she had become a bony beauty. Yang Ming's gaze slid down and fell on Sun Jia's chest. Yang Ming wanted to see if this chest had become thinner. If it became thinner, it wouldn't be fun. This was Yang Ming's favorite. Sun Jia was very happy when she saw Yang Ming looking at her face with concern, but it didn't take long for Yang Ming's gaze to change direction. How could Sun Jia not know what this kid was looking at? The good impression of Yang Ming in her heart suddenly fell to the bottom. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "It is easy to change mountains and rivers, but it is hard to change one's nature. He is still so perverted." Yang Ming naturally knew Sun Jia's thoughts. He took out an MP4 from his pocket like a magic trick. It was the same one that Sun Jia had when he first met her. After Yang Ming took it for himself, he downloaded a few songs from it and carried it with him. No matter if he went out to perform a mission or other things, he would listen to it when he was free. When Sun Jia saw the MP4 in Yang Ming's hand, she was suddenly dumbfounded. Thinking of the first time she saw Yang Ming, Sun Jia felt her face blush. Yang Ming must be saying, "Why am I perverted? Didn't I learn it from you?" Here, the two little lovers were exchanging glances, but Tianlong had been tied up by Zhang Jinghua. Tianlong also accepted his fate. Just like Yang Ming, he didn't resist at all and let Zhang Jinghua tie him up like a big dumpling. Uncle Sun, little Jia, you are all tired. Don't stay in this room. Let's find a better room to rest. After that, Yang Ming turned to Zhang Jingua and said, Jingua, go and clean up the best room here. Ugh. Mr. Yang, the best room here is Brother Long. No, Tian Long's room, but now he is under house arrest. Zhang Jingua said with difficulty. D***mn, then why don't you let him out? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded after hearing it. The father put his son under house arrest. Yang Ming really heard it for the first time. Why is it like the emperor in the past imprisoning the prince? Now that Tian Long was caught, Tian Donghua naturally should be let out. If Zhang Jingua didn't remind Yang Ming would really forget about this. It wasn't that Yang Ming valued sex over friendship, but when Tian Long brought him over, he locked him in the room with the Sun family. Zhang Jingua quickly followed Yang Ming's instructions. Yang Ming, Sun Jia, Sun Hongjun, and Sun San went out of the room. Yang Ming locked the door of the room and said to Tian Long inside, you should reflect on yourself. Sun Jia really wanted to rush into Yang Ming's arms, but because Sun Hongjun was also there, Sun Jia was such a bold person. She didn't have the habit of being conspicuous in front of her father, so she could only give up. She didn't want Yang Ming to be too proud. Although she had now made the final decision, at least she had to put on airs. How would Sun Hongjun know the principles between children? He didn't speak in the room just now because he was so excited that he forgot to speak. This time, he regained his calmness after leaving the room. Yang Ming, you really didn't let Uncle down. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how long we would be locked up by Tian Long. Don't say that. This is what I should do, ugh. Why did Yang Ming feel that he was a little bit like a primary school student who didn't pocket the money he picked up in front of his elders? Yeah, we're all a family. Don't be so formal. Sun Hongjun was a smart person. He naturally knew that Yang Ming had a few girlfriends in Songjiang. His daughter could only be ranked behind, but it couldn't be helped. Yang Ming was now stronger than him. Sun Hongjun naturally pretended not to know and got close to Yang Ming. Sun Hongjun walked in front, and Yang Ming and Sun Jia walked behind. Sun Hongjun didn't have eyes behind his back, so Sun Jia was more relaxed. The two people hooked their fingers, scratched their palms, and had a lot of fun. Is this a test for me? Yang Ming whispered in Sun Jia's ear. The two people were close. Sun Jia didn't know if Yang Ming did it deliberately or not. Anyway, it made Sun Jia's ear itch, and she had an unnatural physiological reaction. Sun Jia rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. She was a little annoyed by his behavior, but she still nodded. When we go back this time, let's register. Hey! Yang Ming was suddenly stunned. He was shocked by Sun Jia's words. Seeing Yang Ming's appearance, Sun Jia smiled playfully. I'm just lying to you. Look at how scared you are. Having said that, Sun Jia's heart still sank for no reason. It seems that I can't replace Chen Mingyan's position in Yang Ming's heart. Even if there is no Chen Mingyan, I'm afraid that Xiaoqing is before me. Thinking of this, Sun Jia was a little discouraged. She was unwilling in her heart. I am always competitive in everything. How can I be at a disadvantage in terms of feelings? If it is really Xiaoqing who is competing with me, then Sun Jia may let it go, but the other party is a little girl. How can Sun Jia be balanced? How can I lose to Chen Mingyan? Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, but his mood was a little heavy. Indeed, getting married and having children was a problem that had to be considered carefully. I don't know how Li Chang and General Kars are doing. Yang Ming's idea was actually very simple. He bought a private island and moved his whole family there. It was his own territory. Of course, he had the final say. The island had been bought, and his goal had been mostly completed. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was relieved. He said to Sun Jia, "Don't worry. I will definitely give you what you deserve." She didn't know what Yang Ming meant. Sun Jia was surprised, but it was not appropriate to ask. She temporarily put it in her heart as a doubt. Not long after, Yang Ming saw Tian Donghua running over from that side. As he ran, he shouted like a big fool, "Bro, are you here? D***mn, great. I knew it was you. You will definitely come to save me. You won't leave me alone. Yang Ming suddenly sweated. He thought, if it weren't for Zhang Jingguo's reminder, I would have really forgotten about you, but I couldn't show anything on my face. Sun Jie knew Yang Ming very well. She glanced at Yang Ming, but she didn't say anything. Donghua. Yang Ming suddenly found that he didn't know how to face Tian Donghua. His father had just been caught by Yang Ming, but Tian Donghua was very grateful to Yang Ming. What the F***ck is going on? Perhaps Tian Donghua still didn't know that Tian Long was caught. Zhang Jingguo just went to release him. Maybe it was just to tell him that Yang Ming came to save him. In fact, it was indeed like this. At that time, Tian Donghua was watching TV in the room. He also thought it through. His father didn't listen to his advice and was stubborn. He didn't need to spoil himself. A hunger strike was the behavior of a psychopath. Therefore, Tian Donghua decided to do what he should do. It was better to live more comfortably. As he was watching a talent show, the sound of a key opening the door suddenly came from outside the door. Tian Donghua frowned. He thought that it was his father who came to persuade him to help him deal with Yang Ming. Suddenly, there was a burst of disgust in his heart. To be honest, Tian Donghua didn't want to say anything to Tian Long now because he already knew that Tian Long was stubborn now. He simply wouldn't listen to his advice, so he was too lazy to say anything to Tian Long. So he didn't even look at it. When Zhang Jingguo entered the room, he found that this young master was actually watching TV leisurely. He was stunned, but he still reported, "Master Tian, Mr. Yang is here." Mr. Yang? What Mr. Yang? Tian Donghua heard that it wasn't his father's voice. When he looked back, he saw that it was Zhang Jingguo. When he heard him say Mr. Yang, he was stunned and didn't react. Yang Ming, Mr. Yang. He is here to save you. Zhang Jingguo quickly explained. Ah. Bro is here. Tian Donghua heard Yang Ming's name and suddenly jumped up. There was the previous scene. At this time, when the two people met, Tian Donghua was excited, but Yang Ming was helpless. Taking advantage of this time, Zhang Jingguo had already cleaned up Tian Donghua's original room. Tian Donghua didn't mess up the room, so Zhang Jingguo only needed to change a set of bedding and tidy up the bathroom. Of course, he didn't need to clean it himself. He sent his man to do it. Zhang Jingguo's men were fence-sitters. When they saw that the boss had betrayed and captured Tian Long, they had no choice but to follow Zhang Jingguo directly. What's more, it seemed that Zhang Jingguo and Tian Donghua were on the same side. They were justifiable morally. Little Jia, Uncle Sun, you go and rest first. I have something to talk to Donghua alone. Although Yang Ming was helpless, there were some things that he had to let Tian Donghua know. Tian Donghua could turn against Tian Long for Yang Ming. If he wanted to do something to Tian Long, he naturally had to ask for the opinion of this good brother. Okay. Sun Jie knew that Yang Ming and Tian Donghua were classmates. She understood the relationship between them, so she nodded and didn't say much. She took her father to the front room to rest and left the space for Yang Ming and Tian Donghua. Tian Donghua was not a fool. When he saw Yang Ming send away the others, he vaguely guessed what Yang Ming was going to say. It must be about his father, Tian Long. Since Zhang Jingguo, who detained him, had become Yang Ming's man, then it was not difficult for Tian Donghua to guess that Yang Ming must have begun to go against his father. Although he was somewhat uncomfortable in his heart, he had to make a choice at this time. Tian Donghua had already thought that Yang Ming must have stood on the opposite side of his father. The two people had become enemies, so Tian Donghua had to choose a side. It was impossible to help Tian Long deal with Yang Ming. If Tian Donghua had this intention, he would not be put under house arrest here. However, Tian Donghua still couldn't help Yang Ming deal with his father. After all, that person was his father, the person who gave birth to him and raised him, so Tian Donghua couldn't be ruthless. However, recalling his father's actions, Tian Donghua also knew that his father was really hopeless. If Yang Ming wanted to deal with him, he would never stop it. Even if his father didn't have Yang Ming to deal with him, he would definitely not have a good end if he continued like this. So Tian Donghua gritted his teeth and said to Yang Ming, "About my father?" Yang Ming nodded. He had to talk to Tian Donghua about this. After all, Tian Donghua stood on his side when he had a conflict with Tian Long. He even didn't hesitate to fall out with his father. But how to say it? The other party was Tian Donghua's father after all. Since Tian Donghua really regarded himself as a friend and a good brother, Yang Ming couldn't ignore him. On the issue of how to deal with Tian Long, Yang Ming still decided to discuss with Tian Donghua. Well, Tian Donghua smiled bitterly. Since my father did such a thing, I don't want to speak for him. Bro, you have to be careful. Tian Donghua originally thought that it was impossible for Yang Ming to compete with his father, but now, Tian Donghua knew that he had underestimated Yang Ming. Since Yang Ming could bribe Zhang Jinghua to release him and the Sun family, then Yang Ming could also bribe other people around his father. He still had a certain assurance to deal with Tian Long. This was a painful choice, but Tian Donghua had to make a choice, so he deliberated and finally chose not to help either side. First, it was his father on the other side, and this was his brother on the other side. Tian Donghua had no way to choose. Second, Tian Donghua really couldn't help much. But the meaning of his words was to express his position to Yang Ming. That was, you can deal with my father. I don't care about this side. It was conceivable how painful Tian Donghua was at the moment. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't understand the specific meaning of Tian Donghua's words at first, but after thinking about it, he understood. Tian Donghua must have misunderstood. In that room. Tian Donghua was suddenly stunned, but after a short moment of astonishment, Tian Donghua woke up. You mean, my father has already? Yang Ming nodded. You are my good brother, so I really don't have any suitable way to deal with this matter. It's really a headache. Tian Donghua was also silent. He didn't expect Yang Ming to really catch his father. This time, Tian Donghua was really in a dilemma. His original idea was that although Yang Ming was powerful, his father was not weak. It was best that the two people could talk to each other. This was the best ending. But now, since Yang Ming caught Tian Long, with the relationship between Yang Ming and the Sun family, how could his father have an easy time? In fact, Yang Ming could have done it without discussing with him, but Yang Ming still told him, which meant that Yang Ming regarded him as a brother. But the more it was like this, the more guilty Tian Donghua was, and the more he couldn't interfere with Yang Ming. It was obvious that his father was wrong, and he deserved to be caught by Yang Ming. How could Tian Donghua cover up for his father? That would be too disloyal. What's more, Tian Donghua also understood Sun Hongjuan's character. Sun Hongjun was also a person with a reputation in society. This time, he was tricked by Tian Long and was under house arrest for such a long time. His heart must have been filled with anger. Moreover, Tian Long betrayed him first. Once Sun Hongjun caught Tian Long, how could he let Tian Long go? Most likely, this time, Tian Long was doomed. Sun Hongjun would definitely not let him off easily. Thinking of this, Tian Donghua was a little sad, but he also knew that if he forced Yang Ming to do something, Yang Ming would do his best to do it, but the key was whether the Sun family would agree. Once he asked Yang Ming to leave a way out for his father, Yang Ming would definitely do his best. But on the other hand, wasn't that creating a conflict between Yang Ming and the Sun family? So after weighing it again and again, Tian Donghua finally said, Bro, you can deal with it however you want. Don't care about my feelings. My father's end today is also his own fault. I won't speak for him and make it difficult for you. Yang Ming didn't expect Tian Donghua to say these words. Yang Ming originally thought that Tian Donghua would beg him to not pursue Tian Long's responsibility for his face, but that was obviously impossible. Even if he didn't pursue Tian Long's responsibility, it was impossible to let him continue to work under the Sun family. But Yang Ming never thought that Tian Donghua would let him make the decision. He wouldn't interfere. How much effort did he have to make this decision? However, Tian Donghua's words made the pressure in Yang Ming's heart lessen a lot. Although Yang Ming also wanted to kill Tian Long, because of his relationship with Tian Donghua, Yang Ming couldn't do so. But even if he didn't kill him, he definitely wouldn't let him go easily. However, since Tian Donghua said so, Yang Ming had a plan in his heart. Thinking of this, Yang Ming relaxed a lot in an instant. He smiled at Tian Donghua and said, let's go. Go in with me and talk to your father. Although Tian Donghua was also very worried about his father's situation, he and Tian Long quarreled and had different opinions. After all, they were father and son. But Tian Donghua still hesitated at the moment. He didn't know how to face his father. In the blink of an eye, his father became a prisoner. Tian Donghua was really afraid that he couldn't help it and would ask Yang Ming to do something, making it difficult for him. So, Tian Donghua flinched. He wasn't a person who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Naturally, he knew that there was nothing strange about his father's current situation, so Tian Donghua didn't want to see Tian Long at this moment. Forget it. Tian Donghua sighed heavily and said somewhat helplessly. What's wrong? Yang Ming had some thoughts. At this time, Tian Donghua should want to see Tian Long, right? Nothing. I don't know how to face it. The relationship between the three of us. Tian Donghua shook his head. I'm afraid that I can't help but plead for him. Tian Donghua was also a bachelor. In front of Yang Ming, he didn't want to hide anything, so he said his thoughts directly. Yang Ming didn't expect that Tian Donghua didn't want to see Tian Long because of this. He was suddenly dumbfounded and said, let's go together. Just say what you want to say. Tian Donghua looked up incredulously. He wanted to see Yang Ming's expression, but he found that Yang Ming had already taken the lead. Tian Donghua lowered his head again and carefully pondered what Yang Ming said. Seeing that Yang Ming had gone far away, Tian Donghua gritted his teeth and quickly followed. Zhang Jinghua settled the people of the Sun family and ran over to see if anything happened to Yang Ming. Until now, Zhang Jinghua's heart was still fluctuating. He thought, Mr. Yang is really powerful. I was really scared when I saw him being caught, but fortunately, it was a strategy to lure the enemy. Now, it seems that Tian Long still lost. Open the door. Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Jinghua and ordered him. Yes. Zhang Jinghua hurriedly opened the door in front of Yang Ming and said, Mr. Yang. Young Master Tian, please. Zhang Jinghua could see that Yang Ming was actually in cahoots with Tian Donghua. This was really messy. The one locked inside was young Master Tian's father. However, these things were not what Zhang Jinghua could speculate. It was better for him to know less about the things at that level. The more he knew about the things at the top, the worse it would be for Zhang Jinghua. Tian Long heard the sound of the door opening and raised his head slightly. He didn't expect that he lost, and he lost to Yang Ming. He was unwilling, but he couldn't do anything. Seeing Yang Ming come in, Tian Long said coldly, What are you doing here? If you want to kill me, just do whatever you want. I have nothing to say to you. Hee, Tian Long, you have nothing to say to me. However, before you die, don't you have anyone you want to see? Although Yang Ming's voice was calm, it was full of coldness, which made Tian Long's heart very uncomfortable. Tian Long was subconsciously stunned. Am I going to die? Before I die, I naturally want to see my two sons. However, would Yang Ming agree to this kind of request? Tian Donghua, who was about to step in, heard Yang Ming's words. His footsteps suddenly stopped, and his facial expression froze. Although Tian Donghua was prepared, Yang Ming and the Sun family would definitely not let go of his father. In the end, it was possible for him to apologize with death. However, when he really heard Yang Ming say this, Tian Donghua's heart was in a mess again. He didn't know how to face it. Yang Ming also noticed the strangeness behind him. He looked back at Tian Donghua and said, Donghua, you come in. There are some things that you have to face in the end. Tian Donghua's face was gloomy. He nodded and walked in. Looking at Tian Long, who was tied up on the ground, he was very upset. Yesterday, his father, who was still high up and strategizing, became a prisoner today. However, who could he blame for this? Dad. Tian Donghua carefully glanced at his father on the ground. He really had a lot of words, but he didn't know what to say when he reached his mouth. Yes, he really didn't know what to say. He really didn't know. Donghua, you don't have to be sad. When Tian Long saw that it was his son, the expression on his face also eased. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that the winner is the king, and the loser is a thief. Your father, I, lost. I didn't expect that in the end. I actually couldn't win against this junior. I'm really ashamed. Dad, why are you still so stubborn? Tian Donghua listened to Tianlong's words and was a little angry. Don't you realize that you were wrong from the beginning? Wrong? Tianlong smiled self-deprecatingly. There has never been an absolute right or wrong in this world. The so-called right or wrong is the starting point of one's own position. It is selfish. Aren't you selfish? Yang Ming couldn't help but interject with a sneer at this time. Yes, I am selfish. Every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Tianlong didn't deny it. Instead, he admitted it. It's true that I am selfish, but I don't think that what I do is wrong. I am planning for Tian Donghua's future. What is wrong with me? I am not wrong. Dad, you still don't understand. My future is fought for by myself. It is not given to me by you. Tian Donghua sighed. I don't need you to do this. Don't need? Humph, let me tell you. Once Sun Hongjun and I enter the coffin, what will your position in the Sun family be? Do you know it yourself? Can they still trust you like they trust me? What will you do then? Tianlong said coldly. Tianlong, in fact, you are wrong. Yang Ming listened to Tianlong's words and finally knew why he was determined to betray Sun Hongjun. It turned out that he was planning for the future. Since ancient times, there was a saying that a new emperor would have his own ministers. Tianlong was afraid that after Sun Jia and Sun Jiwei were in power, they would squeeze Tian Donghua, so he made the first move. I am wrong? How am I wrong? Tianlong was not angry this time but laughed. Tian Donghua said that he was wrong, and this Yang Ming actually joined in. I really don't care about the Sun family's business. The business I have in Africa is more than 100 times, including Sun Jia. She will go with me in the future. Then, who will take care of the Sun family's business in Donghai? Yang Ming snorted coldly. Use your pig brain to think about it. Sun Jiwei can't be supported at all. Who else can I trust except for Zhang Bin? Only your son, Tian Donghua, who is 100 times smarter than you, is left. I will hand over the business in Songjiang to Zhang Bin. You can think about who to hand over the business in Donghai. When Yang Ming said this, not only Tianlong but also Tian Donghua was stunned. Tian Donghua never thought that Yang Ming would say this, and he never thought that Yang Ming would hand over the business to him. What kind of trust is this? Tian Donghua suddenly felt sour. He didn't expect that his position in Yang Ming's mind was so important. Yang Ming could actually entrust such an important thing to him. Huh? You can say whatever you want now. After a short moment of astonishment, Tianlong came back to his senses and laughed loudly. It's no use even if you're exaggerating now. Who doesn't know how to speak in hindsight? If you have this idea, why didn't you say it before? Besides, what is the use of your promise? Can Sun Hongjun still listen to you? Tian Donghua pursed his lips at the moment and somewhat disagreed. Because he knew that Yang Ming always kept his word. Yang Ming would not make a promise without thinking. Sure enough, Tian Donghua was right. Yang Ming spoke. First, Tianlong, I can tell you very clearly that what I said is not a hindsight. Yang Ming looked at Tianlong and said word by word, you are you. Tian Donghua is Tian Donghua. You father and son are not the same. I will not vent my anger on him because of your matter, so what I said is still effective. Before I go out, I will hand over all the affairs in Donghai to Donghua. Tianlong did not expect Yang Ming to say this. In this case, Yang Ming could still make this promise. In Tianlong's opinion, it was somewhat inconceivable, but he did not speak. Instead, he listened to Yang Ming continue to speak and see what else he could say. Tian Donghua could no longer control his emotions. His eyes were sour, and he said, Bro. I don't want anything. Yang Ming waved his hand and motioned for Tian Donghua to stop talking and just listen to him. Second, regarding the issue of whether Uncle Sun agrees or not, I can tell you for sure that if he knows that I now have 10 times or 100 times his current assets, he will not care about this. 10 times or 100 times? Tianlong's eyes widened. He could not believe that Yang Ming actually had so much money. In fact, the Sun family's assets were hundreds of millions. Yang Ming had 10 times or 100 times more. How much money was that? Of course, 10 times or 100 times is just a metaphor. Yang Ming said faintly. Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief and thought, I knew it. It can't be so much, but this kid is too good at bragging. However, as soon as this thought fell, Yang Ming spoke again. It is at least a few thousand times. Yang Ming added. Huh? Tianlong was really dumbfounded this time. He didn't know if Yang Ming was bragging or if Yang Ming had really reached that height. To be honest, Tianlong, you are really too anxious. Yang Ming sighed. However, although your idea and my idea are the same in the end, which is to let Donghua take care of the business here, since things have already happened, then don't blame me for being impolite. After Tianlong listened to Yang Ming's words, he seemed to finally understand. Perhaps, Yang Ming had really reached a height that he could not reach. It was precisely because of this that Yang Ming could bribe the people around him and succeed. There was still a gap between him and Yang Ming. If you can really fulfill your promise, then I can die with no regrets. Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that Yang Ming's idea was actually like this. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, since Yang Ming said it, then it was possible. It was also a comfort before he died. I will definitely keep my words. Of course, it is only for friends. Yang Ming glanced at Tian Donghua and said, I don't have many friends. In the school, the only ones who can be considered as close friends are Zhang Ben and Tian Donghua, so I will definitely keep my promise to him. Tianlong nodded and said, well, if this is the case, I thank you. You father and son, if you have anything to say it as soon as possible. I will go out first and leave you some private space. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he turned and left the room without waiting for Tianlong and Tian Donghua to answer. This ending was something that Tianlong and Tian Donghua did not expect. Yang Ming's tolerance moved Tian Donghua. He was very grateful to Yang Ming for being able to see him and his father as two different kinds of people instead of one group. Of course, this was also the case, but in this case, it was difficult for someone to keep a clear mind. After all, it was an indisputable fact that he and Tianlong were father and son. Almost everyone would classify them as one group, so Yang Ming's attitude at this time was commendable. Dad. After Yang Ming left, Tian Donghua hesitated for a long time and finally opened his mouth. Although his heart was sad, he also guessed that Yang Ming and the Sun family would never let go of his father, but he couldn't plead with Yang Ming. Donghua, don't be sad. If Yang Ming can keep his promise and fulfill what he said, then I will die without regrets. You are better than your father. At the critical moment, you can keep a clear mind and not stand on the wrong side. This is already very amazing. If you were really in cahoots with me, maybe you would be like me now and become a prisoner. Tianlong was open-minded at the moment. He was also a person who was over 50 years old. He didn't have many pursuits in this life. In his heart, he just wanted his son to have a good life in the future. Now, Yang Ming had made a promise, so it was basically the same as Tianlong's idea. Although the time might be delayed, the result was the same. Thinking of this, Tianlong also calmed down. It seemed that Tian Donghua had been sticking to his own position. It was really a wise choice. At least after Tian Donghua fell, he would not be affected. Yang Ming could still treat him as a brother. This was not easy. Dad. I just know what is right and what is wrong. Tian Donghua sighed. His father's words made him feel very uncomfortable, but there was no way. So, I can't and won't plead with Yang Ming. I know. Tianlong waved his hand indifferently at the moment. Since he was reduced to a prisoner, then he accepted his fate. Even if you want to plead, I will stop you. Why? Tian Donghua was stunned and looked at his father inexplicably. If you plead for me, what will Yang Ming think? He will definitely think that you are still on my side. Then, can he still entrust you with important tasks in the future? Tianlong said, so, for your future, I won't let you do this. Tian Donghua listened to his father's words and was somewhat speechless. But he did not say it because Tian Long would not believe it. Since his father was open-minded, he didn't have to beg Yang Ming. Tian Donghua breathed a sigh of relief, but he was a little sad because he couldn't save his father. Not a friend, but a brother, said Tian Donghua. Hee, yeah. Tian Long smiled. It was a kind of gratified smile. Perhaps, this was the happiest moment before his death. Tian Donghua did not expect that his father could suddenly repent. It was said that a person's words were good when he was about to die. It seemed that this sentence was right. No matter how Tian Donghua advised him before, he insisted on his own point of view. He thought that he was always right and refused to repent. But now, Tian Donghua did not have to say anything. Tian Donghua was very gratified that Tian Donghua could figure out these reasons. It was also Yang Ming's attitude that made Tian Long finally realize his mistake in his heart. He always looked at Yang Ming too simply, but he did not expect that Yang Ming had transcended the level of personal grievances. This made Tian Long somewhat ashamed. Dad, although you finally repent, but, I. Tian Donghua was somewhat incoherent. No matter what, the other party was always his father. It was really difficult for him to sit back and do nothing. Tian Long naturally knew what Tian Donghua wanted to say. He waved his hand and smiled. Don't say it. Okay, there is nothing. You can go out too. Don't tell Tian Donghua about my matter. That kid has a one-track mind. I am afraid that he can't accept it. Tian Donghua nodded silently. He stood up and was about to go out, but the door behind him was pushed open again. The person who came in was Yang Ming. Finished talking? Yang Ming smiled and looked at Tian Donghua. He also saw that Tian Donghua's face was not very good, it was somewhat pale and weak. Tian Donghua nodded. Okay, I will go out. Donghua, don't you have anything to say to me? Yang Ming grabbed Tian Donghua's arm and looked straight at him. What can I say? Tian Donghua was slightly stunned, then he smiled bitterly. Although I want to say something in my heart, I can't say it. What I want to say is, bro, you should deal with it as you should. Don't take my feelings into consideration just because he is my father. This matter will not affect the feelings between us. From the moment I advised my father and he didn't listen, I knew that I had to stand on the opposite side of him. I have to make my choice, so I have no choice. Yang Ming looked at Tian Donghua very appreciatively. Good, kid. It is not easy to distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Tian Donghua was somewhat helpless. He didn't know what to say, so he waved his hand. I will go out first. Don't you want to hear my final decision? Yang Ming glanced at Tian Donghua and asked. I don't want to listen. Tian Donghua shook his head. Although I know that my father asked for it, I don't want to see him. Tian Donghua didn't continue his words, but he believed that Yang Ming would definitely understand. Tian Donghua said that he didn't want to see him die. Let's listen. Yang Ming smiled. Seeing Yang Ming insist, Tian Donghua couldn't help it. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming meant, he probably wanted him to have the right to know. Otherwise, he might regret it in the future. Tian Long, although you deserve it, it is not too much to let you die 10,000 times. However, do you know why I finally decided to let you live? Yang Ming looked at Tian Long and asked word by word. Huh? Tian Long was stunned. Even Tian Donghua on the side showed a surprised expression. They didn't expect that Yang Ming would actually let Tian Long live. Even Tian Long himself thought that he would die, but at this moment, there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Tian Long even had an idea. Is Yang Ming playing with me? However, looking at Yang Ming's expression, it didn't seem like it. Bro, you want to let my father go? Tian Donghua also couldn't believe it. He looked at Yang Ming suspiciously and asked. Yang Ming nodded slightly. Killing is not the way to solve the problem. Bro, you can't be because of me. Tian Donghua's voice suddenly choked, and he couldn't even speak. He knew that Yang Ming must have considered his friendship with him, so he made this final choice. This feeling of escaping from death made Tianlong's heart pleasantly surprised. Although he already had the belief that he would die, who was willing to die? As the saying goes, a good death is better than a bad life. Previously, Tianlong knew that he was definitely going to die, so he had no other thoughts. But now it was different. Now that there was hope for survival, Tianlong's mind was naturally active again. The desire to survive was something that everyone had. Because I raised a good son. After Tianlong figured it out, he was not so hostile to Yang Ming, so he was not disgusted with Yang Ming's question. After listening to Yang Ming's question, he answered. Yes, I let you go. Tian Donghua is a factor. Yang Ming nodded faintly. Although Donghua also said that he didn't need to care about his feelings, in fact, Yang Ming couldn't ignore Tian Donghua's feelings. After all, the relationship between the two people was there. Based on Tian Donghua's attitude of breaking with his father, Yang Ming couldn't not be merciful. Yang Ming continued, however, this is only one aspect. The most important thing is your attitude just now. You can repent before you die. This shows that you are not incurable. If you don't repent until you die, then even with this relationship with Donghua, I won't let you go easily. Yang Ming continued, however, this is only one aspect. The most important is your attitude just now. After Tianlong listened to Yang Ming's words, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Yes, he did repent, but this was also based on the premise before he died. Because Tianlong knew that his life was short, he really calmed down and considered whether what he did was right or wrong. Only in this mood, Tianlong could face himself and look at the problem from a fair and just perspective. He finally understood that everything he did was wrong. Who didn't want to live? Tianlong was really scared. If he didn't have the belief that he would die, he wouldn't think of this. At this moment, even if Yang Ming cared about Tian Donghua's feelings, it was impossible to spare him. Thinking of this, Tianlong still said, Yang. Mr. Yang, thank you for not killing me. Although it was a bit pretentious, the fact was that Yang Ming did let him go. However, you don't have to stay here. I can't guarantee that the people of the Sun family won't have any resentment when they see you. Yang Ming looked at Tianlong and warned faintly. I understand. I will leave tomorrow. I will leave Donghai. Tianlong gritted his teeth. Although he was leaving his hometown, and it might be difficult to see his son in the future, Tianlong still had to make this choice. Go to my private territory in Africa, but I won't arrange any position for you. Just treat it as retirement. Donghua can often visit you in the future. Yang Ming had already arranged a reasonable place for Tianlong. Now it seemed that Country X in Africa was the best place for Tianlong. On the one hand, the Sun family definitely couldn't continue to use him. Instead of letting him be an eyesore here, it was better to move him further away. Over there, it was completely Yang Ming's private territory. He wasn't afraid that Tianlong would play any tricks, not to mention that he wouldn't arrange any position for Tianlong. Tianlong himself could understand that after he went there, he would just eat, drink, and play. Of course, Yang Ming wouldn't treat him badly. Over there, he wanted to build a world-class resort for Tianlong to enjoy, but he wouldn't give him any power. Tianlong naturally understood this. Yang Ming let him retire, but this was already the best result. He thought that the death penalty was inevitable, but he couldn't escape punishment. Yang Ming would send him to do manual labor. So, after Yang Ming said the first half of the sentence, Tianlong was nervous for a while. After listening to the second half of the sentence, he felt that joy came from the sky. He was already old. Since Yang Ming intended to let Tian Donghua take over the Sun family's business in Donghai, then he really had nothing to do. It was fine to retire early. I can't ask for more, said Tianlong quickly. Even Tian Donghua was ecstatic because Yang Ming's treatment of Tianlong was simply too lenient. Not only did he not do anything to him, but he also let him go abroad for a vacation. Bro, thank you. Tian Donghua took a deep breath and looked at Yang Ming gratefully, but he didn't say those mushy words because everything was said without words. Tian Donghua knew that Yang Ming took care of his face, so he made such a decision. What are you thanking for? Yang Ming waved his hand. Leave tomorrow. I will arrange everything for you. Tianlong nodded in silence. Donghua, stay here with your father tonight. I will let Zhang Jinghua prepare some wine and dishes. You can have a good chat. Yang Ming patted Tian Donghua's shoulder and said. Tian Donghua nodded and said, I understand, bro. You can rest assured. Yang Ming went out of the room again, leaving space for the father and son of the Tian family. He walked to Sun Hongjuan's room. Yang Ming did not discuss with Sun Hongjun about how to deal with Tianlong, so he still had to tell him at this time. After all, Sun Hongjun was Yang Ming's elder. When Yang Ming pushed the door in, he heard Sun Hongjuan's hearty laughter. Looking at Sun Hongjuan's boastful appearance, Yang Ming knew that his mood had completely recovered and walked out of the previous haze. Uncle Sun, what made you so happy? Yang Ming smiled and walked into the room as he spoke. Yang Ming, you are here. Sun Hongjun stood up enthusiastically and walked over to Yang Ming. As he walked, he said, this time, it is thanks to you. Otherwise, we don't know how long we would be locked up. Sun Hongjuan's attitude made Yang Ming somewhat flattered. Although Yang Ming saved him this time, in any case, Sun Hongjun was Yang Ming's elder. This was an unchangeable fact, so Sun Hongjun personally thanked him. This was a kind of affirmation to Yang Ming. Uncle Sun, this is what I should do. Yang Ming quickly smiled and said, it is reasonable for me to do my best. As Yang Ming said this, he couldn't help but look at Sun Jia. Seeing that she was also looking at him with a smile, Yang Ming winked at her, but Sun Jia rolled her eyes. Sun Jia thought that I was showing off to her, right? However, Yang Ming didn't care what she thought. After this time, he believed that Sun Jia would no longer have an ambiguous attitude toward him. Yeah, that's right. We are all a family. Sun Hongjun laughed. After laughing, he remembered Tianlong's matter, so he asked, right, Yang Ming, how do you want to deal with Tianlong's matter? Uncle Sun, this is also what I want to talk to you about. Yang Ming made an inviting gesture. Let's go inside and talk. Sun Hongjun nodded. He also knew that Yang Ming had something important to say to him, so he went into the office inside the suite with Yang Ming. This was prepared by Tianlong for himself. He didn't expect it to become a place for Yang Ming and Sun Hongjun to talk about things. Sun Jia was a little unhappy. She snorted coldly. Apparently, because Yang Ming didn't look for her and went directly to her father to talk about things, she was somewhat dissatisfied. However, this wasn't the time for romance. Sun Jia could only let her be angry. Yang Ming just pretended not to see it. After entering the office with Sun Hongjun and closing the door, Yang Ming said, Uncle Sun, please sit. Yang Ming, you are looking for me to talk about Tianlong's matter, right? Sun Hongjun was very smart. He immediately guessed Yang Ming's purpose. Yang Ming nodded and sighed slightly. Then he said, Uncle Sun, you guessed right. I am looking for you because of Tianlong's matter. Sun Hongjun sat on the sofa without any surprise and said, so, what do you want to do with him? Let him go. Yang Ming didn't beat around the bush, but said directly. Let him go? Sun Hongjun was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to make such a choice. You don't want to pursue his responsibility? I don't intend to pursue it. Yang Ming said affirmatively, so, I have to tell you. Sun Hongjun smiled bitterly in his heart. He thought, you have already made a decision. What's the use of telling me? However, he was rescued by Yang Ming, and Tianlong was also caught by Yang Ming, so Sun Hongjun really couldn't interfere. He said arrogantly that he was Yang Ming's elder, and Yang Ming would be respectful to him. However, if he really wanted to talk about it, the wealth and current status that Yang Ming had were not worse than his. Therefore, although Sun Hongjun was a little unhappy that Tianlong was fine, he still didn't express it. He just said, if this is the case, you can make the decision. Hee, Uncle Sun's heart is a little uncomfortable? Yang Ming wasn't a virgin now. How sharp were his eyes? He naturally had a way to observe people's expressions. He immediately saw Sun Hongjuan's dissatisfaction. That is not true. How could Sun Hongjun admit it? He quickly denied it. Uncle Sun, in. Fact, this time, I knew that you were under house arrest thanks to my good brother, Tian Donghua. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find Tianlong so quickly and know a lot of information about Tianlong. Yang Ming naturally had to exaggerate the role that Tian Donghua played in the matter. Tian Donghua knew that his father had done bad things, and he was unwilling to help the tyrant. He resolutely chose to break off. Therefore, I will let Tianlong go based on his affection. Ah? Sun Hongjun didn't expect that there were such twists and turns in the middle. He couldn't help but sigh. Donghua, that child, is reasonable. He can distinguish between good and evil. This is commendable. So, I decided to let Tianlong go, said Yang Ming. Okay, but I don't want to see him again. At least for a while, I don't want to see him. Sun Hongjun said this, which meant that he agreed with Yang Ming's approach. However, after all, he was under house arrest by Tianlong for such a long time. It was inevitable that he was not angry, so he didn't want to see Tianlong. I am ready to let him go to Africa, my private island, for a holiday and retirement. Yang Ming said, I have arranged this properly. Private island? Sun Hongjun couldn't help but be stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. He didn't understand what Yang Ming said. He thought he heard it wrong. Yes, it's a private island. Yang Ming smiled and said, I bought a private island in North Africa, but because of its special historical background, it was controlled by some warlords all year round, so it became an independent country. Although it is not recognized internationally, North Africa has tacitly acknowledged its existence. Controlled by warlords? Can this kind of island still be bought? Sun Hongjun was shocked. After you buy it, those warlords won't withdraw easily, right? They don't have to withdraw. I just let them take care of the security on the island for me. Yang Ming said very casually, anyway, there are plenty of people. If they don't do a good job, I can just replace them. Listening to Yang Ming's casual words, Sun Hongjun really didn't know what to say. It didn't seem like Yang Ming was bragging. In just half a year, he could control the entertainment industry in the two cities of Songjiang and Jiduan. Sun Hongjun knew that he was not as bold as this, so it was not impossible for Yang Ming to say that he had subdued the former warlords on the island. That island, how much is it? Sun Hongjun knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him even if he asked now. It was better to have a chance to see it with his own eyes, so he didn't ask about the warlords. Instead, he asked about the value of the island. As a matter of fact, although the assets of the Sun family had already exceeded 100 million, there was actually not much liquid capital. A large amount of funds were placed on real estate and other real estate. The funds that could really be used were actually not much. Although the price of an island ranged from tens of millions to hundreds of millions, and he should be able to afford it, it was a little impossible to take out so much money to buy it all at once. So when Yang Ming suddenly bought an island, Sun Hongjun was naturally very surprised. Just how much money did Yang Ming have? How much? I don't know the details. A friend in Europe bought it for me. Yang Ming smiled a little awkwardly. The island that old Buffon bought was directly given to Yang Ming. Yang Ming naturally couldn't ask how much money old Buffon spent. There was no way to ask. First of all, old Buffon didn't lack this money. The price of an island was only a drop in the bucket for old Buffon. Secondly, Yang Ming was old Buffon's master. His identity was there. It was natural for him to accept things from his disciple. How could he ask the price? Sun Hongjun really didn't know what to say. Such a priceless island was actually given by someone else? Then, what level was the person who gave Yang Ming the island? How could they have already reached such a level? Sun Hongjun asked himself. Even if I have more money, I can't just give an island to someone else. Because in his foresight, he could only afford 1 or 2 such islands in his lifetime. Uncle Sun, I think it's better for you not to care about the business here. Yang Ming hesitated and finally said the words in his heart. Sun Hongjuan's method of controlling his subordinates was still lacking, which led to the situation of Tianlong's rebellion. He only talked about friendship with his subordinates. Although this could make his subordinates work for him to a certain extent, it couldn't completely intimidate his subordinates. For example, Tianlong finally betrayed Sun Hongjun under enough benefits. Oh? Have you decided to take over? Sun Hongjun was slightly stunned and asked with a smile. Letting Yang Ming take over was also Sun Hongjun's ultimate goal. Now that he heard Yang Ming mention it, he thought that Yang Ming agreed to his proposal. Take over? This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to be stunned, but after thinking about it, he knew that Sun Hongjun had misunderstood. So, he quickly said, Uncle Sun, you misunderstood. I mean to let you give up the business here. Give up? What do you mean? Sun Hongjun didn't understand Yang Ming's words, but he also faintly guessed something. Yang Ming, why don't I understand what you mean? Uncle Sun, don't blame me for overstepping my authority. I have promised Tian Donghua before that the business in Donghai will be handed over to him in the future. Yang Ming was indeed a little embarrassed. Although the Sun family's property was not much, it was not his own after all. It was indeed not right for him to act first and report later. What? Let Tian Donghua take care of it? Sun Hongjun listened to Yang Ming's words and looked at Yang Ming. However, when he saw that Yang Ming didn't seem to be joking, he thought that he heard it wrong. Yang Ming, did I hear it wrong? You mean you want to hand over our Sun family's business to Tian Donghua? I have already promised him this before. When Yang Ming saw Sun Hongjun's appearance at the moment, he knew that he had gone overboard. At least, he should have discussed it with him in advance. Sun Hongjun looked at Yang Ming silently and didn't say a word. Sun Hongjun was very uncomfortable in his heart. However, after a while, he waved his hand and said, Forget it. Since we were all rescued by you, I naturally have to listen to your words. Otherwise, this family business would have fallen into Tianlong's hands. Now that we're free, it's already very good. You can make the decision on these matters. Uncle Sun. The more Sun Hongjun said this, the more uncomfortable Yang Ming's heart was. Don't say it. Sun Hongjun smiled bitterly. Originally, these family businesses were left to you in the future. You just dealt with it early. Uncle Sun, you listen to me. Yang Ming wanted to explain, but Sun Hongjun waved his hand. You listen to me. Sun Hongjun said, After you listen to me, it's not too late to make the final decision. Do you know how much the assets of the Sun family's business are now? It is nearly 200 million. Do you plan to give it away casually? Uncle Sun, in fact, there are some words that I plan to talk to you in detail in a few days, but since I have already said it here, then I might as well say it directly. Yang Ming saw that Sun Hongjun was insisting on the 200 million assets instead of making his own decision, so he was slightly relieved. And? What? Sun Hongjun felt that Yang Ming had a hidden meaning in his words. He calmed down. He also felt that Yang Ming was not the kind of prodigal who would casually give away the family business. From the speed of Yang Ming's accumulation of wealth, it could be seen that he was not a stupid person. Therefore, if Yang Ming could really give away the assets worth more than 200 million, then it could only mean that either Yang Ming had other purposes, or Yang Ming's wealth had far exceeded this 200 million. Uncle Sun, I am planning to build the island of Country X in Africa into a world-class resort island. Yang Ming said, I believe that Uncle Sun is not unfamiliar with Henry Island, right? I have been to Henry Island. It is indeed a paradise on earth, a world of entertainment for the rich. Sun Hongjun nodded and said, Do you want to build a similar island? The construction cost of this isn't low. Yang Ming nodded and said, I know that the construction cost aren't low, but I still have the strength to build it now. As Yang Ming spoke, he turned on the computer on the table, logged into a bank account inquiry website, and entered his account number in the Swiss bank. Because the internet could only be inquired and not transferred, Yang Ming was not afraid of any viruses or other things in this computer. Yang Ming opened the details under his account and transferred the computer screen to Sun Hongjun. Then, he said, Uncle Sun, this is the cash I currently have. Oh? Sun Hongjun didn't take it seriously at the beginning. He casually raised his head and looked at the computer screen. However, at first glance, his eyes were fixed on the screen. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros, 5 zeros, 6 zeros. Sun Hongjun widened his eyes and began to count the zeros behind the string of numbers on the screen. More than 30 billion? Yang Ming smiled and nodded gently. Sun Hongjun opened his mouth wide in amazement, but when he saw the euro currency symbol in front of the 30 billion, he almost fainted. After a long while, he said, "It's still the euro?" Yes. This was the black gold that Yang Ming got from Dorsk. However, after that, Yang Ming received a lot of mineral contracting fees in Country X. Those naturally weren't included. It was enough to build Country X into a world-class resort island with that money. I finally know why you don't care about my family property. Sun Hongjun was worthy of being a person who did great things. He quickly recovered from the brief shock and laughed at himself. Since you don't care, then I have nothing to say. Your money is enough to spend for several lifetimes. Uncle Sun, the purpose of showing you this money is not to show off, but to reassure you. Don't let money affect your energy. Yang Ming said with a smile, in fact, the money to build the island can be completely self-sufficient on the island. There are rich minerals on the island. They can't be mined for hundreds of years. I have already contracted out those minerals. The income is enough to build the island. Yang Ming said with a smile. Ah. It turns out to be like this. The island also has the rent of minerals. Sun Hongjun also roughly heard that North Africa was rich in minerals, so he didn't find it strange when he heard Yang Ming say so. The people under me can do a lot of work. One of them can do 10. They can bully those warlords, but they are much worse when it comes to management. Yang Ming said, "So Uncle Sun, I want to invite you to take charge of the island's strategy and development." Me? Sun Hongjun listened to Yang Ming and was immediately moved, but then he smiled bitterly. I was almost scammed by Tian Long. How do you think I am still competent for this job? Uncle Sun, you can rest assured and manage it. Don't think about the way of governance. They won't dare to rebel. Yang Ming smiled. Sun Hongjun was a person with courage and ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make Sun's enterprise big and strong in just a few years. He just didn't know how to restrain his subordinates, but this didn't hinder his business talent. Therefore, Yang Ming put him in this position. He didn't need to be on guard against his subordinates lying to him, but he just needed to use his talents as much as possible. Yang Ming had absolute certainty that the people over there wouldn't dare to betray him because no one wanted to die. They knew Yang Ming's true strength, so no one dared to go against Yang Ming. In this way, without these worries, Sun Hongjun could carry out his grand plan. Oh? Sun Hongjun, on the other hand, looked at Yang Ming with great interest. He realized that he had never understood Yang Ming. This boy, who looked a few years younger than him, had an unusual ability. How about it, Uncle Sun? Do you have this thought? Yang Ming asked with a smile. If Sun Hongjun didn't want to show his ideals and ambitions on a bigger platform, it was impossible. Now that this good opportunity was in front of him, how could he not be tempted? Sun Hongjun's only worry was that he couldn't do it well and not be competent. I naturally don't want to miss such a good opportunity, but have you thought about the source of customers? I will try my best to make it a paradise, but I can't control the customer's thoughts. You don't have to worry about this. Yang Ming knew Sun Hongjun's concerns after listening to his words. Although Sun Hongjun also wanted to show his ambitions, he was also afraid that he would lose money to Yang Ming if he couldn't do it well. The source of customers was the most important problem. If the customers didn't come, it would be useless no matter how well it was built. So, Yang Ming explained to him, the person who gave me this island is called Old Buffon. He is the patriarch of one of the most famous families in Europe, the Buffon family. He has deep connections in Europe's upper class. Just leave the guest aspect to him. Old Buffon. After Sun Hongjun listened to Yang Ming's words, he fell into deep thought and suddenly said, I remember. This old Buffon seems to have come to our place before. The TV and news also reported that he is a very famous person in Europe. Yes. That's him. Yang Ming said, Uncle Sun, now you won't worry about it anymore, right? Yang Ming, I really don't understand you more and more. Sun Hongjun sighed. I really don't know how you know these people and how you gathered this wealth. Hee, Uncle Sun, after having a bigger platform, will you still care about these assets in Donghai? Yang Ming asked with a smile. This, of course not. Sun Hongjun smiled and sighed. Times have changed. Now, I suddenly feel that my horizons have been broadened a lot. The business in Donghai will be handed over to little Jia and third uncle to manage first. When the right opportunity comes, we will all go over. The business here will be handed over to Tian Donghua. Yang Ming said. Just do what you say. Sun Hongjun didn't expect that he still had a chance to develop his grand plan. He thought that he would retire after this incident. Through this incident, Sun Hongjun also understood where his weakness was. That was, he didn't restrain his subordinates well, which caused such a huge consequence. Now, since Yang Ming let him not control his subordinates and directly follow his own ideas, Sun Hongjun also saved a lot of trouble. Although he didn't know how Yang Ming restrained his subordinates, he thought that those subordinates were afraid of Yang Ming. With Sun Hongjun's plan in place, both of them were very happy to leave the office. Sun San naturally wouldn't ask much. He knew the rules, but Sun Jia wasn't very happy. Yang Ming was talking to her father behind her back. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Dad, what were you talking about? You talked for so long. Sun Jia couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming is going to send me, this old man, to Africa. Sun Hongjun said with a smile. What? Africa? What happened? Sun Jia heard it inexplicably and didn't understand. Sun Hongjun glanced at Yang Ming and saw that Yang Ming nodded slightly, so Sun Hongjun told Sun Jia about the incident. Sun Jia listened and clicked her tongue. Sun Jia never thought that Yang Ming actually had an island in Africa. Thinking of Yang Ming hiding it from her, she couldn't help but glare at Yang Ming. Yang Ming was really complaining. Little Jia, I only got the island when I went out this time. Before I could tell you when I came back, you were put under house arrest by Tian Long. After listening to Yang Ming's explanation, Sun Jia was relieved. It wasn't that she was stingy, but now she had recognized Yang Ming in her heart. She felt that she was already Yang Ming's woman. Yang Ming shouldn't hide anything from her. This was the change in Sun Jia's mentality. Even she didn't notice it. Uncle Sun, don't you want to see Tian Long? Yang Ming glanced at Sun Hongjun and asked. Sun Hongjun listened to Yang Ming's words and hesitated in his heart. He also knew that Yang Ming also intended to send Tian Long to Africa. That was Yang Ming's territory. Naturally, he wasn't afraid that Tian Long would play other tricks. However, Sun Hongjun still couldn't let it go, even though Yang Ming had decided not to deal with Tian Long. Then let's see. Sun Hongjun hesitated again and again before making a decision. This guy has a lot of ideas. When he goes to Africa, he can be your advisor. Yang Ming smiled. Then you're not afraid that he will play such a trick again? Sun Hongjun was not at ease with Tian Long. As long as he can buy my men, then he is capable. Yang Ming snorted. He thought, even if Tian Long gives them more money, they don't dare to play with their lives. Sun Hongjun also nodded. He also felt that Yang Ming must have something to rely on, so he was so assured with Tian Long. The two people walked to Tian Long's room together. Yang Ming naturally looked for Tian Long for something. Yang Ming wanted to wait for Tian Long to calm down completely and ask him about the behind-the-scenes boss. For Tian Long, Yang Ming really didn't have much hatred because he was just a chess piece of the behind-the-scenes boss. Yang Ming's real opponent was still the behind-the-scenes boss. Yang Ming pushed the door and entered Tian Long's room. Tian Donghua was sitting face to face with Tian Long. The two people were talking with a happy look. It seemed that both of them enjoyed the warmth of this moment very much. Between Tian Long and Tian Donghua, it seemed that they had not had such a harmonious conversation for a long time. Seeing Yang Ming and Sun Hongjun push the door and come in, Tian Long was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Sun Hongjun to appear in his room at this time. For a while, the atmosphere in the room seemed to be somewhat restrained. Tian Long knew that although Yang Ming forgave him, it was impossible for Sun Hongjun not to hate him. At this moment, he had lost his power and became a complete prisoner. So even if Yang Ming made a promise, if Sun Hongjun insisted on not letting him go, he believed that Yang Ming would not disagree with him. Therefore, Tianlong's heart was still very nervous. Brother Jun. Tianlong's brother Jun was from the heart. He was really very fearful. It was not like before, when he spoke to Sun Hongjun in a joking tone. Tian. Uncle Sun came to see you. Yang Ming wanted to call him Tianlong, but after thinking about it, he still called him Uncle Tian. After all, it was Tian Donghua's face. Yang Ming was also preparing to send him to Africa as a military advisor, so he was more respectful. However, this Uncle Tian made Tianlong very moved. He looked at Yang Ming and looked at Sun Hongjun. His eyes flickered a little. He pouted twice, but he suddenly stood up and knelt on the ground. Because the ropes on his body had been untied, he could move freely. Of course, if Yang Ming wanted to help him up, he couldn't kneel at all. However, Yang Ming let him do so because he wanted Sun Hongjun to have less resentment in his heart. Brother Jun, Mr. Yang, Tianlong, know that I have made an unforgivable mistake. I blame myself for being obsessed before. At this moment, I don't ask for Brother Jun's forgiveness. I just hope that you don't vent your anger on Donghua. Although Tianlong also wanted to live, under the circumstances, he had to give up something. If Sun Hongjun really still held a grudge against him, then Tianlong could only give up himself. When Sun Hongjun saw Tianlong suddenly kneel on the ground, he was stunned for a moment, but then he was shocked. Tianlong had been with him for so many years, but he had never done such a thing. Sun Hongjun knew that Tianlong was a tough man, and would not casually kneel in front of others. But today, he knelt in front of him, which showed that he wanted to protect his son. Forget it. Sun Hongjun was still holding a grudge against Tianlong, but when he saw Tianlong kneeling, his anger subsided a lot. He waved his hand and said, Yang Ming, Tian Donghua, you two go out first. I have something to say to Tianlong. Although Tian Donghua was worried that Sun Hongjun would harm his father was a sinner, so he couldn't say anything. Even if Sun Hongjun changed his mind and wanted to kill Tianlong, then Tian Donghua couldn't say anything. So Tian Donghua just smiled helplessly and looked up at Yang Ming, but he saw Yang Ming nodding to him comfortingly, so the two walked out of the room together. You also get up, Tianlong. Sun Hongjun looked at Tianlong on the ground and raised his hand to him. Brother Jun, if you don't promise me, I won't get up. Tianlong said, if you are still not satisfied, I will commit suicide as an apology. Tianlong's words made Sun Hongjun a little dumbfounded. It was true that he still had some dissatisfaction with Tianlong, but Yang Ming had already talked to him before, and the two people had reached a consensus. It could be said that after Sun Hongjun saw the financial resources shown by Yang Ming, he let it go. Now that he thought about it, the property of the Sun family in Donghai was really nothing, so Sun Hongjun didn't hate Tianlong so much. Yang Ming means to let me go to his private island to preside over the overall work and build the island into a world-class resort. He wants you to be my advisor. Are you willing? Sun Hongjun's face was stern as he asked Tianlong what. Tian Long raised his head and looked at Sun Hongjun in disbelief. He had betrayed Sun Hongjun like this, but Sun Hongjun actually let bygones be bygones, disregarded the past, and entrusted him with such a heavy task. This made Tianlong suddenly surprised. Why? You don't want to? Sun Hongjun snorted and asked. Yes, of course, I am willing. Tianlong confirmed that there was no problem with his hearing. Sun Hongjun really wanted him to go to Africa to help him build the island. If you are willing, then why don't you get up quickly? Sun Hongjun laughed and kicked Tianlong's butt to let him stand up quickly. Tianlong knew that Sun Hongjun had truly forgiven him this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said these words. While thanking him, he also quickly got up. Brother Jun, I have already made a mistake before. In the future, you will see my performance. Don't be too full of yourself. If you don't work hard, I can still kill you. Sun Hongjun didn't forget to threaten, don't forget that it is Yang Ming's world over there. Yes. Tianlong responded in fear and trepidation. Once Sun Hongjun put down the grudge in his heart, he no longer thought about what Tianlong had done before. He began to talk to him frankly about his own future ideas. People who do big things don't care about trifles. Now Sun Hongjuan's level suddenly changed from the original helmsman of hundreds of millions of assets to the navigator of an island. His vision was also broadened a lot. Tianlong remembered the lesson this time. He didn't dare to have any improper thoughts in his heart. Now it seemed that Yang Ming's strength was far from what he could shake. At noon, Zhang Jingwa came back with a table of banquet. Yang Ming didn't care about the past and invited Tianlong to sit at the table together. Because of the tone set by Yang Ming, including Sun Jia, they didn't show any hostility to Tianlong. Tianlong himself was very embarrassed. The meal was carried out in a harmonious and friendly atmosphere, but it could be seen from everyone's silence that the estrangement between them couldn't be relieved in a short time. Fortunately, everyone was hungry, so they didn't care much. Tianlong and Tiandonghua didn't eat much last night, and Sun Hongjun, Sun Jia, and Sun San didn't eat much, so this table of banquet was finished in a short while. After the meal, Yang Ming said to Tianlong, "Uncle Tian, I want to talk to you alone." Tianlong looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. He had already talked with Yang Ming before. He didn't know what Yang Ming wanted to talk to him about at this time. But anyway, he couldn't refuse Yang Ming's call. He had to stand up and say, "Okay, Mr. Yang. Just call me Yang Ming. Mr. Yang is a bit awkward." Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. "Anyway, Tiandonghua and I are still from the same generation. I'm not used to you calling me that." "Then, I'll accept your invitation." Tianlong didn't insist. He knew that Yang Ming didn't care much about these details. Yang Ming valued a person's heart, not these hypocritical etiquettes. This time, Yang Ming didn't take Tianlong to his previous room. Instead, he came to the room where he talked with Sun Hongjun, which was Tianlong's former office. However, this time, Yang Ming became the master here. After entering the room, Yang Ming sat in the boss chair behind the desk, and Tianlong stood aside like a guest. "Sit down, Uncle Tian. You don't have to be polite. The past is the past. I don't want to pursue it." Yang Ming pressed his hand gesture and made an inviting gesture. Tianlong nodded and didn't be too pretentious. He sat on the sofa next to Yang Ming, and then said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang. Ming, what's the matter? Just say it. It's about your behind-the-scenes boss." Yang Ming asked, "Tell me everything you know." "Okay." When Tianlong heard that Yang Ming wanted to ask about this matter, he was relieved. You know, he was now afraid that Yang Ming would change his mind. As long as Yang Ming didn't change his mind, he could ask whatever he wanted to ask. He would tell him everything he knew. "If you want to talk about this behind-the-scenes boss, I have known him for some time, but we didn't have a deep friendship before." Tianlong said, "We met at a banquet. He was introduced to me by a friend." "What friend?" asked Yang Ming. "It's President Hua. President Hua introduced me to him." Tianlong thought about it and said, "Yes, yes. It's him." "President Hua?" Yang Ming suddenly frowned and asked, "Which President Hua?" "President Hua of Hua's Jewelry Company." Tianlong added. It turned out to be him. Yang Ming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. When Tianlong mentioned President Hua, Yang Ming was shocked. He subconsciously thought of Zhou Jiejia's mother. Yang Ming subconsciously didn't want the behind-the-scenes boss to have anything to do with Zhou Jiejia's mother. As long as it wasn't her, then other people didn't matter. However, what made Yang Ming surprised was that the person who introduced Tianlong and the behind-the-scenes boss was actually President Hua of Hua's Jewelry Company. Yang Ming knew this person. He had seen him at the first dinner table with Sun Jia. He was a very insidious man. It was said that he instigated Guo Jianchao and let Guo Jianchao drug Sun Jia. After that, the second time he saw President Hua was at Lu Weishan's birthday banquet. At that time, he just met him face to face and didn't say anything. After that, he never saw this person again. He didn't expect him to have a connection with the behind-the-scenes boss. But now it seemed that the behind-the-scenes boss actually attended some social activities in the upper class. It seemed that he wasn't as mysterious as he thought. At least, Tianlong had seen the behind-the-scenes boss. Continue. Yang Ming recovered from his thoughts and said to Tianlong, "Okay. Tianlong nodded and said, "This is the case. After I met the behind-the-scenes boss, I never saw him again. Until the beginning of this year, the behind-the-scenes boss took the initiative to find me and wanted to cooperate with me. He provided me with a lot of funds so that I could bribe Sun Hongjuan's men to achieve the purpose of controlling his company. Moreover, he also controlled some of Chu Daming's and Lu Chan's weaknesses through some unknown means. He let me cooperate with these two people. Lu Chan's company was naturally your company, and my side was dealing with Brother Jun's company." "By the way, did these two people seek refuge with you?" asked Yang Ming. "Yes, the two of them came to me for shelter. However, the two of them were exposed. They are no longer of much use. So, I gave them some money each and had them run away," Tianlong said. Hearing that the two people had run away, Yang Ming didn't bother with them. These two people were just small fries. It was fine if they ran away. He nodded and said, "You continue." "Although I didn't understand the behind-the-scenes boss's intention, I didn't know why he had to target your companies in Songjiang, but since the boss asked, I could only do it." Tianlong said, "But I also knew that the two small fries, Lu Chan and Chu Daming, couldn't make any big waves. I thought that Jiduan City was also your industry, so I thought of joining forces with the Sui family in Mount Jing to deal with your industry. Jiduan City used to be the Sui family's territory, but it was controlled by you. It made Sui Huijin very annoyed, so we hit it off. The Sui family, Chu Daming, and Lu Chan dealt with your company, and I dealt with Sun Hongjun myself. Sui Huijin is dead. Does this have anything to do with you?" Yang Ming listened to the whole story, and it was similar to what Sui Huijin said, so he asked. "What? Sui Huijin is dead? When did he die?" Tianlong was stunned and asked in astonishment. Looking at Tianlong's expression, it didn't seem to be fake. Yang Ming also knew that this had nothing to do with him, so he said, "The night before, Sui Huijin was shot to death in the building of the Sui's group in Mount Jing. Sui Huijin was a celebrity in Mount Jing. Presumably, the news was blocked there. It would not be announced before the matter progressed." Tianlong was probably too busy to care about these things these days. Otherwise, even if there was no news, Tianlong should be able to learn about it from other channels. "Who did it?" Tianlong's face tightened and asked. "If I knew, I wouldn't ask you." Yang Ming shrugged. "Continue to talk about the behind-the-scenes boss." "Well, the behind-the-scenes boss said that as long as I promised him a condition afterward, he would provide me with financial assistance for free." Tianlong said, "I didn't care, so I agreed to it directly. Later, when I was about to succeed, I couldn't help but ask the behind-the-scenes boss what he wanted me to do. However, the behind-the-scenes boss said that he hadn't thought about it yet. Under my questioning, the behind-the-scenes boss said that if I could help him catch Yang Ming, he wouldn't ask me to do anything anymore. I'm afraid this is the real purpose of the behind-the-scenes boss. It's not that he hasn't thought about it, but he deliberately said this to Tianlong." Yang Ming thought. However, he didn't say it out loud, but said, "Then you want to deal with me?" "Yes." Tianlong was a little embarrassed. "I thought about your relationship with Tian Donghua and wanted to use this relationship to lure you in, but I didn't expect Tian Donghua to expose the secret. But now I think about it. Even if you were hooked, I may not be able to deal with you. Today, I was still caught by you, and my martial arts were broken. It turned out to be like this." Yang Ming roughly understood the behind-the-scenes boss plan. Although it was somewhat inconceivable that the behind-the-scenes boss could find Tianlong to deal with him, it was probably because the behind-the-scenes boss failed repeatedly to deal with him. He didn't know what to do, so he thought of such a roundabout way to save the country. The money to support Tianlong was simply a drop in the ocean for the behind-the-scenes boss. It was dispensable, so the behind-the-scenes boss didn't have to pay anything. "Since you have seen the behind-the-scenes boss, do you have a photo of him?" asked Yang Ming. "I really don't." Tianlong shook his head helplessly. "When I first met him, I didn't think of taking a photo of him. When I saw him later, I was very careful. He wouldn't let me have a chance to take a photo of him. Find an expert painter in a while and let him draw a portrait according to your oral description." Yang Ming could only do this. Although he didn't get any valuable clues from Tianlong's mouth, it was worth being happy that Tianlong had actually seen the behind-the-scenes boss. In this way, if a portrait was drawn, Yang Ming could judge whether he had seen the behind-the-scenes boss from the portrait. At least, he knew his enemy well. The first person that Yang Ming thought of was Captain Yang of the police station. Captain Yang often investigated criminal cases. He often found an expert to draw a portrait according to the oral description of the witness, so the person that Captain Yang introduced must be more professional. Thinking of this, Yang Ming dialed Captain Yang's phone. "Captain Yang, it's me, Yang Ming." Yang Ming straightforwardly reported his name. "Oh? Mr. Yang, hello." Captain Yang didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly called, so he naturally said politely, "What can I do for you, Mr. Yang?" "It's like this. Do you have an expert in portrait? I need to draw a portrait of the suspect according to the description of a witness." Yang Ming said. "That's the case. I have an expert in this area. Where are you? I will ask them to come over immediately." When Captain Yang heard Yang Ming's words, he naturally thought that Yang Ming must be performing an important task in the investigation bureau, so he didn't dare to ask more. "Let me go to you." Yang Ming knew that there was an expert on Captain Yang's side, so he was relieved. He would take Tianlong there in the afternoon. "Captain Yang of the Municipal Bureau?" After Yang Ming hung up the phone, Tianlong asked curiously. It's him. He has an expert in portrait. I will take you there in a while." Yang Ming said. Tianlong was more and more curious. Yang Ming's ability seemed to be far beyond his imagination. If Yang Ming had a wide network in Songjiang, it was very understandable. But when it came to Donghai, he seemed to be more familiar with it than a local like him. "President Hua, are you still in contact now?" Yang Ming suddenly thought of President Hua. I don't know what kind of role he played in the whole matter. "No." Tianlong thought about it carefully and finally shook his head. "I haven't seen him recently. He and I are doing business in two different directions. We usually don't have business dealings. Even if I see him, it can only be at a party." Yang Ming felt that what Tianlong said made sense. Indeed, the businesses of the two people were not overlapping. It was normal to have no intersection usually. Yang Ming planned to investigate this President Hua after this matter was settled. He really didn't pay attention to him before. Now it seemed that he was also a character who played a role in a series of events. It turned out to be the case. It seems that this person also has some connection with the behind-the-scenes boss. Yang Ming nodded and said. "Yeah, but this time, my plan failed, and I have to go to Africa with you. I don't know if the behind-the-scenes boss will punish me." When it came to the behind-the-scenes boss, Tianlong said with worry, "Especially now, my martial arts are broken. I don't even have the ability to protect myself. Leave the behind-the-scenes boss to me. You don't have to worry. He has a lot of pawns under him. He won't trouble you, and he doesn't have time to trouble you." Yang Ming said with a smile, "This is my old enemy. Especially now that you are a person by my side, he doesn't have to take the risk to trouble you." Seeing that Yang Ming was calm when he mentioned the behind-the-scenes boss, as if he didn't take this person seriously, Tianlong also let go of his worries. In fact, Yang Ming was still very afraid of this behind-the-scenes boss at the beginning. However, for such a long time, the behind-the-scenes boss only played some tricks with him. No one could do anything to the other. Including the jewelry exhibition incident, Yang Ming turned the tables on the behind-the-scenes boss. Yang Ming thought that he had more advantages. Therefore, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't be afraid of the behind-the-scenes boss. If he was afraid of the enemy before he officially fought, then he would lose without a fight. Although he could despise the enemy, Yang Ming didn't mean to underestimate the behind-the-scenes boss. Judging from his strange methods of tormenting himself, this guy was also a genius. However, it was very likely that Huang Yukai, the incompetent advisor, had more ideas. Yang Ming still had some understanding of Huang Yukai. This guy had a belly full of evil tricks. If he got involved with the behind-the-scenes boss, he would definitely be like a fish in water. It could even show his bad character. "All right." Tianlong nodded and felt relieved. Since Yang Ming said all this, it meant that the behind-the-scenes boss really wouldn't find trouble with him. Those in Africa are my confidants. You and Uncle Sun don't need to worry about their loyalty. You just need to manage the island well. Yang Ming said, of course, if you're not afraid of death, you can do what you did before again. Although Yang Ming had forgiven Tianlong, he had to show both kindness and severity. Some words still had to be said in advance. Tianlong's expression turned stern, and he hurriedly said, relax, Yang Ming, I won't. I will know my place and do my job well. I hope so. Yang Ming waved his hand and gestured to Tianlong, let's go out. You and I will go to the police station for a portrait. Sun Hongjun and Sun San couldn't go to the police station with Yang Ming. It didn't make any sense for them to go. Besides, there were still many messes in the company to deal with. These were all left by Tianlong, so Tianlong was naturally very embarrassed. Brother Jun, the company has troubled you. After Tianlong came out, he saw that Sun Hongjun and Sun San were discussing the company's aftermath work, so he quickly apologized. It's nothing. It's not a bad thing to reform the company. Sun Hongjun waved his hand. Right, Uncle Sun, you can ask Wang Renping for help with the company's matter, said Yang Ming. Wang Renping? Sun Hongjun's face suddenly changed. If he didn't trust Wang Renping, he wouldn't be under house arrest. Yang Ming saw Sun Hongjun's face and knew what he was thinking, so he smiled slightly and said, he is now my man. He can be completely trusted. Okay, since this is the case, then there is no problem. Sun Hongjun listened to Yang Ming's words and knew that Yang Ming had probably tamed Wang Renping. However, Sun Jia glanced at Yang Ming with a smile. Yang Ming felt a little strange at first, but he immediately understood what Sun Jia was laughing at. His face suddenly turned black, and he was a little embarrassed. Sun Jia must have misinterpreted his sentence. Therefore, the people in the room were divided into two groups. Sun Hongjun and Sun San went to the company to deal with things, and Yang Ming, Sun Jia, and Tianlong went to the police station together. Zhang Jinghua saw that things had calmed down, and he was a little anxious. He was not afraid that others would know anything. He quickly found Yang Ming before Yang Ming left. Mr. Yang, about the antidote. Yang Ming saw that there was nothing to do at the junkyard. It didn't matter if Zhang Jinghua was here or not, so he said, you and Uncle Sun go to the company together and help Wang Renping. The antidote given to you yesterday can last until tomorrow night. I will let Wang Renping inform you of my latest decision tomorrow afternoon. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang. Zhang Jinghua listened to Yang Ming's affirmative reply and was relieved. Although he couldn't guarantee whether Yang Ming would give them the antidote tomorrow, at least he would give them the antidote so that they wouldn't die from the voodoo. Antidote? What antidote? After leaving the door, Sun Jia asked with some doubts. In fact, in the room, Sun Hongjun and Sun San also had some doubts, but because Zhang Jinghua was present, the two of them were inconvenient to ask. They planned to wait and see. Hee, do you think that these people will bow down and listen to my orders just because I, your man, am domineering? You think too highly of me. After Yang Ming got in the car, he said to Sun Jia with a smile. Che. Sun Jia didn't comment on Yang Ming's title. She just glared at him. Don't say those useless things. What's the antidote? I gave each of these people a voodoo. If the voodoo is not suppressed by the antidote, it will break out in 30 hours. Their intestines will rot, and they will die. After Yang Ming finished, he looked at Tianlong and said, don't blame your men for betraying you. Is money more important than life? They are not stupid. Oh? Sun Jia's ability to accept was quite strong. Voodoo? You actually know how to use voodoo? I have heard of this saying. Isn't it the same as the treacherous minister Zhao Yunlong during the judging period of the Ming dynasty? He seemed to be poisoned by this voodoo. Yang Ming nodded and said, yes, the way of death is the same. Voodoo was actually not a legend. It was also recorded in history books. In the history of the Ming dynasty, compiled by Zhang Tingyu in the Qing dynasty, there was a detailed explanation. Wen Hua was poisoned by voodoo, and he was punished to sleep in the boat. He didn't talk to himself, and he grabbed his abdomen. His abdomen cracked, and his internal organs came out. He died. It was talking about the tragic scene when Zhao Yunlong died from voodoo. He used his own hands to dig his own abdomen, and his intestines were pulled out. He died. Tianlong listened to the conversation between the two people, and his head had a burst of cold sweat. He secretly muttered in his heart, "What kind of opponent is this? He is too strong. He even knows how to use voodoo. No wonder I lost. Before I go to Africa, Yang Ming will definitely use some voodoo on me." Thinking of this, Tianlong didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. "I didn't expect you to know these things." After Xianxia finished speaking, she suddenly frowned and said, "That's not right. Are you Han Chinese? Voodoo is not taught to outsiders. Only the Miao people are proficient in this. Do you know the Miao people?" N. Yang Ming sighed slightly and thought of Lan Ling. He didn't know how she was doing. Although the two people occasionally exchanged text messages, most of them were simple greetings. They didn't talk about each other's recent situation, so Yang Ming was very worried about Lan Ling. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't seem to be willing to mention these things, Xianxia didn't ask anymore. "Right, I met Sister Xianxia when I came yesterday." Yang Ming took the initiative to change the topic. "She said that you contacted her before you went back to Donghai. You said that you would look for her when you came back. As a result, there was no news for a few days. She was a little anxious." "Aya." Xianxia patted her head and said, "If you didn't mention it, I really forgot about this. Indeed, I talked to her before I came back." "What did you say?" "Of course, I won't tell her the truth. I just said that you have been delayed by some things recently and are relatively busy. Today, I invited her to dinner." "Let's go together in the evening," said Yang Ming. Xianxia naturally agreed. She didn't want to tell Xianxia these things. After all, this was not a glorious thing. She just pretended that she didn't know. The car drove into the Donghai police station. Because Captain Yang gave Yang Ming a pass, there was no interrogation, and the guard let him in. With this scene, Xianxia also secretly looked at Yang Ming. In fact, women were often like this. Previously, she felt that Yang Ming had not reached her ideal, so she always felt that Yang Ming had many shortcomings. But once she recognized it from her heart, then she looked at Yang Ming's body, and it was all advantages. He went upstairs directly to find Captain Yang. Captain Yang had already found the portrait expert and was waiting. "Mr. Yang, I have found the expert. This is Expert Wang." Captain Yang introduced a middle-aged man next to him to Yang Ming. Then he said to Expert Wang, "This is Mr. Yang Ming. He is the leader in charge of a case. Please try your best to cooperate with him." Yang Ming's true identity, Captain Yang naturally wouldn't say it. He didn't know if what Yang Ming was doing was confidential, so he didn't dare to talk casually. He just vaguely introduced the identity of Yang Ming. "Thank you very much, Captain Yang." Yang Ming naturally didn't say that he was actually doing a private matter. He turned to Expert Wang and said, "Expert Wang, I'll trouble you." "No problem, Mr. Yang. I will try my best." Although Captain Yang didn't say it, Expert Wang was also a person inside the system. He probably guessed the identity of Yang Ming. He should be a person from an institution similar to the Security Bureau, so he didn't ask much. "Then let's start." Yang Ming quickly entered the topic and asked Tianlong to describe the appearance of the behind-the-scenes boss to Expert Wang. This Expert Wang was indeed very professional. According to Tianlong's description, he quickly entered the state and began to sketch on the paper with a pencil. Yang Ming didn't disturb them. He and Sun Jiao left the room and waited in the lounge. "How do you know Captain Yang?" Sun Jiao was very puzzled. "Moreover, he said that you were sent to investigate the case? What the hell is going on? Could it be that you lied to him that you are a senior official? What are you thinking?" Yang Ming was dumbfounded after listening to Sun Jia's words. "Do you think that he is a criminal police officer for nothing? If I just made up an identity, would he believe it?" Sun Jia thought about it. If it was so easy to be deceived, then the world would be in chaos. However, she was still very curious. "What's going on? Isn't it because of this?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly and handed an ID to Sun Jia. Xianxia took Yang Ming's ID with some surprise. She looked at it and was shocked. You? If it's not me, then who is it? Yang Ming spread his hands and said, although I also work for them, it is usually more convenient to do things. This is true. Xianxia's ability to accept it was faster. She returned the ID to Yang Ming. Everything is two-sided. I didn't expect you to have such an identity. Actually, I told you before that I am far from being as simple as you think. You didn't believe it yourself. Yang Ming shrugged. Do you believe it now? Who asked you not to say it all at once? Xianxia glanced at Yang Ming. Yang Ming laughed twice. He thought, didn't I just join recently? How did I tell you before? Okay, tell me about your island in Africa. I thought I knew you very well, but now it seems that I don't know anything. Xianxia really had this feeling. When she thought she fully understood Yang Ming, she found that in fact, she didn't understand him at all. It's complicated to talk about. Yang Ming naturally couldn't tell Xianxia everything. At least, he couldn't say anything about the assassin, so he told Xianxia 90% of the truth and 10% of the lies. Xianxia didn't doubt it but listened with relish. When are you going to take me there to play? Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's narration and was very eager to go there. There will be opportunities. We will all go there at that time, said Yang Ming. Us? Who else? Xianxia certainly wasn't stupid. She immediately heard the meaning in Yang Ming's words. You, and Meng Yan and the others. Yang Ming said, when we get there, it will be my territory. At that time, we will hold a mass wedding. You're dreaming, huh? Have you thought about the future? Xianxia was annoyed and amused. She felt that Yang Ming was really hopeless. He actually thought about these things. On Tianlong's side, with the help of Expert Wang, he quickly drew a portrait of the behind-the-scenes boss. Expert Wang modified it on the computer. The final picture was confirmed by Tianlong. It was exactly the same as the behind-the-scenes boss in his impression. There was no difference. After Tianlong saw it, he praised Expert Wang's technique. Expert Wang smiled and waved his hand, saying that he didn't deserve it. Seeing Tianlong and Expert Wang come out, Yang Ming and Xianxia also stopped talking. Yang Ming stood up and asked, Uncle Tian, Expert Wang, how is it? It's already out. Expert Wang smiled and pointed to the portrait in Tianlong's hand. Not to mention, this Expert Wang is really amazing. He is almost the same as the person in my impression. Tianlong quickly handed the portrait in his hand to Yang Ming and praised. Oh? Yang Ming took the portrait and held it in his hand. After looking at it, Yang Ming's eyes were stunned. This person, isn't it the man who met Alice in Victoria's photo? It's the man who was with Huang Yukai. This person is actually the behind-the-scenes boss? Yang Ming felt a little incredible. A person who originally looked very mysterious suddenly appeared in front of you. When you found out that it was actually this person, there would be a feeling of disappointment. Although Yang Ming had not seen this person before, Yang Ming had a very familiar feeling as if he had known him before. However, this person's appearance was really very ordinary. There was no special feature. It belonged to the kind of person who was forgotten after turning his head. If Yang Ming didn't have a deep impression of him, he would have a feeling that he didn't know this person when he suddenly picked up this portrait. Now that it was completely confirmed that the behind-the-scenes boss was the person who met Alice, Yang Ming's heart was also relieved. At the very least, he had an enemy. Although he hadn't officially fought, at least he already knew the existence of the enemy. Unlike before, he couldn't be sure whether these behind-the-scenes bosses were the same person. Thank you. Expert Wang. Yang Ming was very grateful that Expert Wang could draw the image of the behind-the-scenes boss so vividly. You're welcome. If Mr. Yang doesn't have anything else, then I will go first. Expert Wang said with a smile. Expert Wang, let's go out for a meal together in a while. Consider it as a thank you. Yang Ming said quickly and politely. No need. Expert Wang waved his hand and said, this is what I should do. I still have other things to do. There is no need for a meal. Seeing that Expert Wang said so, Yang Ming didn't insist. He thought that expert Wang was telling the truth. With his strength, his daily workload was definitely a lot. How could he have time to socialize? Mr. Yang, how is it? Have you finished drawing the portrait? Is there anything you need help with? Captain Yang also received the notice from expert Wang's assistant and pushed the door in. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment. Although he felt that doing this would not be of much use, he still held an attitude of giving it a try. Captain Yang, I have a portrait here. Please help me look for this person in the database. Is there any information on this person? Oh? Okay. Captain Yang took the portrait that Yang Ming handed to him. He nodded and said, I will use the electronic version of the picture made by expert Wang. The electronic version of the picture made by expert Wang could be directly entered into the database and compared with the facial recognition system. So, after Captain Yang copied it, he ordered his man to do this. Although the results of the inquiry were expected by Yang Ming, he was still a little disappointed after hearing the results. There was no one who looked like this person in the database. There were some who looked similar, but Yang Ming denied all of them after reading the information. Either the age didn't match, or the person was thousands of miles away from here. Such a person couldn't be the behind-the-scenes boss. However, Yang Ming still expressed his gratitude to Captain Yang and expert Wang. He wanted to treat them to a meal, but Captain Yang and expert Wang declined. First of all, Yang Ming's identity was there. Although they were not directly under the two systems, Captain Yang still had to assist Yang Ming. If they wanted to treat, it should be Captain Yang. However, the most important thing was that they had been busy recently. Captain Yang and expert Wang were responsible for another case. They really had no spare time. Yang Ming naturally didn't insist. They agreed to have a meal together next time. Captain Yang and expert Wang both gladly agreed. Tianlong also had doubts about Yang Ming's identity, but he didn't dare to ask Yang Ming directly like Xianxia. He could only keep it in his heart and slowly discover it by himself in the future. Out of the police station, Yang Ming and Xianxia were going to find Xianxia for a meal. Naturally, they couldn't bring Tianlong along. Sun Hongjuan's company still had a lot of things to do. Yang Ming sent Tianlong to the company to help Sun Hongjun. Yang Ming believed that after this disaster, Tianlong could be more well-behaved and do his own things honestly. Tianlong left by himself in a taxi, and Yang Ming drove Xianxia to find Xianxia. Where are we going? After getting in the car, Yang Ming asked Xianxia. I'll call and ask. Xianxia didn't know where Xianxia was now. They just texted each other at noon, saying that they would meet in a while, but they would contact each other at a later time. Yang Ming nodded and parked the car on the side of the road. Although the entrance of the police station was a no-parking area, the cars that could park here were basically official cars of various departments. They came to the police station to do things. No one paid attention to Yang Ming. Little Xian? It's me. Xianxia answered the phone and said to Xianxia over there. Little Jia? Where are you? Are you done with your things over there? Xianxia was very happy to receive Xianxia's call. The two people hadn't met for a long time. Plus, Xianxia was very anxious when she couldn't contact Xianxia a few days ago, so she was a little excited. Yang Ming and I will look for you? Yang Ming asked. Wu Yunqing and I are at the carnival land. Can you come and find us? Xianxia said. That's fine. See you later. Xianxia didn't expect Xianxia to actually go to the amusement park. After hanging up the phone, she said to Yang Ming, they are at the carnival. Let's go and find them. Where's the carnival? You get out. Let me drive. I will take you there. After Xianxia finished, she pushed the door and got out of the car. Yang Ming knew that Xianxia's driving skills were good. Naturally, he didn't hesitate to change seats with her. Your car is very comfortable to drive. Give it to me. Xianxia touched the steering wheel and said, it feels good. Okay, I will order one for you when I go back. Yang Ming saw that Xianxia liked it, so he naturally agreed. Anyway, Yang Ming wasn't short of money. It was just a car. This is what you said. It wasn't that Sun Jia couldn't afford a car. She could buy a car for Sun Jiwei directly, let alone herself. It was just that Yang Ming gave it to her, so she felt that the meaning was a little different. Originally, Yang Ming intended to give this car to Jing Xiaolu. After all, he had promised her last time. But after he went back, he still couldn't give it to her. The license plate of this car was too eye-catching. Many people, including Chen Mengyan and Sun Jia, knew that this car was his. If he gave it to Jing Xiaolu, it would be a little unclear. Therefore, Yang Ming planned to order the same car for Jing Xiaolu. Since Jing Xiaolu couldn't give it to him, Sun Jia naturally couldn't give it to her. Otherwise, if Chen Mengyan saw it, she would be furious. It seemed that this car could only be returned to Ho Zhenhan. Let him and Bao Sanli drive it. Even if Sun Jia drove, she got the wrong direction at the intersection of the carnival. She had to ask an old man who sold popsicles before she found the carnival. You haven't been here before? Yang Ming was a little curious. Why didn't Sun Jia even come to the carnival? No. Sun Jia shook her head and smiled. After this place was built, I was already in high school. How would I have time to play? Yang Ming was a little silent. He originally thought that Sun Jia should be very happy growing up in a rich family, but it wasn't the case. Although his family didn't have much money before, his parents had taken him to the amusement park. Your boyfriend, didn't he take you there? Yang Ming asked subconsciously. Sun Jia glanced at Yang Ming. Apparently, she didn't want to mention this topic, but since Yang Ming asked, Sun Jia had to say, what kind of boyfriend is he? We were together for only a week. We didn't do anything. Of course, I know that you didn't do anything. Yang Ming said with a smile, Sister Xiaoqing told me. Xiaoqing? What does it have to do with her? Sun Jia was stunned, but after thinking it through, she couldn't help but blush. You misunderstood. What I meant by not doing anything was going to the amusement park or something. Yang Ming smiled and didn't continue to dwell on this issue. Since he doesn't count, let me take you to this amusement park to play. What's so fun here? Sun Jia saw that most of the people here were children, and she couldn't help but frown. Of course, it's fun. Yang Ming smiled and said, wait for me. I'm going to buy the tickets. You can contact Sister Xianxia and see where they are. Yang Ming went to buy the tickets. Sun Jia was about to call Xianxia, but she saw that Yang Ming went to the ticket booth and came back. Sun Jia was a little surprised. Why didn't you buy the tickets? Give me your student ID. Yang Ming reached out and said to Sun Jia. What student ID? Why? Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming in confusion. Your school's student ID. Student tickets are half price, said Yang Ming. Heh. Sun Jia took out her student ID from her handbag and handed it to Yang Ming. She smiled and said, do you still care about this little money? I'm also a student. Why don't I use the privilege? Yang Ming was righteous. If I don't use this thing now, it will be invalid when it expires. Yang Ming took Sun Jia's student ID and took out his own student ID. He went to the ticket booth to buy the tickets. Previously, when his car was checked by the security department at school, Yang Ming carried the student ID with him. Yang Ming bought 2 student tickets and entered the carnival with Sun Jia. Sun Jia just called Xianxia. She was waiting in line with Wu Yunqing to buy the roller coaster tickets. She asked Sun Jia and Yang Ming to go directly to them. The roller coaster was easier to find. It could be seen from a distance. Yang Ming pulled Sun Jia's hand. Sun Jia struggled a bit but couldn't break free. She let Yang Ming hold her hand. Sun Jia recognized Yang Ming in her heart, so she completely opened her heart to Yang Ming. She just felt a little embarrassed. She was older than Yang Ming. Would others think that she and Yang Ming were in a relationship? Thinking of this, Sun Jia blushed. Yang Ming, will others say that we are in a relationship? Who can see it? Yang Ming touched his beard and said, it seems that I seem to be much older than you. Except for your big chest, you are almost the same as a young girl. But it's okay. Children nowadays eat well and develop well. You see, those Yao Yao and the others also have big chests. Yang Ming was busy with the Sun family and Tian Long these days, so he was a little sloppy. Especially Yang Ming's experience in Africa and Vietnam, he seemed to have gone through a lot. He really seemed to be older than Xianxia. If it wasn't written clearly on the student ID, the ticket seller wouldn't treat him as a student. Xianxia was quite happy when she heard the first half of Yang Ming's sentence, but when she heard the latter half, Yang Ming mentioned her chest. It was getting more and more outrageous. Xianxia stared at Yang Ming with some annoyance. Why? Do you think it's big? No, I can't wait to like it. Yang Ming smiled and no longer angered Xianxia. But to be honest, Yang Ming, you have really matured a lot. Xianxia carefully looked up and down at Yang Ming. Indeed, after Yang Ming came back from Africa, both his temperament and appearance had changed a lot. In the past, Xianxia always regarded Yang Ming as her own younger brother. She also had feelings for him, but age was one of the main reasons for Xianxia's concern. But now Yang Ming's skin color was tanned, and his face was masculine. He really looked like a mature man. At first glance, Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. There are a lot of things in this period. Yang Ming sighed. People grow up in the midst of things. That's true. Xianxia nodded. Well, Xianxia is waving to me over there. After we meet, don't mention these things again. Of course, I know. Yang Ming responded. He and Xianxia quickened their pace and walked toward Xianxia and Wu Yunsheng. Little Jia. I missed you so much. When Xianxia saw Xianxia, she gave Xianxia a bear hug. The relationship between the two people was established when they were in school. It wasn't mixed with any interests, so it was extraordinarily pure. Brother, come. I missed you too. After hugging Xianxia, Xianxia turned to Yang Ming and extended her arms. Forget it. Yang Ming sweated. Looking at Xianxia's bulging chest, it didn't seem good to hug her. Yang Ming thought, although the two people have a pure sibling relationship, after all, they aren't biological siblings. Xianxia was also overwhelmed by enthusiasm. When she heard Yang Ming say this, she also felt that it was a bit inappropriate, so she didn't insist. She put away her arms and said, Little Jia, Little Ming, I bought 4 tickets. Let's go on the roller coaster together later. I'm going too? Xianxia had never ridden a roller coaster before. She looked at the roller coaster going back and forth. She was a little dizzy. This thing can't fall, right? No, there's a seat belt. Xianxia shook her head. Little Jia, you haven't ridden it before, right? Xianxia shook her head, indicating that she had never done it before. I say, brother, what are you doing? You didn't bring our little Jia to play. You're not a competent boyfriend, right? Xianxia wasn't willing when she heard it. She complained to Yang Ming. Yang Ming thought, today is my first day as a boyfriend, and I brought Xianxia out to play. How qualified I am. However, this naturally couldn't be said to Xianxia. Therefore, Yang Ming could only be a sucker and be wronged. We are usually very busy in school, and we don't have time to play. Xianxia helped Yang Ming out of the situation. She naturally knew the embarrassment in Yang Ming's heart. It turns out to be like this. You are all graduate students. Unlike me and Wu Yunsheng, it's easy to work. Xianxia naturally thought that Yang Ming and Xianxia were graduate students. She didn't expect Yang Ming to be much younger than Xianxia. Yeah, besides, the amusement park in Songjiang doesn't have so many fun things. Yang Ming smiled and didn't explain. Let's go. It's our turn. Xianxia saw that the last round of the roller coaster was over, so she took Xianxia's hand and walked in quickly. Yang Ming and Wu Yunsheng smiled bitterly and followed behind. Before you came, I had ridden this thing 5 times. Xianxia just can't get enough. Wu Yunsheng sighed and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. I grew up in the army compound since I was a child. I can't take it anymore. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that they had ridden the roller coaster 5 times before he came. This was indeed enough for Wu Yunsheng. Some people were born with a strong sense of balance, but some people needed to rely on the nurturing. Xianxia might be the kind who was born with a strong sense of balance. She didn't seem to feel uncomfortable after riding so many times, but Wu Yunqing's face wasn't very good. If you really can't do it, you don't have to go. Yang Ming looked at Wu Yunqing sympathetically. Forget it. I'll go. Otherwise, if Xianxia gets angry, I won't have a good time. Wu Yunqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yang Ming sat next to Xianxia and helped her fasten her seatbelt. After carefully checking that there was no problem, he was relieved. Yang Ming was very careful about these things. This was the instinctive reaction of an assassin. Assassins often perform tasks in unfamiliar environments, and they always had to be on guard against others hurting them, so a small oversight around them could be fatal. However, Xianxia didn't think so. When she saw Yang Ming carefully checking her seatbelt for her, she felt warm in her heart. She felt that it was good that someone cared about her. However, in the next moment, Xianxia felt that Yang Ming was really not very good, because Yang Ming's hand was reaching for her chest. What are you doing? Although the relationship between Xianxia and Yang Ming was already very close, Xianxia couldn't tolerate Yang Ming touching Xianxia's chest in public. I have seen a video before. When a foreign girl with a big chest was riding a roller coaster, her clothes fell off, and her chest was exposed. Yang Ming said, "Let me check your clothes." Although the clothes worn in early spring weren't as thin as summer, Yang Ming was also afraid of accidents. Anyway, it was his own private property. He couldn't simply let others see it. Xianxia knew that she misunderstood Yang Ming when she heard it. She had seen the video herself. Yang Ming didn't lie to her. Thinking of this, Xianxia whispered, "I'm wearing a small vest inside." "It's okay." "That's good." Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Otherwise, I would have thought of taking off my coat for you to wear. It's such a cold day, and you're wearing so little. I don't know how you can bear it." Previously, I was either in the house or driving. I didn't stay outside for so long. Xianxia felt a little cold when Yang Ming said so she complained. Yang Ming knew that Xianxia didn't fight the cold for beauty. It was because she didn't go out often. She drove when she went out, and there was heating and air conditioning at the place. A preparatory bell sounded, and the roller coaster slowly started. Yang Ming didn't feel much. During the days of the European butterfly family's training, there were many more thrilling training projects, so the roller coaster had no effect on Yang Ming at all. Xianxia was different. It was her first time riding the roller coaster since she was a child. The inertia brought by the moment the roller coaster started made her heart flutter, and then it was in her throat. Yang Ming looked at the nervous Xianxia and smiled slightly. He reached out and held her soft and cold little hand with cold sweat. He said softly, "Don't worry. I am with you. Nothing will happen." What Yang Ming said was true. It was not an exaggeration. Even if the roller coaster broke down in midair, Yang Ming could easily escape with Xianxia. Xianxia didn't understand the hidden meaning of Yang Ming's words. She just felt relaxed. This kind of warm feeling was something Xianxia had never had before. Even when she was with Yang Ming, although they seemed to be boyfriend and girlfriend, in fact, they weren't. Xianxia couldn't let go, but now it was different. It made her feel like she belonged. Xianxia closed her eyes and only heard the sound of the wind in her ears. She was not so scared in her heart. The scene of her first meeting with Yang Ming appeared in her mind. Now that she thought about it, she and Yang Ming at that time were very ridiculous. After having a relationship with a strange combination of circumstances, they began to be entangled. Perhaps, this is a destined marriage. When Xianxia opened her eyes again, the roller coaster had already stopped steadily on the ground. Yang Ming took Xianxia's hand and got off the roller coaster. Xianxia didn't feel the feeling of the roller coaster. She was just thinking about the little things that happened between her and Yang Ming, but she didn't notice what happened in front of her. Looking at Wu Yunqing again, this time his face was even more ugly. His face was green, and he might have vomited. Xianxia also found that Wu Yunqing was not okay. She asked with concern, which made Wu Yunqing very happy. He only sighed that he didn't suffer in vain. This made Yang Ming despise him. Isn't this self-abuse? Go and eat some cold drinks. Yang Ming saw that Wu Yunqing was very uncomfortable, so he suggested, "Eat and drink. You will feel better." Wu Yunqing nodded and walked to the milk tea shop not far away with the help of Xianxia. Seeing this drink shop named Hake, Yang Ming suddenly had a familiar feeling. Although it wasn't as famous as Quick Guessed, it was a local brand in Donghai. There was also a franchise store of this shop near Red Flag High School. At that time, it was one of the earliest street drink shops in Songjiang. Suya and I often bought some fruit tea to drink, but I don't know if fruit tea is still sold. Since pearl milk tea became popular in Hong Kong and Taiwan, fruit tea was no longer popular. However, Yang Ming was very nostalgic. He didn't think that this pearl milk tea was delicious, but he missed the taste of fruit tea. The four people entered the Hake milk tea drink shop together and found a four-person booth to sit down. The consumption in the carnival was much more expensive than outside, especially now that it was spring, and the weather wasn't so hot, so there weren't many people in this drink shop. When the proprietress saw the four people come in, she quickly warmly welcomed the four people to sit down and took out the order and handed it to the four people. "Sister Xianxia, Brother Wu, you order first." Yang Ming pushed the order in front of the two people and said. Wu Yunqing was very uncomfortable, but he didn't refuse Yang Ming. He looked at the order and asked for a cold drink. Xianxia asked for a cup of milk tea, and then gave the order to Sun Jia and Yang Ming. "Is there fruit tea?" Sun Jia hesitated and asked the proprietress. "Yes." "What flavor do you want?" The proprietress nodded and smiled. "It seems that you are a native of Donghai. Only the locals know about fruit tea, but it's not as popular as before." "Lemony." Sun Jia said, "Yeah, there are few people selling this kind of thing on the street recently. It can only be seen in the Hake Inn." This was a popular drink. At that time, the fruit tea juice produced by the Hake Beverage Company was sold in the streets of Donghai, Songjiang, and other places, but it was later replaced by other carbonated drinks and vitamin C drinks. The proprietress seemed very helpless. "Now, children don't like this flavor. Now, only the young people of your generation come to ask for this kind of fruit tea. I also want a cup of fruit tea, the same as hers." Yang Ming said, "I used to buy it when I was in school." The proprietress nodded and went to prepare. Because there were few guests, she quickly served the things that Yang Ming and others ordered. Wu Yunqing drank a few mouthfuls of cold drinks, and his face was much better. Xianxia was a little guilty. "You are uncomfortable." "Yang." In front of Yang Ming and Sun Jia, Xianxia was a little embarrassed when Wu Yunqing said this. It seemed that she usually bullied him. She quickly said, "Why do we need to be so polite between us? As long as you are happy, we are willing to do anything." After Yang Ming finished speaking, he felt a pain in his leg. Looking at Sun Jia's smirk, Yang Ming knew that she kicked him. He had always been overbearing in Sun Jia's eyes with a bit of male chauvinism. He was just lying with his eyes wide open. But then again, Sun Jia liked this kind of Yang Ming. If he was a yes man, Sun Jia would not like him. It could only be said that the character of a strong woman was different from Yang Ming. Sun Jia liked men who were stronger than her, and what Xianxia needed was an obedient man. Yang Ming smiled. He knew that he said too much, so he shut up. However, he was mercilessly exposed by Xianxia. "Brother, what you said is wrong. Little Jia likes men who are more overbearing than her. We grew up together. How can I not understand her temperament? If you are like Wu Yunqing, you may not be liked by little Jia." These words were a bit hurtful. Sure enough, Wu Yunqing was a little uncomfortable after hearing it, but he didn't dare to say anything. He looked aggrieved. Xianxia also knew that she said something wrong, so she quickly added, "However, I like a considerate and gentle man like my Wu Yunqing. You are destined to only be my brother." This sentence made Wu Yunqing smile again. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. These two people, it is really hard to say. It seems that only people with similar temperaments can be together. After drinking, Yang Ming took the initiative to pay the bill, but Xianxia glared at Wu Yunqing. "Why did you ask my brother to spend money?" Wu Yunqing was shocked. He quickly took out the money from his pocket to return it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming waved his hand with some amusement. Brother Wu, you can treat us later. After listening to Yang Ming, Wu Yunqing looked at Yang Xian. When he saw Yang Xian nodding, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even Xianxia felt that Wu Yunqing was too submissive. If it were her, she would definitely not be able to stand it. However, it couldn't be helped. Yang Xian liked this kind of person. Xianxia couldn't interfere with other people's feelings. The four people were about to leave. As soon as they walked to the door, two people came in. When the two people saw Yang Xian and Xianxia, they were slightly stunned. Xianxia and Yang Xian were also slightly stunned when they saw the two people. These two people were called Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu. They were high school classmates of Xianxia and Yang Xian. When they were in high school, they pursued Xianxia and Yang Xian. They vowed to take down these two class flowers, but sadly, they did not succeed. Qian Tangjiang was Xianxia's pursuer, and Yu Tianzhu was Yang Xian's pursuer. These two people were jackals of the same tribe. After graduating from high school, they didn't go to college, but they relied on their family's power to do well. This carnival was contracted by Qian Tangjiang's family, so Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu had the identities of two staff members in the carnival. Every day, they acted like tyrants to the merchants in the carnival. They lived a happy life. Qian Tangjiang was responsible for the merchant leasing of the carnival, which just happened to control the lifeline of these merchants. Yu Tianzhu was in charge of the security department. He had a group of underlings. These people who made a living in the carnival didn't dare to provoke them. After the two people dealt with the matters at hand, they planned to come to Haiku to drink something. Of course, it was the kind that didn't pay. The two people couldn't afford to drink much, not to mention that the cost of the drinks was very low. The lady boss could also afford it. What's more, these two people weren't stupid. They didn't rely on a merchant to take advantage of them. They could only come here once a week, so the owners of these merchants let them do whatever they wanted. Anyway, the losses weren't big, and they usually relied on them. These two people were used to acting like tyrants in the carnival. In this small piece of land, they were like local tyrants. Naturally, their self-esteem was inflated to the extreme. They thought that they were the number two in the world. Seeing that the two girls who they pursued in high school actually walked together with other men, Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu were a little unhappy. However, the two of them also knew the background of Xianxia and Yang Xian's family. They didn't dare to offend them casually. Otherwise, they would have already forced themselves on them. Xianxia, Yang Xian. What a coincidence. Qian Tangjiang greeted Xianxia and Yang Xian like a normal person. Although they were reluctant to talk to these two people, they greeted them politely. Xianxia and Yang Xian couldn't ignore it, so they smiled and nodded. Yes, it's you. What a coincidence. These two are. Why don't you introduce them to us? Yu Tianzhu looked at Yang Ming and Wu Yunqing and asked. He still had a glimmer of fantasy in his heart. These two people had nothing to do with Xianxia and Yang Xian. Even if they were related, they were relatives. This is my younger brother, Yang Ming. Yang Xian pointed to Yang Ming and introduced him to Yu Tianzhu and Qian Tangjiang. After the two people heard it, they were relieved. They thought, it turns out to be your younger brother. Then, the family came out to play together. However, after listening to the second half of Yang Xian's sentence, Qian Tangjiang almost vomited blood. Little Jia's boyfriend. When the two heard it, what kind of relationship is this? Could it be that the pavilion closest to the water gets the moon first? However, the two people thought wrongly. They thought that Yang Ming was Yang Xian's younger brother. Then, this is. Yu Tianzhu was not a suitor of Xianxia. He was not interested in Yang Ming, so he still had hope for the remaining man, thinking that this person had nothing to do with Yang Xian. This is my brother-in-law, Wu Yunqing. Yang Ming grinned. He had already seen that these two people's eyes towards Xianxia and Yang Xian were a bit improper. Naturally, he knew their dirty thoughts in their hearts, so he did not give them any chance. Sure enough, Yu Tianzhu's face turned black. He knew that his chance was slim, but he was unwilling. However, it was not easy to say it at this time. He could only hold back his displeasure and pretend to smile. It turns out to be Xianxia's boyfriend. Hello, hello. Wu Yunqing was more easygoing. Naturally, he would not think about whether Yu Tianzhu had any other intentions, so he reached out and shook hands with Yu Tianzhu enthusiastically. Yu Tianzhu snorted coldly in his heart. Although I can't do anything to you, it is still necessary to show you who is the boss. Thinking of this, he increased the strength of his hand that was holding Wu Yunqing's hand. It was like a vice clamping on Wu Yunqing's wrist. Although Wu Yunqing grew up in the military compound, he only had a good physique since he was a child. He had not undergone professional training. Yu Tianzhu, as the manager of the carnival security department, naturally had some skills. First, he came from a sports background. Second, he did not slack off in the past few years. Otherwise, how could he discipline his stupid subordinates? Therefore, Yu Tianzhu's strength was surprisingly great. Wu Yunqing's face suddenly turned green. He struggled for a while, but he did not open his eyes. Cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. Even if Wu Yunqing was a good man, he knew that Yu Tianzhu was targeting him. However, Xianxia was next to him. He could not show weakness. Otherwise, his beloved woman would definitely lose face. In front of Xianxia, Wu Yunqing could lower his posture. It did not matter how she threw a tantrum. However, if it was someone else, Wu Yunqing would not be so easy to bully. Although he did not have as much strength as Yu Tianzhu, Wu Yunqing still clenched his teeth and held on. Although his skills were not as good as others, the children from the military compound had endurance. Therefore, after being pinched by Yu Tianzhu for so long, Wu Yunqing's face only changed slightly, but he did not make a sound. How could Yu Tianzhu's little trick escape from Yang Ming's eyes? These were the tricks that Yang Ming had played before. Seeing that Wu Yunqing was at a disadvantage, it was not a good idea to continue like this. So, Yang Ming smiled slightly. Why, brother Tianzhu? You only shake hands with my brother-in-law, but you don't want to shake hands with me? Yu Tianzhu originally wanted to punish this Wu Yunqing for a while, but when he heard Yang Ming say this, he thought, there is a fool who takes the initiative to come to me. That's just right. I will punish you for Qian Tangzhong. Therefore, Yu Tianzhu let go of Wu Yunqing's hand and smiled at him meaningfully. The unspeakable mockery made Wu Yunqing unable to vent his anger. At this time, if Wu Yunqing became angry, he would fall into Yu Tianzhu's trap. Xianxia and the others would see how ungentlemanly he was, and how he was still angry when his skills were not as good as others. Therefore, Wu Yunqing could only endure it in depression. He decided to start practicing his grip strength after going home today. Otherwise, if he did not get back his face, his heart would not be balanced. After Yu Tianzhu let go of Wu Yunqing's hand, he held the hand that Yang Ming extended. He smiled sinisterly. Xianxia's younger brother, nice to meet you. After that, Yu Tianzhu's hand suddenly exerted force and squeezed. However, unexpectedly, Yang Ming's palm was not deformed. However, Yu Tianzhu did not think much about it because many people's palm bones were relatively hard. Even if the palm was not deformed, it would be extremely painful. It was even more painful than deforming it. So thinking of this, Yu Tianzhu increased the strength of his hand. However, it was too early for Yu Tianzhu to be happy. When he increased his strength for the second time, he suddenly felt a strong force oppressing his palm. In an instant, his palm was squeezed out of shape. Yu Tianzhu's eyes bulged, and he almost screamed out loud. If Yu Tianzhu's hand was like a tiger's pincers, then Yang Ming's hand was like a mechanical arm. Yu Tianzhu wanted to counterattack, but under Yang Ming's hand, he couldn't move at all. Yu Tianzhu's forehead began to sweat. Naturally, it was not because of nervousness, but because of pain. His big move that was always effective was easily broken by Yang Ming, and Yang Ming turned the tables on him. Yu Tianzhu still had unspeakable bitterness. He was obviously the one who found trouble first. Yang Ming was just counterattacking. Looking at Yang Ming's face again, he had a smile as if nothing had happened. It was as if the person who was exerting force was not him at all. What was even more infuriating was that Yang Ming actually said, "It seems that brother Tianzhu and I really hit it off at first sight. Brother Tianzhu is not willing to let go of my hand." Sun Jia and Xianxia didn't know what the two were doing, and they didn't think in that direction. Naturally, they didn't notice the two holding hands. However, Wu Yunxing, as a former party, certainly knew that Yang Ming and Yu Tianzhu were competing in hand strength. Looking at Yang Ming's relaxed appearance and Yu Tianzhu's sweaty appearance, it was obvious who had the upper hand. While Wu Yunxing was secretly happy, he was also a little ashamed. Yang Ming is really powerful. I still can't do it. It seems that I have to strengthen my training in the future. However, Yang Ming avenged him, and his heart was a lot more relaxed. He was not as depressed as before. Yu Tianzhu really had unspeakable bitterness. There was a saying, you reap what you sow. He really experienced it. Fortunately, Yang Ming wasn't in the mood to continue to care about him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to cripple this person's palm. So, Yang Ming let go of his hand and patted Yu Tianzhu's shoulder with a smile. Brother Tianzhu and I really hit it off at first sight. Hit it off at first sight. Yu Tianzhu was almost bleeding internally from Yang Ming's pat. He also wanted to imitate Yang Ming to pat him, but his palm was about to explode from Yang Ming's grip. How could he still lift his hand to pat others? Do the two of you want to drink something? Yang Ming looked at the Ocean Inn and asked Yu Tianzhu and Qian Tangjiang. Others didn't understand Yu Tianzhu, but Qian Tangjiang knew. He was very familiar with Yu Tianzhu's means of intimidation. He knew that Yu Tianzhu had just suffered a big loss. He was also very angry with Yang Ming. When he heard Yang Ming ask this, he thought that Yang Ming wanted to drink something with them. When they sat together, he would hint to the proprietress of the Ocean Inn to get some laxatives for Yang Ming. He was not afraid that he couldn't kill this Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Qian Tangjiang quickly said, yeah, since brother Yang and Tianzhu are so congenial, then let's drink something together. My treat. No, we just finished drinking. Yang Ming said faintly. He originally thought that Yang Ming would agree, but he didn't expect such a reply. Qian Tangjiang was a little annoyed, but he really couldn't bend it. He had to endure it. Well, then next time. You guys go and have fun. If you encounter anything, call me at any time. I can settle it for you. As Qian Tangjiang spoke, he took out a business card and sent one to Sun Jia, Xianxia, Wu Yunxing, and Yang Ming. Yang Ming picked it up and looked at it. The title of Donghai Carnival Amusement Park Commercial Expansion Department Manager was written on it. It turned out that he was a character. No wonder he was so arrogant. Yang Ming smiled faintly and stuffed the business card into his pocket. Since they had said so, Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu naturally didn't ask Sun Jia and Yang Xian to stay. They watched them walk out of the Ocean Inn. The two people had to vent their anger on the proprietress of the Ocean Inn. They ordered a few drinks and sat down to complain. Did you suffer a loss just now? Qian Tangjiang looked at Yu Tianzhu, whose hands were still trembling. That kid is a troublemaker. He has a lot of strength in his hands. I can't beat him. Yu Tianzhu naturally didn't hide anything from Qian Tangjiang. He said very sullenly. D***mn, we can't let this go. Qian Tangjiang slammed the table and said angrily. Yeah, we can't let them off so easily. Yu Tianzhu also echoed. In fact, they vented their anger on Yang Ming and Wu Yunxing. This was only a secondary reason. Their main goal was still Sun Jia and Yang Xian. Although the status of the two had improved in the past few years, they were rich, and they had played with a lot of women. They were always brooding about their first love, especially the things that they didn't get. Therefore, the two missed Sun Jia and Yang Xian more and more. Especially after seeing them today, they found that the two were more beautiful and sexy. Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu couldn't sit still. They wanted to take Sun Jia and Yang Xian from Yang Ming and Wu Yunxing. Let me think about it. As long as they are in the carnival, this is our territory. We have a way to deal with it. Qian Tangjiang frowned and began to think. He had to think of a good way not only to create trouble for Yang Ming and Wu Yunxing, but also to let Sun Jia and Yang Xian have a good impression of him and Yu Tianzhu. What way? Yu Tianzhu was interested. He heard what Qian Tangjiang said and felt that it was right. This carnival was the territory of the two of them. Wasn't it easy to create some trouble? Why don't we come up with a hero saving the beauty? Qian Tongjiang's academic qualifications were not high, so his ideas were naturally not brilliant. After thinking for a long time, he came up with such an idea. Saving the beauty? How do we save her? That Yang Ming doesn't seem to be weak. Yu Tianzhu was a little hesitant. After all, he had just suffered a loss from Yang Ming. If I let my underlings pretend to be gangsters, they probably won't be Yang Ming's opponent at all. What you said is true, but we can do something special. We don't have to find some gangsters to create a conflict, right? Qian Tengjiang said, we can use some more brilliant means. That's great. When Yu Tianzhu heard that he didn't need his men to do it, he immediately agreed. After all, he had been traumatized by Yang Ming just now. He didn't dare to fight head-on with Yang Ming. If he suffered a double loss, it wouldn't be fun. The one who suffered a loss would still be himself, so Yu Tianzhu had to be careful. What's good about it? I haven't thought of a way yet. Qian Tengjiang glared at Yu Tianzhu unhappily. Yu Tianzhu quickly lowered his head. Qian Tengjiang was the one who had the final say here. This carnival amusement park was contracted by Qian Tongjiang's family. He also had to rely on Qian Tengjiang to survive. Although Qian Tengjiang wasn't a good person, and he usually had a lot of bad ideas, it was a bit difficult to come up with a decent idea that must be controlled within the scope of the carnival. Qian Tengjiang thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out, so he kicked Yu Tianzhu and said, aren't you usually very capable? Why is there a blackout when I really need you? Yu Tianzhu felt a little wronged. You can't even think of it, but you want me to think of it. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Wait a minute. Power outage? Yu Tianzhu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It was as if he had been enlightened by the gods. He immediately came up with a brilliant idea. He slapped his thigh and said, Brother Qian, I have an idea. Although there weren't many people in this ocean inn, there were still several tables of guests. Yu Tianzhu's sudden shout made everyone look sideways, revealing strange and suspicious looks. Looking at Yu Tianzhu's excited expression, it was inevitable that they would think of some ambiguity. She's pregnant? What exactly did he have? Could it be that she was pregnant? Qian Tengjiang felt everyone's ambiguous gazes, and his face was also burning. Why does Yu Tianzhu and I seem to have broken arms? He glared at Yu Tianzhu and said, what the F***ck are you shouting for? If you have any ideas, say them quickly. Qian Tengjiang deliberately raised his voice. The purpose was to let the guests in the ocean inn hear it and not let them misunderstand. Sure enough, when Qian Tengjiang said this, everyone lost interest. They knew that they had misunderstood, so they no longer paid attention to them. Qian Tengjiang saw that everyone bowed their heads and went to do their own things, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Yu Tianzhu, hurry up and say it. Yes, yes. Yu Tianzhu said quickly, Brother Qian, didn't you just say that I had a blackout? So what if I did? Qian Tengjiang frowned and said impatiently, if you have something to say, just say it. Pick the main points. Don't talk about those useless things. Brother Qian, I'm talking about the blackout. Yu Tianzhu said, think about it. If they are riding a roller coaster or a pirate ship, and there is a sudden blackout, they will stop in mid-air. How scary would that be? Sun Jia and Yang Xian will definitely be scared. At that time, we will stand up and save them. What will they think? This is a good idea. Qian Tongjiang's eyes lit up after hearing it. We don't have to do much to show our heroic charm. This is not bad. No matter how powerful Yang Ming is, it is impossible for him to find fault with us. We are going to save them. At their most dangerous moment, we stepped forward bravely. This is so precious. Yeah, let's do it. Let's see where they are going to play now. Yu Tianzhu said quickly. But, if we do this, what if other tourists complain? After all, Qian Tengjiang was not a fool. After the excitement, he was a little worried after thinking about it. This amusement park was contracted by his family. He couldn't just mess around. If he offended the tourists and caused some trouble, wouldn't his family make him the scapegoat? Thinking of this, Qian Tengjiang was a little hesitant. Although it was the right way to pick. Up girls, it wouldn't do if it affected his family's money. How about this? Let's save Xianxia and Xianxia first. After saving them, we will save other tourists. In this way, others can't say anything. It can also show how much love and public morality we have. Yu Tianju said, in this way, we are heroes. That's right. Your idea is good. Others won't say anything about us. Qian Tangjiang was very happy. He didn't just save Xianxia and Xianxia. He saved everyone along the way. Others would definitely think that he was doing his job. Since they had made up their minds, the two people didn't care about drinking. They hurriedly left Hake without paying. The lady boss couldn't help it. She was used to such things. Which direction did they go? Outside of Hake, Xianxia, Xianxia, and others were gone. Although this carnival was their territory, it was so big. There was no way to judge where Xianxia and others went. It seems to be the roller coaster. Let's look for it. Yu Tianju looked around and said. Alright, let's go. Qian Tangjiang didn't have any ideas. In such a big amusement park, they could only look for it bit by bit. The two people talked and walked in the direction of the roller coaster. Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianju were right. Yang Ming and his group really went to the roller coaster. The roller coaster was similar in nature to the roller coaster, but there was no tunnel in the mountain. It just looked like it was shuttling through the clouds. The difference between the two was not big, so people often confused it. When Wu Yunxing saw the roller coaster, his face changed slightly, but he still resisted and didn't say anything. He knew that Xianxia liked to play this kind of more exciting game, so he didn't want to disappoint Xianxia. Xianxia probably knew that Wu Yunxing couldn't do it today, so she asked with some concern, Yunxing, why don't we not play this today? It's okay. Wu Yunxing gritted his teeth and pretended to be a man. He waved his hand and said, I just drank some cold drinks. I'm fine. Let's go. I will sit with you. Xianxia and Wu Yunxing had been together for so long. Naturally, she knew that he was holding on. She was a little worried, but she couldn't say anything in front of so many people. After all, Wu Yunxing had already said that there was no problem. If she said more, it would seem that she was looking down on him. Although Xianxia ordered Wu Yunxing around, she didn't want others to look down on him. This was Xianxia's strange mentality. Yang Ming certainly knew Wu Yunxing's current situation. Wu Yunxing's balance might not be good, and he had not undergone similar training. So even if he had just recovered at this moment, if he played these exciting and dizzy games again, he might vomit. Thinking of this, Yang Ming smiled and said, Sister Xianxia, brother-in-law is fine, but I am not. This thing is too scary. You and little Jia go and play. Let brother-in-law accompany me down there. Xianxia and Xianxia were both stunned. Xianxia and Yang Ming just sat on the roller coaster together. Yang Ming was fine. He even thought about fastening the seat belt for her and reminded her about the problem of her bra. How was this fear? Xianxia saw that Yang Ming's face was normal before, and he didn't seem to be afraid. The two people thought about it and understood. Yang Ming didn't want to make Wu Yunxing feel awkward, so he deliberately said this. In this way, Xianxia and Yang Ming would accompany them to ride the roller coaster. Yang Ming and Wu Yunxing didn't have to go up. Wu Yunxing was the first to understand Yang Ming's intention. He smiled at him gratefully. Xianxia naturally wouldn't say it out loud. She gladly agreed, that's fine. You and Wu Yunxing will escort us down there. No problem. Yang Ming nodded and said, let's go, brother-in-law. Let's go and buy tickets. Seeing that Yang Ming and Xianxia had said so, Xianxia naturally wouldn't say anything more. She was very grateful to Yang Ming in her heart. She thought, although this younger brother isn't blood-related, he is more considerate and kind. It seems that I didn't recognize him in vain. Thank you for just now, Yang Ming. After taking a few steps forward, Wu Yunxing whispered to Yang Ming and thanked him. You don't have to be so polite. Yang Ming smiled and said, we are family. I naturally have to think about you. I have been carsick since I was a child. I'm even more carsick. For these things, so. Wu Yunxing smiled bitterly. It's not that I'm afraid, but I can't stand the feeling of speed. I understand. Yang Ming waved his hand. Everyone's physique is different. It can't be forced. Seeing that Yang Ming understood, Wu Yunxing was very happy. He was closer to Yang Ming. After the two bought tickets for Sun Jia and Xianxia, they returned. Little Jia, sister Yang Ming, the tickets are bought. Let's go and line up. Yang Ming greeted Sun Jia and Xianxia. Okay. Sun Jia and Xianxia came over, but they found that there were quite a lot of people who came to ride the roller coaster. The line was quite long. They probably had to wait for 1 or 2 rounds before they could go up. What are we going to play in a while? There are still a lot of projects that we haven't played yet. Xianxia took the guide map on the ticket and looked at it. There is an aquarium and an acrobatic group in front. Then let's go and have a look in a while. Wu Yunxing agreed repeatedly. When he heard that it wasn't this kind of speed thing, he was naturally happy. Otherwise, if he always played this kind of thing, he really couldn't stand it. If Yang Ming and Sun Jia didn't come, he would really suffer this afternoon. Xianxia smiled slightly. She naturally understood the thoughts in Wu Yunxing's heart, but out of concern and love for him, she decided not to pull him to play these speed and excitement things in the future. The line was still very long. The 4 people stood at the end of the line and lined up, chatting about some interesting things that they had encountered in their lives. However, in most cases, it was Sun Jia and Xianxia who were talking. Yang Ming and Wu Yunxing listened silently, but the 2 people couldn't get a word in. It was really hard to say anything about the topics that they were discussing. Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu rushed all the way to the vicinity of the roller coaster. Sure enough, they saw Sun Jia, Xianxia, and others in the crowd at a glance. Yu Tianzhu said with some excitement, "Brother Qian, look, they are over there." Very good. It seems that they are preparing to go on the roller coaster. This is great, ha ha ha. Qian Tangjiang thought about the power failure in the roller coaster in a while. Sun Jia and Xianxia were shocked, and his heart was excited. At that time, he could show his skills as a hero to save the beauty. It was just a little troublesome to save the other people, but in order to gain a good reputation for himself, Qian Tangjiang could only endure. In the past, didn't those ruthless people become ninja turtles? That was the highest title of ninja. Let's not let them find out. Yu Tianzhu reminded. Yeah, then let's go to the control room over there and wait. When Sun Jia and Xianxia get on the roller coaster, we will tell the people in the control room to stop the machine, said Qian Tangjiang. Okay, I will go and ask the little bastards in the security department to prepare the ladder. Then, it will be time for us to show our skills, said Yu Tianzhu quickly. Qian Tangjiang nodded and came to the nearby roller coaster control room with Yu Tianzhu and knocked on the door. Originally, the people inside were very impatient. This is an important control area. Unauthorized personnel's not allowed. Who is this? So bad *SS? Qian Tangjiang snorted and didn't knock on the door. You have good eyesight, kid. Qian Tangjiang snorted and sat on the sofa next to him. In a while, I need you to do something. President Qian, just tell me what you need. What do you need me for? Aren't you making fun of me? The pilot said quickly. He said so, but he muttered in his heart. I'm just a little pilot who operates the roller coaster. Qian Tangjiang is the manager of the Commercial Development Department of Carnival and the nephew of the chairman. No matter what, he can't ask me for help, right? Not to mention Qian Tangjiang, even if Yu Tianzhu said something, he could do it. The positions of these 2 people were much higher than him. You still need to do this. We really don't understand. Qian Tangjiang waved his hand and said. In that case, what do you need me to do? The pilot asked nervously. In a while, when you operate the roller coaster, I ask you to stop. You stop for me. Do you hear me? Qian Tangjiang instructed. Stop? What do you mean? The pilot didn't quite understand. I just want you to stop the machine in your hand. Do you understand? Now? Qian Tangjiang pointed to the console next to the pilot and explained. Ah? The pilot was stunned. Isn't the roller coaster stopped in the air? Yes, I just want you to stop it in the air. Xianxia nodded. President Qian, what do you mean by this? If it stops in the air, won't those tourists not be able to come down? The pilot still didn't understand what Xianxia meant. I ask you to stop in the air, so you stop in the air. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yu Tianzhu was impatient. He glared and snorted coldly. These two great gods were high-level figures in the carnival land. The pilot couldn't afford to offend either of them. When he heard Yu Tianzhu's anger, he subconsciously shrank his neck and explained with a smile, President Qian, Captain Yu, you see. If I stop the roller coaster, those tourists will be in the air and can't come down. What if they are unwilling? Besides, if the higher-ups know, they will fire me. Why? Aren't you afraid that I will fire you? Qian Tongjiang's face turned black and threatened, I tell you, if you do as I say today, then nothing will happen. If there is a problem, I will take responsibility for you. If you don't listen, I will tell the people in the personnel department in a while and ask you to get out of here tonight. The pilot suddenly withered. Qian Tongjiang's words were not alarmist. With his connections and status, even if he wasn't the chairman's nephew, he could fire him with just a word. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the pilot could only bow his head and obey, so he said, Okay, President Qian, I will do what you say. That's right. Qian Tongjiang nodded and said very straightforwardly, but you can rest assured that if you do this well, you will belong to me, Qian Tongjiang, in the future. It is not a problem to promote you to the commander-in-chief of the park's amusement facilities. The commander-in-chief was the pilot's immediate superior. When the pilot heard that he could also sit in this position, he was overjoyed. He quickly thanked, then, thank you, President Yu, for your promotion. If someone else said this, the pilot might not take it seriously. A manager of the commercial development department was only in charge of the commercial service rental, billboard rental, and so on in the carnival amusement park. He had nothing to do with the pilots, and there was no direct superior and subordinate relationship. It was possible for him to be fired, but it was definitely impossible for him to be promoted. How could the appointment and removal of personnel in a big company be done with just a word from others? However, Qian Tongjiang was different. Qian Tongjiang was the chairman's nephew. His words were very effective in any department in the carnival amusement park. Just look at Yu Tianzhu next to him. A little punk could sit in the security department manager position. What else was impossible? Qian Tongjiang waved his hand and said, Stop when I tell you to stop in a while. If someone asks you, just say that the machine is out of order. If there is anything else, let them find me. Okay, President Qian. When the pilot heard that Qian Tongjiang really took the matter into his own hands, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least this time, if the higher-ups wanted to investigate, it wouldn't be his turn to be unlucky. Yang Ming and Sun Jia naturally didn't know that Qian Tongjiang and Yu Tianzhu were ready to do bad things. The four people were waiting in line. Seeing that it was their turn, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. This amusement park is making money. So many people come every day. Sun Jia sighed. We will open one in the future. Yang Ming smiled and whispered to her, It is already done in Africa. Ah. Sun Jia was stunned. She knew that Yang Ming was talking about the island in Africa, so she nodded. Because these things were not mature yet, she couldn't tell Xianxia and Wu Yunxing. They could only talk about it privately. Finally, it was Sun Jia and Xianxia's turn. They were the first to get on the bus, so they sat in the front of the car. This was the position with the strongest visual impact. Many people would not choose this place even if they came up first because it was too exciting. They would not be able to stand it. However, Sun Jia and Xianxia were obviously a bold group. When they first rode the roller coaster, they were still a little scared. Now, they were familiar with it. After sitting down, Sun Jia remembered the scene when Yang Ming checked her seatbelt, so she also carefully checked her and Xianxia's seatbelt. When she found that there was no problem, she was relieved. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with these things. Sun Jia also learned these things. After the inspection, Sun Jia said to Xianxia, Little Xian, you have to be careful. fasten the buttons of your shirt or your chest will fly out. That video was very popular. Xianxia naturally saw it. She blushed and said, I know, but you are very careful. It is safe to sit with you. I also learned from Yang Ming. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. If it were her, she would definitely not pay attention to these seatbelt inspections. In fact, in theory, the safety belt of the carnival's roller coaster had to be repaired every time it ran, but in order to save time and make money, this work was changed to once a day, which increased a lot of safety hazards. Your Yang Ming is very considerate. He also took care of Wu Yunqing's face. Xianxia smiled. Being praised by Yang Ming, Xianxia was very happy. Now that she and Yang Ming had established a relationship, she naturally cared about these things. After a preliminary bell rang, the roller coaster was about to start. Xianxia took a deep breath, and the roller coaster slowly moved and flew into the air. At this time, in the control room not far away, Xianxia and Yu Tianzhu were looking at the roller coaster excitedly. The two were particularly excited now. When they thought that they could be pretentious in a while, they danced a little. When the roller coaster rushed to the top of the sky after several sprints, Xianxia patted the shoulder of the pilot on the side and shouted, Stop! Stop! Stop quickly! Right here! The roller coaster, which was still sliding at high speed in the air, suddenly stopped. The tourists who were having fun suddenly rushed forward due to inertia and were abruptly pulled back. They were locked in midair, motionless. After a brief moment of astonishment, there were screams one after another. Everyone was scared. This roller coaster stopped in midair inexplicably. This was definitely not a step that should be done in the game. They saw others playing smoothly before, and the roller coaster did not stop halfway. What happened? Hurry up and drive. Why did it stop? Who operated it? Hurry up and give us a reasonable explanation. Curses and complaints were mixed with the cries of women and children, making the amusement park, which was full of laughter, a mess. Fortunately, the roller coaster stopped in the air. If it stopped upside down in the air, these tourists would not be able to bear it. D***MN, what's going on? Are we so unlucky? Wu Yunqing, who was below, suddenly became anxious. His wife, Xianxia, was still up there. They were so far away, and they couldn't hear or see the situation. How could he not be anxious? However, Wu Yunqing couldn't see it, but Yang Ming could see it. Although Xianxia and Xianxia were anxious, the situation was not bad. Yang Ming was slightly relieved. This incident was a bit too weird. He saw that other nearby amusement facilities were operating normally, but only the roller coaster stopped in midair. This was obviously not caused by a power outage. Since it was not a power outage, what was it? The roller coaster stopped in midair without warning, which made Yang Ming doubt the truth of the matter. This incident came too suddenly, and it seemed a bit unusual. If he hadn't met Xianxia and Yu Tianzhu before, Yang Ming might have regarded this incident as an accident. However, these two guys were high-ranking figures in this amusement park, so it was hard to say whether they would do anything to it. It was just urgent to save Xianxia and Xianxia first. Who knew what would happen if they stayed up there for a while? The tourists above complained, and the families of the tourists below were even more agitated. They surrounded the staff in charge of the roller coaster and questioned him about what happened. The person who checked the tickets didn't know what was wrong with the roller coaster. He was only in charge of checking the tickets, not in charge of operating the amusement facilities. However, the order below was already chaotic. It was useless no matter what he said. He was still besieged by many people. Little Jia, what's going on? After a short moment of astonishment, Xianxia was scared like others. Why is this roller coaster not moving in the air? Maybe it's a power outage. Xianxia didn't know the specific reason. She frowned and saw that the amusement facilities such as Torrent Brave and Crazy Mouse in the distance were still working. Sunday to see. Xianxia's psychological quality was not as good as Xianxia's. After all, Xianxia had just experienced a life-and-death situation. She no longer put these things in her eyes. This was nothing compared to before. They were just trapped in the air. As long as the track below the roller coaster did not collapse, they would not be in danger for the time being. Look, Wu Yunxing and Yang Ming are waving at us. Xianxia pointed to the bottom of the roller coaster and smiled at Xianxia in order to reassure Xianxia. Xianxia glanced down and suddenly felt dizzy. She almost screamed. Indeed, she liked to pursue this kind of excitement and horror, but that was also done when she was sure that she would be fine. It was over in an instant. From the start of the roller coaster to the stop, it was only a few minutes. After the excitement, she would be safe. But now the situation was different. The roller coaster stopped in the air. She couldn't go up or down. How could Xianxia not be afraid? This kind of unknown fear was the most unbearable. I still don't want to look. I'm scared to death. Xianxia patted her chest and closed her eyes. It's okay. Maybe it will be fine soon. Xianxia comforted her. In fact, Xianxia herself was not sure. She had never played such a thing before. She didn't know what to do after this situation. In fact, even people who had played it many times, such as Xianxia, were still nervous when encountering such a situation. Because such a probability was simply too small, some people could hardly encounter it in their entire life. Just when Xianxia didn't know what to do, there was a commotion among the tourists on the roller coaster. Xianxia looked at the source of the sound, but her eyes widened in amazement. She saw Yang Ming crossing the fence and jumping into the roller coaster's isolation belt. He was jumping onto the roller coaster's track. For the time being, Yang Ming couldn't determine whether all this was the conspiracy of Qian Tangjiang and Yu Tianzhu, but saving Xianxia and Yang Ming was the most important thing. Yang Ming was afraid that something would happen, so he jumped into the roller coaster's isolation belt alone. The staff member in charge of checking the tickets saw Yang Ming actually jump into the isolation belt. He was anxious and shouted loudly to let him leave quickly. Danger! However, his voice was quickly covered by the tourists' family members who questioned him and besieged him. He could only watch helplessly as Yang Ming continued to approach the roller coaster's track. Climbing from this track to the roller coaster was not difficult for Yang Ming's skill. When he was training with the butterfly family in Europe, Yang Ming easily passed the simulation training that was much more difficult than this. Of course, there was still a certain danger for others to do this. The roller coaster was now stopped in midair, but who could guarantee that this roller coaster would not suddenly start again? In that case, it would be strange if the people climbing on the track were not killed by the roller coaster. However, Yang Ming was not afraid of this situation. Yang Ming had already expected this situation to happen before he climbed on the track. He could make an emergency judgment in 1,000th of a second and quickly find a foothold to jump back to the ground. In Xianxia's astonishment, Yang Ming had appeared in front of her in the next moment. Yang Ming stood on the side of the roller coaster. She didn't know how Yang Ming stood there and what he relied on to maintain his balance. Yang Ming, you. Xianxia didn't know what to say. This was too surprising and unacceptable. Although Xianxia knew that Yang Ming's skill was very good, but, wasn't this too good? She didn't see it clearly, but Yang Ming climbed to her side in an instant. Don't move. Yang Ming nimbly opened Xianxia's seatbelt and shoulder guardrail and said to Xianxia, hold me. Hold my neck. Don't let go. Oh. Xianxia had lost her thoughts at this time. She instinctively nodded with Yang Ming. Yang Ming reached out and hugged Xianxia, letting her whole body lean on his body. This kind of luck was usually hard to come by, but at this moment, Yang Ming couldn't care less about feeling the softness of Xianxia's chest and body. He whispered, do you know the octopus? You are like this now. You must hold on to me. Don't let go no matter what. Okay. Xianxia hugged Yang Ming tightly and almost strangled Yang Ming. Yang Ming rolled his eyes, but he didn't say anything to stop it. It was safer to hug tightly than to hug loosely. Little Jia, who are you talking to? Xianxia closed her eyes in fear. She vaguely heard someone talking around her. At first, she thought that Xianxia was talking to herself, but after listening to a few words, it didn't seem to be the case. The surrounding was accompanied by the screams of the tourists. So Xianxia opened her eyes and turned to look at Xianxia. Just as she wanted to say something, she suddenly lost her voice. She opened her mouth wide and looked at the shocking scene around her. Xianxia just saw Yang Ming holding Xianxia and jumping off the roller coaster. After a long while, Xianxia, who came back to her senses, screamed, "Ah, ah," loudly. However, her voice was quickly drowned out because the other passengers were also screaming. This was just like the plot of a Jackie Chan action movie. But this time, it really happened in front of her. Yang Ming basically ignored those screams, and Xianxia fell into an excited mood. She couldn't hear anything from the outside world. It was Xianxia's first time doing such an exciting thing since she was a child. She only felt the wind whistling in her ears. She was shuttling through the clouds with Yang Ming. This was much more exciting than the previous roller coaster. Yang Ming had already found a foothold before he came up. Yang Ming's jumping ability was amazing, and he didn't need to look down to find the foothold with his special ability. After a few ups and downs, he had safely landed on the ground with Xianxia. The passengers on the roller coaster were shocked. The family members of the tourists below the roller coaster were also shocked. Including the previous ticket checkers, they also looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. Isn't this too amazing? Why don't you let go? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and patted Xianxia's small waist. Although this feeling was very enjoyable, now was not the time to enjoy it. Xianxia was still on top. Didn't you tell me not to let go no matter what? Xianxia's mood was in a state of excitement. She didn't want to let go of Yang Ming, so she said shamelessly. But now we are safe. Yang Ming smiled and said, well, let's hug at home at night. Sister Xianxia is still on top. I have to save her. Although she was very reluctant, when she heard that Yang Ming was going to save Xianxia, Xianxia had to let go of Yang Ming. She couldn't just care about herself and ignore her good sister Xianxia, right? End of chapter 1279. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.